Heroes and demon lords exist together in this. Heroes are those who sacrifice themselves to fight for the good of the. In contrast, the demon lord is the one who rules the demon. The world bestows power upon heroes, and their sole mission is to destroy the demon. Similarly, the demon lord exists only to eradicate heroes. These two opposing forces thus exist, clashing with each other. And the demon lord's command, the name given to the loyal retainers serving the demon. The legion comprises 12 commanders, numbered from 1 to 12. They are the demon lord's subordinates, possessing incredible power and immense. They would rather kill the wrong person than miss a single time. No one possesses enough strength to fight against them, except for the. However, everything in this world has exceptions. History records a case where a demon killed a. The one who committed the deed was Demon Commander Zero, named. He was the demon lord's public trump card, his most cherished talent and favored subordinate. Thank you watching for reasons unknown. Erit placed a resignation letter on the demon lord's. Seeing this, the demon lord became furious, clenching the pen in his hand until it broke. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and looked at Erit with murderous. How dare you leave? He had expected the demon lord to scold him or give him a proper beating, but unexpectedly, the demon lord knelt down, hugged Erit's leg, and tearfully begged Erit not to. Erit seemed accustomed to this. He said nothing, merely glancing away coldly, as if demon lord didn't understand why his favored subordinate suddenly wanted to abandon him. He speculated, wondering if it was due to other subordinates discriminating against Erit because he was. But that was impossible. Although human, Erit was frighteningly powerful. He had reached a threshold of strength that others, no matter how hard they trained, could never. Therefore, everyone revered and respected him, even the demon lord. Erit was the strongest card in his. To cross Erit was to cross the demon lord, so no one dared to challenge. Erit, maintaining his impassive expression, replied that no one looked down. But when the demon lord asked for the specific reason, Erit responded bizarrely. Can you? Upon hearing this, the demon lord momentarily couldn't believe his ears. He thought he was losing his mind and had missed. Erit was his cherished subordinate. He nurtured him like a precious egg and treasured him immensely. To suddenly ask him to kill Erit was unthinkable. The demon lord would rather commit suicide. The demon lord truly couldn't understand why Erit wanted to do that. He frantically shook Erit, barraging him with why, which exhausted Erit immensely. Suddenly, Erit began to bleed from his. Seemed this was not the first time this had happened. Seeing his cherished subordinate fall ill, the demon lord immediately frantically summoned Erit's personal physician. Scream was so loud it shook an entire dimension.
A moment later,
Commander Zero's personal physician arrived to treat. He stated that this was a post-traumatic injury from Erit's wounds sustained after battling it. The demon lord, of course, already knew this, but what he needed was for Ben to find a definitive treatment for it as quickly as possible. The demon lord looked at Ben with a terrifying aura. If you fail, you know the consequences will be unpredictable. The demon lord ordered someone to escort Commander Erit back to his room for rest and recuperation. Without further delay, Dr. Ben immediately grabbed Erit's hand and pulled him along like a whirlwind. I can walk myself, Erit said. Let me lead the way, sir. Ben insisted. Very quickly, Erit was placed on a bed that seemed to have been prepared before. Oh really, just a bit of bleeding from Commander Zero, and they're making such a fuss. The doctors treating Erit chattered away as they pushed the bed. Commander Zero is spitting blood again. A post-traumatic injury from that battle with the. This is already mild. Even so, he's still the second strongest here, just after the demon lord. Truly worthy of being Commander Zero. Well, this is quite a situation. Erit had always just wanted to live a normal life, but it was so difficult. Just imagining those beautiful days made them seem one. After providing special care for the esteemed Commander Zero, the doctors bowed in greeting and Demon Zero, Hero Slayer, boundless power. What was all that nonsense? Erit was originally just an ordinary human with the name Dying Hat. Not only that, he was the weakest human in this entire demon. Just a little pressure was enough to make Erit suddenly fall ill, as he did. But everyone here mistakenly believed Erit was powerful, and he became Commander Zero, a subordinate of the demon. Therefore, he could only cling to the excuse of post-traumatic injury from battling a hero to hide his weakness. If anyone discovered that Erit had been as weak as a reed since birth, his fate would surely be tragic. Thinking about being mocked by those demons, then getting stabbed by made Erit shiver with a cold dread throughout his. However, on second thought, it was thanks to this reputation as the strongest in the demon realm that Erit had been able to survive in the demon lord's castle until now. Even receive excessively special attention from the demon lord. Seeing Erit's illness and weakness, the demon lord immediately offered him a whole roasted pig for recuperation. It was truly beyond. As he lay lost in thought, Erit's room door suddenly opened. It was the vice commander of Legion Zero. Erit had just returned from the human realm and, upon hearing that Erit was ill, immediately rushed over. He even specifically brought Erit a new Rubik's Cube to play with to alleviate his. Ed was one of the few demons Erit felt comfortable around. Every time Ed visited the human realm, he would bring something back for Erit to cheer. Seeing Erit sick in bed made Ed extremely uncomfortable, even though Erit insisted he was fine. Ed also greatly respected and admired Erit, perhaps even more than Ed. Erit was like a savior who had fought tirelessly against that hero for the sake of the demon realm. Seeing Erit suffering from injuries after that battle, Ed swore he would find a way to cure him, even if it meant tearing that doctor limb. Indeed, in the demon realm, every demon was terrifying. After a gentle visit, Ed left to let Erit. Erit was actually glad to have a few people who cared about him like Ed. The demon lord also cared for Erit deeply, but it was so exaggerated that Erit found it a bit uncomfortable. Yet, in the end, it was thanks to the demon lord that Erit could live safely. That night, the demon lord repeatedly scrutinized Erit's resignation letter, but still couldn't understand. Erit always wore an impassive expression, making it impossible for the demon lord to know what he was. Recalling their first meeting, Erit had already been an enigmatic. That time, the demon lord had seen him standing, embracing and staring intently at the corpse of that hero, and assumed Erit had killed the. Furthermore, those around added a few exaggerated comments. He pierced through the hero's defenses and killed. This made the demon lord believe it even more. To possess such strength and still be able to stand on his own 2 feet was truly extraordinary. The demon lord approached and asked Erit's name. Erit then coldly and succinctly replied, "Dain," and so their agreement began. It was also unclear why Erit had agreed to join the Legion so quickly. Now, the demon lord still didn't know what task to assign him. Suddenly, he noticed a report on the. After reading it, the demon lord flashed a strange, knowing. He ordered a meeting of the Legion commanders and announced that all commanders should gather immediately. Erit will surely love. Erit, who was resting, was greatly annoyed to hear about the urgent meeting. His precious moments of peaceful enjoyment were completely ruined by the demon. Just earlier, he had been told to rest, and now he was forced to attend a late-night meeting. If it was a meeting of the commanders of each legion, then the other commanders living in the demon lord's castle would also be. Normally, Erit was terrified just meeting petty demons. Now, having to sit in a meeting with other demon commanders was like tasting death. Erit's tense expression was noticed by the servants around the castle, who began to whisper and chatter. Erit sighed wearily. He needed to adjust his expression to avoid causing trouble. If he had to fight them, he wouldn't stand a chance. However, it seemed the rumors about his origin and his first meeting with the demon lord had been exaggerated by these petty demons. Clearly, when they first met, Erit told the demon lord his name was Dain Het. Yet, somehow, through the mouths of these demons it had become demon. Erit was incredibly annoyed upon hearing this, but there was nothing he could do. With his weakness at 100% full sloth, how could he challenge it? It seemed the misunderstandings were only getting more serious, but he decided to ignore what people said. Let them say whatever they want. He thought positively. It was thanks to these rumors that no one here dared to pick a fight. If everything was exposed here, Erit would surely die. Before leaving this demon territory, Erit absolutely could not let anyone discover that he was just a weak and cowardly individual. He had to feign confidence and swagger, acting as if he feared no one. Only then would he live up to the title of Commander of Legion. At this moment, Erit arrived at the demon lord's chamber. He put on a cold, menacing expression and ordered the 2 guards to open the door. Opened. Everyone inside seemed to have already arrived. Erit was probably the only one who was. The demon lord looked at him and said, "Erit, you're." Erit immediately sensed that the atmosphere was very strong. All the Legion commanders had gathered and were including Commander of Legion 1, Commander of Legion 3, Commander of Legion 4, Adelia, and Commander of Legion 6. There was also Krat, who secretly harbored feelings for Erit, and Commander of Legion 11. Erit sat in the chair right next to the demon lord. But sitting among so many Legion commanders made him feel terribly pressured, breaking out in a cold. The demon lord gently inquired if Erit was all right. Being so late must surely have a. Erit apologized and quickly concocted some excuse to gloss over the matter. How could he possibly say that the real reason was his prolonged hesitation about whether or not? At this moment, a demon servant standing nearby offered to pour wine for. Outwardly, Erit maintained his impassive expression, but inwardly, he was blooming with. This was also the very thing that kept him wavering and hesitant about whether to attend this ridiculous meeting. For Erit's favorite thing in the demon realm was alcohol. Whenever a meeting was held in the demon territory, he always got to drink expensive wines to his heart's content. As soon as the wine was poured, Erit quickly picked up the glass and took a sip. But suddenly he felt something odd. It seemed the liquid in the glass wasn't wine. Erit couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "This is grape." The other commanders were utterly surprised by this, looking at Erit with bewildered expressions and somewhat displeased. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly grew heavy, and a gloomy silence enveloped the entire Erit also realized he had just done something inappropriate. His face darkened. He felt as though they were looking down on this. The demon lord sighed, rubbed his head and interjected, "I'm the one who ordered them to do it. You and your love for wine." But Erit still didn't understand why only his glass contained grape juice. Was this some kind of racial discrimination between humans and or did they think he was useless and were thus stingy with the wine? Erit sat there guessing, overthinking that his true identity had been if so, then their purpose for gathering here was to execute him or announce a tragedy. As he was spiraling with all these negative thoughts, the demon lord added, "Erit is precisely the reason I called this meeting." Needless to say, Erit was utterly devastated upon hearing this. At this point, the demon lord ordered the commander of Legion 6 to distribute the documents he had submitted to the demon lord. Veli acknowledged the order and began relaying everything. The current number of grotesque monsters was suddenly increasing rapidly. Legion 12, currently guarding an important village, could no longer handle the situation. After the grotesque monsters destroyed over half the village, Legion 12 and its reinforcements evacuated the remaining villagers to a city with tall. However, it was impossible to predict when that place would be ambushed again. Therefore, they needed more reinforcements to hunt down those grotesque monsters. The only issue was that the commander of Legion 12 was absent from this meeting for unknown reasons. Many rumors were circulating. But regarding the grotesque monsters, since they were failed creations, they shouldn't be an issue. What was concerning was that when they gathered, they became formed. In reality, the cause of all this trouble was none other than creatures of the same ilk as the demons themselves. Among the species created by the demon lord, grotesque monsters were entities without senses, loyal only to their instincts and desires. Hence, they were dubbed failed creations. If the rumors were true that the commander of Legion 12 was defeated by those monsters, it would truly be unbelievable. Lately, for some unknown reason, the grotesque monsters had been continuously growing stronger in both power and the number of heroes who had killed grotesque monsters was also dwindling. So, it wouldn't be surprising if the commander of Legion 12 was killed by a coordinated group of these grotesque monsters. And the commander of Legion 0 was the one who had killed Erit was confused and terrified. Were these guys planning to execute him using this as a But in reality, Erit hadn't eliminated any hero. More importantly, at that time, it was the demon lord who had intended to kill the hero. Therefore, he should be responsible for this. Erit turned to make eye contact with the demon lord. His gaze held a message, wanting the demon lord to say something about this. At the very least, he shouldn't let Erit be implicated. The demon lord caught Erit's gaze at that moment. However, perhaps due to a faulty connection, he misunderstood Erit's intent. The demon lord gave a slight and then clearly declared, "The commander of Legion 0 will be sent to assist Legion 2. Erit, sitting beside him, heard him say this and was more stunned than if struck by lightning. Frozen. That wasn't what Erit meant at all. Oh damn. What the hell did this demon lord just do? And he's happily sitting there smiling as if he'd done something. Not only Erit, but the other Legion commanders were also quite surprised. In their eyes, although Erit was fortunate to be trusted and respected by the demon lord, deep down, everyone still harbored a certain level of doubt toward Erit. Actually really didn't want to go but couldn't outright refuse, so he feigned that his current physical condition wasn't very. Zika initially thought Erit was making excuses because he didn't want to go. Well, he really didn't want, but for some reason, seeing Erit's expression gave him a completely different. Perhaps he was now trying to control his anger and check if his body was healthy enough for the. Though he didn't want to believe it, Zika had to admit that Erit's expression was truly that of a great. Not only was he powerful, but he also knew how to make accurate judgments. Erit truly exemplified the saying, "It doesn't matter how strong you are, as long as you have a cool and captivating." The demon lord said that Erit wouldn't have to overexert himself there. He only needed to command Legion 0 and then rest in the village. That will be very easy, but for the real Erit nothing was. Inwardly he wanted to scream, "I absolutely don't want to go." But it seemed impossible in this situation. With no other choice, he could only take a. Erit said, crying silently, that he would participate in this. Very night, the Legion immediately set off on its. Erit continued to lament, recalling his failed escape plan. This day has finally come. The more I run, the closer the end. That night, seeing Erit's luggage, the demon lord asked, "Erit, you've packed your bags already? Do you want to go that badly? My apologies, I should have sent you earlier." Erit broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. No, this is. Yes, I'm dying." Thinking this, he sighed. How could I confess to the demon lord that I'm trying to escape back to the kingdom? And of course, escaping back isn't easy. That mad king sent me to the demon, and my brother who hates me to the bone. Even so, it's better than being among demons and dying unexpectedly. Couldn't be so dejected. He had to think positive. He heard that Legion 0 and Ed are extremely strong. They'll just play my role well and they'll handle the... Just then, a subordinate came to report to Ed. Sir, we're about to reach the village. Ed replied, maintain formation and stay vigilant. He secretly reassured himself, that's right. There'll be no reason for me to step forward. The Demon Lord also said I don't need to do... No need to worry anymore. Just enjoy this. Thinking this, Erit's hand delightedly picked up the bottle of wine. A special wine from the Demon Realm. A rare type of wine found only in the Demon Realm. It had a very delicate aroma, coveted by many demons. Erit smiled mischievously, recalling the previous scene. I couldn't drink because the Demon Lord was present throughout the meeting. But there would be a new problem if they thought I'd give up so soon. I stole the wine bottle when the meeting was say anyone who drinks this will be on cloud 9. Maybe before I die, I should try it once to know what a delicacy. He picked up the bottle and took a large... Erit laughed joyfully, exclaiming, this is truly delicious. The Demon Realm really makes excellent wine. Feels like truly... Outside, Ed grew worried when he didn't hear any movement from... He fretted, is Lord Erit still feeling unwell? Perhaps it's because of that incident before we depart. Legion Zero was about to move out. A girl ran up hurriedly. Lord Erit, I know you enjoy riding horses, but please consider your health. And please stay in the carriage until you've fully recovered. Erit stared blankly at the girl, thinking, what is this person talking about? Of course I'll get in the carriage. Who said I like riding this ferocious... After that, Erit immediately went inside. It just looked interesting, so I glanced at it for a moment. This greatly distressed Ed. He sadly thought, I've served Lord Erit for a long time, so I know he absolutely loves riding. Such a simple hobby, and yet, I just wish he could ride as long as he liked. But the Demon Lord's order is to do everything for Lord Erit's well. When he heard Lord Erit intended to ride a horse, the Demon Lord crossed his arms and angrily yelled, are you crazy? Do you think letting him ride a horse is good after his health condition has been diagnosed? As time passed normally, the horseman in front suddenly spoke. Commander, we have arrived at the... Before them was a village engulfed in the fiery red of smoke and flame. On the ground, the dead lay strewn about. The scene looked utterly desolate. Ed saw this and exclaimed, how terrible! I thought the monsters had already swept through the village and they probably haven't gone far. Pursue them. Move unexpectedly. At that moment, a horde of hideous and ferocious grotesque monsters surged out from within, slowly encircling. Id gasped in alarma. The monsters ambushed us at the entrance. Soldiers, prepare for fight for Lord Erit. Everything depends on... The battle erupted fiercely. These failed creations had nothing in their heads. Slaughter, so they furiously attacked anyone who appeared before. The clanging of weapons and shouts echoed making the place chaotic and reeking of... Ed grimaced and said, damn. There are too many... Lord Ed, watch out. As soon as the scream died down, a 3-meter-tall giant monster appeared in front of him, its wide mouth agape as if to... Ed stood frozen in horror, thinking, oh no, I let my guard back in the Demon Lord's castle. Zika was discussing the war situation with the Demon Lord. Your Majesty, is Legion Zero alone? The Demon Lord heard this and nonchalantly replied, oh, the monster subjugation. Zika explained, their numbers are quite large. Should we send more reinforcements? The Demon Lord immediately chuckled delightedly. It's fine. Legion Zero is very strong. I guarantee it. Thank you watching for vid. Had thought he'd be a goner right then and there, but unexpectedly, someone came to the rescue midway. Red blood splattered after receiving several deep, gashing cuts from Erit's weapons. The colossal monster roared loudly and collapsed to the... Ed saw that the newcomer was his commander and immediately brightened, calling out loudly, Lord Erit. He was about to offer his thanks when a sharp dagger was suddenly pointed directly at him. Ed froze, exclaiming, oh my, I was just about to ask for your... Erit, with sharp, cold eyes, looked at Ed and asked, are you an enemy? It would be terrible if we didn't even know who the enemy was on the battlefield. Ed was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. He guessed his superior was completely drunk and quickly said, no, not at all. Erit continued, then, is that one the... No sooner had he finished speaking than he was slammed by a heavy blow that felt like several hundred kilograms. The monster struck so fast Erit couldn't react. He was sent flying to a... Witnessing this scene, Ed was utterly terrified. He was extremely frightened. Lord, after the smoke and dust cleared, it revealed Erit, covered in blood, looking truly pathetic. Being attacked unexpectedly without knowing why made him lose his mind. Erit, with a cold face, affirmed so. As soon as he confirmed who the enemy was, he immediately charged forward like an arrow, fueled by vengeance, to annihilate them all. Erit was consumed by a fit of madness. In Ed's eyes, every one of Erit's strikes was decisive. He only needed a shred of consciousness to know who the was. The rest would be handled by the 2 daggers in his hand. The remaining members, though demons themselves, looking at the truly bloodthirsty, furiously tearing apart the monsters before them. Couldn't help but feel a shiver. They asked each other, so that's the commander of Legion Zero? The mad Erit slashed and thought, don't let the enemy remain in. Even enemies that appear dead, don't stop tearing them up. Make the enemy feel with this weak body of, this is how I survive in this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, news of Legion Zero reached the ears of a special individual. He sat on a throne, gravely saying, Commander of Legion Zero, you say? The mysterious aide from the court immediately replied, Yes, Your Majesty. The soldier sent to scout the Demon Realm reports that the commander of Legion Zero is said to be participating in this attack. Rumors say he is extremely strong and ruthless. I hear that the commander of Legion Zero is the Demon Lord's most valuable subordinate. The king of the kingdom of Edwarder Dezet heard this and chuckled softly, replying, It reminds me of, if that's how they intend to leave the Demon Realm, then we need to be prepared. Also have a promising candidate. What do you I will give you an opportunity to achieve great. The mysterious figure immediately clasped his hands respectfully without hesitation, replying, I obey Your Majesty's. The king extended his hand towards that person and added, Good. Then you shall become that valuable subordinate. 8-year war to win glory for the kingdom. That place was drenched in blood and, among them, with the noble sacrifices of the frontline van. In Erit's mind, they were merely abandoned meat. This is simply hell. They constantly encouraged each other in those life or death moments. Don't falter. Fight bravely for the king. Never wanted to come to this hell, or to fight so desperately. Kingdom, I don't want any of that. I have no intention sacrificing myself for this country that pushed me into the. I simply do everything I can to survive. I refuse to offer myself up for their desire. I must survive no matter what happens. Thank you watching for Get Revenge. A strange and overly vivid dream made Erit wake up in a panic. He froze, thinking, a dream? What did I just dream about? Felt too. Is this my room? Dr. Ben and Ed were right by his bedside. As soon as they saw him sit up, they rushed over, asking, Sir, are you been asleep all day? We finished your treatment while you were sleeping. Do you know how panicked I was when you returned covered in? Erit replied blankly, What are you talking about? And when did I get back here? What about the? Furrowed his brow and immediately replied, The monster suppression has been completed, sir. They all fled in a panic. And we returned to the Demon Lord's castle as soon as you lost consciousness. Please forgive me, sir. If only I were a little strong. It was only then that Erit startled, realizing something strange. What? The mission is over? And what do you mean by lost consciousness? Seeing his bewildered expression, Ben immediately made a diagnosis. Oh my, I think you're suffering from temporary amnesia. This injury is really serious. Don't you remember anything? You were hit by a monster, but you got right back up, so we didn't think much of it. Erit remained bewildered, not understanding what they were saying. But the very next second, Erit's face turned pale with fear, and he sat in silence, trying to recall. A string of memories flashed through his mind. His mood grew increasingly. Did I get drunk and cause some? I think it's because I drank too much and got drunk, not some. I must have hit something while I was completely wasted. Dr. Ben then added, But I heard Legion Zero completed the mission without any casualties, despite facing a horde of monsters. That's truly astonishing. Erit replied awkwardly, No, I didn't do anything. He waved his hand, dismissed. But I really didn't do anything, did I? Ed and the Legion handled everything, right? Breaking his train of thought, he turned to Ed and, I'm sorry, Ed. I'm nothing but a. But contrary to his expectation, Ed smiled cheerfully and replied, Not at all, Lord Erit. You were truly amazing. You took care of a whole horde of monsters on the front line. You are indeed an exemplary commander. Dr. Ben, beside him, continued, But even so, you overexerted yourself this time, sir. We know you are very strong, but after that battle, your body. So please be careful. Erit turned his face away, mumbling, What are you people talking about? How could I have played with all those monsters? Ed clenched his fist and steadfastly added, I know you don't fully trust us, sir, but you were still there for us. We will become stronger so you can rest assured and recoup. Erit gave up upon hearing this, faced with a doctor fussing because his patient wouldn't prioritize his health, and a determined fool burning with resolve to become stronger to protect his commander. Erit felt immense pressure. I don't know what these two are talking about, but I don't have that. Whatever. I just need to get out of here first. Just then, Commander Assel of Legion 3 and Commander Adelia of Legion 4 suddenly came calling. Lord, we heard you've woken up. Assel walked in, furrowing his brow and yelling, Lower your voice. Commander Zero needs his. Adelia, not to be outdone, retorted, You're even louder than me. Why are you following me? Do you want me to play with you? Stop leading the way. I came to visit Commander Zero. Seeing the two of them, Erit was utterly perplexed. He wondered, Why are these people here? We're not even that close, so why? finding them a bit annoying, spoke up to remind them, "You two are both too. If you're here to visit him, greet him gently and then leave. Can't you see he's uncomfortable?" Hearing this, both of them meekly apologized to Erit. "Lord Erit, we sincerely apologize." Inwardly, he wanted to flip the table and kick them all out, but outwardly, he only dared to sigh, lacking the courage to be aggressive with it. Looking at them, Erit secretly thought, "How do I get away from these people?" Seeing Erit didn't respond, Commander Assel of Legion 3 worriedly thought, "Oh no, he must be very tired after that mission. I'm really terrible." Zika, standing nearby, also added, "I understand you two don't like each other, but stop it in this castle. Stop trying to kill each." Erit heard this and immediately asked, What do you mean kill?" Inwardly, he thought, "Kill? Who's killing whom? What a ridiculous thing to say. Even in a dream, I couldn't beat any. If these bastards find out I'm weak, they won't show me mercy. Wait a minute. Should I teach them about mercy so they'll be merciful to me? They might spare me if they know I'm weak." Assel said worriedly, "Lord Erit, if we are truly bothering you, we sincerely apologize." Erit pursed his lips and chuckled softly, replying, "Indeed, I am annoyed." Inwardly, he thought, "I need to speak more carefully. My voice must be firm but without revealing. But there's no reason to resort to violence just out of anger. I don't always want to hurt anyone. Do you understand? That is mercy. Even for those who deceive. Even for those weaker than me. We should learn to treat those around us with mercy." After speaking, Erit triumphantly thought, "Good. I think it worked. Remember this lesson and remember to spare me." His words were gentle, but his demeanor was menacing. This chilling lecture on mercy. Everyone cower, not daring to utter another word other than meekly bowing and saying, "We will remember." Noticing the strange atmosphere, Erit furrowed his brow and thought, "What kind of atmosphere is this? It's like I've become a preacher for Even Zika, who had done nothing wrong, was scared. The commander of Legion 1 then spoke up, "Anyway, I heard you completed the mission. You must have worked hard." Adelia, beside him, had forgotten her earlier guilt and eagerly continued, "There are so many rumors about you, Lord Erit. They say you single-handedly wiped out half the monsters, sir. Are you all right, Lord?" "I'm fine." Upon hearing this, Erit couldn't help but be astonished, inwardly asking, "I wiped out half the monsters? What a vicious row." I ended up taking credit from." Erit awkwardly turned and silently apologized to Ed. But Ed's face was now flushed with happiness. There was no hint of resentment or anger. Erit was astonished yet again. "What kind of expression is—" Assel stepped forward and made a proposition. "I've also heard tales of your heroism and have come here to ask you something." Erit asked curiously, "Nothing major. After you've fully recovered, could I have a match with you, Lord Erit?" It was obvious how terrified Erit was without even thinking. He thought he had misheard and quickly asked, "A sparring match with me?" Inwardly, he screamed, "Not a fight with a demon, a fight with a real commander of Legion 3, an elite guard for the king." After receiving the challenge from Commander Assel of Legion 3, it was obvious how terrified Erit was without even thinking. He thought he had misheard and quickly asked, "A sparring match?" Assel nodded excitedly, replying, "Yes, I've constantly heard about Lord Erit's brilliant achievements. I would be honored to learn a few things from you." The other two were just as excited. Zika rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "That sounds Inwardly, he mused, "Come to think of it, I haven't seen Commander Zero train with anyone since he became commander. I also want to witness Commander Zero's skills. I wonder if he'll accept this request." Delia excitedly exclaimed, "Oh my, to witness Lord Erit in battle? You know Legion 4 is the Intelligence Legion, right? They'll gather as many spectators as possible." Assel heard this and angrily retorted, "I don't care who comes to watch, but don't let anyone interfere." Erit stammered, grumbling, wait a minute. I don't." But his half-spoken words suddenly stopped when he saw the expectant gazes of the other commanders. Erit secretly thought, "I can't refuse." Imagining that scene, Erit turned pale with fear, thinking, why do they keep deciding things on their own? It makes no sense. I be annihilated by this Assel's. Erit clutched his head in fear and said, "I think it's very difficult to accept this request for a sparring because of the aftereffects from confronting the monsters and my strength. I could die. I'll die." Erit spoke for a while, not even knowing what he was saying. The more he looked at them, the more panicked he became, and the more panicked, the more nonsensical he. Assel's face darkened at this, and he secretly wondered, what? Is he avoiding a fight? Looking at Assel, Erit worriedly thought, he's looking at me with suspicion now, and rightly so. Who would understand this excuse I've used for years? While Erit was still figuring out how to make them understand, Zika, who liked to project his own thoughts onto others, "How wonderful! Even when facing a commander, you remain so confident." I've always wondered why Commander Zero never spars. But now I understand. You worry about your opponent getting. Asel heard this and immediately turned to look at Commander Zero. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide and then shouted. Day replied, of course, he's worried about you, that's why he refused. Besides, it's been a long time since he last fought, so I'm quite sure he'll have difficulty holding back during the mean. Once the sparring match starts, it will be a fight to the Asel pondered to himself. And the confidence that he will be the winner. I, who am always confident in every match to be fair with other commanders, have never been certain I would. What kind of confidence is this? The absolute power the Demon King has After careful consideration, the 3rd Legion commander finally bowed his head and said, "This is truly humiliating. But I am genuinely not confident I will win, and I do not wish to fight you to the death. I dare not duel you anymore, Commander. Although my pride aches a little, I thank you for your generous consideration." Hearing this, Tion froze in astonishment, thinking, he actually had, standing beside him, looked at his leader with pride. Truly as expected. Commander Tion is so formidable that even these terrifying commanders respect. Tion raised an eyebrow, looking at Asel, and thought, I don't understand anything at all. Oh well, as long as it's not a sparring. Asel then added, but am still not giving. When I am confident enough that I will be stronger and will not die, I will challenge you. Hearing this, Tion was furious, screaming internally, but I don't want to fight. Please give up. Oh my. The 3rd Legion commander clenched his fist, smiling joyfully and said, all right, your promise will be my motive. So, I'm gonna go train right now. Did he really just say that and leave to? He's gone already. Wait. After Asel, with his boiling enthusiasm, left. He left a feeling of dread in Tion's heart. Tion clenched his fists, trying to stay calm, then said, this is driving me crazy. Day, hearing this, replied, he never had any ambition before. But perhaps you've given him motivation. That's good. Ediolia, nearby, was only concerned that Asel had grown. Then Tion suddenly clutched his head in a panic. Seeing this, frantically called out, Commander Tion, you're feverish. Immediately, he turned to the 2 commanders and said, please excuse us, but Commander Tion needs more. Seeing Tion so exhausted, the 2 of them didn't bother him any further and left together. Right, we wish you a speedy recovery. Please rest well. We'll be leaving. Tion didn't reply, but took the cup of water from his subordinate's hand and drank. Then thought, I need to escape the demon. Before leaving, Day cheerfully turned back and added, oh, right. After you spar with the 3rd commander, may I also have a match? I'm really looking forward to it. Commander, hearing this, the boy was so distraught and terrified that I must escape the demon realm immediately. Dr. Ben and Ad, seeing this, frantically rushed to administer first aid. His heart is beating too fast. Please don't Commander. Time passed, and Tion, leaning wearily against the wall, tired. I'm so exhausted. I finally managed to Ad meanwhile kept jumping around. You should get well soon and visit Legion 0. Commander Tion. Everyone is hoping you. Ben, with a worried expression, always cautioned. If you keep staying cooped up in your room like this, you won't get better. And you also need to exercise. Asel also diligently came to report. Are you planning to visit Legion 0? I am also training very hard to keep my promise. Endless visits. The ultimate headache. What do you people want? Please, just leave me alone. In his frustration, he accidentally kicked a which hit a demon. It immediately turned around, growling and yelling. Who did that? Which bastard? Thank you watching for Tion, having been discovered, instinctively stepped. Oh no, I'm doomed. I shouldn't have hidden. He was just about to open his mouth to apologize. The other person bowed their head and apologized first. Greetings, Commander Zero. I apologize for the disturbance. It is our. Tion exclaimed in confusion. What do you mean by disturb? The group of demons immediately replied, without daring to delay, we are teaching this one a lesson. Just a lowly incubus daring to block our way. We will handle it without disturbing you. Tion looked at the incubus in front of him and thought, I heard that incubuses are the lowest ranking demons in the demon realm. So this guy is being bullied by a group. Seeing Tion say nothing, the demon smiled ingratiatingly and added, we will leave immediately, sir. Internally, he thought, I don't think he's happy. After the demons finished speaking, they all scurried away, leaving the deserted hallway with only Tion and the incubus. Tion thought they all left. Now what do I do with this kid? It's my first time meeting a demon weaker than myself. What? Incubus clenched its fists, trembling all over, and thought, he's looking at me. I heard he's usually very quiet, but once he gets angry, he's more ruthless than any demon. My presence has angered him. Definitely dead this. Unexpectedly, Tian not only didn't despise him but also reached out his hand to the incubus and gently, "Can you stand? Those bullies are gone, so don't worry." The incubus was extremely surprised by this. After a few seconds of freezing, it was moved and thought, "He isn't looking at me with disgust, but with It's been so long since anyone treated me this kindly." Tears welled up in the incubus' eyes. Looking at Tian's hand, it hesitantly asked, "I'm just an incubus. Don't you feel disgusted?" Tian didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed the young demon's hand and pulled. His face remained as expressionless as ever as he said, "What's wrong with that? If you say so, then I'm human. Am I also that disgusting?" The incubus hurriedly explained, "No, it's not." "How could you?" Tian smiled, placed both hands on the girl's shoulders, and added, "I don't think so, so it's fine." Internally, he thought, is this kid also struggling to survive in this world? The incubus, meeting such a person for the first time, was moved and said, "You are truly kind. I've never been treated like this before. I really want to repay you. Are you free?" Tian replied, perplexed. "What? I have a feeling I just got into trouble again. It's just a feeling." At this very moment, the Demon King was also on his way to Tian's room to visit. Seeing the empty room, devoid of any person, "Where did Tian? I guess I don't have anything to do right now." Thinking this, the young man replied, "Are you talking about?" The incubus, eyes full of anticipation, immediately answered, "Yes. To repay you, I'd like to take you on a walk around the garden and offer you some medicinal herbs to cure." "Commander Tian, I know commanders are very busy, so if you're occupied, it's fine." Tian was utterly surprised to hear this. He asked again, "The Demon King's castle has a garden?" "There's a garden in this gloomy and dark castle of the demon." The incubus immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, sir. Hello, Commander Tian. I apologize for greeting you. My name is Haiyan. I am the gardener responsible for all the plants in the Demon King's castle." Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, and he thought, a gardener in the demon realm? So such a peaceful profession exists here too. She seems like a good Then he stroked his chin and began to imagine. A place with fragrant blooming flowers and lush green trees. A place with extremely fresh air. That's exactly the complete healing spot. Just thinking about it made Tian extremely relaxed. He happily and eagerly agreed. "It seems like a perfect place for me to calm down. Can you lead the way?" The incubus' eyes lit up, and she quickly replied, "Yes, please follow." As he followed Haiyan, Tian thought, "Finally I can breathe." They quickly arrived at an exceptionally beautiful garden, with the entrance flanked by 2 flourishing rows of climbing roses. The incubus gestured inside, excitedly saying, "Here." Tian smiled joyfully and exclaimed, "What a beautiful, fresh scent of green plants. The clean." But just as Tian thought this was the most wonderful place in the demon castle, he almost became dinner for the carnivorous plant next. Tian, terrified, quickly dodged the serrated teeth in the blink of. Pale with fright, he placed a hand on his chest and wondered, what was that? Haiyan immediately walked over, gently stroked the plant's trunk and said, "Oh plant, you're not allowed to pounce on Commander Tian. Or do you want another?" Then the young demon turned to Tian, smiling sheepishly, and said, "I'm sorry, Commander Tian. I think it was probably happy to see you." Tian still hadn't recovered. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm, and thought, this is the first time I've seen a demon weaker than myself, so I was a little worried. An illusion, she's not normal either. Wait, now that I think about it. It looks normal on the outside, but inside it's full of plants like that. I need to get out of here quickly. Of all 36 strategies, running is the best way to save my life. Tian didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately made up an excuse to leave. "Excuse me, but I have an urgent matter. I must leave." Hearing this, Haiyan exclaimed in confusion, "What? But there are many plants even more wonderful than this one if you go a little further in." "That's precisely why I don't want to. The training. I need to go immediately to check on Legion Zero at the training ground. Because I've been away for so long, I think I need to go see them right away. Anyway, good. Thank you watching for vid." With that, Tian immediately ran off, leaving Haiyan standing there in a daze. "He's gone. He seems so hurried, he must be very..." Looking at the plant next to her, which also seemed dejected, matching her mood, Haiyan gently stroked it and asked, "What's wrong? Are you sad that he left like that?" "I feel the same. Do you think he'll come here?" Next time, I must bring him a gift. He seems to really like plants. I should give him the cutest plant here, right? I hope Commander Tian and I can become close." On the side, Tian still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. As he walked, he muttered, "I still have goosebumps. It was foolish to think there was anyone normal in this Demon King's. Yes, my room is definitely the best. Other places are too dangerous." His footsteps suddenly halted in indecision. Although I only used it as an excuse to escape the garden, I probably really should go see the members of Legion Zero. Because I caused a lot of destruction when I was drunk, I've been avoiding responsibility to save face. But the Demon King and Ad keep bothering me. Instead of lying idle in your room, why don't you go to the training ground to see your Legion members and give them a few words of encouragement? Tion said with a pained expression. Yes, what he said isn't wrong. But Ad never actually said, well, since I'm already out, I should at least let them see my face. I can't avoid meeting the members of Legion Zero just because of those terrifying experiences. Their efforts and hard work are also for my thinking this, Tion walked to the training ground. Seeing the quiet scene before him, Tion sighed and said, just as I thought. No one, I've already come here. Now I should go back. But avoiding things doesn't solve everything. I'm also curious to know how strong Legion Zero is. Tion began to wander around, looking for a place to sit and wait. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the wooden swords neatly arranged to one side. They train with these. During the entire demon conquest, I had amnesia and couldn't remember anything. This must be a good opportunity to test myself again. Tion picked up a wooden sword, intending to see how strong, then realized he couldn't lift. How humiliating, how utterly humiliating. He stood there and began to lament. That's right. On the battlefield, I can't even lift a wooden sword, let alone an iron. Ha! My strength has been cursed. I should only devote my love to Dad. Just then, the members of Legion Zero, having finished their lunch break, swarmed into the training. Hearing the noise, Tion turned. The young man thought sheepishly, members of Legion Zero? When did they get here? I hope they didn't see me just. In their eyes, the young man before them was nothing short.
À Malvolgode, émitting à danse démonique.
But then, when they realized this was the commander of Legion Zero, they rushed forward to greet him excitedly. Commander Tion. Hello, sir. Are you well? You haven't been here for so long. So we just finished our break. We weren't being lazy. Commander Tion. You did so well on that last mission. Commander Tion. Commander, from top to bottom. From men to women. Everyone was as excited as meeting an idol for the first. They talked so much that it made his ears ring, and he hastily cut short their greetings. Calm down.
I'm fine.
Everyone calm down. That wasn't the end of it. The demons of Legion Zero continued to whisper among themselves. But he still looks tired. Commander Tion always says that. Yes, he can't be well if he keeps overworking himself like last time. Our commander. We will protect him until the end of our life. Looking at the weeping group of people before him, Tion helplessly thought, why are they looking at me like that? Whatever. Just get this over with. And thinking this, Tion turned his face and said as he walked, I intended to come here right after completing the mission. But then, I couldn't due to many reasons. I apologize. Do well in the team's mission. After saying this, the young man immediately thought, since my training method is neglect, he'll say a few appropriate words of motivation. Then he'll sit and watch once they start. Tion continued in a serious tone, I just came to say that, well, I'm sure that even if I don't say anything, you will still do your job. Now you can continue. Just a few seconds after looking cool, Tion twisted his ankle, causing his whole body to start paled, thinking, damn, my leg is, if I fall like this, it'll become a laughingstock. Come on, pull yourself together. Tion knew he was about to fall flat on his face in front of so many staring eyes. He'd probably have to pull his pants up and go, but who would have thought? The very moment he knelt down, he fortunately dodged an assassin's sneak attack from behind. Everyone, seeing this, exclaimed in astonishment. How did he dodge? Tion had no idea. Only after hearing everyone's shouts did he realize he had just snatched victory from the jaws of death. A member of Legion Zero anxiously yelled, Commander, are you all right? What's wrong with that bastard? Tion, pale with fright, wondered, what's happening? Did he attack me? Too dangerous. I need to. Just as Tion hastily turned to run, little did his elbow miraculously struck the assassin square in the. The assassin took the blow, bloodied and battered, and fell back. Tion saw this and pulled his hand back. Huh? He got the assassin, clutching his face, angrily cursed, you bastard. Demon. Looking at the person in front of him, Tion was very surprised to see that it was a. He raised an eyebrow and thought, a human. How did a human get in? If Legion Zero doesn't know him, then he's definitely an infiltrator. All the members of Legion Zero then rushed over in a panic to ask, Commander Tion, are you? Seeing the difficult situation, the human tried his best to get up, intending to flee. I need to run. Before he even had a chance to stand up, Tion lifted the heavy wooden sword high and, all his strength, struck the man on the man's eyes widened in horror, and he let out a then lay motionless on the ground. Tion thought, if I let him go now, it will definitely be very dangerous. Tion successfully caught and subdued the assassin purely by. He looked at everyone with sharp eyes and said, report this to the Demon King and lock this. Yes, sir. After Tion spoke, he hastily left, unaware that behind him, The Legion members were gazing at him with eyes full of admiration. Blonde girl sadly told her comrades. Commander Tian seems very disappointed with us. The young man beside her sighed and replied, of course. We let this guy infiltrate the training ground, yet he was the one who caught. Blue-haired demon nearby frowned and thought. All of his movements are so fast and Commander Tian was just casually walking to stretch his legs. But he dodged that attack with incredible speed. He even countered, thank you watching for vid. Furthermore, he caught this guy while he was trying to escape and resolved the situation immediately. Skill of our Legion Zero commander is terrifying. His presence alone overshadows Legions. I've been training harder than before to be recognized. But his skills far exceed my imagination. We're not even worthy of his tone. Thinking this, the young man turned to his comrades and shouted, don't waste any more time. From now on, everyone, we will start training immediately. We will train until we can assist Commander. Tian, rotating his wrist, grumbled. I swung that wooden sword a bit too much. My wrist hurts so once I finish this bothersome mission, I'll sleep all day in my... And so it was. As soon as Tian returned to his room, he fell into a deep sleep until the next. He yawned and sat up. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Did you sleep? The Demon King was sitting there, waiting for him, looking completely relaxed. He sipped tea and smiled happily, saying, you must have been very tired. You were sleeping so sound. Tian couldn't believe his eyes and immediately asked, am I dreaming? No. This real what? Huh? Your Majesty, what are you doing here? Setting his teacup down on the table, the king looked at the Legion Zero commander and said seriously, forgive me for disturbing you just after you woke up, but could you spare some? Is it? Tian stood up, his heart filled with unease, thinking, what now? I haven't caused any trouble recently, have I? Whatever it is, I don't look forward to it. But since he's here and even waited for me to wake up, is it something if it's urgent? At this thought, Tian exclaimed in surprise. Is it about the Indeed. First, just a moment later, the Demon King led Tian down to a place in the castle. Looking around, Tian thought this is the underground prison. That infiltrator must be held here. But why did His Majesty bring me here? Did that guy say anything strange about me? Or is he actually going to make an example of me this? Still lost in his own thoughts, Tian unwittingly arrived at the infiltrator. Seeing the blood-soaked body of the Tian's jaw dropped in surprise. What is this mess? What happened last? Demon King walked over, grabbed the man's neck from behind, and said, Tian, look at this scoundrel. Do you recognize? The man struggled painfully. Let me go. I'll kill you. The more he struggled, the tighter the Demon King gripped him. Then the power he possesses can defeat a demon, even though he's human. That power is even stronger when facing me, a demon. Hearing this, Tian was even more astonished. Being quite sharp and intelligent, Tian suspected this might be to his knowledge, a hero facing death while fighting the Demon King had to choose one of two options. First, self-destruct to inflict maximum damage on the Demon King. Second, use their life to spread their power across the continent to create a heroic remnant. Most heroes chose the second option because they feared their power would vanish, and the Empire sought out and recruited those who possessed these remnants. All those who possessed remnants were called unofficial heroes. But only those who proved themselves worthy with outstanding achievements were granted the title of hero and bestowed immeasurable. However, they were exploited to the bone by the Empire. The Demon King suddenly released his grip on the man's neck and said, this isn't fun. Sending a hero to the demon realm. No, it's more appropriate to call him a hero candidate than a hero. He must be a heroic. Tian thought he's right. If this were a hero recognized by the Empire, he wouldn't be this weak. But it's still too extravagant to treat him as disposable. There's no way they'd send a hero candidate to the demon realm so casually. What is the Empire? Tian's red eyes suddenly changed. He coldly turned to the Demon King and said, Your Majesty, please allow me to speak with this person privately for a... Seeing his expression, the Demon King didn't ask anything further besides agreeing. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Yes, Your Majesty, it'll be done. No message. And he only targeted me. But why? What is he thinking? Now only the two of them remained in the... Assassin began to curse. Tian, you traitorous, you gained the trust of the Empire, becoming a hero of the Empire. But you betrayed us and sided with the demon realm. You goddamn... Hearing this, Tian suddenly clutched his face and burst out laughing. I never thought he'd send a message to me like this. The confused infiltrator asked. Tian laughed until he trembled, tears streaming down his face before he stopped. He asked the man again, all right then. You must just be a discarded tool. The man's eyes blazed with fury as he retorted. How dare you say that? I was entrusted by the kingdom with an important mission to eliminate the... Tian immediately replied, no. The proof is that you call me a traitor. Feeling that wasn't enough, His smile grew a few shades more malicious, and he began to play on the man's psyche. He stopped scoffing and asked, "What mistake did you make with the Empire to be discarded like this?" "What do you mean discard?" Tian stepped closer, placed his hands on the man's trembling shoulders, and "The king knows every reason I stayed in the demon realm. My purpose. Everything." The man, hearing this, exclaimed in shock, "So his majesty truly... Why would the king send you here? To a dangerous place like the demon realm just to kill a traitor? Did his majesty truly discard... Why did the king send you here? To a dangerous place like the demon realm just to kill a traitor? Did he really abandon me? I'll think carefully before you die. Even a fool would clearly understand this is just an excuse to get rid." After enlightening the man, Tian stepped outside, leaving the assassin to scream and rage alone, lamenting his deception. "I sacrificed everything to serve the Empire. Those imperial bastards. I will never forgive them. I will kill every single one of them, no matter the cost." Tian pondered, is this what they call loyalty? Such a waste of time on such a troublesome... The Demon King had been waiting for him outside for a while. Seeing Tian emerge, he asked, "Are you done talking? Judging by your face, I suppose all your doubts have been resolved. So how should we deal with him? Perhaps I should use him as a..." Tian gave a faint smile and replied, "All according to your command, your majesty. But I believe it's best to kill..." "Ha! Very well. Is that your decision? Fine, whatever. He'll take care. You must help me with one. Legion 1 has just requested urgent reinforcements." Tian replied, "At the front line?" "Yes. They say this time it's not a hero candidate, but an actual hero joining the... You know that humans and demons don't like each other. If the hero appearing on the front line is a toy that the king used and then discarded a real hero, then ordinary demons are no match. And most importantly, you're very curious. Pay attention to the so-called hero that king sent. I believe you'll handle everything just..." Tian bowed his head, saying nothing. And then, when his next personality awakened, he was startled and wondered. "Huh? When did I get that?" The Demon King turned and left, but not without reminding him. "Prepare to..." Tian, pale and astonished, stammered, "Prepare to go where?" "To my..." Not long after, a carriage and an entourage were already waiting at the castle. Tian slowly approached, tears streaming down his... "The trip is doomed. Oh, I remember going down to the dungeon with the Demon King. But as soon as I regained consciousness, I was about to go to some crazy place. I keep losing consciousness, and each time, it feels like I'm going insane. Is this some kind of illness? All I remember is that the infiltrator would die. Then the Demon King ordered me to the battle." Ad, from a distance, suddenly waved to him and called out, "Commander Tian, everything is ready for departure. Understood. Thank you watching for the appearance of a new... It's right. Getting to go outside, I can at least see what this hero looks like. I'm actually quite curious." Ad, looking at his commander-in-chief, happily thought, "I know he was satisfied after fighting in that monster suppression. But that still wasn't enough, was it, Commander? Heard the battlefield is very brutal now. But he looks so happy, like he's going on vacation." Just as he was about to board the carriage to embark on his mission, Commander of Legion 11, Rorinio, arrived on her divine beast to see him. 11th Legion Commander, from above, waved and called out loud, "I missed you." Tian asked in confusion, "Rorinio? What are you doing here?" Internally, he thought, even though she looks adorable, she possesses demonic energy second only to the Demon King. "I won't be fooled by her appearance." The girl looked at Tian dotingly and replied, "Oh, I heard you're going to the battlefield, so I wanted to give you..." Looking at the necklace in Rorinio's hand, Tian thought in confusion, "A necklace? Why? It looks so suspicious. Why would she give me this? It's too suspicious, so I won't accept." Looking at the bracelet in Lalinio's hand, Tian wondered silently. "A necklace? It looks suspicious. Why would she give me this? It looks too suspicious, so I won't accept." Rorinio, unaware of his thoughts, happily explained, "I enchanted it with a protection spell, so it can prevent death for you once. It's not much, but I wanted to do something useful for Commander Tian." Hearing this, Tian immediately threw his philosophical doubts about human nature to the back of his mind. He casually grabbed the necklace and said, in his heart he thought, "Since she gave it to me, how can I refuse? How can I refuse such a valuable item? That would be such a loss." In that moment, Tian even distractedly reached out and patted the small girl's head, her face to flush bright red with... A moment later, he suddenly realized, "I accidentally patted her head subconsciously. Is that thing alive? That thing can move. What a bang. No, that trunk. It looks so strange. But Rorinio seems pleased, so it's fine. But I'm scared, so it'll stop." Ad, nearby, although not the recipient of the gift, was deeply moved. "Thank you very much, Lady I know Commander Tian is very strong, but because of that injury, I'm very worried. So, Thank you very much for giving Commander Tion that. Hearing this, Rarinio was also extremely touched. She covered her mouth in surprise and replied, to worry about Commander Tion to that extent. You truly are a loyal. Continue to serve my Commander Tion like that, alright? Yes, you can count on. Tion frowned and burst out laughing, interrupting them. Ha! Wonderful. Do whatever you like. Startled, quickly replied. You go play with Rarinio. Tion sat in the carriage, murmuring to himself, aftershocks. Huh? I have a reputation for being like that after killing a hero. To clarify this, will this ever be clarified? I didn't defeat the hero, he self-destructed. Or perhaps I was injured by the explosion. At that time, I was the only comrade alongside the hero. A group of injured people were helping each other through the forest. The entire legion, but this is all that's left. We lost many people on the way. Suddenly, the hero stopped and said to him, Commander Tion, please stay. Thank you watching for vid. Tion at that time didn't understand why he said that. He asked, are you serious? The hero said, yes, I'm serious. He said, I will end this war with the royal soul. Tion hesitated. But, the hero immediately said, this isn't. He looked at Tion with eyes full of hope and said, since this demon king is known as the strongest in history, there's nothing that can guarantee you'll survive. We also need someone to report the battle results to the kingdom. I want you to be that person, Commander, so please go. You also have many things you want to do. Seeing Tion's troubled expression, hero became even more certain of his decision. I know why a former war hero like you joined this journey. Because you need to achieve a greater feat to fulfill a wish, don't you? If you return with the battle results, that will already be a glorious. If that's not enough and you still want to join this battle, then you must ask for the nation's approval. Did you coincidentally ask the entire? The hero was also quite curious about Tion's wish. So before leaving, he promised to find out about it after he returns. Looking at Tion, the hero smiled and repeated, I will. Time slowly passed. Only Tion was left sitting under a large tree, waiting for many days. He rested his chin on his hands, lost in thought. How long has it been? How many days have passed, and they haven't returned? I want to know, but I can't go. Is it because of shame, humiliation, or all of it? My comrade's mission was to clear a path to attack the Demon King, but I was asked to stay back. Staying in one place, waiting for everyone like this, made him so bored he couldn't stand it anymore. Tion muttered to himself, damn it, I just want to survive. No, I must survive. But at least I should go see how the battle is. If they win, it'll bring them back. If they lose, it'll return to report. If I observe from afar, it will be. Saying this, Tion immediately got up and stealthily approached where everyone was. The sight before his eyes made him exclaim in shock. Damn it. What is this? Thank you watching for vid. How overwhelmingly one-sided. All of his comrades had fallen in, and the hero was kneeling at the feet of the demon. He asked, any last? The hero didn't reply but merely smirked with dis. The very next second, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the heroes. Tion secretly watched them from high up on the. He knew the hero was preparing for his self-destruction. Tion gnashed his teeth, angrily thinking, is this the end? I have to report to the. Who are you there? Behind Tion, someone's voice suddenly. Tion, startled, hastily turned his head to see who it. Holy gods! The moment he turned around, he came face to face with a terrifyingly huge. It swiftly swung the greatsword in its hand toward. Faced with this situation, one might as well call upon all the ancestors, because no one else could bear this. The enormous greatsword slammed into the ground, emitting a loud explosion. Tion had fortunately leaped to the side, escaping the previous. He exclaimed in horror, holy hell, why did it suddenly swing its sword without? However, just as Tion narrowly escaped, a series of other slashes immediately came his way. He used his battlefield experience to dodge the enemy's attack. After jumping up and down for a while, Tion was exhausted. At this rate, I won't be able to escape. I need to find a way to tie him. Thinking this, he immediately charged forward. Tion moved nimbly, swaying left then. In a flash, he had approached it. Tion slashed at the middle of its knee, causing it to cry out in pain and buckle. You wretched. Thank you watching for vid. As a renowned assassin of the Empire, he had the ability to leap onto the giant's. Tion plunged a dagger into its. However, misfortune followed misfortune. His precise stab wasn't strong enough to bring the giant down. It was enough to make him lose balance. Dragged Tion with him off the. Looking down at the Demon King's legion below, Tion screamed in utter horror. What do I do now? Oh shit. Oh my. The next second, the two of them landed with a crash. After the loud explosion that caused rocks and dirt to scatter, the giant demon lay flat on its back in a pool of its own blood. And above it, the protagonist, Wuji, meaning no knowledge or ignorance, was still alive and breathing. He clapped a hand over his mouth, suppressing a laugh, and thought, I'm right. Is that goblin? I'll still be alive because I fell on top of the goblin. I guess if I used all my strength, I could probably stab a goblin. No, that can't be it. If I fell from the cliff, then this place must right in the middle of the enemy's encampment. It was then that Tion suddenly realized the dangerous situation around. The demons below witnessed this, turned pale, and frantically asked each other, the commander of the 7th Legion? Who is that human? How is he so? During this, Dian painfully collapsed. He had only acted in self-defense, never expecting such a turn of events. He's the commander of the 7th Legion? That means I've fallen right into enemy territory and killed the commander of an entire legion right in front. Wait, what? Isn't that the demon? He's looking at me with eyes full of killing, and Dian's sudden appearance threw everything into chaos. Even the hero's self-destruction plan could no longer be carried out. The frail hero called out, Dian, what are you doing here? You knew I was going to self-destruct. So why did you still? Dian rushed to the hero's side and replied, I apologize. I wanted to fulfill my. Hearing this, the hero suddenly grabbed Dian and spoke his plea. You're truly determined. I had truly hoped that at least you would survive. Dian raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, did he stop his self-destruction? He is unbelievably kind and loyal, completely contrary to what this world thinks of him. If only you could become the next hero. The hero continued, oh world, are you watching this scene? This is my final request. So please, let this person, please grant him even a fragment of. Dian's entire body radiated a blindingly bright aura because the Demon King couldn't react in time. Only able to raise a hand to shield his eyes from the intense gold, he involuntarily blurted out, that light. It's different from the light of self-destruction. Is the hero trying to transfer his.
Impossible.
How could that? Soon after, the light faded and slowly disappeared. The hero passed away in Dian's arms and thought to himself, this should have known that transferring a hero's power solely through willpower is impossible. I can't believe he cancelled his self-destruction just to transfer his power. Then he gently laid his comrade. At the same time, Dian brought a hand to his mouth, pondering carefully. I've also been wondering for a few seconds. But as expected, there's no change. Still the weakest. Seeing this, the surrounding demons began to whisper amongst themselves. What happened? Did that human just kill the hero? I think so. He stopped the hero from self-destructing and then killed him. That's incredible. But I think he's in a lot of pain. If he took most of the hero's attack, there's no way he's still. Looking at his blood-soaked hand, Dian thought to himself, ugh. I'm throwing up again. Is it because I fell from the. This doesn't really matter. I won't be able to defeat all those demons. I guess this is the end. Even if I struggle with all my might to survive. Just then, the Demon King began to shift all his attention to the new arrival. He approached and casually struck up a conversation with Dian. Well, how can you smile in a situation like. Hey, what's. Dian looked at him suspiciously, thinking to himself, I don't know what his intentions are, but I think appeasing him will make my life easier. Then he calmly replied. Hearing Dian introduce himself, the Demon King immediately made an offer. Good, I like it. Have you ever considered joining the demon army? Dian heard this and thought to himself, it'll make him drop his guard. Then try to escape when there's an. Yes, he'll join the army. What does he want me? Seeing Dian's astonishment, the Demon King added, let me tell you in advance. Don't worry about humans or demons opposing. After witnessing what happened here, they wouldn't dare even in their dreams. Dian secretly clutched his mouth, thinking in horror, I'm trying to survive. But I never thought I'd survive this way. The flashback ended. Dian curled his lips into a sneer, looking at the scenery along the roadside and thinking to himself. It all started that day. Everyone in the demon castle, including the Demon King, shared the delusional belief that I'm incredibly strong. They should tone it down a bit. They're overdoing it to the point where I'm already terrified of the days. Just then, Ad walked over, interrupting Dian's train of thought. The vice commander of the Zero Legion respectfully said, Lord Dian, we have the border between the human realm and the demon realm. The front lines were where incessant battles raged between demons and the Empire. I've arrived at a place like this. As soon as he saw the army approach, Commander Zika of the 1st Legion immediately came out to greet them. I've been waiting for your arrival. Seeing Zika's haggard appearance, Dian guessed that the situation here was quite. Dian extended his hand to shake Zika's, nodding slightly in reply. He thought to himself. I should have refused him right then. But I thought I would die if I refused. So I had no other choice. Dian let out a helpless chuckle. Come to think of it, I had no choice from the very beginning. This is my. Seeing Dian's unconcerned face, Zika felt some of his worry subside. Just as expected. His expression has relaxed since we left the demon castle. I'm sure he's eagerly anticipating the battle. Thinking this, he added, I apologize for disappointing you. But for now, the fighting has died down. We don't know when the battle will resume. so you can prepare yourself in the mean. Dian looked bewildered, wondering to himself, huh? What are you talking about? Who's looking forward to what? Do you mean the Zika immediately replied, no, by all accounts, I'm referring to you. I very much hope that you will join the battle as soon as the Imperial army begins its. These words struck Dian like a bolt of lightning. He inwardly screamed in terror, you want me to fight? Next morning, at the Imperial encampment on the front lines of the human, the Imperial leader received urgent news from the demon realm. He rested his hands on the table, pondering, then asked, you mean Commander? Messenger immediately replied, yes, sir. According to the scouting team, there is much news that Commander Zero will participate in the battle, and the morale of the Demon King soldiers increased significantly yesterday. Conversely, the Imperial leader cut him off, raising an eyebrow. Stop, that's enough. He thought to himself with growing anxiety. Ha, what a nuisance. Why is that scoundrel down? Commander Zero is the Demon King's trump, known as a figure even more outstanding than the first commander, who was supposedly the strongest of the 12 commanders. The commanders discussing strategies for the upcoming battle began to panic upon hearing of this uninvited guest. A bearded uncle impatiently asked the person next to him, what should we do? If this is true, there's no way to secure victory. The man in green robes remained silent for a moment, then replied, we will send and assassinate Commander Zero? The man in green robes slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and spoke helplessly, right. If this Commander Zero truly exists, I know the rumors about him are extraordinary, but no one has actually proven them true. Perhaps that Commander is just a lie spread by the Demon King to encourage his soldiers. The speaker was the Empire's magnificent hero. Kruin continued sternly, if we uncover the truth with an assassin, that will be a great achievement. Prioritize gathering information about commanders. Meanwhile, on Dian's, Vice Commander Ad was carefully bandaging his. Dian, beside him, was pondering to himself, do I really have to participate in the battle? No matter how worried I am about the pressure or future consequences, I never wanted to withdraw from this Commander Zero position. Things have actually been going smoothly because everyone usually avoids me or has misconceptions about me. But today I will really withdraw from this position. Seeing his leader silent, Ad immediately asked worriedly, Lord Dian, are you not feeling well? You keep trembling so it's hard to band. Dian gave a strained laugh and replied, it's nothing at all. Yes. Well, I'll continue. You don't need to be so thorough. Dian thought to himself, I'm just here to see the Imperial hero's face. Then asked again, bewildered, why is that? Looking at Ad, Dian sighed and thought to himself, what's with that look? You're looking at me as if I just said something really funny. It's making me uneasy. Immediately after, Vice Commander Ad began his lecture. What did you just say? We don't know when the battle will take place. The human realm is right before us, and tensions are rising. So I must be more careful than. You really don't take care of yourself at all. You don't know how worried I am about you. Dian knew Ad was very worried and took meticulous care of him. But why does he keep following me without a single command? Dian raised a hand to rub his chin in thought. Let's see. What's so attractive about me? I cough up blood and faint easily. My skin gets damaged with prolonged exposure to the. No matter how you look at it, I'm useless. Humanity's. Why does Ad continue to be vice commander? He's not a demon, he's more like an angel. Ad had now finished bandaging his master. He chuckled delightedly and added, with this we can easily wipe out humanity with ease. Hearing this, all of Dian's previous fantasies were extinguished. I'm not sure, maybe I was. Ad cheerfully continued his duties. He excitedly explained, this outfit was specially made by the Demon King using magic so you can fight to your fullest. It can block the sun and maintain your body temperature. As long as it's not completely destroyed, it can even regenerate its. Dian sighed helplessly and finished his sentence. I know. He even used spells to make the areas around my eyes, nose, and mouth move easily. The Demon King kept boasting. Ad chuckled cheerfully and added, from the way he generously uses magic like this, His Majesty truly values you, Lord Dian. He even enchanted your robes to help you see more easily. Dian secretly complained, isn't it just because the Demon King has too much magic and doesn't know where to use it? So he just uses it haphazardly to relieve his. Magic is something that breaks the laws of the world. Demonic magic is limited. The demonic energy used to cast spells cannot be restored. Furthermore, there's a rumor that the more demonic energy is used, the sooner a new human hero will. If he uses so much magic, it means he's confident he can defeat a new hero, right? Well, it's not my problem. It's all done, sir. Thank you. This outfit is so comfortable. Ad, his face full of vigor, declared loudly, with the Zero Legion and you, Lord Dian, in this battle, I believe we have nothing to worry about. All members of the Legion are frantically training to prepare for this. Dian helplessly thought to himself, oh, I'm really not as strong as you. Then Dian replied, Then I'll go check on the 9th Legion. Looking around the tent, Ad asked, bewildered. What? Shouldn't you be saving your strength for the— I have enough energy. With that, Dian waved his hand and left, leaving Ad standing there, admiring him, unaware that it was just an Dian's footsteps grew more hurried. As he walked, he thought to himself, I need to make the most of this time and find a place to— But as soon as he stepped out of the tent, Dian bumped into a group of demons. Seeing him, all of them froze motionless. An old demon exclaimed in awe, oh, it's really Commander Zero. The one next to him was sobbing, we've struggled so much, but now we don't have to anymore. Hearing this, Dian helplessly complained to himself, why don't have to anymore? What does that— In the distance, Commander Zika of the 1st Legion and his bodyguard had observed the entire situation. When he heard someone say they were eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle, the vice commander chuckled triumphantly. No doubt about it. We're sure to win the next— Zika didn't speak but subtly smiled in agreement. Just as expected, the morale of all the soldiers has been boosted. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, as if something was pressing down. It seems there's a worm among— Dian looked up, his wide, bloodshot eyes. He stared intently at the space in front of him, utterly bewildered. No, why did that glass just fly away like— Dian remembered very clearly. I only wanted to chase away the annoying fly that kept bothering. He glared angrily. Why, you damn fly, get out of— Able to restrain himself any longer, he gripped the wine glass tightly in his hand. A sudden, powerful movement was unleashed. Suddenly, the wine glass shot out of Dian's hand, flying straight into the air like an arrow. He watched in stunned silence, his eyes wide, unable to utter. His eyes widened, pupils contracting in an instant. The wine glass fell to the floor, shattering into sharp pieces. Red wine splattered like blood. Dian was aghast. How did that— He stammered, awkwardly trying to explain. Ad. I didn't mean to. Ad maintain da calma de minor. Dian flinched, a fleeting look of confusion in his eyes. Both of them simultaneously froze as a sudden plume of smoke rose from the shattered glass on the ground. Ad's eyes widened, while Dian instinctively recoiled half a step in— Ad fraun dinanger. Poison. Dian meanwhile was stunned. Ad looked around as if searching for someone. Dian, beside him, was still in a panic. My drink was poisoned. Ad lifted his head, staring intently at the— Feeling that something had just passed by, he cautiously widened his stance. An suspicious figure darted past like a gust of wind. He shot through the treetops, each step as light as a— The masked figure was panting. I need to report this to the Empire. No, to Lord Kruin as soon as possible. Each step he took on the tree branches produced a dry crackle. He was dazed. The power of Commander Zero is not exaggerated at all. He is truly formed. The dark figure sped through the treetops. Panic spread throughout his body. Extremely dangerous. Zika looked ahead coldly, his face grim. Someone dared to infiltrate this place. Their target is to assassinate Commanders. A sound of astonishment escaped from one of the soldiers. What? Commander Zero? Another person was skeptical. But how did they get in here? Besides Commander Zero, no one else noticed. Zika stood tall, issuing orders with authority. I will punish you all for allowing an outsider to successfully infiltrate here later. Now, ensure there are no enemies left in the area. The stammering soldiers shouted, yes. A dim light, Dian stood silent. His breathing was heavy. Dian was extremely tense. Oh, I really could have. Beside him, Ad bowed his head apologetically. Lord Dian, I sincerely apologize. He endlessly blamed himself. Because I was too foolish. I couldn't detect the intruder's presence until it was too— Dian was a little surprised. I didn't think they could evade even you, Ad. Then he cautiously thought to himself, and that shows how skilled the assassin is. He sighed. I should stop being Commander Zero or whatever. Because of this idiotic position, even those Imperial scoundrels want to kill. Dian grumbled, bemoaning his fate. Because of that damn assassin, I can't even drink. Then his gaze darted to the cherished bottle of wine in the pink-haired guy's. He softly called Ad. Ad flinched, respectfully replying, yes, Lord Dian. I will gladly accept any punishment you wish. Dian seemed to be plotting something. Before you poured me a drink. The bottle hadn't been opened. Ad looked bewildered. Huh? The pink-haired guy flinched when a hand was placed on his shoulder. He let out a Dian snatched the wine bottle from his hand. The pink-haired guy flinched. Dian looked at him. You're sure the poison was in the glass, not the bottle, right? He said slowly, as if considering something important. A light flashed in his eyes. He raised the wine bottle with a hopeful expression. I can totally drink this, right? He was excited. The wine is— In some room, a gray-haired man stood solemnly. Before him, Kruin slumped his head in his hands, looking gloomy and exhausted. A heavy voice rang out. He is very dangerous. Kruin rested his elbows on the table, his brow furrowed with tension. He was lost in his own memories. The masked figure's panicked voice still echoed. It seems the rumors aren't wrong at all. If things continue like this, the Empire won't stand a chance. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as if contemplating something unbelievable. That assassin wasn't some small fry. Yet he came back looking so. Kruin tapped his fingers on the table. Now we've confirmed that Commander Zero is indeed as powerful as the rumor. He grudgingly stated, we will need that scoundrel to defeat the demon faction, because they have Commander Zero on their. The blonde officer was slightly surprised. Do you mean the other hero in the Empire? Kruin replied with a hint of regret, that's right. But he's not here right. In the gloomy atmosphere, he bore the stern demeanor of a true leader. So we will The blonde officer was indignant, his eyes gleaming with fury. But if we retreat, won't it look like we're fleeing in fear of Commander Zero? Once they start despising us like. Before he could finish, Kruin furiously slammed a dagger into the. He struggled to suppress his seething anger. We will retreat. But if any scoundrel dares to pursue us, we just need to ensure their absolute demise. He nodded slightly. The desolate land doesn't even have a ray of sunlight. We don't need to brandish our weapons to seize that useless territory. We need to make those demons think that. Kruin plotted, we will withdraw our troops without showing them our weaknesses. And we need to demonstrate that we will not fight unless they invade the human. The officer flinched. Yes, I will relay the message to everyone. But what will we tell the Every word of the order I received was to reclaim Imperial land seized by the demons, not to expand our territory into the demon. Dagger was plunged deep into the map spread on the table. Kruin continued, we have already reclaimed the Empires. He nodded slightly. We don't need to cause any more friction between the two realms. Therefore, we have decided to withdraw our troops. That is what we will report. Concluding, Kruin told himself, yes, this is. Then he clenched his fist. I don't need to overdo it and ruin my debut as a hero. Now that it's come to this, I won't let anything tarnish my heroic reputation. Kruin let out a sigh. Let's just hope Commander Zero doesn't take out his anger on us. The officer was still very worried. I heard that Commander Zero rarely takes to the field himself. Do you think we'll be safe retreating? Kruin continued, fortunately. If that's the case, then proceed with the. Before he could finish, a soldier ran in. He screamed hysterically. The soldier was panicked, his eyes wide and mouth agape. He stammered. The demon army is advancing, and their leader is. Commander Kruin froze in stunned silence for 5 seconds. The officer beside him was distraught, gnashing his. Kruin frowned. Damn it. He was somewhat panicked. He thought to himself, nothing is going according to. Outside, Dian was frantically slashing at a soldier. The man's blood splattered, and he whimpered and let out a maniacal laugh. A prolonged, echoing laugh in the blood-stained space. Ha ha! Dian twirled the sword at his hip as if playing with a toy. The blood on it sprayed in an. Then, without hesitation, he swung his arm and slashed the soldier's arm. The soldier was terrified. He gasped and stared at his arm, which had lost half its length. He screamed, ah! My fresh red blood splattered into the air. Dian gripped the knife handle tightly. He repeatedly stabbed the soldier. Beside him, Ad grabbed another soldier by the neck and lifted him high. He subtly glanced towards. Frowned. He drank the entire bottle. He's going to be completely wasted now. However, this is for the best. Because of Lord Dian, everyone's morale is very. He decisively threw the soldier to the ground, making him cry. The soldier rolled on the ground, scrambling backward, his entire body trembling like a machine. Dian stood towering like a descending god of death. The soldier sat slumped on the ground in a pain. Dian's eyes rolled back, and he gave a smirk. The soldier still hadn't escaped his terror. If not him, then who else is it? Dian's pupils lowered, sweeping over the soldier on the ground. The soldier was scared to the point of soiling his pants, tears streaming down his face as if there was no one to clean it up. But reason pulled him back. His hand reached for the sword beside him. If I want to live, I have to. He raised his sword, pointing its tip directly at Dian, fearfully backing away. Don't come. Then he glanced at the recently deceased soldier. Will I become a corpse like that? Dian gently took hold of the sword pointed at him. The soldier probably soiled himself then. Someone. Dian bent low. Why are you cowering? He teased softly. If you want to live, you have to resist. The soldier was still trembling like a leaf. He couldn't utter a word. Dian swung his hand, ready to send him to heaven. Otherwise, you'll quickly lose your life. Just like this. The soldier still clung to a sliver of hope, wishing for someone to come to his rescue. Suddenly, a resounding explosion tore through the quiet space. A blinding flash of light erupted from a lightning strike, making the entire scene glow as if a soldier gained a point, remembering the star of hope. He gasped, crying like a baby wanting to be. The recent attack sent Dian flying backward, making him tumble to the ground. He groaned, struggling to get back. Rushed over, running like the wind. Lord, he went to Dian's side to help him up, carefully examining every inch of his body. At Fraun din worry. Are you all? He glared, shouting furiously. How dare you injure Lord? The silhouette of a warrior silently appeared. All eyes were fixed on that tall figure. Everyone was astonished. That person, in that breathtaking moment, hope was ignited. A hero. Thank you watching for vid. Opened his eyes wide in astonishment. That person is the hero. Dian, beside him, groaned and anxiously shouted, Lord Dian, are you all right? Dian panted, reaching into his clothes as if to retrieve. A brilliant purple light erupted, illuminating his blood-stained palm. Ad exclaimed in shock. He suddenly remembered. The protective necklace from Lady Rorinio can save him in a life-or-death situation. Ad was astonished. If not for that, Lord Dian would have died from that. The surrounding air was silent. The suffocating tension made everyone. The soldier seemed to have found the shining moon of his. He burst into sobs. Ah! Ah! The Empires knew. He reached out as if to grasp the hero's aura. He was emotional, the essence of the battlefield. The soldier, as if enchanted, scrambled towards Kruin. Finally, an instant, Tian swung his knife, grazing the soldier. That strike left the soldier stunned, his words trailing off. He was slashed directly in the neck. His eyes widened in horror. Huh? Yen acted so quickly that the soldier's head fell to the ground. But he still managed to utter a dying word. Yen stepped forward, standing opposite. He opened his mouth. So you are the new
Cruin maintint à humble attitude.
That's what people call me. But I still feel I'm not worthy of that. Yen gripped his dagger tightly, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Right? I've heard a lot about. He feigned a friendly gaze, but his voice was very familiar. Have we met before? Ah, never mind. Can you take off your. Kruin glared. You're asking me to take off my helmet in front of an enemy? I refuse. But he thought to himself, I also find him very familiar. Yen casually twirled the knife in his hand as if playing with a toy. I guess you wouldn't put it down for me anyway. Kruin was still lost in his own world. This is my first time meeting Commander Zero. So why do I? Yen gripped his sword hilt tightly. He slid backward, taking a stance like a beast about to pounce on its prey. In the very next moment, his entire body shot into the air like an arrow, hurtling straight towards the. Yen swiftly charged forward, extremely eager to stab Kruin. Perhaps he'll have to take it off. Fortunately, Kruin lived up to his reputation as the essence of the battle. Wherever Yen swung his knife, Kruin dodged, moving effortlessly and flawlessly. Nevertheless, the terrifying power combined with Yen's drunken state still astonished. He's fast. I lost track of him in an instant. Kruin swung his sword. The clash of metal rang out, deafening, as the two weapons struck each other hard. He quickly discerned the direction of the attack. But that doesn't mean I can't follow your move. Both figures simultaneously sprang. Each step they took on the ground created a violent shockwave, as if tearing through. Their feet glided across the ground at terrifying speed, leaving long trails of. True to his demonic moniker, Dian swung his knife and charged, simultaneously flashing a wild smile. You dodged, huh? Not. Kruin also charged forward at the same. In a brief instant, both closed in. A dazzling flash of light gleamed in the night sky as their sharp blade. Let confirm again. You don't think you have a reason, he carefully. In a flash, Kruin knocked the dagger away. He said cautiously to do. The surrounding air seemed torn apart. But as an elite warrior, Kruin immediately realized, even if his speed is formidable, his attack. He carefully sensed. Don't put much force in. Immediately after, Kruin decisively struck Dian's dagger away, sending it plunging straight into the. Dian was astonished, his hand. Kruin seized the opportunity and charged forward. He swung his sword, aiming to eliminate the enemy but unfortunately, Dian was no different from a mad dog. He quickly drew another knife from the sheath on his pant. Without hesitation, he swung his knife up to block Kruin's attack. The violent collision between the two weapons created terrifying. Dian gritted his teeth, his hand trembling as he tried to parry Kruin's. It seemed that, in a test of endurance, Dian was truly far inferior. So he jumped up, delivered a kick to Kruin's stomach, and then propelled himself. Both slid across the ground, kicking up a cloud of that billowed up, obscuring the. Kruin was a little puzzled. Why are his attacks so weak? Is he holding back? I don't know if he's hiding his true abilities or if he's simply not interested in the fight. But the more he acts like this, the more of an advantage. Dian tilted his head. He knows all. Suddenly, he smiled. A radiant, flower-like grin. That's enough. This is where it ends for. Kruin was agitated. He truly wanted to finish off this lunatic immediately. How dare you? The battle isn't over yet. Who gave you permission to— Dian smiled nonchalantly. No, it's over. You killed the 9th command. He frowned mockingly. And yet, even after reclaiming territory, you're still not satisfied and continue to invade the demon realm's territory. We are only taking back what belongs to us. At this nonchalant display, Kruin furiously roared. Are you kidding me? Not letting him ramble further, Dian continued. He spread his hands proudly. We shouldn't waste any more strength. Why don't we agree that each side only defends its own territory? Dian's words made Kruin ponder. He's right. I don't need to go beyond my limits to fight after having reclaimed our territory. But if I keep going, I might be able to eliminate commanders. Dian's voice became provocative. Or is it because this new hero wants to start a war? I don't think your soldiers will happily agree. Kruin flinched. He looked. Most of his faction soldiers were severely wounded. The few remaining ones had also. At this moment he suddenly realized. I just lost my composure. Kruin sheathed his sword. I will stop here this time. We have suffered heavy losses. Continuing to fight is not advisable. It would be wiser to retreat as planned to preserve our— He turned and walked away, raising a hand in farewell. All right, he sneered. I hope we don't meet again. I really hate your voice, you know. Kruin stood rooted, looking. Once Dian had completely left, Kruin turned back to his soldiers and said, we will also— The two went in different directions, seemingly never to meet. But who knows? Perhaps fate would bring them together. Amidst the bustling crowd, Dian walked silently. In that sea of people, whispers and discussions permeated the air. Finally, the Demon King's army has agreed to stop. We've gone through so many hardships since coming here. Thanks to Lord— Ika glanced around. Retreating like this is truly not worth it. But there's no choice. This should have been the perfect opportunity to advance. As the Imperial army had lost morale and suffered considerable loss, he was meticulous in his caution. I'm sure he has a reason to stop the war, because he was very much looking forward to this battle. I shouldn't say anything. There's no reason to displease. Zika patted Dian's shoulder in comfort. Well, Dian froze for a moment. This body is going to kill him. He stumbled and fell. Zika frantically caught him. Hey, are you— He collapsed onto Zika's shoulder, bemoaning his fate. This useless— Then he shakily clung to— Zika put his hand out to support Dian. He frowned. His whole body is burning hot. Did he fight in this He pondered deeply. I was wondering why he retreated right in the middle of the battle. But it seems he was thinking about future battles and held back his desire to fight. The enemy won't realize his health condition, and our soldiers will maintain their fighting spirit as they are. Both Ben and Ad were startled. They rushed to help Dian. Lord Dian, are you all right? Zika was still contemplative. Anyway, if he were to fail, it could affect the morale of the entire demon army. So he actively chose to Ad anxiously shouted. He must be exhausted from fighting in such a terrible condition. Ben tried to remain calm. Quickly, bring him inside. What a strategic— Ben and Ad helped Dian inside. Then well, go ahead. Zika didn't forget to instruct them, all right? Take good care of him. Then he sank back into contemplation. Commander Zero suddenly appeared and saved the situation. In his mind, the scene of Dian's first encounter with the 500 demon brethren replayed. He killed the 7th commander, prevented a battle that risked defeat for the demon realm. Most importantly, the Demon King took him in and accepted him into the ranks of command. Zika was quiet. Although I know his contributions cannot be denied, I still couldn't stop myself from doubt. Now, perhaps it's different. He smiled faintly. But today, his actions proved himself worthy of the title Commander Zero of the Demon Realms. Zika felt a huge weight lifted from his chest. Just leave everything else to me, demon. In another place, the purple-haired guy flinched. Lady Rorinio, what's wrong? Rorinio's face darkened. She angrily grabbed the purple-haired guy's collar. It's been destroyed. The purple-haired guy's mouth hung open in fear. Destroyed? Do you mean the castle's seal? That's serious then. What if demonic beasts infiltrate the castle? Rorinio flung the purple-haired guy away. Her eyes rolled back. Not that. How could a common demonic beast break my seal? The necklace I gave Lord Dian is— Her eyes welled up with tears, pupils glistening as if hoping for something. I'm sure Lord Dian is in mortal danger right now. What should I do? The purple-haired guy sat helplessly in a— Suddenly, Rorinio shouted, I must go to him. The purple-haired guy was startled. He knelt down, extending his hands as if clinging to a sliver of hope. No, where do you think you're going? The Demon King ordered you to guard the— Rorinio disregarded his entreaties. She blazed with determination, leading soldiers forward.
Don't worry, Lord Dian.
Rorinio is— As soon as Dian was brought back to the castle, the Demon King was already waiting there. Welcome. He smiled and waved in greeting. Dian nodded slightly. He seemed exhausted. Your Majesty. Beside him also bowed respect. The Demon King cheerfully patted Dian's shoulder. I heard from Zika. You made a great contribution this time too. Didn't you? You never disappoint me. So, how was your encounter with the new hero? Dian let out a... He replied coldly, regarding the new hero, I have something to report. The Demon King flinched. He observed carefully. Dian's demeanor seemed not yet fully calm after the Demon King said gravely, shall we go inside and talk? The commander of the 2nd Legion also wants to report information about the new... Dian frowned with resignation. The commander of the 2nd Legion. He felt this person was a nuisance. He constantly whined in Dian's ear, Lord Dian, we match so well with you. Next time, please wear this entire outfit. Demon King clutched his stomach, laughing until tears streamed down his face. By your expression, you don't seem to like the commander of the 2nd Legion very much, do you? But he's quite busy right now, sorting through a mountain of information. The commander of the 2nd Legion lay sprawled on the table amidst piles of papers. I have too much work. I bought so many clothes for Lord Tian he to try on. He offered a low, comforting reassurance. You won't be able to leave the inner circle for a while, so don't worry. Change your clothes and head to the... In some luxurious room, a thick stack of documents was thrown onto it. Demon King politely extended a hand. Take a look first. There's some very interesting information. Tian he nodded. He slowly narrowed his eyes. Then he suddenly flinched. Tian he frowned. Suddenly, a piercing scream pulled Tian he back to reality. Lord Tian he opened his eyes wide. Huh? He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Wait, where am I? I'm in the Demon King's castle, aren't I? When did I get back? Just a moment ago I was on the battle. Below, Riri Nell was crying profusely, her face covered in snot and tears, soaking Tian he's clothes. She sobbed. Thank goodness. You're unharmed. Tian he was startled. Riri. He froze for 5 seconds, still not understanding what the hell was happening. What does she mean by that? I just wanted to get drunk before I... An old memory flashed through his mind. He suddenly stopped. Tian he was utterly panicked. His face darkened. What? I passed out after drinking that? I only had 1 bottle. Has my alcohol tolerance gotten worse? My liver is the only healthy organ in my body. Below, Riri Nell still clung to him, weeping mournfully. They said the necklace I gave you broke, so I rushed to the battlefield, but I only heard that you had returned to the Demon King's castle. Anyway, I'm glad I found you as soon as I... Tian he flinched. The necklace Riri Nell gave me? Wasn't it supposed to save me at least once? It broke? Does that mean I almost... Riri Nell was overjoyed. But you cornered the hero and even reclaimed the broker's territory. That's our Lord Tian. Tian he's face sank. I must have gotten drunk again and caused trouble. Do I really have to quit drinking? Riri Nell still hugged him tightly. Lord Tian he, you're so... Suddenly, Tian he noticed the crumpled stack of documents in his hand. Huh? What am I... The picture of the person on it caught his... Both the name and information about that person. Hero. Tian he frowned and sneered. This is a name I couldn't forget in a million years. The person I couldn't help but love. For a moment, Cruel's image flashed through his mind like an evening's... Unpleasant memories suddenly rushed back. Tian he, covered in blood, squatted next to a corpse. Facing him was Cruel. He was furious. He sobbed, tears falling as he stared at the... Then looked up and pleaded, brother. Cruel went mad. He gritted his teeth, his hand reaching for his sword. Tian he still pleaded, his eyes widened in surprise, tears still streaming. It was unclear what the hell happened. Only that afterward, blood splattered, staining the entire space. Tian he gripped the paper in his hand, his brow furrowed. So he's the hero, since casually patted Riri Nell's head. Confused, she blushed slightly and looked up at him. Lord Tian. Tian he's expression softened. Sorry, something came up so I'll be leaving first. Riri Nell touched her head, still a little confused. All right, stay. The purple-haired subordinate worried. The Legion commander isn't scary, is he? Why do you think he suddenly got angry, Lady Riri Nell? Are you all right? Riri Nell's face darkened. Lord Tian he is... Then, her face suddenly brightened, fresh as a flower. He's so capped. The purple-haired subordinate began to lose patience. I'm quitting right. Tian he was alone in his bedroom. He looked like an executive waking up in a room with a 5-meter bed. He was furious. Emperor, you damn bastard. You knew everything that happened, yet you still let Gruin take on the hero's position. Tian he frowned. Just when I had to return. Now that I see the scroll I can remember more. A memory flashed back. The Demon King leaned forward, pressing him. Tian he, isn't it time for you to go to the Tian he looked up. Indeed. As long as your majesty permits. I will also gather more information about the new. The Demon King smiled slightly. All right, go. If you stay away from the Empire for too long, they'll start getting suspicious. With that, he placed his hand on Tianhe's shoulder. A purple light emanated from Tianhe's. Demonic energy swirled around his body. Immediately after, a magic circle appeared, shining brightly with intricate magical lines. He thought to himself, if you find anything useful, you must tell me, Legion Commander of the Demon. Tianhe coolly straightened his collar. The Demon King continued, and hero of the Empire. The flashback ended. Our conversation went something like, Tianhe frowned in confusion. Why do I have to be a spy for the Demon King? With this mark on my body, it's definitely not. He put his hand on his head. I'm sure that whenever I'm under too much stress, I lose my memory. And whenever I lose my memory, I'm almost crushed by pressure. If I don't want to lose my memory, I can't get depressed. How can I even do? Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Lord Tianhe. Zad. Tianhe snapped out of his thoughts. Go.
Stepped in gently.
I heard His Majesty. You will return to the human realm today. Tianhe thought to himself. I thought he was missing. He must have been with the demon. He replied coolly, that's right. It's time for me to return. And I have some personal matters to investigate.
Ad frowned worriedly.
Tianhe continued. Do you have something you want to?
Ad hesitated, stammering.
To be honest, your a memory flashed through Ad's mind. The Demon King had roared, Ad, what do you think about becoming a Legion Commander? Ad was startled. Yes, your Ad
spoke solemnly.
Because currently the position of Commander of the 9th Legion is vacant, is that it? The Demon King replied casually, that's right. We've always had all the Legion Commander positions filled. I had to put you in the Vice Commander position, he stated firmly, but in terms of skill, you're more than capable of becoming a Legion Commander. I'm offering you this position, Ad. What do you? Stood still in thought for 5 seconds. He thought to himself, Legion Commander. He clenched his fist. While serving under Lord Tianhe, I completely forgot about this. But it's a position I've always longed for. Leaned slightly. If I become a Legion Commander, what about serving as Vice Commander under Lord Tianhe? The Demon King remained calm. We'll have to recruit someone new. Someone to follow. He tilted his head slightly. Well, I'm not forcing you. So take your time to consider it. But if you ultimately refuse, this position will fall to some other scoundrel. Do you truly agree to a weaker junior becoming your superior? Clenched his fist. Resolute. Just as I thought. The position of Legion Commander. Flashback was interrupted as Tianhe, bewildered, spoke. Did the Demon King say anything to you? He thought to himself, was he scolded because I got? Ad's eyes widened in surprise. He shook his head and smiled slightly. Nothing. Then he thought, it's definitely better not to tell Lord Tianhe. Ad enthusiastically said, if you plan to leave right away, I'll inform the chef. Then he can prepare food for your journey to the human realm. Tianhe's face was expressionless. Thank you. Then he thought, he probably has something he wants to tell me. But I don't want. A soldier stepped in. He respectfully said, Lord Tianhe, your carriage is ready. Tianhe replied, good. They'll be right. Tianhe carefully reminded him, so, Ad, take care of yourself until I return. With that, he paused. He bowed respectfully. I wish you a safe journey, Your Excellency. Tianhe fell into thought again. Does he want to give up his vice commander position because I'm too difficult to? He suddenly stopped and he hesitated and spoke, Do you wish for anything? Ad was confused. Tianhe blushed slightly. I'm going to the Empire now. So perhaps you want something that can only be found in the Empire. He started muttering to himself, making Ad open his eyes wide in surprise. You seem to like snacks from the Empire. Maybe you'll find you something that keeps for a while. Anyway, I'm going to get a whole bunch this time. So if you need anything, just say. Ad burst out laughing. He thought to himself, is there any other superior in the entire demon realm who cares for his subordinates this much? He happily replied, I don't need anything. Tianhe was suspicious. Really? Then I'll just pick out a few suitable things myself. Ad worriedly followed him to the door. He didn't forget to remind him. Above all, you must wear the necklace Ben gave you at all times. And when in the human realm, remember to wear a robe. Tianhe waved as he walked. All right, I know. He thought to himself, and no superior needs this much assistance. Ad yelled so Tianhe could hear him. I will wait for your return, Lord Tianhe. But the fact that Lord Tianhe needs me doesn't bother me. This must mean I respect Lord Tianhe even. He recalled the interrupted flashback from earlier. Before the Demon King, Ad stated clearly as expected, I do not wish to become a Legion Commander. His eyes shone brightly. I like serving as Vice Commander for Lord Tianhe. And most importantly, I want to be useful. Good. I wish you a safe journey, Your Excellency. He seemed to hold Tian-He in great esteem. Therefore, Commander of Legion Zero, no matter where you go, I will always be here waiting for you. In the name of your vice-commander. Before the gate of a magnificent castle, 2 guards stood watch in neat uniforms with long spears, and the short-haired guard yawned. It's been so quiet today too. The other went on alert. Someone's before them. Tian-He, clad in a dark, all-encompassing robe, calmly took each. One man shouted, making Tian-He flinch. Stop! This is Count Tian-He's. They raised their spears, blocking Tian-He's path. The Count has already left his residence. Outsiders are not permitted to. Tian-He said in a low voice, open. The short-haired guard was startled. What's with his attitude? Doesn't he fear becoming an enemy of Count Tian-He? He shouted, if you come any closer, we will attack. Tian-He merely lifted the hood covering his head, casually pulled down his mask. I just want to enter my own home. Do you dare to stop me? The soldier flinched. Before Tian-He could fully step inside, the servants stirred up. The Count has returned. Everyone. The door creaked open. Tian-He calmly walked in. He familiarly tossed his suitcase to the butler waiting at the door. Other maids respectfully bowed low. Welcome back, ma. Tian-He frowned in confusion. He thought to himself, I told them they don't need to greet me like. Suddenly, another person in white shoes approached. He spoke respectfully. You've returned. Placed his hand on his chest, respectfully greeting him. Tian-He thought to himself, he's been here since I inherited the estate. Seeing Remember again makes it feel like I'm truly home. He beamed with joy. It's been a while, hasn't it? Remember smiled kindly. Indeed, master. It has truly been a long time. 6 months, I believe. Have you succeeded in your conquest? Tian-He froze. What? Right. That's right. Everyone thinks I participated in an expedition to punish monsters at the king's. He lowered his voice. I have completed it and returned. Suddenly, Remember reached out and touched the bandage on his face. You're in. The air became silent for a moment as Remember placed his hand on his cheek. He said apologetically, I couldn't enlist with you to punish the monsters because I'm just an old. Tian-He blushed slightly, batting his hand away from his face. It's fine. I'm not a Remember smiled gently. Indeed. You are now an honorary. Remember walked beside him, gently suggesting, you must be tired after your long journey home. Shall I have someone prepare your room? Tian-He didn't turn around, only cleared his throat slightly. No need. I'm going to see the king right. Footsteps echoed on the cold marble stairs. A tired sigh escaped him. Now I just want to rest. Behind him, Remember was surprised. Immediately, he replied without hesitation, yes. Prepare at once. Tian-He thought to himself, but I'm sure the king already knows I've returned to the empire. Suddenly, he stopped before a crumpled red. The tattered cloth fluttered, revealing the image beneath. Tian-He was tense. Next, black-haired boy and another person who looked like Tian-He faintly appeared in the picture frame through the torn holes of the red cloth. Tian-He pondered. I also need to ask His Majesty about. Behind him, Remember stood silently for a moment. His gaze fixed on that figure with a hint of unease clearly visible in every feature of his. Remember bowed slightly. He'll go immediately, Your Excellency. In an office elsewhere, Yahello spoke tensely. Count Tian-He has He widened his eyes mockingly. The king's dog. He's returned to his master, has he? So what shall. Footstep echoed, followed by a faint, shadowy. Cruel walked over arrogantly. Yahello sneered. Lord Cruel. Your younger brother has furrowed his brow. I will send a request to the assassins. Yahello's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, Cruel. What if you get. Chuckled delightedly. We still have a trump card, don't we? Celine calmly said, are you referring to the Revolutionary Army? Sir? Yahello replied, precise. He continued, if those people who desperately want to kill the king get involved, then it doesn't matter if we get. Yahello's eyes widened in satisfaction. I didn't think Lord Cruel would overlook something so obvious. Cruel glanced elsewhere. My apologies. They'll contact the Revolutionary Army right. Yahello curled his lips arrogantly. I wonder how skilled the king's hero honorary Count Tian-He truly. Joyful cheers resonated in the luxurious room, where crystal chandeliers reflected glittering rays of light like stars. Standing amidst the dazzling scene was Tian-He. He exuded the aura of a dignified and aloof nobleman. A maid exclaimed, it suits you perfectly. Tian-He let out a breath. Such chaos. Bathing. Changing clothes. All done in the blink of an eye. Finally, the maids looked at him with sparkling eyes. This outfit is wonderful. Soft light spread throughout the room, filled with elegant flowers. His demeanor exuded nobility and arrogance. A quiet gasp was heard. Doesn't a military uniform make him stand out? He leaned slightly, casually placing a hand on his knee. his face indifferent. An internal shout boomed like thunder. No way. The trend these days is to look serious. Inside, he was screaming. And who? Tianhe's face darkened. All the outfits are white. So what are they still debating? Remember approached, instructing, Master. The sun is still strong, so please take this. Tianhe politely accepted the item from Remember. I know it's late, but thank you for taking care of the estate while I was. Remember was moved. Even if I die now, I'll have no regrets. My little master has grown up and become a great count. I am truly honored to have your recognition. Tianhe was a little confused. Don't say that. You're still healthy. Remember wiped away tears. Not at all. Now I hurt in many places. He lowered his voice. I intended to discuss retirement after your return. Tianhe was momentarily horrified. What? He's going to retire? No way. He manages everything. Manpower, property, finances and resources are all under his control. Tianhe worried. Where will I find such talent? Remember, can you con? Before he could finish, Remember cut him off. I've had it. Tianhe froze for 5 seconds. Remember chuckled. My only joy is seeing you flustered. So don't mind this old man. Tianhe was speechless with irritation. Carriage is ready. Under the clear blue sky, a magnificent estate appeared in all its. Tianhe climbed into the carriage. He instructed, I don't need so many guards. I only need a few people to follow. One person hesitated. He narrowed his eyes. Not many people in the Empire know him back, so it won't take long. The soldiers respectfully said, yes. Standing at the head of the ranks, he ordered, half of you follow me. We're leaving immediately. Keep your formation. Tianhe sat down gently. He let out a breath. I had to curry favor with the Demon King in the Demon Realm. And now I have to curry favor with the King of the Empire. He frowned, feeling extremely annoyed. But the king is just as terrifying as the demon. Tianhe pondered. He is a king who ascended the throne by eliminating all rivals. The 9th, one who killed all his siblings and crowned himself while still bathing in a pool of blood. That was still a subject of debate for 10 years afterward. Even after he ruled the kingdom, the gossip never ceased. The king was likened to a Eduardo sat arrogantly on the throne. I claimed this position through the bloodshed of many. Therefore, I wish to replace the name of the old kingdom and declare that this land will be under my rule with a new name. This country shall henceforth be called the Empire. He couldn't stop thinking. He declared that the country would be called the Empire from then on. The Empire. He named the country with a ridiculous decree. Of course, other nations wouldn't just stand by. And then war began. The war changed my entire life. The 8-year war was very. He rested his head on his hand, feeling life was incredibly terrifying. Damn it. It was literally hell. Even though half my memories were lost because it was too horrifying, I don't want to remember anything. Otherwise, why would people say ignorance is bliss? Tianhe fell into thought again. But the empire seized a third of the continent and became a vast empire led by a tyrannical and warlike. Frowned. Thanks to my achievements in the war, I was granted the title of honorary count. Although I don't clearly remember my war memories, I'm sure I fought desperately to survive. A territorial war between the two factions, humans and demons, dragged me into its cycle, and I couldn't escape. That's why now I have to travel between the demon realm and the empire, with two identities that cannot be revealed. Tianhe was astonished. A sudden shock, like thunder from a clear sun. He shouted, "What's?" At that moment, a fierce battle erupted. Soldiers swung their swords, clashing with unidentified enemies. He panicked. What the hell is going on? Tianhe suddenly realized. The Revolutionary Army. How on earth did they know I was back? They even came all this. He hastily tried to flee. This is bad. I should get out of here right away. Suddenly from behind, a muscular, brown-haired man charged, intending to attack Tianhe. He quickly recognized but he was still grabbed by the men forcefully pushed him inside the carriage, leaving behind a faint white smoke trail across. Tianhe, choked by the neck, coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Thank you watching for muscular, brown-haired man's eyes widened. His expression predatory and eager. I found you. The organization formed during that fierce 8-year war, caused by the Empire's widespread invasions. It was indeed an alliance not to be underestimated. It was an association whose symbol was a white bird, the revolutionary. During a turbulent period, in the process of the Empire invading other kingdoms, tragic events occurred. Every place they passed through left ruins. Their homes and villages were all conquered by the Empire. Furthermore, the most important things in their lives were destroyed by the Empire's hands. Family, comrades. Many innocent people died because of their inhumane actions. This ignited the hatred of the surviving youths. What else could those who had nothing left to lose expect? They cried tears of blood in despair. And so, when they had no other choice, they frantically did everything to destroy the empire and it back in reality. At this moment, a scarred man with a large scar across his face had one hand gripping Tianhe's neck, while the other raised an axe, intending to finish him. His voice was threatening. "Found you, you dog of the His airway was increasingly constricted. Unable to stop his ragged breathing, he cursed inwardly, "That damned king." His hands trembled, wanting to resist. His face hardened as he glared at his opponent, assessing him. He's created a whole bunch of madmen just like. At this moment, a thought crept into the scarred man's head. Whatever their faith, I don't care. But I don't want to be their victim. His hand pressed Tianhe down, the grip tightening. He sneered, "I was worried because you claimed to be a hero of the empire. But it seems you're just a useless wretch." Tianhe's legs thrashed, heaving for breath as he replied, "I am not a pawn of the Scarred man froze for 5 seconds, stunned by Tianhe's. Then the scarred man released his grip, scratching his head in confusion. "My apologies. What was your name again?" Tianhe, still in an inverted blank pose, stated clearly, "Tianhe. That's my—" As soon as he heard his name, the man flew into a rage. He grabbed Tianhe's collar, fiercely lifting his entire body. He roared, "Are you mocking me? Then you are a damned dog of the empire." Tianhe, caught off guard, quickly clarified, "No, my name is Tianhe, but am not his—" He scrutinized the young man before him, then affirmed, "White hair, red eyes, and arrogant attitude, just like the rumors." As if to counterattack, Tianhe fumbled for his dagger, confused as he couldn't find it. "My dagger? Where's my In his mind, he pictured the scarred man being stabbed to pulp. As soon as he lets his guard down, but to his surprise, the man's face was cold. He anticipated Tianhe's move and used the axe handle to block the dagger's point, directing it towards him. Tianhe grimaced, annoyed. "Damn it." He blocked. The man went wild at Tianhe's bold action. He slammed Tianhe down with a thud, raising his axe high. He roared, "Don't you dare mock me." Blood stained the white mask. Tianhe gradually lost strength. He gasped faintly, realizing his condition. "This isn't good. I can't." The scarred man then eyed the frail figure before him suspiciously. "Are the rumors just nonsense? How could you be the hero of the His eyes burned with murderous intent. He swung his axe, intending to finish Tianhe. His voice was resolute. "Blame your king if you must." He didn't forget to insult him. Fake. Tianhe at this point tilted his head, as if he had already passed out. The axe blade was now only a mere inch from his. Suddenly, an arrow flew. A stern voice called out, "You bastard!" The arrow flew straight into the axe handle, causing it to drop from its owner's hand. He was stunned at the unexpected foul. The axe fell from his hand, embedding itself straight into the carriage floor. He took a small step back, disbelieving his eyes. Turned around, wanting to know who the hell it was. He roared. A man with a cunning smile approached, his voice seemingly pleased. This man seemed proud of the scene before him. More surprisingly, he brought his entire army with him. Clearly visible were 2 tall men. One with short, reddish-brown hair. The other had long purple hair, sweeping down his front. The commonality was that they both aimed their furious gazes at the scarred man, who appeared to be a reckless. Cold sweat ran down his nose. The Revolutionary Army soldier looked at them in astonishment. He immediately recognized them. Wait, the Empire's crossed-out alliance, whose symbol was a creature with a lion's body but eagle's limbs and beak, placed before 2 intersecting swords. None other than the Shadow Knights, an association of familiar origins. The demons born from that 8-year war, led by Tian. At this moment, he roared in panic, "How did you find me?" "Stop." One of the Shadow Knights held something in one hand, while the other couldn't help but cover his mouth, laughing. "I don't think we can let you go. Should we slaughter them?" Having said that, he burst into boisterous laughter. But this alliance didn't just stop there. The terrifying thing about the Shadow Knights wasn't their skills. Perhaps the cause was too much loss. Because they no longer had a country, no longer had a At this moment, the eyes of the Shadow Knights gleamed brightly against the crimson sky. A cunning smile spread across their lips, as if wanting to pierce deeply into their Then, without hesitation, an entire army in white and red uniforms, wielding long, sharp swords, surged forward, creating a reverberating tremor on the ground. A man with a grim face gritted his teeth. Kill all these damned Revolutionary Army bastards. Perhaps because they acted without thinking, their minds were equally brutal. Thus, they were extremely sad. A sword blade cut a deep gash on the back of a Revolutionary Army soldier, causing blood to splatter. The man screamed loudly. The short, reddish-brown-haired man was the one who struck. He didn't forget to curse a few words. He decisively ordered the others, "You know what to do, don't you? Don't let them die." On this side, the long-haired man was still frantically stabbing a hapless green-clad man. Blood splattered, soaking the ground red. He laughed maniacally. "Who cares? Just have fun." Indeed, the power of this army was not to be underestimated. Their destructive capability was beyond description. The remaining Revolutionary Army soldiers froze in place, watching their comrades slowly collapse. Blood spurted in jets like fireworks, drenching the scarred man was now truly afraid. His face turned ashen. Annoyed. "If I face those murderous bastards, it'll be a huge loss." He looked at them with hatred. "I need to finish off this hero quickly and then So engrossed was he in watching the Shadow Knights that he didn't notice the weak, white-haired, red-eyed young man. Suddenly, his arm, feeling a sharp pain, he immediately turned his face. Lo and behold! His hand had been scratched and torn by He at some unknown point. Fresh blood continuously flowed. The wound looked utterly gruesome, as if it was about to rip open. Roared in agony. At this, the entire space shook from his piercing scream. He was in so much pain that he instinctively threw He aside, causing him to hit the side of the carriage. His hand trembled as he touched his wrist, which had several chunks of flesh torn off. Red blood was slowly drying. A bone-piercing pain gradually seeped in. He couldn't bear it and gasped a few times. His face darkened. He seemed to curse at his damaged, sinewy hand. "My hand! You crazy bastard!" He, now standing behind him, laughed gleefully. Indeed, an egg trying to be smarter than a... Behind the mask, a smirk could be seen. He raised his hand, stained with the man's blood, to provoke him. "Sorry. I meant to tear it off completely, but I'm too weak right." Saying this, he grabbed the scarred man's precious axe. He raised both hands high, speaking words of farewell. "I'm done dealing with you now. Let me send you on your way." His eyes at this moment were like flames, blazing red like two bright heads. The man was now helpless, unable to do anything but stare and gasp. Without making him wait long, he sent him to his demise with a single blow. The man lost control and fell out of the carriage with a loud thud. He seemed a bit cruel to strike in front of his comrades, causing the others to cower in fear. Blood poured from him like a waterfall. He gradually lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. One of his gang members awkwardly person spoke in astonishment. "Commander." He opened the door, appearing in his majestic white outfit, now stained red. A satisfied smile still played on his, looking at the gigantic, bloody, motionless figure on the ground. He thought to himself. He stood tall, looking down at the scarred man. Without a hint of pity, a malicious thought appeared. Should I His eyes were only half open. He spoke firmly. "That's not enough." A mysterious smile played on his lips. In his mind, he was calculating a brutal plan. "No, I need to make an example of him so no one else dares to attack." Once he thought it, he could not do it. "I can't stop." He advanced, sitting on the unfortunate strongman. He pulled out his dagger, as if wanting to stab him a few more times to vent his anger. Just a little. He acted decisively, plunging the knife straight into the man's forehead. It seemed to have completely destroyed his brain. His blood vessels were like a ticking time bomb that had just been activated. With a single touch, it exploded. Blood splat. He pulled out the knife, red blood still dripping. As if to finalize it, to ensure. Saying this, he was like a deranged killer. He didn't hesitate to swing the knife, stabbing him repeatedly, as if to satisfy his craving for the foul-smelling crimson. His eyes watched fresh blood splatter onto his face. His lips still curled into a triumphant smile. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a beast. No one would ever forget this. His subordinates looked on in awe and astonishment. One, having just finished off an enemy, pulled out his blood-stained sword and exclaimed, "That's the commander for you. Truly brutal." Another, sitting on a pile of green-clad bodies, realized his presence wasn't really necessary. It seems he didn't need our help after. At this, one of them looked scornfully at the two cowards supporting each other behind him. "He's fine, of course, but these chickens will probably have a hard time escaping death." A frail green-haired man, almost collapsing, clung to the red-haired man next to him, casting a wary glance at the person in front of them. The subordinate now smirked. He continued, "If it weren't for us, these guys would probably be long." The green-haired man was utterly humiliated. Avoiding his, having dealt with the insolent fellow, he slowly stood up amidst a large pool of blood. A murderous aura emanated from him, and he spoke in a deep voice that seemed to come from hell itself. "What are you all?" His hands were now stained red. He unconsciously raised one to wipe across his mask. His deadly gaze fixed forward. "Idiots! There are still enemies." At this moment, Before them were the 2 remaining Revolutionary Army soldiers, trembling in fear. The long purple-haired man confirmed his target, taking slow steps as if playing a cat and mouse. One man shivered uncontrollably, letting out a small whimper, realizing his familiar life would no longer be preserved. Scene change. By now, night had fallen. Tianhe's carriage, adorned with a few red stains, stopped before the grounds of a magnificent. The gate guards returned to a rigid posture. The red-haired guard frowned, wondering, why is the carriage so dirty? The other, gray-haired guard seemed to realize something. He shouted. Tianhe stepped out of the carriage, cool as a Korean drama soldier, while the guards remained astonished. That's not dirt, this man yelled. Seeing him approach, the gray-haired man raised a hand to signal him to stop. This is the royal palace. You cannot enter without an invitation. Tianhe didn't waste words. He replied coldly, I am Tianhe. His face clearly showed annoyance. His sharp gaze fixed on the man before him, his voice displeased. I am here to see the 2 guards seemed to have been instructed beforehand. They said in unison, our apologies, sir. The gray-haired man said this, but couldn't stop the thoughts in his head. I know the king respects Lord Tianhe greatly and allows him to come whenever he Tianhe was losing patience. He growled, where is the king? The gray-haired guard, intimidated, immediately replied, he is in the banquet. Tianhe was slightly surprised. The banquet hall? The castle, seen from above, appeared even more splendid. Bright lights shone brilliantly against the dark sky. The guard quickly added, there's a party celebrating the new hero's inauguration. Tianhe sneered, speaking aloud, At this moment, his brother, Gruin, was in the banquet hall, kneeling solemnly before the king. Tianhe already had some idea. He immediately asked the guard, my brother must be here. The opulent banquet hall, luxury seemed to permeate the air, covering every corner with an aura of majesty and nobility. Light from the colossal crystal chandeliers cascaded down like a shimmering rain of stars, illuminating every intricate detail of the vaulted. The king sat with his legs crossed. Before him was Gruin. His voice expressed satisfied praise. So you have reclaimed the territory that was occupied by the demons? Gruin knelt on one knee, showing respect, and replied humbly, I merely did my... At this, the king stood up. He declared loudly, today, we celebrate the birth of the new hero, Gruin, and commemorate his first victory. Guests, direct your gaze towards them. The king raised a glass of red wine and continued, so let us enjoy this joyous... As Gruin spoke, Tianhe suddenly appeared, looking as if he had just returned from battle. Everyone around was astonished. What? Some, not wanting to tolerate such a dirty presence, immediately complained, he's covered in... Party guests were all nobles. Suddenly, an unknown figure appeared, which they found unacceptable. I don't know who he is, but he's truly rude, although he wore a hooded robe that covered his head. Some still saw his face clearly and exclaimed, wait, doesn't he have red eyes and white... Alothea was utterly surprised, covering her mouth with both hands. Elpidius couldn't believe his eyes either. He mumbled, is that? He recognized who it was. The royal honorary count, Tianhe. Leading his blood-soaked feet up the stairs, Tianhe met his brother's gaze, which was directed toward... Disregarding his brother completely, he walked straight past Cruel like a gust of... Tianhe walked step by step towards the king. A trail of blood followed his footsteps, staining the red carpet. He let out a breath. A not-so-positive thought entered his mind. It seems my dear brother has somehow been appointed. Saying this, he stopped before the king, knelt on one knee and bowed. Greetings, your majesty. He pulled down his hood. His gaze was resolute. He didn't forget to introduce himself. Your servant, Tianhe, respectfully greets the king. The whispers grew louder. Look at all that. A lady covered her mouth with a fan, leaning her head towards the man beside her, and began to exaggerate. I heard Dain is a vampire count. Did the Hat family adopt and raise a vampire? The man, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate to spread the rumors further. I heard he was oppressed since childhood. I wonder if the Hat family has ostracized... Euluster looked at Dain, his brow furrowing slightly. Dean Hut. His lips curled, secretly praising Dain's brave spirit. It seems you've survived and returned. Truly tenacious. Bloodstains covered every step Dain took, causing everyone to become uncontrollably agitated. The king glanced over, his eyes soulless yet filled with unspoken... Looking at the young man before him, the king spoke. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Honorary Count Dain Het. He smiled faintly. It's true I said you could come see me whenever you... He spoke sarcastically. But to come here in such a disheveled state, in the palace? What disrespect is this? Dain, covered in blood, hung his head low, leaving a trail of blood in his. Dain's eyes sharpened. He lowered his voice. Please forgive me. I was ambushed on my way. Maintaining his smile, the king interrogated. An ambush? Who would dare attack the hero of our kingdom? In his mind, he harbored a stream of thoughts unknown to anyone. It's fortunate I sent knights to escort. Dain didn't know what to say at this moment. He could only remain silent and bow his. The king, in a majestic posture, handed his cup to a servant. He looked at Dain and began, "It seems you have much to tell me. Why don't we go somewhere else? I also wish to hear many things." By now, both had entered a private room. The king sat cross-legged on a red sofa, his hand propping his chin, and began the conversation. "You said it was an ambush? It must be those revolutionary rebels. There's no doubt about." Dain sat on a similar chair across from him. The two faced each other. The king worried about Dain's condition. "Those scoundrels. Are you all right? Should I call a..." Looking at the person in front of him, the king thought to himself, the hero of the kingdom, Dain. Dain's expression was calm. He replied softly, "I am fine, your majesty." Dain thought inwardly, he is so negative. The king still rested his chin on his hand, observing Dain as if admiring a beautiful piece. His mind silently cursed those ignorant fools. How much talent do they have to compare to Dain? Dain's background was far from ordinary. He was the vanguard in the 8-Year War. After the battle, the image of him standing tall and proud by the cliff was truly unforgettable. Not only was he strong-willed, but he had achieved more feats than all the others and an unforgettable period. When he left as the first hero of the empire, Dain emerged from the battle to the death with his comrades in his arms. It was truly impressive. He had successfully repelled the noble legion and saved countless comrades, something no one else had been able to do. A hero defeated by the Demon King would surely be thrown as food for hungry demons. The fate of the vanquished could only be so tragic. No strength left to resist dozens of monsters, like famished spirits tearing at them, smelling fresh blood and devour. If Dain hadn't successfully saved his comrades like that, countless souls would have died at the Demon King's hands. True gold fears no fire. This proverb truly applied to that hero. It was an extraordinary feat to confront the Demon King, even though he had to pay a steep price. But once he took action, he gave. Returning to reality, the king broke the silence. "Have you found a way to break the curse yet?" Dain was stunned. Then Dain realized what the king was referring to. Is your majesty referring to the Demon King's seal? It's a symbol combining overlapping circles and triangles. Dain raised a hand to adjust his clothes, then calmly replied, "No, your majesty. I haven't found it yet." He turned his face aside, smiling faintly as he thought, "That's not a curse. It's just a monitoring spell." But the king believes he's been weakened by the Demon King's magic. The king's gaze remained fixed on Dain. He raised his brow slightly, silently reproaching. He still maintains that indifferent attitude, disregarding his own health. Perhaps his purpose in sending Dain was singular. "I sent him to the demon realm only in hopes that he could break the curse." Raising his teacup, he took a small sip. He continued, "I think you should return to the demon realm to find a way to break that curse. It's truly a pity to have to send a talent like you back to that accursed place." Dain sat opposite, listening to everything the king said, but thinking differently. "He's sending me to spy, but he's deliberately making up such a good reason to console." King set his teacup down, touching the saucer with a soft click. He then asked, "Anything noteworthy at the Demon King's castle recently?" Dain replied, hesitating, "Nothing new." The king, curious, urged him. Returning to the past, Dain grabbed the shoulder of the man who had just been badly beaten, smiling savagely as he interrogated him. Dain recounted, "I met the assassin your majesty sent to the Demon King's army." Dain's eyes became sharp. He continued, "They say he could be a candidate to become a new hero for the empire. Why did your majesty send him to the demon?" The king crossed his arms, showing disdain for the man. "Indeed, he is low-class trash who disgraced the name of hero." Then he answered Dain's question. "I knew he would die before accomplishing anything in the demon realm. But perhaps thanks to some unique skill he managed to escape." He tilted his head, smiling faintly at Dain as he replied, "However, thanks to that trash, you have gained even more trust in the demon realm." The king uttered a few words that stunned Dain. "Commander Zero.
Demon Dain.
It seemed the king knew his every move, even what he looked like in the demon realm. Dain was startled, his face darkening. "He knows that much." Dain immediately bowed low. He lowered his voice. "Please forgive me, your majesty. I have no way to distance myself from the demon." Seeing Dain flustered, the king reassured him, "It's all right. I didn't say that to reprimand you." He turned his face away, smiling faintly as he praised Dain. The more trust you gain in the demon realm, the more information you will acquire. To earn even the Demon King's trust, you are truly Taking another sip of tea, the king turned to Dain and asked, "Now, don't you have something you wish to ask me? This is your last chance." Dain was silent for a moment, hesitating, unsure how to begin. He then uttered a familiar name, Kruin. Without waiting for anyone, Dain looked at the king as if he wanted to devour him alive. His mouth opened. Why did your majesty make him a hero?" Dain spoke frankly without many words. "Your majesty already knows the reason." Dain seemed to harbor indelible resentment. Bitterly, he added, "My only regret is not being able to kill Gruin." Dain recounted, "He is the only survivor of the Hat family apart from myself." The painting in his house also reflected this. Though covered by a torn curtain, the tear coincidentally revealed his brother's face. Dain corrected himself, "No. He is the only one left of the Hat family, the one who saved and raised me, Dain." When he was young, Dain had always loved his four-person family, so much so that he was always found engrossed in gazing. Suddenly, a voice rang out, calling his name. Dain was his brother, Gruin. He was standing on the stairs, calling him. "Father and mother are..." Dain turned around, his innocent face flushed, his mouth slightly open. Dain immediately scurried to follow his brother, his childish voice speaking up, "Sorry, brother. Is it lunchtime already?" Gruin quickly turned and walked ahead, reminding him, "It's all right." Dain ran and grabbed his brother's hand, asking timidly, "What if you get scolded because of me?" Gently pulled by his younger brother, Gruin turned his head. Suddenly, Gruin pulled his hand away from Dain. Rubbing his hands together, Gruin turned his face away, answering his younger brother's question. "My hands are very dirty. I'm late because I just finished." Dain looked at his brother confused, then gave a soft "oh" sound, as if unable to hide his awkwardness. Dain looked away and spoke, "Sorry." At this moment, sadness was clearly visible on his face. He thought, "It's fine even if my hands are..." With that, the two brothers walked through the vast grounds of the castle. Dain trailed behind, calling out, "Brother, wait for me." As he walked, he thought, "He's too fast. I can't keep..." Suddenly, Gruin stopped abruptly, causing Dain, who was walking by inertia, to bump his face into his brother's back. He cried out. Gruin turned to look at his younger brother, who was touching his face. He spoke coldly, "You must really like that family portrait. Huh? You stare at it all." Dain was overjoyed, his eyes crinkling in a smile as he replied, "Yes, every time I look at it, it makes me feel happy to be in this." Gruin spoke coldly, as if extinguishing his younger brother's joy. "It's just a..." Dain scratched his head, replying hesitantly, "Yes, but it's still strange." Gruin turned around, his face still expressionless, and instructed his brother, "All right, don't wander around and just stay in your room." Dain clenched his hands into fists. The older Dain recalled his childhood memory. He hesitated, but, on the way to the dining room, he accidentally overheard two maids talking. One asked, "Isn't the second young master's red eyes and white hair a bit scary?" The other replied, "Yes, it is. Why is he the only one who's different?" Since childhood, a scary feeling had always clung to him. He had always felt The other maid continued, "I wonder if he's truly a child of the Hat family?" She kept chattering, unaware that Dain was nearby, hearing everything. His eyes welled up with a faint sad, but every time he looked at the family portrait, he was affected by those words. His feet stopped there a little. That sense of belonging was always there. He felt like he was still a part of this family. The image of the four-person family gathered together was always what he loved most. But he always had an impossible wish. He wished he had been born with black hair and blue eyes, like the Hat. At this moment, in the large dining room, light from the crystal chandelier brightly lit the entire room. The brothers' father sat at the head of the table. A stern voice rang out, "Dain, Gruin, you two are late." On one side sat his face was resolute. Though his voice wasn't overly harsh, it was enough to make the two brothers tremble. "Didn't I tell you to hurry? For tonight's royal banquet." Their mother looked at Dain and asked worriedly, "Dain, are you feeling unwell?" She worried about his health. "It's all right if you still have a fever, you can stay in your room." Gruin looked at their parents, bowed his head, and apologized for being late. Dain, who had just climbed onto his chair, quickly replied to his mother, "It's all right, mother. I want to come." His mother received the answer, but still couldn't shake her worry. Their father saw his wife's excessive worry. He reassured her, "Calm down, my dear. We can't keep Dain at home forever." She couldn't help but raise her voice. "How can I be calm? What if something happens? The boy is already..." At this, the father couldn't suppress his anger. His face darkened. He slammed his hand on the table. So you plan to keep the boy locked up forever? We haven't even let him meet the king, and yet rumors about him have already spread throughout the empire. We cannot live like this for— His eyes, sharp as razors, were directed at Dain. In a stern voice he said, "Do you understand, Dain? You must always be cautious when outside. You must not let others know your weakness." Dain was stunned. In his head, only 2 words echoed, weaknesses. He hung his head low, stammering in reply to his father, "Yes, father. I will remember." Sadness clearly showed on his face. He felt as if he had disappointed them. Father and mother must be dissatisfied with me now. The maid's words echoed in his mind again, making him even more sensitive. An appearance unlike the family's and a weak body. I am the reason why our family's noble title cannot be maintained. Suddenly, Gruin spoke up, as if pulling Dain out of those negative thoughts. "Father, I heard you hired a new swordman." Dain's eyes widened in surprise. Did he change the subject because of me? As if disbelieving, he immediately denied it. "No, surely not. Brother isn't interested in anything unrelated." His father laughed heartily, showing satisfaction. His voice noticeably brightened. "Because your sword skills are getting better," and his brother's words truly carried weight. The atmosphere in the room changed instantly when he spoke. Their father looked at Gruin, his attitude full of expectation. It's very difficult to find a good sword master. Their mother also couldn't suppress her joy, enthusiastically adding, "That being said, weren't you very excited when you saw him improve?" Dain now felt like nothing more than an outsider. He could only remain silent. He secretly admired, "Brother is truly amazing." Looking back at himself, Dain felt worthless. "I'm just a flawed child. And sadly, even living together, I still feel." Dain found his answer. "Yes. This loneliness is entirely due to my own weakness." Despite his sadness, he tried to reassure himself. "It's all right. After all, I am still a member of this family." Then he set a standard to pursue. "If I work hard, I'm sure it'll be like my brother. And my wish will come true. Then father and mother will love me." Now Dain had put on his suit, preparing for the banquet. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, attracting his attention. He looked towards the approaching person. He asked again, "Are you talking?" In front of him was a group of 3 arrogant noble children. They uttered sarcastic words. "Yes. Are you Dain?" Dain looked at them, not understanding what was about to happen. This was the first time he had been approached like this. He was a little surprised. "They're talking to me. This is the first time someone has actively started a conversation with me." Happiness showed on his face. His eyes lit up. He exchanged a few greetings. "Ah, hello." Despite his joy, he didn't forget his father's words. He thought, "I'm so happy. But what if I do something disrespectful?" The boy, seeing Dain bewildered, asked, "Why are you walking alone?" Dain quickly replied, My family is going to meet my brother's new swordmaster." The boy looked at him with disdain, exhaling an unpleasant remark. "Oomph. Were you left behind?" Without letting Dain reply, his wide mouth spread in a smirk as he taunted him. "You really—" Dain was dumbfounded. Before he could recover his senses, he let out a soft— The orange-haired boy continued, his tone truly venomous. "Rumors that you're just a nuisance to the Hat family have spread everywhere." He didn't know when to stop and kept shouting. "Were you really imprisoned by your family all this?" Dain was indignant. He spoke up to explain. "No, that's not it. It's just that my body isn't." The boy came closer to Dain, their shoe tips touching. He shouted deafeningly. He pointed directly at Dain's face, a sarcastic smile on his lips. "Look at the unhappy child with white hair and red eyes, looking anxious. Your family won't love someone like you." Indeed, Dain's face had truly darkened at this moment. He gritted his teeth, unable to resist. The boy continued, "The Hat family will abandon." He was about to insult Dain with some ugly words. "You monster!" Before he could finish the sentence, Dain, provoked to such anger, swung his arm and punched him in the face. He shouted a warning at the boy. "Don't you dare laugh." Already frail, Dain was the one who felt pain from punching him. He rubbed his hand, which was red from the blow. He kept shouting, "What do you know to say that? My family treats me very—" At that moment, the other boy came forward, raised his hand, and punched Dain back hard in the face, shouting, "You dare!" Dain shrieked in. The orange-haired boy, though young, had already absorbed the hooligan spirit. He kept attacking, punching, and cursing Dain. "You think just because you bear the Hat family name, you're one of them, huh?" He became more and more aggressive. "You're a monster. You're just a good for—" He gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and delivered a final, hurtful sentence. "The Hat family will abandon a monster like you." Being insulted and slapped around, A thought crept into Dain's mind. No, I'm not a mon. The orange-haired boy still showed no sign of stopping. At this moment, another boy in the group, seeing how tense the situation was, went over, grabbed his shoulder, and pulled him away while trying to mediate. Hey, Dain's face was battered and bruised, but it seemed not as painful as the wound in his heart. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in alarm, calling his name. Dain. Hearing someone call his name, Dain turned his face towards the direction of the Kruin was now rushing over, asking worriedly, what Kruin approached Dain, a fearful expression on his face, continuously calling his younger brother's name. Dain. Dain was growing weaker now. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He looked at his brother. His mind couldn't think of anything. The sun was now directly overhead, bestowing warm light upon all humanity. Now, at the Hat family's castle, a voice spoke up. What's his condition? In Dain's room, a physician was examining him as he lay unconscious on the bed. His face was serious. The boy's body is extremely weak, he continued. Moreover, he is very sensitive. We must be careful with sunlight. If he is to live, he needs special care. For now, we can only be sure to keep him alive. Behind him, Dain's mother worriedly pressed against his father, whose face was cold as if nothing had. Dain's mother panicked. She covered her mouth with both hands, as if unable to believe it. Is it that bad? Her husband was helpless. He put his hand on his forehead, sighing. No child of the Hat family has ever been like this. How could this moment, Dain woke up. Seeing his worried parents, he thought deeply, father, mother. He reached out to touch them, promising in his subconscious, I will try harder. Though only a thought, his weak voice seemed to ring out, everyone don't be. Then his hand rested gently in someone's. No one but Gruin. He held Dain's hand, softly calling his name. Gruin gently asked, are you all right? Dain hestita. A happy smile spread across Dain's face, as if his heart had been warmed. I love this family more than anything. His brother beside him, in a calm, steady voice, comforted him. You don't need to worry about it. Suddenly, Gruin turned away, uttering a sentence as if to insult Dain. After all, no one expects anything from you anyway. Dain's eyes widened. He was stunned by the words of his respected. Two words that haunted him most at this moment appeared in his mind, making him feel like he would explode. Monster. He gasped for breath, his eyes drenched in tears, letting out small, rapid gasps. It felt as if someone was suffocating. Suddenly, Dain shot up. Turned out to be just a nightmare. Waking from the haunting, he was confused, not knowing what was real and what was fake. This is... Then someone called his name loudly, the sound echoing throughout the room. Dain's parents rushed into the room. His mother asked in alarm, what happened? You fought in the palace? His father's face hardened, disappointed in his frail son. What did I tell you? To be careful when you go out. And what happened? You caused such... Dain trembled, whispering in reply, I'm sorry. He hung his head, not daring to look them in the eye. He then wanted to explain. But father, that child star. How could Dain forget that scene? The boy repeatedly punching him in the face, then uttering unpleasant words. You think just because you bear the Hat family name, you're one of them, huh? You're a monster. You're just... The scene of him puffing up his cheeks to threaten Dain. The Hat family will abandon a monster like you. He was the one who started it. He insulted Dain's... The two words, monster, clung to him like a curse. Dain covered his mouth with his hand in fear. At the same time, a stream of thoughts ran through his mind. Father won't listen to what I say anyway. What if father thinks the same? At this, Dain didn't want to explain anymore. He just replied to his father briefly, it's not like that anyway. His mother, heartbroken, covered her face. His father then issued an ultimatum. It seems going out is still too soon for you, isn't it? For the foreseeable future, you are forbidden from... His face was stern, looking at his son as if he were an undesirable creature. He spoke words light as a feather. Stay in your room and reflect on yourself. This feeling truly terrified Dain. I don't want to be abandoned. He buried his face in his blanket and sobbed. He thought, everyone must be so disappointed in me. Anyone in this situation couldn't stop the negative thoughts. And neither could he. I want to be loved by them. I must not bother them. But if I don't strive to make up for my shortcomings... Dain became firm, resolving internally. I must not be ashamed of the Hat blood flowing with... A voice called into his room. Dain, are you not leaving your room today either? It seemed to be a servant. Seeing no one reply, another quickly answered, all right, stop talking. If we don't go watch now, we'll die of regret. Who would have thought? Diane. Why must he work so hard? They didn't know that inside the room, Diane was buried in books, seemingly studying something. He held a pen, constantly taking notes of new knowledge. Outside, distant laughter echoed. Ah! This successfully attracted Diane's attention. Diane approached the window, grasping the curtains, preparing to open them. The sound couldn't be mistaken. It was everyone's laugh. Indeed, outside in the courtyard, his parents and brother were laughing and playing happily. His father spoke up, "That's right. You must do well, Gruin." His brother replied, "Yes, leave it to me." His mother covered her mouth, giggling. Both placed their hands on their precious son's shoulder. They looked very much like a happy family. From his room, Diane looked down. Envy was clearly visible in his eyes. Then he turned away abruptly and opened the dresser drawer. Inside was a long wooden stick. He reminded himself, "No, I must not cut." He raised the wooden stick, imagining a sword in front of him. He directed a stern gaze at it. A strong will surged within him. "If I try harder, everyone in the family will." Without hesitation, he swung the stick with all his might, imagining himself swinging a sword. He was highly focused, constantly reminding himself of his reason for starting. "If I want everyone to love me, I have to be stronger. Today, I'll swing the stick for another 30 minutes." Dusk had fallen by now. Within the castle, the sound of Diane's sword practice still. Sweat dripped onto the floor. He thought deeply, so tired. He let out a high-pitched gasp. He really wanted to rest. Tired to, he told himself, but am not allowed to stop. More and more gasps escaped him, yet he still pushed himself. Keep going, he struggled. Just a little. At this moment, Gruin came from nowhere and snatched the stick from Diane's hand, shouting loudly, "Diane, stop. You've tried too hard." But thankfully it's not too late. A little red blood had started flowing from Diane's. Diane looked at his brother, weakly saying, "Brother." Gruin grabbed Diane's shoulder, shaking him hard and yelling, "What exactly are you doing?" Diane stammered, "I am just doing physical." Before Diane could finish his sentence, Gruin, unable to control his anger, burst out, "I told you not to do pointless things. Just stay in your. You don't need to do any." Diane bowed his head. Blood had flowed down his chin. He smiled faintly. "My efforts. So pointless. What for? I'm just redundant. I'm a good for." Seeing no reply from Diane, Gruin called his name. "Diane." At this, Diane replied to his brother, "I understand." His eyes became indifferent. A forced smile spread across his lips. He continued, "I won't do anything at all." The thought of being useless had ingrained itself in his mind. No one expects anything. With that, Diane politely sent Gruin out. "Brother, I'm sorry, but I need to rest now. Can you please?" Gruin walked to the door. He didn't leave immediately, looking at Diane with a mix of belief and. Diane fell into thought. So, to become a true member of the Hat family, Diane stood by the window. The light from outside wasn't enough to illuminate the entire room. He asked himself, what must I do to receive everyone's. Scene change. Some time later, a hand knocked a few times on the wooden. Butler remember stood at Diane's door, asking softly, "Are you still having your meals in your room today?" Young Diane, who was sitting in a corner of the room, asked the butler, "What about the others?" At this point, he was a 14-year-old boy, but why did he look so? The butler was about to answer Diane, the master and madam. Before she could finish, Gruin pushed the door open and entered, a stern expression on his face. He interrupted, "Father and mother have urgent business," so they went out. Time had flown by. He was now a 17-year-old young man, looking much more dignified. Diane looked towards his brother, asking in surprise, "Brother, aren't you?" Gruin picked up the chessboard from the table. He replied, "It was finished this morning. Come here, Diane. Play chess with me." Listening to his brother, Diane no longer struggled. After trying to give up all efforts, sometimes his brother would come to play chess. Diane replied to his brother, "Yes, brother. I would be glad to." Gruin paused slightly, wondering silently, using polite language. Looking at his younger brother, he lowered his voice. "Could it be that you're busy?" A truly bitter thought. Father and mother had never come. Diane smirked, his mouth curving slightly as he replied, "You're joking, aren't you? No one comes looking for me. I just stay in my room. What am I doing to be busy?" He also thought to himself, "Oh dear. Why is he suddenly being sarcastic toward?" Approaching the chair, Diane reaffirmed, "I'm not." Gruin focused on the chess game, not forgetting to tell Diane about recent events. There have been quite a lot of noisy affairs lately. That's why father and mother are extremely. Perhaps he had misunderstood his parents. Is it because father and mother are busy that they're like this? But as his hand gently moved a chess piece, he convinced himself with what had been ingrained in his mind for years. It's clear that father and mother don't want to. Diane realized everything. Although he knew his brother was lying, he still wanted to believe that reason. With a face full of unspoken thoughts, he replied. Dain recalled when he was in his room. Sometimes, while sleeping, he saw his mother briefly look at him sleeping. It must be because mother came to see me alone that I believe. He made up his mind right away. He was determined not to expect family love anymore. At that moment, his mother stroked his hair. Softly, she whispered, Dain, I'm sorry. Sleep. At that time, he curled up, tears soaking his pillow. He cherished their small, trivial actions. Yet, he wasn't moved. He found it funny to hope. Somewhere deep inside, he still wanted to believe in that cold affection. Even so, it could be that they're too busy to come. Gruin stopped completely, looking up at his younger brother and whispering, perhaps in the near future, I won't be able to play chess. Dain smiled faintly, immediately dismissing the previous thought. I don't expect anything anyway. His face was momentarily sad, but then it passed. He replied to his brother, I'm sorry, brother. You've intentionally come here all this time, so it must have bothered you a lot. Quinn quickly explained, that's not it. If war breaks out, each noble family will have at least one person summoned. As he spoke, the door was violently pushed open with a bang, and 2 guards suddenly rushed. Gruin showed obvious annoyance. He turned and glared at them. What is it? While Dain was still gaping, frozen in confusion, unaware of the situation, Gruin continued, who dares to act on their own? One of them interrupted, I'm here to convey the Imperial. He looked at the 2 and asked, who is Dain Hat? Dain looked at him bewildered. What in the world is Hat? The butler bowed her head, looking towards Dain, who was playing chess with his brother. That is young Master Dain. Dain was engrossed in thinking about chess moves. Suddenly, a clenched hand appeared in front of him. Startled, the man, in a neat uniform with sleek brown hair, seemed to be an Imperial soldier. He stood before Dain, speaking in a stern voice, come. Without waiting for Dain to understand what was happening, he firmly grabbed Dain's arm, making him scared. I will explain the details as without waiting for his consent. The brown-haired man in the neat uniform pulled Dain roughly, making him stumble and cry out, wait, wait. The 2 men waiting outside the door couldn't help but make a few remarks. Is that boy Dain Hat? He looks so frail. Can he even hold a sword? TSK. He'll probably be thrown onto the battle. Kruin saw his younger brother being taken away for no reason and immediately rushed to stop them. He held the brown-haired man's hand firmly and shouted loudly, please wait a moment. The one summoned is not Dain. There must be some misunderstanding. The brown-haired man flung Gruin's hand away and merely glanced at him. This is an official notice from the royal family to the Hat family. We are just following orders. For details, discuss with your parents. This is certainly no misunderstanding. That, he and his 2 comrades decisively pulled Dain away, causing Dain to fall into thought. What is all? He thought of his parents cruelly sending him away. Did father and mother decide to send me to the battle? My body isn't well. If I'm sent to the battlefield, I'm sure to die. What should I? He imagined his mother's expression at that moment. Dean, cried tears of fear. He woke up suddenly, but behind him the door had closed. He tried to turn his head back and shout, brother, brother, but his only reply was a deadly silence. The door remained tightly shut, not a single. His face immediately darkened. His eyes widened, unable to believe his own eyes. Tears welled up and spilled out. Do they all wish for me to? He gave a bitter smile as tears streamed down like a fountain. Because I'm just a good-for-nothing who only tarnishes the Hat family's reputation. Finally, my family has abandoned. Scene change. Thud. A sword was thrown at Dain, and a voice said, in a room filled with hammers and swords, Dain stood trembling, holding the sword like a treasure. The brown-haired man, holding a sword and examining it, announced, all of you will soon be sent to the front lines. If you don't want to die. Dain held the sword in his hand. His face was pale, devoid of a single drop of blood. His soulless eyes looked at the sword. Heavy. Darkness enveloped him. Dain stood alone silently, his feet bearing tiredness and loneliness. Whispering voices echoed in his ears. Is that boy Dain Hat? Why is someone from the renowned Hat family here? Shouldn't children from noble families be in safer places? I heard he was abandoned by his Hearing those words, Dain could only bow his head, filled with sorrow. Faint light shone on his platinum hair and face. Those voices didn't stop. Look at him. He can't even hold a sword. He'll probably die right away. Pathetic. He teared up, gritting his teeth, enduring immense pain. I don't want to. Dain shifts to the battlefield. His small body stood, struggling to hold the sword, standing out against the deadly orange-red sky and the incessant slaughter on the front lines. From that day on, his life returned. He stood in the middle of the battlefield, unable to hold the sword in his hand. His initially neat clothes were now stained with dirt. He kept staring blankly into space, his face pale, devoid of a single drop of screams incessantly echoed in his ears. Suddenly, someone rushed from behind, startling him and making him turn his head. Blood splattered from that person. Every single day, the fighting never stopped. He lunged at Dain, causing both to fall to the ground. 2 swords were still impaled in his back. Blood gushed out incessantly. He died with his eyes open. Everywhere was the sound of screams and the smell of. Dain couldn't bear it. Tears streamed down his face his small body was crushed. He couldn't get up. He writhed and screamed, I don't want to die. He tried to crane his neck up, still streaming with tears. Another person was cut down right in front of him. Blood splattered everywhere. His heart screamed, I don't want to die in this. Nemesius, having just cut down a person, angrily shouted at Dain, snap out of it. How long do you intend to be like this? If you can't use a sword, use another. Seeing Nemesius, Dain's eyes lit up. Tears still streamed down like a bullied child. Nemesius still shouted, if you don't have a weapon. Suddenly, Nemesius threw a small dagger onto the ground. No one cares if you're a child or weak. Here, you must fight to survive. Dain picked up the dagger. It was much easier to hold than the sword. He trembled with fear, tears flowing like an unstoppable stream. He gritted his teeth, sobbing. Yes, he had found his answer within. That's right. I can't die like. He was still streaming with tears, but his eyes no longer held fear. Instead, there was determination. He must survive at all costs. So every day he killed. And killed. Thank you watching for vid. Till one day he could no longer endure. He held his head in torment, suffering in silence. It made him terrified. Dain collapsed, wearing a brown robe. He covered his mouth, coughing up a lot of blood. But, damn it, this body. When can I go? He lowered his head, exhausted. His face darkened. Escape and evade again. Want to go home? Immediately after, Dain lunged like a madman, stabbing the orange-haired young man who had just flown past him, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The man coughed once. Gurgle. Then he died. Dain thought killed. He wore a brown face mask stained with fresh blood. His platinum hair was slightly disheveled, revealing only his soulless eyes staring at the ground. Dain sat on the corpse he had just killed. Fresh blood soaked into the ground and stained his body. He looked up and asked the heavens, will there be happiness? He had become a cold-blooded devil, no longer possessing the innocent heart of the boy he once was. He thought him still alive. Scene shifts to a warm sunset. At the solidly built camp, the commander announced, receive your comfort provisions. Dain rested in a corner. He had washed himself clean. His body was no longer stained with fresh blood as before. One hand held a glass of red liquid, the other held a piece of paper. His indifferent eyes looked at the paper as he thought, they're bringing comfort provisions again. This is the first time this has happened since I arrived. From his corner, Dain watched his comrades reading comfort letters sent from their families. Some were so happy they cried. Look, one exclaimed, my daughter just learned to write and sent a letter. Another happily added, haha, she must have tried very hard. Another shouted, I miss mother's cooking. I want to eat it so bad. Only Dain sat alone in his corner, speaking to himself with bitter irony. What am I still hoping? He opened the paper. Of course, I had no comfort prize. Instead, what I hold in my hand is a letter announcing my appointment as commander of frontline operations. He clutched the letter tightly, a savage smile spreading across his face. The demon within him slowly awakened. At that moment I resolved. The Hat family had pushed me to hell, and I would do the exact same. The scene shifts to a magnificent, luxurious house. The door slowly opened. A blood-soaked hand dragged a dead body, scraping across the floor, to stand before Dain's parents. Blood smeared across the floor, trailing that blood-soaked hand belonged to Dain. He had returned for revenge. His mother reached out her hand, but it was violently slapped away by the blood-soaked hand. The demon within him thought, finally, He wore a white shirt stained with fresh blood, transforming into a blank-faced demon devoid of emotion. He held a small dagger, pointing it directly at his parents. I've come to say, the father stood sternly, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Dain. His mother trembled, cowering behind the father, her voice quivering. The next second, Dain lunged, delivering a fatal blow to his father. He stabbed him straight through the heart, splattering blood everywhere. But Dain's face remained utterly emotionless. He only had time to let out a cry, blood gushing from his mouth, before he died. His mother was terrified, frantically rushing forward, her voice trembling uncontrollably.
Dain. Dain.
He stood there calmly, adjusting the dagger in his hand. The demon within him resurfaced. For many years, I've longed. Without waiting, he instantly swung the knife like lightning towards his mother, muttering. Blood splattered across the room. 3 corpses lay neatly beneath his blade. The once luxurious room was now covered in fresh blood. The demon reappeared. Finally, my wish has been granted. He knelt, supporting his mother, who lay on top of his father, and let out a bitter laugh. Dain raised his hand to his face, smearing blood all over his platinum blonde hair and handsome features. Deep down, he screamed, such agony. But his mouth still wore a bitter smile as he muttered to himself. Ha, ha ha, excellent, excellent. You shouldn't have done that to me when I still longed for your love. You should have done better. Deep down, his screams continued. Why do I feel such pain? This is what I always wanted. Just because of... Suddenly, the door burst open. Kruin stood right outside, calling out with a doubtful tone. Dain dragged his blood-soaked, weary body towards the door. Tears were streaming down his face without him even realizing it. He managed to say, Kruin flinched, terrified and breaking into a sweat. His voice trembling, he shouted. What in the world? Dain reached his blood-soaked hand towards Kruin. Save me. Help me, brother. Please help. The next second, the cold-blooded demon within him resurfaced. 2 streams of tears still flowed, but his eyes were different. Help? Who? Kruin helped. Seeing Dain suddenly stop, Kruin's eyes widened in confusion. The demon within him roared. Ridiculous. Immediately, Dain picked up the dagger, his eyes cold and sharp, and lunged at Kruin. Quickly drew his sword, gritting his teeth in response. Seeing Kruin draw his sword in response, Dain's eyes widened. Tears still streamed down his face as he mouthed, an outsider. The demon within him thought. Finally, you've turned your back on me. He dropped the dagger, clutching his head. Tears flowed like a river before Kruin's sword, which was pointed at him. Please, thank you watching for vid. Otherwise he'll die of sadness. Dain raised his blood-soaked hand. His mouth was covered in blood. His eyes stared intently at those hands, unable to believe what he... Dain knelt before Kruin, dropping the dagger to the ground. He thought to himself, finally, my stamina has reached its limit. This damn body. The demon within him still refused to give up. Cannot lose my reason here. I must kill. Kruin gritted his teeth and swung his sword towards Dain. His eyes showed no willingness to do this himself. Suddenly, a loud call made Dain snap out of his dream. Sir. Liner stood before him, asking with a smile, what are you thinking about? Sir? She was Green Liner, captain of the Lofi Knight. Dain happily patted her shoulder.
Ah, Liner.
Long time no see. She immediately bowed her head. Green Liner greets the Count. He thought to himself, among those madmen, Green Liner is the only normal one. I'm truly happy. No, this was a royal banquet. The 2 of them stood in the middle of the banquet. Around them, people laughed, chatted happily, and danced. Dain touched his clothes, his face blank as a question mark formed in his mind. I remember being ambushed in my carriage by the revolutionaries. When did I get to the Imperial Palace? And I've even changed clothes. Seeing his troubled expression, Liner asked worriedly, are you feeling unwell today, sir? Did you hear some bad news from His Majesty? He quickly denied it. No, just stood there, his face blank, a million questions forming in his mind. When did I meet the Emperor? If so, my stress must have exploded. I don't even know how I dealt with the revolutionaries. This bad feeling, I shouldn't think about debt any. He turned his head and asked Liner, what is this banquet for? Anyway, Liner's face froze. She replied with a hint of fear. Sir, are you... Dain's face was very serious, devoid of any joking. Seeing this, Liner quickly continued. I suppose you really don't know. This is a banquet celebrating the new... Kruin, in neat, splendid attire, walked over saying this is a banquet celebrating the hero Kruin. You're here. Thank you watching for vid. Dain's face darkened as he glanced at Kruin. He thought to himself, damn it. Why is this dream becoming so Under everyone's gaze, Kruin walked majestically towards Dain. Dain thought to himself, no wonder I'm having a night. He still offered a greeting. Long time no see. He assessed Kruin's face. Green eyes, black hair, completely different from mine. Without a doubt, those are the characteristics of the Hat family. And he's someone I never want to see. Dain stood next to Liner, arms crossed majestically before. Kruin bowed his head slightly, then spoke. A few days ago, before setting out, I encountered Commander Zero of the Demon. Dain still stood with his arms crossed, an indifferent look on his face. But inside he was trembling. Could it be? Has he recognized who I... Kruin looked up and spoke seriously. Watching Commander Zero skillfully stir up the atmosphere on the battlefield reminded me. Seeing Kruin's attitude, Dain could only widen his eyes, speechless. Kruin continued, the Demon Lord's killing intent is a... Kruin raised an eyebrow again, then offered, I heard you're a very skilled commander at stirring up the morale of soldiers. If you commanded our troops... Hearing this, Dain immediately lowered his head, covered his face, and exclaimed, I apologize. There's truly nothing more to... Dain moved closer to Kruin, looking him directly in the eyes. He smiled slightly. I can't do things like fight the way you do, so you don't need to make such assumptions. Kruin looked down, his brow furrowed, clearly displeased. Indeed, looking at Kruin's expression, Dain secretly recalled, his eyes are exactly as before, indifferent to every... Dain gritted his teeth, angrily thinking, vile... Dain angrily turned his back and walked away, but still looked back to add, the guest of honor must be leaving soon, right? I know how to enjoy this party by myself, so don't worry. He thought to himself, talking to him, I'd rather eat more pudding. It would be less of a waste of time. I'm so angry I'll even spill... He turned away, picked up a red pudding cake, and took a huge bite. His face still annoyed, he thought, this wretched banquet. I need to make haste and go back. Kruin still stood there, watching Dain's retreating back. I heard you just returned from eliminating monsters. Dain showed his disgust, trying to stuff a pile of pudding into his mouth, clenching it shut. He screamed inwardly, why does he keep making me talk? I don't want to talk to him. Just... Dain stuffed more pudding into his mouth, his face darkening. He bowed his head, intending to leave, but Kruin still offered a word of concern. Are you injured? And he tightened his grip on the pudding cup, his voice annoyed. How annoying. Why are you like this today, brother? I can take care of my own body. No, you don't need to concern yourself with me now. Even if I were injured, I would never show it. Hearing Dain say that, Kruin seemed only able to stay silent. His eyes looked as if they wanted to say something, but no words. Dain continued, as always. From now on, you just need to stand by and... He thought, the day I was dragged onto the battle, like everyone else, he just stood by and... At that moment, it seemed as if only the two of them stood facing each other. The silence was infuriating. Liner, standing nearby, also remained silent, not daring to utter a single... Dain tilted his head back, greedily slurping down the pudding bowl, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, filled with resentment. All right, don't say anything more. Today at the Imperial Palace has been nothing but annoying. Kruin looked at Dain with a guilty expression.
Dain.
Breaking the tense atmosphere, Yahello clapped his hands and walked over with a smile. What touching brotherly affection. Dain saw him and recognized him immediately. Duke Yahello Stabi, the leader of the noble faction opposed to the... Seeing him approach, Kruin politely bowed. Your Grace, Duke. But Yahello raised a hand as if to stop him, then glanced at Dain. We've already greeted each... The next second, Yahello suddenly turned to Dain, extending a hand with a cheerful smile. Count Het, this is the first time we've met like this. Isn't it? I often hear stories about you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Dain was startled by the sudden greeting. He couldn't help but wonder. But why is he talking? Dain stared thoughtfully at Yahello's hand. His own hand still held the delicious pudding bowl, and he didn't return the hand. Suddenly, he spun around, facing another direction, his eyes indifferent and In the lively banquet, everyone was astonished to see his attitude. He had ignored the Duke's... A few girls stood at the banquet table gossiping, sweating in Dain's place. What was that? Did he just ignore the Duke? Another girl chimed in, it really is Dain Het, an honorary count, yet he dares to show such disrespect to the Empire's only... Yahello, seeing Dain's attitude, merely smiled, showing no anger at all. Kruin, standing beside him, could only remain... Dain turned away, but there was something amiss in his eyes. His mind was churning. Count. I know that too. He covered his mouth with his hand, his face pale as if about to vomit. Sweat streamed down his face. His mind was racing, but he couldn't open his mouth. My mouth is full of pudding, so I can't open it. First, I have to swallow all... Yahello stood before Dain, his expression gradually darkening. Dain broke into a sweat, trying to chew without revealing anything. Wait, the Duke looks like he's about to explode at any moment. No good. After I open my mouth, I have to shake his hand immediately. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Elpedius stepped forward, greeting cheerfully. Hula! Well, long time no see, Duke Yahello. Dain was startled. The Crown Prince. He is... The Empire's Crown Prince, Elpedius. Dain puffed out his cheeks, his face a grimace. He lowered his head, thinking, is there honey here or something? Why is everyone gathering around? In any case, he needed to greet them quickly. But Elpidius didn't come to greet him. He just quietly glided past him, then glanced at Eulaster. Duke, you've been visiting the Imperial Palace less often lately. You must be very... Eulaster bowed his head. I am very regretful about this, Your Royal Highness. Dain was confused. He thought, why? Why in front? Elpidius smiled brightly. No, there's nothing to regret. I should be the one apologizing. The Duke also has his own affairs, and I was rude. But in his heart, Dain thought, he just arrived and is already looking around for Count Hat. What is he plotting? What a cunning... He narrowed his eyes in thought. I can't just stand by and... He furrowed his brow, clenched his fists, and a flame of determination ignited within him. I will protect Count Hat. Dain, standing behind him, chewed diligently. Even though I don't know what's going on, this is a good opportunity. Hurry and... As he was diligently chewing, Anlethea rushed forward and hugged him, making the pudding in his mouth spray out. She happily shouted. She didn't know what had happened. She tightly hugged Dain's arm and leaned in to say to Elpidius, you really are something, brother. When you go to the Count, you should call me. Next second, she turned to Dain, pouting. Count, I've missed you very, very, very much. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice roared, and that voice belonged to Elpidius. He looked utterly annoyed. Eulaster and Kruin were also staring intently. Dain stumbled down. The pudding sprayed onto the ground, forcing him to cover his mouth. His face darkened. Anlethea sat down with a thud, terrified. Count, blood. It's blood. Elpidius also rushed over in a panic. What happened? Imperial physician. Call the Imperial physician immediately. Crimson mess on the ground was just the pudding Dain had been stuffing into his mouth. His face darkened, wishing he could climb a mountain and live there immediately. His mind screamed two words. Princess Anlethea. Because of her tight hug, he was now in this predicament. He wanted to explain. No, there's no need to call the Imperial physician. That's not blood. But immediately, Liner covered his mouth with a tissue. Sir, please don't say anything more. She explained to everyone it was my oversight. I realized the Count's physical condition wasn't good. Dain helplessly wanted to shout an explanation. It's not blood. It's pudding. Listen. Suddenly, a solemn voice echoed from afar, making everyone turn their eyes. What's all this The Emperor wore a majestic red robe with a white fur collar. The person walking beside him was the Empire's first hero, Nemesius. Dain's heart sank when he saw the Emperor arrive. Damn it, even the Emperor is here. And General Nemesius too, right behind. Anlethea tightly covered her mouth with her hands. Her cheeks flushed. Her eyes were sparkling as if she was about to cry. Your Majesty, it's my fault. Because of me, the Count just coughed up blood. I was too happy and couldn't control my strength. Elpidius stepped forward to defend her. I apologize. I will strictly discipline the princess later. The Emperor immediately objected. No, the Count is also a hero. How could he vomit blood just from a hug from the prince? He bowed his head in thought. On his way here, the Count was ambushed. He must have suffered internal injuries then, which is why he vomited blood just now. Inside, Dain wanted to scream. No, I'm going crazy. Damn it. These people are more sensitive to the smell of blood than anyone else. Could it be that the perfume here is too strong so no one knows? The Emperor stood before Dain. Should I call an Imperial physician now?
Don't overexert yourself.
Dain was annoyed. He told himself, before this misunderstanding grows even larger, I have to explain right. Liner stood beside him, worried. Can you walk by yourself, sir? He bowed his head and gestured with his hand. It's fine, I'm all right. Elpidius turned to the Emperor. Such a refusal must be due to the Demon Lord's curse. The Emperor agreed. Indeed, if it's a demon's curse, calling an Imperial physician would be useless. Dain felt helpless. I need to explain, but how can I explain in this atmosphere? It's come to this anyway. He'll just pretend to be in pain and go home quickly. I've met the Emperor and achieved my goal. That's enough. He bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I must take my leave now. He thought to himself, because of the stress, my physical condition truly looks His face darkened. I apologize for not being able to stay until the end of the banquet. Suddenly, he felt like collapsing. Damn it. So dizzy. The Emperor exclaimed in alarm. Before he could fall, a hand firmly grasped his arm and Dain swayed, his eyes distant as if his blood pressure had suddenly dropped. He thought, phew. The one who supported him was Kruin. He glanced at him. Then, realizing it was Kruin who had just helped him, he immediately flung his hand away. His mind churned. I can't live in... Kruin looked at the hand that had just been flung away, slightly raising an eyebrow, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Dain gritted his teeth, his face flushed with anger. No need. Get lost. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. Why was I like that just? He lowered his head, his eyes sharp and cold. He gritted his teeth, controlling his extreme hatred. During 8 years on the battlefield, my hatred for this person has never diminished. It's truly detestable to see him come here and pretend to care about me. Someday I definitely— The Emperor suddenly patted Dain's shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. Count Dain. He leaned into Dain's ear and whispered, your body seems unwell. You should go back and rest properly. Dain was startled inwardly. An order of expulsion. Normally, this could be seen as an insult, but— A brief explanation. An order of expulsion means a command to dismiss guests with whom the host is He immediately turned his back and walked away, his voice echoing, excuse me. As I said, he'll go back and rest. His mind felt a little lighter now. Now, to me, that's He walked out of the banquet hall doors, thinking to himself, if I stayed any longer, I really couldn't have. Yulaster stood with his arms crossed, observing Kruin's reaction as Dain. Kruin continued to stare towards the door, lost in— Yulaster looked at Kruin as if realizing something, his eyes not looking too kindly. The banquet ended as night fell. Kruin and Yulaster walked together in the luxurious castle grounds. Yulaster, wearing a robe, walked ahead with his arms crossed and spoke. As expected, His Majesty is very generous towards Dain Het. To dare to show such disrespect to the guest of honor at a banquet hosted by the imperial family. Yet, the emperor still covered for him with the excuse of poor health. Who else would dare to criticize Dain Het's Suddenly, he stopped walking and turned his head. Sir Kruin. Indeed. You are very tolerant of your younger— Kruin calmly replied, as the guest of honor at the banquet. I merely wish to pay more attention to the general atmosphere. Yulaster raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile on his lips.
Don't worry.
Am not mistaken. I know what state of mind you came to me with. Can you become our sub— He recalled the conversation between them in the study. At that time, Kruin was startled. Support? What are you saying, sir? Yulaster rested his hands on the desk, sitting casually. You understand what I— Kruin bowed his head, his eyes sharp. If the Duke becomes my supporter, I will also become your strongest sword. Yulaster thought to himself, this pitiable man lost his parents and family at the hands of his younger brother. If his only goal was to survive, there are many ways. His eyes clearly showed an exploratory gaze.
That's fine.
Am not a foolish master who kicks away a loyal dog that comes to his door. But I am curious about one thing. What is your reason for seeking me out? He thought, why specifically? Yulaster was filled with doubt. Is he smart or just a fool? Kruin lowered his head and replied, this time it is to protect. Yulaster looked at him and smiled. At that time you said your purpose was to protect, which always made me very curious. But today I understand. He thought of Kruin having to fight Dain, then continued, Kruin Het. You want to protect yourself from— He closed his eyes, speaking softly. Is that right? Kruin lowered his face, his heart heavy. Yulaster then turned his back forward. If that's the case, then you and I are on the same path. We must eliminate Dain Het, the emperor's dog. Kruin stood right behind him. I will do— He continued walking, his hand on his left chest. His eyes were vacant. He smiled as if high on something. He thought, actually, the emperor's dog is just an Suddenly, his hand clutched his shirt. This aching— Dain had just arrived back at his mansion. As he stepped out of the carriage, he must have been sneezing continuously. On the other side, Yulaster was still thinking that man is a very great hidden danger in the Dain stood before the mansion, looking incredibly cool. His platinum blonde hair was styled in a slick 7-3 parting. On Yulaster's side, he hadn't stopped. His heart filled with determination. I must destroy him. Dainer walked behind Dain, worriedly asking, Sir, do you really not need me to escort you inside? He scratched his head. I just need to go in and rest for a bit. Suddenly, he caught a burnt smell. Confused, he thought, what is that? Where is that burnt smell coming? Liner and Dain froze, standing rooted to the— Before the mansion's door, a raging fire had erupted, turning the luxurious mansion into a chaotic mess. People gathered around. He was startled. No, when I left, the courtyard was still intact. Why is the fire burning so fiercely? Suddenly, he saw the Phantom Knight Order frantically rescuing people from the fire. He was confused about what was happening. The Phantom Knight Order. What are they doing? His face looked dazed. He thought, am I— Closed his eyes, reassuring himself. Right, this is just an illusion. Because I've been too stressed. The next second, he couldn't stay calm. What? I can feel the heat from the fire. This isn't an illusion. Dain frantically pointed at the fire and shouted, Damn it! What are you doing? Why are you? Everyone turned their heads in surprise. They called out loudly, Commander! Commander! Another person immediately scolded, You fool! You shouldn't call him Commander now, you should call him. Suddenly, a bomb was thrown into his hand from somewhere. He quickly caught it but seemed unfazed. Annoyed, he barked, Since when did my mansion become a bombing? After speaking, he finally raised his hand to look at it skeptically. What is this? This is, he thought, do they really have to use? Liner's eyes widened with fear. Sir, Count, that. Dain was only then truly frightened. His eyes wide in terror, sweat streaming down his face, his mouth frozen. He immediately used all his strength to throw the bomb far away. He thought anyone can tell that's a. The bomb he threw rolled under a bush in front of the man. Boom! The next second, the bomb exploded instantly. The deafening blast resonated with fierce destructive. He raised his hand to cover his face. His once slicked-back hair was now slightly disheveled. Sweat streamed down his face. He gritted his teeth, enduring. He thought, these mad dogs. Why are they playing with this in the court? Liner asked worriedly, Count, are you all right? A long-haired man also rushed over. Calm? No, for the bomb had just exploded. A pair of legs slowly emerged, making Dain look confused. The man was covered in wounds. He whispered with difficulty, indeed a hero. He accurately returned the unexpected. Dain was quite surprised to see the man emerge. The blonde young man standing next to Dain was extremely surprised. Ha! There's still another one? The long-haired man was no less shocked. What? So there's another one? Dain furrowed his brow, helplessly thinking, I knew what that thing was, which is why I threw it. Seeing the dove logo on the man's arm, Dain couldn't stay calm. That symbol was unmistakable. He shouted, Have the revolutionaries infiltrated this? Long-haired man understood. So that's it. The blonde man's face was elated, as if he had just done a great service. Those revolutionaries threw a bomb at the commander's house. We quickly arrived and subdued. As soon as he finished speaking, Dain's next words silenced the men of the Phantom Knight Order. Why are you at my? They spoke up, wanting to explain. But, Commander, about that, he held his head, turning his back to them. Wasn't the Phantom Knight Order reorganized into an official Imperial Knight? He glanced at them, his eyes probing. His voice still held a hint of anger. Could it be that you were They chuckled among themselves, laughing foolishly like idiots. Oh, Commander, is the Commander worried about us? Why is the Commander like this? The Commander's house is our house too. How could we abandon the Commander? It's true that something happened, but we weren't expelled. Dain thought, lost it. Didn't fall down. Huh? These guys. Get rid of this. Count Dain helplessly walked away. Those madmen. Liner stood with her hands on her hips, scolding them. Why are you so disrespectful to the Count? Only you four would dare to act that way towards them. He glanced behind him. He thought, no matter what, the revolution. It seems attacking just my carriage wasn't enough. They even attacked the Phantom Knight Order. My own. It seems they desperately want to kill me. What exactly did I? Suddenly, he saw two revolutionaries sit. He was startled. One is still alive. The other one, realizing he had been spotted, immediately became frightened. He helped his injured comrade stand up. Damn it. We've been discovered. He quickly pulled his comrade away to escape. Dain was speechless. Are they really going to run away right in front? If I want to get information about the revolutionaries, I must capture one. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the man's. Remember appeared from nowhere and immediately knocked out the two. Dain was startled. Oh, Remember smiled kindly. You almost let them escape. Dain was startled, unable to believe it. This man. He is absolutely not just an ordinary butler. Remember gently walked up to Dain. This old man is very impressed with you, sir. Seeing you stand still, I thought something big would happen, but I didn't expect you to catch the bomb and use it to counter. Suddenly, Remember's expression changed, becoming serious. But what happened at the He seemed very concerned. You look tired, sir. Dain furrowed his brow. It's not. Liner quickly stepped forward to explain. On the way to the palace, the Count's carriage was ambushed by revolutionaries. In addition, the fatigue from the journey back agitated his internal injuries. Remember understood. No wonder. That's why you returned so quick. The surviving revolutionary was apprehended. The butler smiled. I will handle the rest. Please go inside and rest. The orange-haired revolutionary gritted his teeth. He recalled the instructions he had been given. There are 3 major obstacles to overthrowing the Emperor. First is Commander-in-Chief Nemesius, who fought in the war 8 years ago and is currently the Emperor's bodyguard. Second, Prime Minister Adon, who stabilizes the people's hearts with excellent policies and financial management skills. And the commander of the vanguard in the war 8 years ago, currently known as the Emperor's dog, Dain. Dain turned his back, looking back to instruct. Then he'll leave the rest to you, sir. Remember, agreed. I will receive them The orange-haired man glared at Dain with hatred. He thought, because he mainly operates in the shadows, it's not easy to monitor and predict his actions. This time, he led his troops out under the pretense of eliminating monsters. But in reality, no one knows what secret mission he's carrying out behind the scenes. He remembered the warning had been given. If the revolutionaries want to succeed, Dain Hat must not be allowed to. Even though he was captured, he remained defiant. Even if I fail, the revolutionaries will never give up. The Emperor's dog. The brown-haired man furiously grabbed his collar and shouted. What did you say? Brown-haired man's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth. Who are you calling the Emperor's dog? Since getting caught up in the war 8 years ago, our commander has never drawn his sword for the Emperor. The orange-haired man was confused. What? He tightly grabbed the man's collar and shouted. We are. The orange-haired man raised an eyebrow, his eyes expectant. So, then what is it for? He shouted, you don't need to know that. In any case, don't bother someone who is. He angrily swung his sword and shouted. I wield my sword for Dain Hat. Blood splattered everywhere. Remember stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Glancing, he raised an eyebrow. More things to deal with. The only captive they had just caught alive was now dead. Remember muttered. He'll have to report to the Count that he was bitten to death by an old European street with houses featuring gray-tiled roofs and characteristic timber-framed brick walls. The sky was gloomy, creating a chilling atmosphere. A few people walked and chatted on the street. The air was quiet, stained with the hues of. A little girl sat huddled against a gray-red brick wall, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees, her face bowed. Her body trembled from hunger and cold. The faint light further emphasized her loneliness. Poor thing, the girl said in a weak voice, so he recalled the past. An older man was grabbing her shirt, his face angry, yelling loudly, Do you know whose property that is that you dare to touch it? The girl panicked, tears streaming down her face. Trembling, she begged, Grandpa, I was wrong. The little girl's eyes were sad. She thought, since that day, I haven't had anything to eat or drink. If this continues, The little girl sat huddled on the ground, hugging her knees against the brick wall. She was sad. In the slums, people die all the time. If I die, it wouldn't be strange. But if I die, would anyone be sad? Suddenly, someone walked over and spoke. Look, everyone is. The little girl was surprised. Huh? A boy with blue hair handed her a loaf of bread. He said, There's no other way. I specifically brought this. The little girl held the loaf of bread in her hand. She asked, bewildered, Isn't this bread? Where did you get this? The boy replied, The relief shelter. The girl continued to ask, The relief. She smiled. That's right. The relief shelter distributes free bread and water to people in the She worried. Free? No way. How could I give you that? Uncle next door already ate it. Nothing. The girl replied, But if it's that uncle, whether there's poison in the bread or not, he'd eat it right away without a second thought. The boy got angry. You don't believe me? There's really nothing. I felt sorry for you because you haven't eaten all week. That's why I gave it. He angrily reached out to take the bread back. If you don't want it, give it back. The girl held onto the bread. But if it's a relief shelter, isn't it related to religious organizations? If it's religious, don't you have to donate money to get? She held the bread in her hand. They don't get any benefit, yet they distribute free bread. And he stood up abruptly, clenching his fists. If you don't like it, you don't have to believe it. I'll go to the relief shelter by myself. Her eyes welled up with tears. His face darkened. If you don't believe me, you're the only one who loses out. Just throw that bread. Her eyes were. Suddenly, she shouted. Wait. She thought to herself, that's right. What if the bread and water are poison? She ran after the boy. Wait for me. I'll go too. She continued to think, whether I die of hunger or die of poison. It still grabbed his hand. If they really distribute bread and water as pulled her along, then salvation or a curse either is. 1 week after arriving in the Empire, the burnt part of the mansion had been mostly cleaned up. Living quarters for those unexpectedly returned mad dogs had also been prepared. Now they had only one task, to rest comfortably and enjoy a normal life before being summoned by the Emperor. Dain rubbed his aching forehead. He was going through the backlog of documents. I thought so, but you're saying we're building another dam in the Hat territory? Are you crazy? Do you know how much money and time that will take? Who proposed this? Remember stood before Dain, his hands clasped behind his back. It was I, sir. Dain suddenly grew excited. He slammed his hand on the table. Even if it's just a temporarily governed territory, we cannot neglect its management. Building a dam isn't a bad thing either. Dain closed his eyes and thought. After that day, I couldn't possibly object to Remember. If Remember hadn't brought these, they would have been thrown out long. Suddenly, he heard a voice from somewhere. So what? He pulled back the curtain to see two people arguing there. These guys. Yesterday you took all our provisions. Now you're destroying our belongings. A sarcastic voice replied, Are you throwing a fit over that? Dain stood upstairs, thinking, I had anticipated this, but the Count's knights and the Lottie knights don't get along. It's unclear whose side the problem is on. But a long-haired man was grabbing the scar-faced man's collar. You shameless fellow. So what are you going to do about it? Dain was helpless. He rubbed his forehead. Lottie knights. Do they have nothing to do? Remember stood behind him. He remarked, originally, His Majesty sent them here to assist the Count. Remember continued, because the Count's bodyguards have now returned to his side. The Count no longer assigns them tasks. Now, their only job is to train and wait. Dain had a headache. Why did His Majesty insist on sending them back here? He thought, seeing them rolling around makes me miss the demon realm so much. I can't believe I miss the demon. Remember exclaimed, Isn't it because His Majesty dotes on the Count so much?
Diane Frauen.
Who said? Dain said, Remember, you've been working too hard lately. If you need a rest, just tell me. Remember stood with his arms crossed. Already, you're treating me like a decrepit old man. And quite sad, you know. He hesitated. Remember continued, normally, unless it's a rebellion, His Majesty absolutely wouldn't easily send royal guards to help. Without immense trust and determination, no monarch's guards would do that. Dain was surprised. Oh, you can think that. After hearing that, Dain's face showed clear exhaustion and frustration. He thought to himself, isn't it rather that His Majesty intended to keep them but couldn't stand them, so he sent them back to me? These mad dogs would be more docile under His Majesty's Anyway, why are there so many documents piled up that need to be dealt with? Dain said in a tired. Dain picked up the documents, his face becoming serious again. Since that day, I already offered the Hat territory to His Majesty. It was just a temporary entrustment, so why are there so many matters to? Dain continued, if His Majesty truly cared for me, he should fully reclaim this territory. Remember was speech. A moment later, Remember exclaimed, It seems you haven't heard any news yet. A week ago, His Majesty fully granted ownership of the Hat territory to you. Dain's face darkened. I had no idea. MP. Remember spread his hands, exclaiming, The official document must be somewhere in this. Dain, tired, ran a hand through his hair. I have to find a way to return the Hat territory. He bit his lip. He thought, damn it. He granted me the status of Count, and when he told me I would only have the role of a Marcher Lord, I just overlooked it, but a Marcher Lord is a Count whose territory borders another country. The title is Count, but in essence they are treated as a Marcher. He continued, I hate the Hat territory. There are no good memories there at all. Like it? No. It's almost the worst. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. I can't overlook this. Sooner or later I have to return it to His Majesty. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the door. Count, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and General Nemesius have arrived.
Diane Frauen.
The Crown Prince and the General are here. Why are they suddenly? He continued to think. No. More importantly, General Nemesius. That man General was being accompanied. He thought to himself, is that a family? It seems that when moving here, Yen had also brought quite a lot of. The guide's voice rang out. Thank you for waiting. Please come this way. I will lead you two to the living. Elpidius said to Yen. I apologize for coming here so suddenly. I have something I wish to discuss with the scene shifted. Elpidius was talking to Enlothia. The revolutionary army that attacked the estate was captured alive by Count Hat, right? Enlothia sulked. Elpidius forced a smile. Why are you sulking like? Enlothia covered her face. Now, will he hate seeing me? He definitely will. It's over. All my efforts Elpidius replied. Weren't all your efforts futile from the start? Enlothia slammed the table. She stood up and slammed the table hard. Don't you agree? I'm very beautiful, aren't I? Moreover, I am an imperial princess. I have never fallen for or pursued anyone but suddenly her eyes widened. She said in a romantic voice, That's why I'm a little clumsy. Elpidius was, Thank you watching for vid. Ellothia worried. But I really didn't mean to cause that. Yet Count Hat vomited blood. Elpidius forced a smile. That wasn't your fault. She pondered. Of course, I did rush in quite rudely. He continued. Indeed, I should go apologize. He asked again. You intend to meet him directly? She replied. He held a teacup in his hand. His voice became serious again. No, I won't stop anything within limits. But this I cannot. He continued. Whether you visit the Count at his estate, or invite him to the palace, groundless rumors will spread. She looked sad. Well, that would be good for me then, wouldn't it? If the rumors became true and led to marriage, he set the teacup down. And Lothia, to put it nicely, you are innocent. To put it bluntly, you are a foolish, don't love Count Hat at all. His words startled her. Those are just things Lothia created to deceive everyone. He said in a pensive face darkened. Even if I don't love him, as a pawn of the Imperial family, I must do everything. Elpidius smiled faintly. If you show it too clearly like that, your role as the foolish Imperial princess will also make others suspicious. If you want to give, he sighed. All right. In this game full of clever individuals, the nobles cannot cause a stir over the air. In any case, the matter with Count Hat has not yet have expressed your feelings to the Count. Everyone knows that. If they have eyes, no one would dare to idly dream about Count Hat. A talent like the distinguished Count Hat, from the Imperial family's side. Oh no, if he stands with his magic. Elpidius raised a hand to pat Lothia's head. She stammered. Ah. Smiled brightly. All right. Since you want what's best for the Imperial family, everything you do has a... You said that, but if you want to stop, you can stop at any... She replied. She smiled. So, could you help me find out what the distinguished Count Hat thinks? He asked again. What? Oh no. How did we get back to the old topic? She put her hand on her cheek, making a cute face. A talent His Majesty values. It would be very awkward if both sides were hurt. Elpidius thought to himself. I came to confirm whether the Count felt uncomfortable by the Imperial Princess' disrespect that day. But, I've already come all this way. I can't stop this either. The Count will definitely side with the Yen was scared stiff. He thought to himself. Why did these people come here after? Yen placed a hand on his chest, showing respect. Yen Hat is honored to meet the future of the Elpidius smiled. I apologize for this sudden visit. Please sit Yen sat down, feeling anxious. Thank you, Your Highness. May I ask why you've come all the way here today? Elpidius closed his eyes. He raised a hand. I came because I have something to discuss with the Count. I also heard the General had a private matter with you, so we came together. Everyone is busy, so let's get straight to the... General cast a glance. Yen's face turned pale with fear. Yes. He thought to himself. Is he trying to pierce someone with that gaze? It's not just simple hatred. There's something... Elpidius spoke. First, I want to apologize to the Count. Yen replied. Your Highness, if you are apologizing for the sudden visit, there's no need. Elpidius laughed. Haha. For that too, but mainly for what happened at the party. The Imperial Princess committed a rather serious act of disrespect at the... Yen's face flushed. Ah. That... Elpidius continued. I have strictly disciplined the Imperial Princess. This will not happen again in the future. Yen replied. That was just a small matter. You don't need to apologize. Elpidius added. All right. It's fortunate you weren't bothered by it. Yen thought to himself. Although it was quite surprising, it wasn't the first or second time. After all, it was an act of goodwill from her, so getting angry would be... Elpidius pursed his lips. And actually, I have a favor to ask of the Count, but... Yen pondered. As expected. The main purpose is something... Count. If you have no issues with it... Yen clenched his hands. He wondered. What important matter could possibly make the Crown Prince come all the way? Elpidius said something that made Yen freeze. Would you become my friend? Yen replied. Thank you watching for vid. Elpidius extended his hand. Casually. Lately, I've always wanted to become closer with the Count, but you're too busy. It's quite difficult to meet you. Yen had a puzzled expression. His mind was filled with question marks. Your Highness, you came all the way here just to say... Elpidius lamented. A crown prince always has heavy responsibilities on his shoulders. He cannot do anything simply as he pleases. Even if I want to become closer with others, I cannot just approach them casually and confide in them freely. Even for private matters. Elpidius blushed. He was embarrassed. That's why I used the party incident as an excuse to come here. I wonder, are you uncomfortable with my suggestion? Yen thought to himself. What is the crown prince talking about? There's no way I would accept such an absurd proposal. No matter what, I wouldn't dare to do that with His Highness. His face darkened. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Beside Elpidius was Nemesius. He was tall, exuding a chilling aura as if he would choke Yen if he didn't agree. He wore a white uniform with red trim, standing ramrod straight and stern. His golden eyes seemed to pierce through the mind of the person opposite him. Yen asked again, eyes wide. Indeed, that's truly difficult. Yen was afraid. He stammered in response. To be friends with the Crown Prince? That makes me terrified. He thought to himself. I have a feeling if I refuse, hell immediately kill me. I must agree, no resist. Elpidius excitedly grabbed Yen's hand. Then, from today on, we shall be friends. I will strive for us to become closer and closer in the future. Yen timidly replied. Yes, your Elpidius happily said. His Majesty's most trusted subordinate is now my friend.
I'm truly delighted.
Dian's face darkened. I am deeply Elpidius thought to himself. The heavy responsibility that comes with it is clear, yet he didn't refuse at all. As expected, his feelings are quite different from the rumors. If I can truly become close with the Count, it'll be very Elpidius continued. Then, from now on, whenever you come to the palace, drop by my place. We'll spar with swords, drink tea, and share interesting stories. Dian thought about those. He was startled. His eyes wide, his mouth it's a bit much. Elpidius chuckled faintly. I've heard the answer I wanted to hear. Now I must go. Dian wanted to hold him back. No, Elpidius smiled. You don't need to see me off. The general still has something to discuss. Elpidius walked to the door, waving goodbye. General, I'll be leaving first. Dian still had something to say. Your Highness. Nemesius bowed. Travel safely, your Highness. Elpidius stepped out the door, calling back. I look forward to our next meeting, my friend. Dian despaired. Wait, don't leave me alone with the Only Dian and Nemesius remained in the He cried silently. What should I? Nemesius spoke.
Distinguished Count Dian het.
It's been a long time since we've sat alone together like Dian turned his head. He stammered. Certainly has been a long time. How have you been lately? Nemesius continued. Well then, as I'm quite busy, it'll be as brief as possible. Nemesius' face became serious. His Majesty wishes to take custody of the Revolutionary Army members, the Count. His eyes glared. The purpose is to round up and eliminate the entire Revolutionary Army. Of course, you are the one who captured him, Count. If you do not wish to, you may Dian glanced softly. No, of course I will hand them over. I will lead the way. Please follow. He thought to himself. Quick and concise. Excellent. I don't intend to talk for long with someone who dislikes me. I need to hand them over quickly and then Dian pointed at a brown-haired man. He's covered in dirt. Looks very filthy. This is the He's been bound tightly so you can take him. Nemesius glanced at the bound. Then he looked at Dian again. 3 members of the Revolutionary Army came to raid. 2 of them are dead. According to the report, 1 died from an explosion. His eyes narrowed. The death of the other one wasn't clearly reported. Dian was confused. Excuse me, but what exactly does the general wish? Nemesius said decisively.
Dian het.
I want to know how that man died. Nemesius added. I am not one to dislike others without reason. During the 8-year war, I learned of it while observing from a place near the battle. The truth about Dian Hat's extreme personality shift. In a desolate, dilapidated camp, for the first time, a person of noble birth was made a common soldier. Furthermore, the child I placed in the camp always kept an eye. Nemesius walked up to a boy. He asked, Hey, are you the boy? Too weak to survive on the battlefield, chose cruelty as a way to live. To survive, he massacred countless lives and nearly went mad. The boy trembled uncontrolled. Nemesius placed a hand on the boy. You've been locked in here for 3 days. It's time to regain your senses. He thought to himself. Until now, he has tried to He continued. No one can blame you for the path you chose to live. However, you still have to endure the guilt of that choice. As a result, every time he fought, the child always felt immense guilt. The boy raised his head. Yes? What are you saying, Your Excellency? Gradually, his personality smiled. The injury should be fine. The general's face darkened. No, it's not about the recent battle. A voice called out. General. No. If it can be changed at will, then personality is the correct. His face was bewildered. I don't know what you're talking about. The frenzied personality focused only on survival, participating in bloody battles. The normal personality only remembered ordinary battles and his everyday self. 2 personalities coexist. And smiled. I'm too tired to remember clearly, but the enemy was completely wiped out, and I survived again.
I'm truly incredibly.
Is that so? No. You are a person carrying an excessively heavy burden of guilt on your shoulders, using the most extreme methods to escape everything. The general's gaze was sharp, as if it could cut through anything. No. I'll rephrase my question. How did the remaining 1 die? Do you Nemesius thought to himself. Pretending ignorance, pushing everything onto the persona you created to escape reality. How long can you continue to deceive yourself? I've always felt disgusted that you abandoned your humanity. Dian casually replied. That other Nemesius glared. But if now you are not as you were then. Dian continued. Coincidentally, I wasn't there, so I don't know the specifics. But I heard he was bitten to death by a stray. Nemesius turned his head. Although it was just a precaution, he walked away. I understand. I must leave now. I know the Count is busy, so there's no need to see me. Dian bowed his head. Yes. General, travel safely. The general was furious. As expected, there was no It's unbelievable that a stray dog would wander into Count Hat's estate. Clearly, he himself killed that man. This time, he also used that sickening Nesius walked out of the estate with heavy steps. The weakness of a person bearing such heavy responsibility could become a disaster. That is why Dien Hat is an extremely dangerous individual. Nemesius stepped outside with a cold expression. He wondered, but why would His Majesty keep Dien Hat by his... He turned his head to look at the... Dien was dozing off when he suddenly woke with a start. He had even drooled at the corner of his... Remember suddenly appeared. Have you come to your senses, Your Excellency? Dien was startled. I just rested a bit and fell asleep. Startled Dien asked again. Have you been waiting here all this time? Have I been asleep long? Remember replied. No, Your Excellency only just dozed off for a... He closed his eyes. He bowed his head slightly. Above all, is your body all right now, Your Excellency? You don't know how surprised this old man was to see you faint. He wondered. Faint? Then he forced a smile.
Ivy rested, so im Fein.
The old man was still uneasy. I've already called a doctor to examine. He continued. Although your body is weak due to too much accumulated stress and fatigue, you fainted. Dien frowned. So that's it. Lately, every day when I wake up, I feel quite a lot of pain at the back of... Remember offered a suggestion. Therefore, this old man is very worried about the Count and has a proposal for you. Dien felt uneasy. What? He lowered his voice. What do you think about ordering the Lottie Knights to go eliminate monsters? Dien was surprised by his suggestion. Eliminate monsters? They'll consider that. Even if not for that, lately they've been going everywhere causing one trouble after another. If I let them expend some energy, perhaps they'll all be more obedient? Dien blurted out, eyes wide. I also don't want to be the only one toiling away while they idly play around. Remember's eyes crinkled in a smile. I knew the Count would agree to this. It just so happens that monsters are loitering near our territorial border, so we can send them as quickly as possible. His heart rejoiced. As long as those crazy guys are out of my sight, he'll feel much more. That was his thought. But a long-haired girl was riding a horse. It was Liner. She exclaimed. Count, just a little further and we'll be there. As I dragged him, Dien's face darkened. He and the troop of soldiers were riding. Liner turned her head. She said to Dien, Your Excellency, Count. Just a little further and we'll reach the... Dien frowned. I'm very curious as to why I also have to come here, after all. The scarred soldier replied. No, what are you saying, Your Excellency? How can we be the only ones to participate in this exciting mission? Several voices added. That's right. The Count sits in his office every day, so he must be bored. We know taking care of us makes you feel dull too. It's been so long since you've seen blood. You must be restless. Dien gritted his teeth. He thought to himself. No, these crazy fools. What are they talking about? It would be better if I could live my entire life without seeing blood. However, I originally intended to refuse completely. A soldier grabbed Dien's leg, yelling, Your Excellency, Count. Let's go defeat monsters together. Dien screamed. You lunatic. 3 soldiers in striking white uniforms stood together. The one in the middle, with brown hair covering his eyes, spoke. The Count isn't one of the Lottie Knights, either. The one on the right, with neatly parted dark brown hair, flashed a wicked smile. How can such an interesting place only be visited by us? The one on the left, with golden brown hair, added. Come with us, Count. Dien was drenched in sweat. He thought to himself. Interesting. Dien was at a loss. Eliminating monsters near the border. What's interesting about... Stammered. I have to deal with... Bewildered. Huh? Remember suddenly spoke up. It's all right if you go, Your Excellency. For 1 week, this old man has troubled the Count enough. I feel very sorry about that. So, please consider this a short vacation. The 3 soldiers' faces were filled with emotion. They thought to themselves. As expected, he's so busy that he doesn't even have time to participate in monster elimination. Our Count. How heartbreaking. What can we do? Indeed, no one can save our Count, but the 3 of them yelled. See? The butler agrees too. So let's go. We'll go together. All right. Even you can't be like that. Remember said sternly. And if the Count goes, won't the person hiding in the estate also? He closed his eyes. This old man will definitely catch that rat. The Count just needs to go out, get some fresh air, and then Ren scratched his head, frowning. He said that. I can't say anything else. That's right. I must catch the... Ren reconsidered. Otherwise, he'll truly die. The brown-haired soldier laughed. Hey, it's just us here, so you don't need to jump around like that, Your Excellency. I heard not long ago you left the monster territory by yourself with a joyful expression. Now we're back. Dien bit his lip. He thought to himself. No, That's because I had a comfortable rest at the Demon Lord's camp. So this time, get some comfortable rest too. A soldier pointed at the group of monsters. Monsters. Everyone excellent. Destroy them. The sword-wielding soldier leaped from his. Despite that, his body felt very comfortable. Liner sighed. Thank you watching for vid. Yen thought to himself. That's right. Liner must be very tired. A person who managed the Phantom Knights. A knight personally recommended by the Emperor. Unlike those mad dogs, this was a true knight to the core. A talent. Sneered. He pondered. If it's Liner with that ability, she'd be more than capable of joining other better knight orders, but...
I'm sorry.
Is this the heart of parents with good-for-nothing children? Liner turned her head. She asked, aren't you joining the fight? Yen replied, first, perhaps we should let them enjoy this to their heart's content. Liner was surprised. So you care about them, as expected of the Count. He thought to himself, care about them? How could I possibly squeeze in among those lunatics? Please, just finish the battle quickly without me having to A brown-haired soldier was grabbing the collar of a blonde-haired soldier. They were arguing. Hey, you! I was gonna kill that one, why are you fighting over it? The other one flipped him off. It's not whoever catches it first becomes its owner. A black-haired soldier said to Dien. Just, no Count. Aren't you coming over? It's the Count's vacation, but it seems only we are enjoying. Dien waved his hand, frowning. My vacation, I know how to enjoy myself. Don't worry about. The soldier yelled again. It's almost over. Hurry and come here. If this continues, there'll be no reward left for the. Dien was angry. I'm absolutely not going over there. Finish it. Suddenly, Dien sensed something. And how do I intervene in that battle? Why do I feel like something bad is about to. An arrow flew towards Dien. He turned his arrow struck his shoulder. He cried. Liner was alarmed. Count, are you all right? If you hadn't turned, it almost hit your neck. Where did that arrow suddenly come? Many questions appeared in his head. An ambush? Who? The kingdom across the border? No. If they didn't intend to start a war, there's no way they would do. He seemed to realize something. So then, someone sent an assassin to assassinate. A figure with a covered face, revealing only his eyes, stood in the bushes. Damn it. He dodged it. He prepared to draw another. Yen spoke. Those dullards. Liner's face darkened. Your Excellency, Count. He continued. Liner. Cut. His eyes were full of killing intent. Stand close and don't let them. Liner stammered. But if you do that, the wound will hurt even more later when we remove the arrow. I understand. Judging by the atmosphere, this stubbornness won't Liner pulled the arrow. You move like this, the arrowhead will go deeper. It will be incredibly painful. Dien placed his hand on his body. Knights. Get the med. Look, the one who was shot just now. Isn't that Dien Hat, the third hero of the Empire? A voice rang out from. Soldier spoke. He has white hair too. Judging by the uniforms those knights are wearing, that must be it. The brown-haired man standing next to the soldier replied. Who exactly are they fighting over? The brown-haired man thought to himself. Damn it. I thought they came to eliminate monsters. What's going on? Is it an internal conflict? Even if he's a hero of the Empire, that wound isn't. Man realized something. Wait, a wound. The 8-year war only ended 2 years. He crossed his arms, saying smugly. Moreover, that hero Dien Hat is injured. If a war were to break out now, it would be a burden on the Empire. If those people attack our kingdom, perhaps we could receive compensation from the Empire. Dien suddenly put some kind of pill into his. Liner was alarmed. Count, what kind of medicine is that? Dien smiled. It's a drug that temporarily paralyzes sensation. Liner asked again. Huh? Isn't that a forbidden? Dien raised his sword. Just don't use it too conspicuously, and it'll be fine. Liner was scared. But how could that be? Someone on the other side yelled. What are you waiting for? Kill them all immediately. Both sides charged. Dien leaped. Thank you watching for vid. He stared. Prioritize. The other man couldn't resist in time. Gasp. Dien plunged his sword into the man. Just lie still and be good for now. Blood splattered. The man only managed a few Dien's eyes were cold, full of killing intent. I've captured one alive. The rest probably aren't. Someone tried to ambush Dien. You bet. But he couldn't resist in time. A fierce battle was unfolding. Dien, with sharp, cold eyes, unleashed powerful. He sliced through multiple enemies at once. Red flashes streaked across the midair. Blood splattered. And the bodies of the opposing soldiers were cut down in an instant. Dien ordered. Liner, keep him from dying. She replied. Yes, then ill. Huh? Look at. The soldier raised his. The blonde-haired, hooded man, covered in blood, said. Even if I don't intend to kill, I'll still. What's going on? The scene was now very chaotic. Everything was stained. Soldier was astonished. Squad, Captain, those mad dogs who danced crazily in war have now become knights. As survivors, how can they fight like— Are they on drugs? This guy and that guy are both so weak. If they don't do it like this, they won't survive. Amidst the blood-stained darkness, a pair of cold, glowing red eyes appeared. Ruthless, filled with determination. Even if you bestow mercy, that is not an ability that helps you survive. I've said it many times, haven't I? Let go of the guilt. You must keep your reason to distinguish who the enemy. He has been swallowed by madness. All for self-preservation. Thank you watching for vid. On the opposite side, another group of people silently watched the scene. One of them shrieked in despair. Damn it! Their eyes reflected helplessness and the feeling of facing a monster in human form. The leader exclaimed, "We chose the wrong opponent. Bottomless greed has harmed me." But those were two tempting conditions to refuse. The scene changed. A servant's voice rang out. "Are you truly all right, Your Excellency?" He continued. "As long as he's injured, half of the promised money will be paid." The Duke clearly, a black-haired man replied. "It's just adding a small condition to the assassination request. You should be fine." The blue-haired servant continued. "But that was a request to kill Dien Hat completely. Did you pay out of your own pocket to add that condition?" If the Duke finds out about this, the black-haired man closed his eyes. "I will take responsibility for this." Dong hates Dien Hat more than anyone, but sometimes he performs actions that are incomprehensible. What exactly does he want to do? The black-haired man's face was his eyes narrowed. The end of that shouts and angry curses. And these dirty tricks. A brutal battle. Dien was engaged in combat against a group of enemies. He appeared incredibly powerful and ruthless, easily cutting down each enemy. His eyes glowed brightly as he delivered lethal blows. The last one still stands. His eyes flared brightly as he killed a surviving soldier panicked. "A man who is a hero of the Empire," he continued. "We shouldn't have gotten involved from the start." He was terrified by the brutal mass. Who could remain calm after witnessing this tragedy? Dien showed a cold, emotionless expression as he looked at the corpses. No wonder they're called killer knights instead of honorable knights. Dien chuckled softly. "Thank you watching for vid." His eyes were blood red. "Isn't it because they resemble demons more than humans?" Dien spoke coldly to the severely wounded, dying enemy leader. "I don't know if you needed money more than your lives, or if you're simply foolish. Or both perhaps?" The leader was stabbed through the body with a sword. Dien's body was now full of killing intent. All around was— He smiled sinisterly. "I don't like torture. So, could you please tell me who is behind this?" The leader groaned in pain. In the Emperor's study, the Grand Vizier's report rang out. "There's a complaint from the Kingdom of Ilion." Eduardo, who was writing, stopped his pen. He raised his head and asked again. The esteemed Count Dien Hat had to eliminate the monsters near the border. They claim that ambushing them near their city walls was an invasion threatening them. The Grand Vizier, holding a thick stack of documents, slowly explained. Eduardo asked in surprise. "Wait, what ambush?" "Is Count Hat?" The Grand Vizier announced. "He was struck by an arrow in his left shoulder and will have difficulty using that arm for a month." Eduardo froze slightly, then frowned in despair. He sneered. "So the Kingdom of Ilion is demanding compensation after all that?" The Grand Vizier replied. "Yes, Your Majesty." Eduardo placed the pen he was writing with onto the table. He mused to himself. "I bet they think we can't participate in a war now that Count Hat is injured," he said. "They should have some brains before sending that request. It seems I've been too—" The Grand Vizier flinched. "Your Majesty doesn't intend—" He hurriedly said. "Your Majesty, we could blame the ambush in Ilion on some vague—" No, Eduardo refused. He sat with his legs crossed, hands clasped together, and a faint smile. "Prepare for war immediately," he said in a firm. Both the Grand Vizier and Nemesius stared wide-eyed in shock. "Thank you watching for vid," said in a panic. "But Your Majesty, it's only been 2 years since the war ended," Eduardo replied. 2 years is enough." The Grand Vizier said again. "It will cost a lot of—" Eduardo smiled again as he replied. "We will recover our money and resources during the invasion. That's what we did in the previous war. There's no reason not to do it again." The Grand Vizier was still stubborn. "Grand Vizier, I am a tyrant." Eduardo bowed his head deeply. His words were gentle, yet full of— The Grand Vizier pressed his lips lightly, eyes wide. He could only cry out in fear. "I have thought about unifying the entire continent. So this is just a small matter," Eduardo said. The Grand Vizier, upon hearing this, bowed his head. He secretly sweated, worried for the Emperor. "If Your Majesty intends to be a tyrant, you must take responsibility for your actions." The Emperor was obsessed with taking responsibility for his— Eduardo looked at his palm. thinking. Unifying the continent is the ultimate goal. Ever since I killed my siblings to ascend this, Eduardo clenched his hand, frowning with determination. I do not intend to shirk responsibility. Just living will become shackles, bringing disaster. The Grand Vizier was secretly although it is good to bear great responsibility, he used the sin of killing his siblings as an excuse to blame the citizens of the empire. This is truly wrong. The Grand Vizier fidgeted, holding the documents. He thought, if disaster is unavoidable, I hope the war will not spread to the empire. He secretly prayed. I will prepare secret war funds, the Grand Vizier. Eduardo was pleased, smiling faintly and praising. The Grand Vizier is truly resourceful. Well then, I must also get to work. General, have you heard about the Church of Salvation? The Grand Vizier replied. The Church of Salvation? Do you mean the sect growing in the slums? When everything is in chaos, it's understandable that people turn to religion for peace. The image of a saintess in white, with a dazzling halo behind her, reaching out as if saving the people below, appeared in the Grand Vizier's. Eduardo covered his nose with his hand, saying seriously, but the Church of Salvation is becoming too influential. It's better to eliminate that threat before I wonder who would be suitable for this task. Or should I let Dien Hat handle it, seeing as he caused this mess? Eduardo said, then chuckled to himself. Although I have no intention of punishing him. When Eduardo thought of Dien's surprised face upon being assigned this task, he smiled with amusement. You mean Dien Hat, your mad? Eduardo replied, yes. Just eliminate a few of those cultists. Even while injured, I'm sure he can do it. Ah, he thought. Oh dear. I object. Your Majesty, this person is extremely dangerous. Nemesius' face darkened, angrily dismissing the idea. Nemesius always guarded against Dien Hat. Eduardo secretly he asked, you dislike him because of his fondness for torturing? Nemesius stood up straight and replied, no, I'm certain that's just for survival. However, Count Hat is a person with a dual personality. Eduardo was surprised to hear that scoundrel's mind is like a balloon always on the verge of exploding. He cannot take responsibility for his actions. What do you think will happen if you let such a mentally unstable person handle this? Nemesius spread his hands and yelled loud. He continued, when he regains awareness of reality, the wall he built will collapse. His second personality will make him terrified of himself. Eduardo interrupted. Why worry so much? Nemesius stopped. He asked, Your Majesty? Eduardo he crossed his legs and his arms, saying, I know that my... Nemesius heard that and asked in surprise. Then why, Your Majesty? Eduardo replied, that is Dien Hat's problem. Even if something happens, it's his responsibility to deal with it himself. How can you say that? If a sword breaks, it can harm its master. You will also bear responsibility for his actions, Your Majesty. Nemesius yelled, and Eduardo calmly asked in return. It's no problem at all. Isn't that the Emperor's? Your Majesty. Nemesius continued, but Eduardo raised his hand, signaling him to stop, and said, Enough. No, I chose to be a tyrant, but I can also be a good king to what I cherish. He raised his hand as he then. Eduardo's gaze gradually grew cold. He said, I will forgive your disrespectful actions. I am not so bad as to be unable to forgive the mistakes of loyal subordinates. Nemesius frowned slightly, then bowed his body. He respectfully said, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Not that I don't understand your concerns. Rest assured. There's no way I would keep a dangerous person close to me, Eduardo said with a light. Eduardo recalled. Dien had once knelt before him, saying to Eduardo with eyes full of bitter hatred, Please allow me to personally annihilate my... At that moment Eduardo thought, a precious gem overflowing with resentment, killing intent, and rage. One who harbored bitter hatred for his family for 8 years. He began participating in the war at age 14, and when he received his military achievements and stood before the Emperor, he only requested revenge against his House Hat has been a thorn in my side ever since they harbored intentions of overthrowing this throne. There's no reason for me to refuse him. Eduardo chuckled with amusement, thinking. He asked, You are asking me to allow you to annihilate a renowned noble family. But if I intend to use him as a sword, I must reforge it to be able to wield it. Eduardo secretly calculated. Dien frowned. His blood-red eyes held no trace of light. He asked, What must I do? The hero is on an expedition to kill the Demon Lord. Why don't you go with him? Eduardo, in order to face the Demon Lord in the name of a hero's comrade. The result was excellent. When he was able to bring back the hero's... Eduardo sat on the throne, smiling as he asked, Excellent. Do you still hold onto those emotions? Dien bowed his head and replied, Hero. Even if Dien Hat doesn't possess a heroic remnant? Now, Eduardo thought Warder's eyes lit up. He smiled slyly. I believe Hat territory will be quieter today. What do you think? Hearing that, Dian raised his head, frowning slightly as he looked. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. Dian bowed his head before Edwarder. You are sitting on the throne. At that moment, lightning flashed outside the window, as if foretelling misfortune about to. But what is fate? Kruin Hat came home very late that day. He witnessed Dian Hat kill everyone in the house, and he survived. That very night, Kruin rode away with a face full of hatred. He yelled furiously. Finally, Kruin Hat became the trump card to confront Dian Hat. Edwarder rested his chin in his hand, concluding the. Regardless of the reason, Dian Hat killed his entire family. And the only one remaining is Kruin Hat. To oppose his older brother, he needs me. Edwarder smiled. He chuckled, thinking to himself. And Kruin served Duke Ulaster to serve 2 brothers, trying to kill each. Edwarder continued. As long as Kruin Hat lives, Dian Hat will continue to serve. In darkness, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Deep red pupils, striking white on the fresh red earth. Dian stood there, looking around in bewilderment. His white shirt was stained and smeared with blood. 4 living corpses slowly advanced, encircling him. One of them even reached out and wrapped its arm around his. Dian was disgusted. He glared, raising his hand, which was covered in sticky red slime. He gritted his teeth and shrieked. Have I gone? A group of living corpses with hollow black eyes. Soulless. Blood continuously oozed from their eyes, noses, and mouths. Their clothes were ragged. They emitted terrifying growling sounds. Dian yelled loudly. What is? I've gone completely mad. He knelt on the ground, clothes stained with fresh red blood. Just a little. Ominous sounds echoed. All for survival. Dian clutched his head, collapsing in pain. Tears. A hand reached out and tightly covered his eyes. A hooded figure appeared. White hair covered his eyes as he gently leaned close to Dian's ear and whispered. Don't think about it. Even if you do, don't run. Hearing the words from the hooded figure, Dian's tear-filled eyes widened. His hand slowly opened a small gap, just enough to peek outside. I didn't do. Dian Trang awoke from a nightmare, his eyes wide open. His body was wrapped in bandages, and his wound was seeping blood. Felt as though he was still dressed. He suddenly noticed the wound on his shoulder beginning to crack. I was clearly at the border, hunting monsters when I was ambushed by an arrow. Dian slowly recalled. A man outside looked at him through the carriage window. Baron Hart, we have arrived at the. It was a beautiful afternoon, with a deep blue sky. When will I ever return here? It's the same this time. Everything was over by the time I regained consciousness. I don't remember anything. Dian stepped down from the carriage. Liner was standing beside. If it weren't for the wound on my shoulder, I would have thought this was just a dream. A male servant approached and draped a cloak over his shoulders. Dian looked around, searching, then turned to ask the servant beside him. Where's? At the same time, I had somewhat guessed, but I never imagined you were a spy. Remember stood tall. His eyes narrowed as he looked down. Then, who is behind you? Who are you? Brown-haired man was terrified, pinned to the ground by another person under the butler's foot. He lay face down, his expression dark with fear. Indeed, he's no ordinary. A soft thud was heard. The man's eyes widened. A knife had been plunged straight into his. What a pity. Now you must die. Remember looked down at the corpse on the ground, devoid of emotion. He narrowed his eyes, looking warily into the distance. The shadow of a bird's wing fell upon his. There are still others from whom we can extract more information, so it's. But a pigeon appeared, carrying a letter on its leg. It flew past over the butler. As he looked up, a hooded figure in black was dragging away the body of the recently deceased spy, leaving a long trail. Suddenly, another hooded figure in black appeared before Remember. He stood observing sternly. The figure knelt on one knee and reported, Master Remember, Baroness Hart has. As he adjusted his tie, Remember gave orders. This matter is proceeding later than expected. Pursue that bird. Uncover those involved with the spy and those behind. About to walk away, he suddenly remembered something and paused. By the authority of the butler, dismiss him. Remember tossed a blood-stained paper onto the man's corpse, then turned and walked. Sitting on the bed, Dian saw the butler enter and softly called. I heard you were injured. Are you all right? The butler asked worriedly. Dian replied nonchalantly, I was injured on my left shoulder, so it's not too inconvenient for daily activity. The butler smiled. I see. You are right-handed, aren't you? Remember nodded with satisfaction. Good. In any case, there are still piles of documents waiting. As if understanding the butler's thoughts, Dian sighed internally. Such a heartless person. He let out a sigh. Sweat beaded on his forehead. As if realizing something, Dian asked, But remember, you're also injured, aren't you? Remember flinched. A smell of blood? Just now, on my way here, I apprehended a spy. Perhaps some blood splattered onto me then. I was in such a hurry that I didn't notice the Dain was surprised. You found a spy? Not exactly. I intended to capture him alive. But something happened on the way here. I apologize. The butler looked at Dain remorsefully. No, it's nothing. It was an accident, Dain thought. Is this butler truly such a person? I heard he came from Terra, a small, isolated region in the center of the Baron Hart. You also encountered assassins. Did you gather any information? Remember asked Dain. They're all dead too. So we couldn't find out who was behind them. Dain replied vaguely, feeling embarrassed. Actually, I don't remember anything. But I suppose so, he thought to himself. Even the Baron failed. That means the mastermind is a formidable enemy. If so, we can narrow down the scope. They could be the revolutionaries or royal enemies or perhaps Duke Euluster, the leader of the noble faction. An image of Euluster's cunning smile appeared in his. Among them, the Duke is the most suspicious. But the butler's expression became solemn. He pondered, chin in. No matter who it is, it's an entity that the Baron alone would find difficult to contend with. How about seeking His Majesty the Emperor's assistance? Remember suggested. Dain's eyes were wide with surprise at the butler's sharp analysis. He said nothing, thinking to himself the butler is truly Noticing Dain's unusual silence, Remember quickly said, I apologize for overstepping in this matter. The butler lowered his head awkwardly. Thank you. Dain pondered, chin in hand. I intend to seek out the Emperor as soon as possible, to request the return of the Heart territory before I get embroiled in too many other matters. I must quickly handle whatever I can. Either retaliate for what they've done, or stop everything here. I must quickly achieve a peaceful life, even if only for... The next day, under clear skies with white clouds, a magnificent castle with a red roof appeared. His Majesty is having a private conversation with Duke Euluster. Baron Hart, please wait a... Yes, I understand. Dressed in elegant white and blue noble attire, Dain was disheartened. I can't believe I'm encountering this right now. A man in guard's uniform opened the door, made his announcement, then bowed. Dain, paying him no mind, turned and walked away. There's no other way. They'll just go somewhere to kill Baron Hart. Baron Hart. And Lothia's voice echoed. Don't rush in like that the moment you meet. And Lothia gesticulated, trying to break free from restraints to rush towards Forgive her rudeness, Baron Hart. Elpidius smiled awkwardly at Dain, ignoring his sister who was glowering at him, calling him Dain Hart is greatly honored to meet your Highness. Elpidius approached, giving him a thumbs up and a wink. No need for such formality. Aren't we friends? Dain stood still, too astonished to speak. But my friend, I hear you have plenty of free time while waiting for His Majesty. Before he could understand what was happening, Dain was pulled away, and Lothia happily sat beside him, hugging his arm. Elpidius sat opposite, leisurely enjoying the teacup in his. Dain was stunned. How did I end up? In contrast to Dain, and Lothia and Elpidius were delighted. I can't believe we can drink tea together in the Imperial Palace like this. It's one. Dain picked up the teacup and took a sip. If I had known I'd meet them here like this, I would have come either earlier or... Tea seems to suit your taste. Take some with you when you leave. The table was filled with cookies of various shapes. Thank you, and Lothia said, Baron Hart, you're only drinking tea? Aren't you going to eat anything? Try some before Dain could react, and Lothia quickly popped a cookie into his. Don't think about anything. Time will pass quickly. Try this one too, and this one. And Lothia happily fed Dain one cookie after another, making him turn pale. Elpidius, sitting opposite, watched the scene and chuckled with him. Suddenly, Elpidius' gaze became serious, losing its playful look. I heard that Baron Hart was injured on the way to the border. Baron Hart, you must be more careful. Consider that your body is gradually weakening due to the curse. Why did you participate in Monster? Huh? Baron Hart is injured? And Lothia exclaimed in surprise. I didn't want to. I was dragged there, Dain said, covering his mouth. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. Elpidius looked at Dain with concern. You must protect your body carefully, Baron Hart, as you have a long future serving His Majesty. Dain outwardly calmly sipped his tea, but inwardly he was screaming. A long future? Oh, how dreadful. I must quickly withdraw from this and live a wonderful life of unemployment. It's because of you that I'm saying this, but... Dain paid no attention to what Elpidius was saying, grumbling inwardly. When will His Majesty finally summon me? This is terribly inconvenient. Not receiving a reply from Dain, Elpidius continued, to be honest, I don't want to become emperor. Dain was startled. His hand holding the teacup trembled. spilling tea From my perspective, I have no choice but to assume the position of Crown Prince. But His Majesty is only 8 years older than I am. By the time His Majesty abdicates, won't I also be retired? Elpidius sighed, making Dain gasp in shock. He choked on his drink, coughing and sniffling. The princess worriedly asked, Baron Hart, are you all right? Dain covered his mouth, thinking, damn it, what is he suddenly talking about? Don't tell me these things. I don't care about power or any of that. I don't want to. If I were to ascend the throne early, it would mean His Majesty himself has an issue. I do not wish for that. Elpidius suddenly lowered his face. His eyes filled with, His Majesty is like my own elder brother. My blood brother. And Lothia also became sad. I only wish for His Majesty's happiness. Dain contemplatively brought a hand to his mouth, clearing his throat lightly, and thought, yes, I know. The Crown Prince and Princess are incredibly obedient to the current emperor was once the 9th prince. The image of a man in a fur-lined robe appeared in his mind, majestic and solitary. If there was a coup, the current emperor would have considered killing his brothers and their Then it's incomprehensible. The existence of the Crown Prince and Princess is truly strange. When these nephews and niece don't hate this, there must be a reason. The image of a person dressed in authoritative royal attire appeared. The first prince. The father of the Crown Prince and Memories suddenly flooded back. A gentle blonde-haired man tenderly stroked young Yahello's head. He was kind, unlike his tyrannical. The 9th prince, who became emperor, was blood-kin to the first prince. Before his death, the first prince would visit the 9th prince every day to care for the 9th prince and his own son. Yahello sat in the man's lap, looking down at the 2 children embracing mischief. They must have been as close as siblings. A relationship as intimate as family. More than family. The image of 3 children laughing together, harmonious. Back in the present, Dain's face fell. His dark eyes filled with contemplation. If the first prince were still alive, it said that the current emperor would not have claimed the. We are very worried about His Majesty. He always takes everything upon himself. Therefore, Baron Hart, please assist His Majesty. Elpidius took Dain's hand and earnestly instructed him. Yes. Mother, why are you putting such pressure on Baron Hart? And Lothia chided. If it's Baron Hart, he will surely do well. While the 2 of them chatted and laughed happily, they didn't notice Dain's face darkening and sinking. Ah, yes, you're right. My apologies, Baron. He'll go to the restroom for a moment, Dain said, standing to leave, his teacup empty. Come to think of it, the Baron drank a lot of tea. All right, go quickly and come. Thank you, he said, hastily leaving the tea. Watching Dain's hasty departure, Elpidius took a sip of tea. He ran off already, and Lothia rested her chin on her hand, gazing after his disappearing back. He really did run away. It seems talking to us was too much pressure.
I'm sorry.
But everything we said was sincere. Elpidius opened his sharp eyes. Unlike the calm surface, fierce undercurrents were slowly stirring beneath. The blade was clearly aimed at the Elpidius recalled. If things continue like this, I might never ascend to the position of emperor in my lifetime. I will help you, the emperor, reach the highest position. The wave of opposition from the nobility is growing stronger. Please pass judgment on the tyrant. Elpidius sat in his chair, his eyes darkening, his face filled with worry. Holding the teacup in his hand, he calculated. Although I am not swayed by such unreasonable words, our actions have changed over the past 2 years. From conciliation to feigned compromise for intimidation. I don't know when they will seize our weaknesses and force me to do things I don't want. Therefore, I must quickly prepare countermeasures. He used tongs to pick up a sugar cube. In the Empire, His Majesty must have his own faction. Absolutely do not side with His Majesty. Dean Hart possesses outstanding abilities. If he stands with us, there is nothing more reliable. That's why we've been working so hard to draw him in, right? Of course, I truly like the Baron too. And Lothia said, resting her chin on her hand. Haha, indeed, Elpidius burst out laughing. I hope Honorary Baron Dain Hart will always stand with His Majesty. If anything obstructs the Emperor's support, even if it is the royal family itself, they must die. A sugar cube was dropped into the full teacup, causing the tea to overflow, spilling out of the cup and onto the. Dain busied himself looking around. Where's the rest? He glanced around. Every time I come to the Imperial Palace, I just meet the Emperor and leave, so I don't know my way around. A red-haired man, clutching a stack of documents, opened a door and stepped out of a room. Dain's eyes lit. Ah, you there. The man's face darkened in panic, terrified to see. Why are you so surprised? I'm already too used to people running away the moment they see me, but not now. Dain slowly approached. The man trembled with fear, sweat pouring down his face, stammering, Is something wrong, sir? He backed away, feigning nonchalance. This really just a gentle smile? Dain thought, then spoke. Do you know where this is? He tried to force out the most innocent smile possible. But in the man's eyes, the sky suddenly darkened. His lips subtly twisted. Red eyes gleamed, his face looking as if demanding. The man, panicking, continuously retreated. Failed. He drew the dagger hidden on his. He suddenly swung it wildly at Dain, attacking. Before he could react, Dain was stabbed through the. He frantically dodged. I just wanted to ask where the restroom is. You bastard. Blood splattered from the. The man quickly darted past. Because Dain dodged, the man lost his balance and fell straight to the ground. The stack of documents in his hand scattered across the. He asked if I knew where this was. That means I've been discovered. The red-haired man recalled, terrified. He turned his head to look, his face sinking as he bit his lip, cursing the documents. After many failed attempts, I finally managed to obtain these documents. Even if Dain's face was dark with fear, his teeth clenched. He slowly turned his head, one hand tightly clutching his bleeding. His red eyes gleamed sharply. It must be him, Dain. But even if I escape, my chances of survival are very low. Just one moment of carelessness, he thought to himself. A hand reached out and seized his neck, startling him and filling him with. Hand gripping his neck lifted him into the air. Only then did he clearly see the owner of the Kruin heart. A name appeared in his mind, just before he gradually lost consciousness. Dain's eyes widened in surprise. He exclaimed, "What is it?" Hearing the voice, Kruin turned his head to look. He saw Dain standing there, his face full of surprise, clutching the wound on his. Was he here? Kruin narrowed his eyes, looking toward. Dain, full of questions, looked back in surprise. Their eyes met. Kruin stared. Kruin's hand on the red-haired man's neck tightened further. The man began to gasp for air, saliva drooling from the corner of his mouth. His trembling hand weakly grasped the strong arm squeezing his throat. The documents in his hand fell to the ground as he pleaded, "Mercy." Documents in the man's hand fell to the floor. What kind of documents was he holding? Dain stepped forward and bent down to pick up the documents. But another hand, faster, picked them up first to examine. Dain looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. Duke Yahello held the documents in his hand, reading them in. Yahello smiled enigmatically. This seems to be important royal family doc. Been a long time, Baron Hart. I was on my way to an audience with His Majesty, and I didn't expect to meet the Baron here like this, he said, smiling heartily. Could it be that the Baron has also come for an audience with His Majesty? Yahello looked at Dain leisurely, smiling.
Dain Pauset?
Yes, I've come to return the territory. I also have something to ask His Majesty. Dain replied vaguely, thinking inwardly. There's no need to tell him everything. Even while waiting for an audience with His Majesty, one can catch a spy infiltrating the royal family. The red-haired spy lay pinned to the floor, unconscious. Yahello looked towards them. If it weren't for Baron Hart, who knows what might have happened. No, that's not it. I have no intention of taking credit, so this humble official doesn't need to worry. Even if Sir Kruin hadn't intervened, the Baron could have easily handled. Dain, with a headache, put a hand to his forehead, his expression unsightly. It's not like. And Lothia and Elpidius called out loudly from a distance. Baron Hart. The two rushed over in a panic. Hearing their call, Dain suddenly remembered. Oh no, I was having tea with them. Elpidius spoke. We were worried when the Baron didn't return, so we came looking. Blood slowly trickled from Dain's nose. Elpidius rushed over and shook him. You're bleeding. He panicked while Dain still looked. Elpidius yelled. Someone, quickly call a court physician. Only then did Dain realize, covering his nose with his hand. His eyes darkened. This body is starting to break down again. He turned to calm him. I'm fine, you're. What do you mean, fine? Your blood is flowing like that. And Lothia cried in panic, looking at the blood dripping onto the floor. Elpidius urgently pressed. Quickly, call a court physician. What happened, Baron? It seems he was injured while subduing the spy, Kruin speculated. Yahello pondered. Indeed, it's highly likely his weapon was poisoned. Elpidius was startled. Starting again. I can't possibly clarify this. Dain covered his nose, his face full of helplessness. And Lothia stood beside him, encouraging, Baron Hart, please stay calm. Green-haired court physician, clutching a medicine box, ran over, his face full of worry. Your Highness, gasp. The patient. Where's the patient? Upon arrival, the court physician only saw 4 sharp pairs of eyes glaring at him. In the center stood Dain, his face pale and lifeless. As soon as he saw that the patient was Dain, the court physician clutched his head, screaming inwardly. Oh no, not again. As Dain Hart, at last banquet, I was summoned because Baron Hart was in danger. It was terrifying. The patient wasn't even there, only high-ranking officials. The memory of that banquet flooded back. The small court physician, clutching his medicine box, was surrounded by a series of high-ranking figures, who one after another chided him. "You're too late. You've been living too easily lately, haven't you?" The flashback ended, and the stressed court physician, trembling, took Dain's pulse. Dain was puzzled. Why is he shaking like that? Those individuals are all equally concerned for Baron Hart's health. They wish for the Baron not to suffer any harm. Every time I'm called, it feels like I lose 10 years of my life. Court physician, is it poisoned? Elpidius asked, placing a hand on the court physician, who flinched in fright. His eyes welled up, and his voice trembled. The wound is nothing special. Thankfully, it's quite What do you mean? Why is there so much blood? Have you examined him thoroughly? Elpidius grabbed the court physician by the collar and yelled. I, your humble servant, have already treated him. Dain, standing between them, tried his best to explain.
Honestly, I'm fine.
He was flustered, looking at the two people in front of him. At this rate, it'll just make more If that's the case, then it's due to the Demon Lord's curse. A pair of feet walked up to the group and General Nemesius. Everyone chorused. The general bowed. Dain wondered, why are there more and more people? His Majesty requests the presence of Honorary Baron Dain Hart for a conversation. He cast a downward glance. Dain, as if accustomed to it, his eyes seemed to say, it's you again. They should have sent a servant to deliver the message. Why did this person come directly? He sighed, bowing his head. His Majesty has summoned me. I will go. As if remembering something, Dain turned his head and called back. And, Your Highness, thank you for your kind intentions. You don't need to be so overly cautious. With that said, Dain turned and walked away, following the Elpidius stood watching Dain's departing back. Pensive. No need to be so cautious. As if understanding, he clenched his fist, as if having just made a decision. After all, the curse is incurable, so there's no need to worry. Such a profound person as him only excels at making others misunderstand him. Elpidius lowered his head, his eyes filled with worry. What if Dain held his wound with one hand, deep in thought. My expression wasn't very good. Was I too arrogant? Just outside the palace, a carriage awaited at the bottom of the steps. Yahello and Kruin, one after the other, stepped in. Carriage rolled away from the Imperial Palace. Inside, Yahello sat with his legs crossed, chin in hand. Inside, he recalled picking up the documents and reading them earlier. They were clearly a draft budget for. Yahello's eyes darkened. His thin lips turned up slightly. His Majesty said he wouldn't start a war immediately, but his handling of this is too careful. To achieve our desires, His Majesty's plan. He reached out to adjust his cloak. At the Imperial Palace, Emperor Edward sat majestically on the throne. Your face looks unwell. Were you gravely injured from apprehending that? Oh, Your Majesty, Dain said, sitting in a chair, his head bowed, face covered in sweat, his eyes unconsciously avoiding the Emperor's gaze. You're sweating, the Emperor noted with concern. Dain affirmed, I'm fine, Your Majesty. If you say so, then so be it, but don't hide your health condition. The Emperor sighed, resting his chin on his. For you are one of the Empire's most important combat forces. Dain bowed his head. I, your subject, obey your command. He thought to himself, surprisingly, I really am. Dain's face began to turn pale, his head drenched in sweat. It's just that I couldn't find the restroom earlier, so now I'm in a bit of a hurry. I should have stopped by one before coming. All right, what did you come here for? The Emperor asked. Dain straightened up and replied, regarding the Heart territory. As if understanding his intention, the Emperor cut him off. If it's a request for the return of territory or similar demands, Dain was stunned, thinking unbelievable. But it seems, as if remembering something, the Emperor understood. The matter concerning the Lodi Knights is similar. Dain was furious. Your subject wished to Of course not. Why do you say such senseless things occasionally? The Emperor replied. Dain flared up, his eyes burning with anger. Why can't I say that? People need rest and relax. But if you accept my request, I will agree to all your wishes, the Emperor said with a smile, pushing a document towards. He picked up the paper, his eyes vacant, and read aloud. Request for. This is a religion established by charlatans and is very active in the slums. Your mission is to eradicate them. An image of the cult performing some ritual appeared. A figure in a white robe extended a hand towards mesmerized citizens. Eradicate them? Just hearing that sounds troublesome. No matter how much it involves, I have to Breaking free from his thoughts, Dain began, Your Majesty, your subject. Before he could finish, the Emperor cut him off. Earlier, I also assigned this to Duke Uluster and Baron Kruin. Dain's hand, pushing the document. The Emperor continued, if Kruin completes this smoothly, then his wish. Dain shot up, shouting, agreed. The Emperor also exclaimed at the same time, hearing these words, he unconsciously, oh no, I've fallen into a trap, but I don't know what Kruin's wish is. Whatever it is, I must prevent it, Dain thought. The Emperor crossed his arms, smiling triumphantly. Actually, I can guess the reason for this Duke's request, but I cannot let everything proceed smoothly according to his. So, between Kruin and Dain, whoever completes the mission first, I will grant that person's wish. The Emperor smiled, extending a hand towards Dain. If I must repay him, the Emperor's faction. No, wouldn't Eduardo Dizit's faction be a better choice for Dain? Dain was serious. Your subject will definitely complete the mission first. He tucked the documents into his breast pocket, silently resolving, no matter what, I must win against. Hand gently placed a steaming teacup on the Dain's face suddenly scrunched up as if someone had eaten all his food, and he spoke disparagingly. Always drinking this tea lately. Huh? The paper in his hand was clutched so tightly that it. Butler, remember, standing opposite, offered a gentle, highly professional smile and replied, it seems Baron Hart enjoys this tea, as His Highness the Crown Prince personally brought it. Dain's face darkened. His lips pressed tightly together as he hesitantly stared at the teacup in his hand. He thought to himself, enjoy it? It certainly smells good. But because of what happened back then, I still haven't been to the restroom. Take me to the restroom. Remember gestured nobly towards a cup of tonic, waiting patiently on a nearby cart. He reminded Baron Hart, don't forget to drink your tonic. In Dain's eyes, the bottle of medicine seemed to emit a sinister energy. Beside it was a small letter from Kruin, which read, please, for everyone's sake, you must stay healthy. I earnestly hope you drink this. He remained silent for a long moment, then cautiously asked, must I really drink that? The butler continued, this was sent by the court physician. Is it not good for your body? I have already checked it. There's no point. Atmosphere suddenly became tense. Remember tried to explain seriously, while Dain sat chillingly, full of suspicion. He brushed it off, no, it's not about whether it's poisoned or not. But inwardly he had other thoughts. I can't say I don't like it. The butler, still very patient, smiled and announced, I've prepared sugar. Suddenly, the door opened, and Liner stepped in, breaking the awkward silence with her announcement.
Baron Hart, I'm back.
Dain eagerly asked, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Liner, have you finished your investigation? At the same time, he gulped down the dreadful tonic. Its taste was so potent that his face darkened as if he had just swallowed poison. Is there any more information about the Salvation Cult? Liner quickly replied, yes, Baron Hart. It's a religious imposter group that is primarily expanding its influence in the. Liner respectfully handed the documents to Dain with both hands. They distribute free bread and water to gather followers. These are the organized documents about them. Unlike other cults, they don't demand faith in a cult leader or. She continued, they only preach one thing, believe in salvation. Dain opened the documents and scanned them with a critical eye. His face immediately expressed judgment. Salvation sounds too abstract, doesn't it? He thought to himself, there isn't just one or two suspicious. Dain gradually became more serious, slowly voicing his opinion. If they're distributing free food, it must have cost a considerable amount of money right from the start. Currently, they are being sustained by the aid of some nobles, but, remember, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. For an operation of that scale, it's still a large sum of money. Even for nobles, it would be difficult to sustain. Hearing this, Dain said nothing more, merely picked up his teacup and rinsed his mouth, appearing deep in thought. His eyes gazed into the distance. His other hand unconsciously tapped the table. Their goal isn't money, nor is it faith in a cult leader. What exactly is their purpose? His hand suddenly froze as if realizing a mind-blowing truth. Let's just leave that matter for now. They'll gradually reveal it. I drank both tea and tonic at the same. Dain suddenly stood up from his chair. First, I have to go to the restroom, then he'll think about it. This greatly surprised Liner, who stared at him wide. She didn't question it. In fact, her eyes lit up like car headlights. Her mouth curved into a bright smile, and her hands clenched proudly. I knew it. The Baron intends to take action personally. He could order his subordinates to do it, but he's taking care of it himself. Truly, not only that, Liner worriedly offered, going alone is very dangerous, so I will accompany you. Hearing this, Dain was perplexed. His face went blank as he asked innocently, huh? Go. Liner excitedly replied, where else? The Salvation Cult. No sooner had she finished speaking than the two were in a village with tall, imposing stone houses looming behind them. Dain was so shocked his mouth fell open. His face turned. The two stood before an alley. Liner informed him this path leads to the Salvation Cult's base. Dain was still disoriented, asking himself, who am I? Where is? Despite Dain's uncomfortable grimace, Liner continued to chatter on. From here, please conceal your identity. The butler has already prepared an old robe for you. He seemed unable to accept the reality. I didn't even have time to prepare. So how did it end up like all this time? Deep down, he still only wanted to relieve himself. Even because Liner dragged me here, I still haven't reached the restroom. No, I must quickly take care of this. Just for that, Dain put on a tough, determined face and turned to remind Liner. Liner, wait for me here for a moment.
Don't follow me.
Then he muttered to himself, I won't repeat the same mistake as last. As soon as his back disappeared behind the wall, Liner worriedly asked, Sir, are you all right going alone? In just the blink of an eye, Dain had vanished amidst a swirl of white mist. She rushed to the alley, calling out loudly, Baron. Liner recalled his pale face, dripping with cold sweat, and his lips tightly pressed together, looking utterly. He was terrified, her face turning purple, continuously thinking negative thoughts. He vanished just like that. His complexion was clearly not good. But where did he go alone? Could it be the demon lord's? The scene shifted to Dain. After relieving himself, his face broke into a bright smile, and he sighed in relief. Phew, I survived. Dain happily stepped out and saw a familiar figure, thinking to himself, thank goodness someone let me use their restroom. I was so nervous Liner would follow me. In the dim darkness, a handsome, distinguished man's face emerged. Long bangs covered his eyes, revealing only a high nose and a small purse. Hearing a strange noise, Kruin turned to look behind. As he turned, Dain couldn't hide his surprise. His face was completely drained of color, dark, filled only with gloom and anger. He was so irritated it was as if he had met a 1,000-year-old enemy. His mouth stammered, unable to form words. Suddenly, before he could finish speaking, he coughed. Damn this wretched body, he cursed fearing he would lose face before the person he hated. And without fully recovering, Dain hastily ran forward, swinging his arm and unleashing a red light attack. I cannot let him see me in this weak. By reflex, Kruin raised his sword to block the opponent's. His sharp eyes flashed like those of an enraged wild beast. His face had also darkened. He said coldly, mocking, shouldn't an injured arm make you more? That remark was a reminder to Dain of the terrible memory when Kruin had slashed him, severely injuring his arm. He's talking about my arm. Was I injured because of that? Image of blood spurting right before his eyes was truly an unforgettable sight. Dain hastily brushed it off. Anyway, it's just a minor injury. Before he could finish speaking, Kruin unexpectedly placed a hand on his shoulder, leaving Dain very confused. Pressed his hand down hard on Dain's. The pressure caused Dain's shoulder to seep blood. Still in pain, he clutched his shoulder and angrily cried out, You. Kruin recoiled backward, raising his sword into. At this moment, Dain felt a sudden wave of anxiety along with the pain, making his face turn ashen. Sweat poured off him. It's not my arm, but my left shoulder. This side was injured by those assassins. How did he? Seeing this, Kruin's eyebrows furrowed as if about to merge. Then he began to speak judgmentally, like a general. He's clearly injured, yet he can still move like that. In any case, it seems they couldn't finish the. Dain's face darkened with anger. He gritted his teeth and accused. Those assassins who attacked me back then, you sent them. Though covered in injuries, he was still very battle-ready. He just has to die. Suddenly, a loud call rang out. Baron Hart. It was Liner, searching for. The call made him freeze. So you're here. I apologize for being too worried about you, so I came. Liner, having just arrived, was so shocked her mouth fell open, and her face crumpled. Kruin, meanwhile, looked at her with an expression of disgust, as if the whole world had wronged. Dain with a panicked expression, his face beaded with sweat, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes looked straight ahead. His mouth weakly called out. A thought flashed through his mind. In a short time, I've lost my composure. Liner, oblivious to her own safety, rushed forward to shield Dain. She didn't forget to ask him, Baron Hart, are you all right? Inwardly, she was also very worried. Spitting blood. Indeed, the demon lord's curse has taken effect. He hid his condition and came alone because he didn't want me to worry. I am truly unfit to be a knight. To engage Kruin Hart in this. Kruin suddenly recognized the familiar face of the captain of the knights, who was guarding Dain. Suddenly threw out his hand to stop Liner, interrupting her train of thought. Later, I will ask for your forgiveness for this mistake. First, From this, his face was as stoic as a gourd, heroically stepping to the front line. Step back, Liner. She was surprised and asked. Dain stared intently at his opponent as if wanting to devour him alive. He thought to himself, Liner and I would be very happy if we could actually kill him, but even if I don't want to admit it, he is still a hero of the Empire. This is very disadvantageous for Kruin retracted his sword and began to ask seriously. Could it be that you are infiltrating the Salvation? Dain coldly stepped forward, moving away from him and replying evasively. I have no reason to answer that question. It seemed he had also realized something. Moreover, it appears he doesn't intend to fight. It's fine if this ends here. I lost my composure earlier, but Kruin remained silent for a long moment, then spoke, offering a well-intentioned warning. Dain Hart, if you interfere in this matter, you will be in danger. Remark made Dain pause for a moment. He angrily gritted his teeth, firmly asserting, you sent people to assassinate me, and now you're concerned about this? Well, thanks. Just one sentence, but it made Kruin's face slacken. His pupils widened, and his face turned ashen as if he had just swallowed poison. He was too shocked to. He furiously crumpled the paper in his hand and uttered with disdain. Fool. You don't have much longer to live. Quietly enjoy this. Kruin clutched the paper to himself, thinking, his body is weakened by the mountain bandits, and with the Demon Lord's curse, he probably doesn't have many days left. He closed his eyes, lost in deep thought for a long time. Even if I don't know for sure, it won't be much longer. So, until his remaining days run out, I just need to wait until then to end everything. The scene shifted to Dain. He was covering his face with mud, as if in disgust. He calmly turned to Liner and asked, Liner, aren't you going to put some on? Anyone who sees you like that will know you're a noble. She flinched, startled, and replied in a loud voice. She said, I'll do it too, but her eyes darted away, looking elsewhere. She raised a hand to cover her nose, her face turning pale. This dirt smells awful. Dain smiled, realizing, Liner was born a noble, so she's never experienced anything like. As if grasping her weakness, Dain uttered a few psychologically potent words that sent Liner into extreme panic. So you're gonna let me go in there alone? I thought you said you'd absolutely not leave me alone. Was it all a Liner, flustered, quickly yelled as if for heaven and earth to hear her defense. No, it's not like that. As a knight, I cannot break my word. I will. Although she disliked the smell of mud, she gritted her teeth, enduring it, and sat down to smear mud on her. Dan watched her struggling, his face a cold, expressionless mask. How detestable. Even so, there's no other way if I want to disguise myself as a commoner and reach the Church of Redemption. I apologize for any. He suddenly recalled Cruel's advice that it would be better to have some dirt in his hair. He then turned, annoyed with himself. This guy's advice irritates me. Then quickly wiped his muddy hands on his clothes. He thought to himself, Cruel was also assigned the mission to destroy the Church of Redemption, so his reason for being here is the same as mine. I absolutely cannot be slower than him. I must avoid meeting him again while on this mission. I need to be faster. He spoke decisively, giving an order. Liner, take the sword and hide it, then come back. Liner looked up. Yen pulled up his hood and walked away quickly. He'll go. Liner tried to stop him. Ah no, wait. The Lord Count is going alone. Despite her pleas, Yen resolutely went ahead. In less than 3 seconds, he had vanished, leaving a message only he knew. Liner, I apologize, but I don't have time. His sudden appearance and disappearance also alerted Celine, who was standing nearby. She looked in that direction. Yen jumped up and ran off. I must complete the mission before. Yen tried to act like the protagonist, but the floor stole the spot. He tumbled several times, landing face down on the ground. Even more humiliating, it happened right in front of. Seeing this, both Liner and Celine's faces turned pale with worry for him. Lord, the humiliation made Yen want to dig a hole and bury himself. He pressed his face into the dirt, not daring to look up again. His hands clenched. Damn it, I'm going to die of embarrassment. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, but Yen's heart was a tempest. He remained glued face down to the ground. Damn it, just kill me. Celine asked him anxiously. Hey, are you? She ran over, intending to help him up. Are you so hungry you have no strength left? You'll get hurt. Can you stand up? Only then could Yen manage to sit up. But he coughed several times, his body trembling, unable to speak clearly. I'm fine? As Yen raised his hand, covered in strawberry syrup he had just coughed up, along with some dirt, Celine cried out in fear. Oh my God, it's blood, he thought to himself. Another person appeared and helped him inside. Yen tried to reassure them to avoid causing a panic. This is a chronic illness I've had since birth. I'm fine and this disease isn't easily spread. Celine urgently prompted him. Alright, just come inside for now. There's a place for you to rest inside. Liner stood silently behind a wall, observing. She felt great pity in her heart. Oh my man. In her eyes, Dian was always like an angel with the protagonist's blinding halo and a bright, cheerful smile on his lips. Liner's eyes lit up with pride. She exclaimed endlessly. You truly are unbelievable. You act so deeply and immerse yourself so naturally. He's just like a pitiable person. Alright, I'll imitate him. Stepping inside the house, Celine gave a friendly smile, along with a warm and welcoming attitude. Please forgive me, have we taken in enough new people for— Liner was still confused, puzzled. Excuse me? Heaven and Buddha may not bless us, but at least I got a rude attitude. Celine quickly tossed a bottle of water and a piece of bread at her. You need water and bread, right? Here you go. Please come back another time. Truly, despite Liner's continuous shouts. Wait. The servant insisted on closing the door. Celine, meanwhile, walked coldly inside without even a glance back. Please take care. The pests are starting to— He seems to have recognized Liner's true identity with just one glance. Her aura was so filthy it couldn't be hidden. Her demeanor was incredibly strong and controlled. That person is a spy who wants to investigate the Church of Redemption, and seems to be Turning back inside, Celine saw Dian sitting on a chair with a weak appearance. His body was dirty and covered in mud. His unsteady gait further emphasized that he hadn't eaten for— He seemed to notice something as Dian continuously clutched his arm. His arm was probably injured, and he had coughed up blood earlier. This person must be from the slums. Celine picked up a hot cup of tea and offered it to him. Try some hot— Dian, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up with a question. Thank you. I heard that I would receive rations if I came here, and it's true. Celine replied, maintaining her practiced smile. Yes, that's right. They'll bring it for you, so please make yourself at home. He continued, what about— Dian glanced over, scrutinizing, listening intently to every word she said. We don't take anything, so please don't worry. Just rest and eat well. He recalled to himself, I didn't do anything noteworthy when I— Dian looked up at the beautifully decorated house. The light shining in made it even more grand and magnificent. It was like a typical church. Furthermore, the Church of Redemption also had kind clerics and improved the lives of the unfortunate. Guards at the entrance reminded him of holy knights. Yet everything made Dian feel suspicious. However, the truth was that nothing was normal because everything was suspicious. It made me even more suspicious of this. Suddenly, Celine spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. Are you uncomfortable? Dian started. His face looked dumbfounded in surprise. He reflexively ducked his head, pulling his hood down to hide his face. It's nothing. I might be disturbing others by being here. This made Celine feel perplexed. A slight worry still arose in Dian's heart. Although my face isn't famous because I don't participate in many social activities, my eyes are red, and that's very— A cunning, chilling smile suddenly flashed across Celine's lips, enough to freeze a person. If it's about that, you can rest assured. And she screamed, making Dian jump and his hood fall off. No one here will jump. In an instant, when his hood fell, he felt anxious, extremely afraid. Suddenly, a surge of tension rose in his heart. Celine's face gradually changed expression. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Her complexion also darkened. She stretched out both hands, intending to lift Dian's muddied face. While he was still confused, not knowing what— The space seemed to fall silent. Their four eyes met directly. The scene looked like a romance, but it was nonsense. Celine spoke. Your eyes are— Hearing this, Dian was so scared his face went blank. His whole body stiffened. Sweat poured down like rain. He couldn't utter a single word. A question flashed through his mind. Damn it, what should— Celine was about to continue in a low voice. Perhaps you— But before she could finish, Dian interrupted her. His voice began to sound pathetic. It's quite disgusting. He asked, puzzled. What? He bowed his head and turned inward. Life had given Dian a role, so why not play it? I know you won't like it. He even spun a ton of lives' tragedies with just a few words, making anyone who heard feel sympathetic. Who could like them? Even my family abandoned me because— The moment of role reversal had arrived. Now, it was Celine who had to be confused. She began to try and reassure him. It's alright, we don't find it disgusting at all. You know about Dian Hart, don't you? I was just wondering because he's rumored to have red eyes like you. Only then could Dian seemingly breathe a sigh of relief. That should be fine. He turned back and pretended to be naive, asking, are you talking about the Empire's hero? Celine replied gravely. Yes, but there are some bad rumors that he's a vampire or some kind of demon. Why do people spread so many rumors? I'm sure he's a terrible person. Dian turned away and gave a silly smile. So that's what they say about me. Celine still stood with her arms crossed, staring at him, then thought to herself, right, there's no way such a weakling could be the famous Dian. After a moment of silence, Celine spoke up. You've come all this way, so you must know where this is, right? Dian replied in a completely naive tone. Isn't this a place that distributes food and water to the poor without demanding anything in return? She continued. Yes, that's what most people think about the Church of Redemption. All this talk and beating around the bush, Dian only wanted to hear one thing. Tell me how you've managed to expand your forces so. Celine stood with a radiant aura, speaking voluminously with an air of warm confidence. This religion was created to save the oppressed who suffer under the laws of the tyrant King Edge. He continuously explained like a professional multi-level marketer. The reason you live in pain is also because of the king. If the king had enacted laws for peace throughout the land, would you have had to endure such things? Hearing this, Dian's mouth twisted into a foolish smile. He looked bewildered, his eyes unfocused. Is that so? He silently thought to himself. Your Majesty, I didn't say anything. Celine stood with her arms crossed, criticizing everything down to the smallest detail with absurd claims. Even your fall just now could be because the king didn't properly pave the roads. This reason left him speechless, stiff, and stunned. She gently, tenderly, took his hand, and silently wondered in her heart. No one has helped the poor and hungry until now, yet you still haven't blamed all this on the king? Celine revealed. The Church of Redemption is not like other religions. As she spoke, a halo of light appeared behind her, accompanied by Celine's extremely artificial smile. We only believe in redemption. We don't believe in money or anything else. But Dian's eyes had already lowered. He didn't speak, but in his heart, he silently judged. A reasonable assertion, spoken sweetly. And a ridiculous religion, yet it's trustworthy when it comes with food rations. Dian hesitated for a moment, then asked, will true faith really bring me redemption? His eyes suddenly became serious, sharp, and he asked bluntly, so who will save me? Dian thought, I wonder who is behind all. Scene change. Dian ambled down the hallway. Light streamed in from outside through the windows, along with a chandelier on the ceiling. But even so, everything created a pitiable sense of melancholy and gloom. He walked, nibbling on a loaf of bread in his hand, his eyes scrutinizing everything around. He recalled Celine's cheerful words. Once you become a devout believer, you will find out. This only made Dian feel more disdainful than ever. He put on a polite front, but in his heart, he continuously cursed this place. How in the world can I become a believer in a cult? Everything seemed suspicious, but there was no concrete evidence to prove it. It seemed they hadn't put anything in the bread. Suddenly, something bumped Dian from behind, making him jump while he was immersed in countless thoughts. I think you'll have to investigate every speck of dust in every... Dian turned to look behind him. It was a cute girl with short hair and sparkling eyes. The girl's soft voice spoke up. Oh, I'm sorry. He observed her for a moment, then thought a little girl about 12 years old. Although she might be poor, her face is full of... The girl suddenly smiled brightly, her clear eyes seemingly speaking. Are you a new believer? Dian hesitated and replied, yes. More than anything, she looked so... Then the girl clasped her hands and introduced herself. Nice to meet you, my name is Xia. You must have had a tough time out there, haven't you? Don't worry. You're at the Church of Redemption now. He wondered to himself, do I look that The girl kept smiling and talking, her innocent smile, so pure in this supposedly dark place. They give out food here without asking for anything. Dian hesitated, then asked a rhetorical question. Really? That sounds wonderful. He thought to himself, judging by her eyes, she doesn't seem brainwashed. So why does she praise this cult so much? He offered a gentle, mild smile, and patted the girl's head. I truly want to believe in redemption. I know you'll like it here. Dian hid his confusion, thinking, I can't find anything suspicious in this foul place. How coincidental. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. I should go check the guard rooms. Xia giggled happily. You'll be redeemed soon too. Isn't that great? Suddenly, a person approached from a distance, calling loudly. It was a thin, slender boy about Xia's age, one arm still clutching a book. The boy shouted, what are you doing there? We have to go pray now.
Xia raplia. Alricht.
Dian caught a furious, seemingly hateful, unfriendly gaze, as if someone had eaten all his possessions. He speculated, is that her brother? Why is he glaring at me like... Kindly said goodbye. Sorry, I have to go now. He replied, all right, good. The three people went in different directions. Dian was racking his brain, planning his next move. He'll find a way to get into the guarded room. Pao, on the other hand, didn't forget to remind his little sister. I told you not to talk to strangers. But Xia retorted. But he seems like a good person. Dian wondered, but what is Lien doing out there? Suddenly, a loud call from a distance made him jump. His eyes widened, startled by a sudden pang of guilt. Hey, you there! Wait! A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek, and Dian's trembling eyes looked back in. Scene changed to outside. Liner was still peeking from behind the wall, observing everything. I thought I felt something here. Was I mistaken? Amidst the blinding sunlight and rustling leaves, Liner stood there alone, waiting for the coast to be clear to act. I guess I could sneak in from the back, but I must be mistaken. If I can't sneak in, I won't be able to face the Lord Count. Suddenly, a pile of bread lay scattered at her feet, making her wonder, why is there bread on the ground? Right behind her, a quarrel caught Liner's attention. Call the guard captain immediately. She ran over and hid behind the wall to eavesdrop. It turned out to be Celine talking to a subordinate. The subordinate asked in surprise. Huh? What are you talking about? Celine angrily rebuked. There's an intruder. If he weren't a hero, I'd hold you responsible and fire you. Consider yourself. Hearing this, Liner was so shocked her face turned pale, her mouth agape in fear. A hero? That could be the Lord Count. He's been She stomped her foot and stormed into the Church of Redemption, throwing things around. My lord, please wait. In coming to save you. The young clerics inside were startled by Liner, falling backward in fright, shouting in confusion. What the hell is going on? Liner appeared like a hero, surrounded by a smoke effect, her face becoming terrible. Looking extremely ghostly, her eyes wide and white, she shouted. Where's the Lord Count? My scene changed to Dian. Before he could fully recover, he collapsed, gasping for breath repeatedly. His face was deathly pale, his mouth trembling uncontrollably. Dian wiped the sweat from his face and exhaled a sigh of relief. I thought I was caught because they called. He recalled the frantic call just now. Hey you! Wait a moment. Dian found it a bit strange. But they gave me a pile of bread. The woman felt immense pity for him. You look so tired. Take some more bread. He immediately asked. Isn't that too? Dian recalled. I had been wandering around the back. But then I was startled. He approached a window. This window is. He entered a large room with neatly arranged rows of seats. Luckily, I could climb through that open window. Where am I? Is this a prayer room? It doesn't look very Dian walked around, opening curtains and thoroughly examining everything. What's up with these hideous purple curtains? Suddenly, a noise terrified him completely. His face went as white as if he had seen a... From outside, a pastor and Celine walked in, their faces surprised and mouths agape. Celine, however, remained silent, as if she had orchestrated this unexpected encounter. The pastor asked, mouth agape, what's going on? The window in front of them was wide open. Sunlight streamed in, dazzling the entire room. The curtain billowed wildly in the wind. The pastor saw this as if seeing something very strange, and exclaimed, the window is... The pastor stepped onto the platform and began to preach. Be vigilant. Someone is trying to interfere with our redemption. Celine stood behind, continuously glancing to the side. Her face contorted in an unbearable grimace, as if something... Celine probably sniffed out Dian's hiding spot, which was behind the curtain near the elevated platform. He had even accidentally made a... Fearing he would be discovered, another person quickly covered his mouth to prevent him from making any more noticeable sound. The hand belonged to Cruel. He whispered, quiet if you don't want to get caught. Dian felt annoyed, thinking, Cruel? Why do I have to meet him again? I need to leave immediately. From a small gap in the curtain, they saw Celine standing on the platform, giving a speech. Now, let us pray for redemption. I have gathered only the devout believers of the Church of Redemption today. Dian realized it was the woman who had let him in. He speculated she must be a high-ranking person because the pastor is standing next to her. Celine still spoke endlessly. Instead of mere lambs, I intend to offer a little more on what true redemption truly. Dian was shocked when he heard a phrase. True redemption. Xia sat listening, hands clasped, her face glowing, eyes sparkling. Pao, however, remained as stone-faced as ever. The others continuously exclaimed, wow, finally! Thank you! Celine stepped back and pulled the curtain aside, revealing a blank wall. Everyone will be allowed to enter the room that only devout believers can enter, to hear a more detailed explanation. The moment she placed her hand on the wall, a strange purple energy emanated. It appeared to be just an ordinary wall. Her hand suddenly passed through the wall, creating a glowing, swirling... The circle grew larger and larger like a doorway, and the chosen ones could... Strange doorway made Dian wonder. What is that? Celine continued to invite them. Now, everyone, please. Seeing everyone enter one by one, as if enchanted, Dian wondered. Is that mad? Finally, it was Xia and Pao's turn to step through that door. Xia was very innocent and excited about the magical door before her. Let's go, Pao. The girl seemed completely unconcerned by the hesitation and reluctance clearly visible on Pao's. The moment they entered, Celine's face changed completely, glowing with coldness and shrewd. A glimpse in her eyes revealed the indifference and callousness of a cold-blooded person who had achieved their. In just a moment, the room was empty, not a soul in sight. Only a white misty smoke lingered around. Perhaps if Dian told anyone about the recent events, no one would believe. He instantly bolted out of Cruel's grip, stumbling and barely able to stand, and coughed a few times. Anger was clearly visible on Dian's face. His complexion darkened as if surrounded by black clouds. He gritted his teeth, panting, and let out a curse. Cruel pushed aside the curtain and stepped out, a sullen, annoyed expression on his face. Dian yelled, "You're too loud. Stop meddling in my affairs. I can't even control my own body." In contrast to Dian's outburst, Cruel merely said coldly, "It'll be more troublesome if you get caught, and they'll increase security." Dian, facing that indifference, felt utterly infuriated. "I wouldn't need to hide if it weren't for you," Cruel replied. "All right." He thought to himself, "Ugh, that expression infuriated." Dian turned and placed his hand on the wall, examining it for a long time. "Phew, once this mission is done, I'm out of here." I thought she touched a specific spot on the wall, but there's nothing. Suddenly, a glistening, shimmering purple orb appeared in the middle of the. Dian froze for a few seconds. An orb? This is enchant. By paying a reasonable price, they can create phenomena almost identical to magic. This is a method created by humans to achieve magic that is exclusively for. Not everyone can use it, and it's even harder for magic users to. Dian lowered his head, his eyes sinking. His face darkened, and a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek, lost in thought. The Church of Redemption can utilize enchantment, and it seems to be of extremely high quality. Cruel beside him was also deep in thought. Dian's face clearly showed annoyance. What a headache. I should just get out of here. But if I leave, that scoundrel will get what he wants. I won't agree even if I. Suddenly, a young subordinate burst into the room, screaming. "Huh?" Emerged. Luckily, Dian managed to hide under the table, his eyes burning with fury, while Cruel had hidden behind a wall. The subordinate, still oblivious, just shouted frantically, "I need to report to Miss Celine right away." Dian's heart felt like it would leap out and run around wildly. "Knock before entering a room, you Subordinate ran to the purple orb and spoke loudly into it. "Miss Celine, can you hear me? There's an intruder looking for their master," causing a huge mess inside the. Dian's face went blank in surprise. "Master? Someone else is intruding here." In less than 3 seconds, everything behind the subordinate suddenly collapsed, creating a chaotic mess. The subordinate couldn't comprehend what was happening. His mouth agape and he turned around and saw a robed figure emanating a sinister aura. The subordinate stammered, "Who?" It was Liner, her face as furious as a tiger just released from its cage. "Where is the master?" Nearby, a voice asked, "What are you doing there?" Dian anxiously thought, complaining internally, "I told her to follow silently, so why is she doing all this?" Liner advanced and grabbed the subordinate by his collar. The subordinate was so terrified he fell backward. "Wait, who is this master you're talking?" He hesitated. "Master," she praised proudly to herself as a knight willing to sacrifice her life. "I have no right to call the Duke my master, for I am bound by contract to his." Liner even shouted louder, gripping his collar tightly. "My master is my ma—" The subordinate's face was bloodless and white. He asked naively, "Is his name?" Liner replied irritably, "None of your business." Dian tried to cover his mouth to avoid making a sound. Why is she so careless? Seeing this, he froze, stunned, and realized something. "I thought she was the most normal person among those around me, but now I understand why she can control those." Looking up at the glowing orb, he thought to himself, "I don't think the conversation is over, but if I go out, I'll be caught. What can I do?" Celine stood behind the wall, having heard the entire conversation. Liner still questioned, "So you don't know where the master is?" The subordinate fearfully replied, "You keep saying master, but who knows who he is?" Celine's face hardened. "When I heard her voice, I realized she seems to have recognized Liner. She's that unfamiliar knight I saw at the gate. A knight looking for her Coincidentally, a poor person with red eyes had arrived here at the same. Only now did Celine realize the truth. He is Dian. I knew the king had assigned him this mission, but I still let my guard down. Damn it. I had already increased defenses when Cruel heart arrived. Scene change. Celine turned to Cruel and asked, "How did you manage to get in here when all the windows were?" Then she spoke seriously. "I don't know what you intend to do, but I won't overlook it. I'm sure the Duke sent you here to tell." Celine stood with her arms crossed, sternly. You must have received the vital information from the Duke. A fleeting image flashed. The Duke handing Cruel a piece of paper and reminding him. That's the map, so please end the game as safely as possible. I'm sure you can manage. Cruel respectfully received it. I will not disappoint your Celine finished speaking and turned to leave. Like someone serving a master, just like you, the most I can do for you right now is not call the eyes became sharp and resolute. I will strengthen the defenses before Dienhart infiltrates this place, so find your way out. She thought to herself. There's nothing on the map indicating a secret room, especially not here. I hope you won't disappoint the master, because you're still hoping for our victory. Celine's voice emphasized, however, I don't want Dienhart to enter through the front. She stepped onto the platform. Please excuse me, she thought to herself. Since we've achieved the goals of the Church of Redemption, all that's left is to clear out the... Celine continued to display her sweet, practiced smile, perfect for psychological manipulation. So now let's continue to pray. Shall we? I can only hope that Cruel Heart will be the one to clear this room, and not Dien. Scene changed to the present. The subordinate was forcefully thrown to the ground. Everything will go the way he wants. Liner looked at his unconscious form and let out a soft sigh. Phew. I need to find the master. Where could he be? I should check other places. Dien suddenly crawled out from under the table, shouting, Hey, Lien. Liner jumped. Lord, I mean master. You're safe. But why did you come out from... He anxiously looked at the orb. The orb was no longer glowing. I'm sure the communication is over. Dien announced, we'll talk later, let's get out of here. Suddenly, Liner ran and knelt before Dien, making him jump and shout. She bowed her head and respectfully declared, I referred to you as my master because I didn't know what else to call you. Please forgive me. Dien replied softly, it's all right. I was a bit startled, but we didn't have many options, so it's... He was puzzled as Liner continued to earnestly declare, but I am prepared to take full responsibility. Only Liner could praise Dien so absurdly and exaggeratedly. I didn't realize it when I first met you under His Majesty's orders, but now I understand after sir. You were so careful that you buried yourself in garbage and lowered your own dignity for the sake of the mission. And you are incredibly brave to directly face the... Perhaps Liner's confession was Dien's 1001st blow. From now on I, Lien Renner, swear to serve you until the end of my life, as long as it does not go against the king's wishes. His face went blank in surprise, his mouth agape. Why so? She looked up and continued. I will serve you as my master with my very life, your... He was stunned by her oath, but quickly regained his composure. I can't believe she's taking a knight's oath. Right here, and I don't intend to refuse, as it's not bad for me. Under the dim light from the window frame, Dien's platinum hair reflected the faint light, his eyes gleaming with burning resolve. I will strive to ensure that I am worthy of your loyalty. In the faint light, Liner was still kneeling before him, but with determined eyes holding a hint of worry. Should I go back now? Suddenly, Dien turned around, his crimson eyes fixed on the large gemstones sparkling on the marble pedestal. So, today we will retreat. If we want to find the right, we will need high knights and also a talented wizard to uncover the secret in this. 3 days passed. Under the clear blue sky filled with white clouds, in the ancient and magnificent castle, Dien leaned coldly against the window frame. Is there not a single decent wizard in this He sighed. I heard that 99 out of 100 wizards come from the south. So the north really doesn't have a single wizard. Dien crossed his arms, clasping them tightly. Now, recruiting a wizard from the south would take too much time. I hope Cruel doesn't find a wizard. Amidst the quiet scene, the butler pushed open the door and entered. Master, there's good news. We've found a... Dien slammed both hands onto the table. His eyes lit up brightly. That truly is good news. Let's start preparing right away. The butler agreed, telling him, there's a wizard village a day's journey. Beneath the clear blue sky, a village appeared amidst an ethereal mist. Dien, wearing his robe, stood on a cliff observing. I think this is the village. Liner stood right behind him. It's quite small. In his concealing robe, a few drops of sweat dotted Dien's face. His hands were on his knees. Wizards usually live secluded among many. But why do you all live in such a rugged place? Liner panicked, her eyes wide. Are you all right, master? Hearing her question, he immediately replied, Liner quickly stepped in front of Dien. Master, please speak more intimately. Because now you are my master, after all. Dien walked past her swiftly like the wind. It's fine. Although he said he was fine, his face clearly showed tension. I'm just an honorary count. And you're from a noble and prestigious family, Lady Lien. Dien hurried off to search for talented wizards, his voice urgent. But we should hurry and find the... Cruel was standing right there in the village, seemingly also looking for a wizard for this matter. Dien panicked. What? The moment Cruel turned around, Dian was startled when his eyes met. Dian's expression clearly showed annoyance. Oh, was I too loud? Forgive me, brother. I was a bit. Through the leaves of the trees, sunlight shone down on the ancient village. Dian had many thoughts in his mind. Has this scoundrel been following me for days? Probably not. Since we have the same mission, it's only natural we run into each. Suddenly, a small rock flew and hit Dian directly on. Drops of fresh blood dripped onto the ground. He hastily clutched his head, his legs buckling from the pain. Liner panicked, quickly running to support him. Master, are you all right? Cruel looked somewhat startled. Not far before that, an old woman who had just thrown the stone was being held back by two young men. She angrily gritted her teeth. Danger has come upon us. We must drive him away. No, we must kill him. One young man gently held her arm and spoke. Grandma, please calm. The old woman, her face flushed with anger, shouted loudly. Get out of this village at Liner, who was supporting Dian, suddenly shouted, her voice full of indignation. How dare you be so disrespectful to the master? Yet, at this moment, Dian only let out a laugh. His eyes widened and darkened, his mouth curled up. Blood flowed from where the stone hit him, down to his eyes, making his face even more terrifying. He took a step forward, his voice firm. No. The old woman, now looking frightened, retreated behind the two young. Atmosphere seemed to settle. Dian leaned in, facing the old woman. I'm closer to a demon than a danger. The old woman still tensed her face, angrily staring directly into Dian's eyes. We must kill this danger, she said to the two young men standing next to her. Let go. I need to take this scoundrel's. Dian straightened up, his hand on his head, his eyes helpless. This damn old woman. A young man standing next to her quickly tried to calm her down. Please, lady witch, calm. Dian was stunned, his eyes wide in surprise. This old woman is a. The old woman suddenly rushed forward, grabbing his wrist tightly, and shouted, You must not hate anything. Remember that. You must never hate anyone or any. Otherwise, an unstoppable disaster will. Dian snatched his hand fiercely away from the old woman's grip. His face lowered. His teeth gritted in annoyance. And where did this nonsense come from? This old woman, when did she get so close? And why is she so. Right behind the old woman, John appeared, placing a hand on her shoulder, and whispered in a low voice into the old woman's ear. John gently tried to calm her. Please calm down. The old woman then turned around, startled, and exclaimed loudly. The old woman said anxiously to her, This scoundrel is a danger. You see it too, don't you? John, with downcast eyes, said softly, Of course, but that hasn't happened yet. You taught me not to judge someone too quickly. Dian rubbed his wrist, where the old woman had gripped him earlier, thinking, This old woman is truly strange. The old woman turned back to John. Yes, that's right, one cannot judge a person too quickly. After what happened, Dian thought to himself, if she's a witch, then he'll probably abandon the plan to take her with me. Now I guess he'll have to go south to find someone. Suddenly, John spoke to him. Wait, I've been waiting. Dian turned his back to her, thinking to himself, She's been waiting for me? John placed her hand over her left breast and respectfully said, My name is John. I am the granddaughter of the old woman you just spoke to. First, I wish to apologize. Dian, his eyes still tinged with blood, his hand behind his head. It's fine. I was just about to leave, so don't worry about it. John's voice resonated from behind him. You came here looking for a wizard, didn't you? Dian was bewildered. How? John clasped her hands together, looking at him with serious eyes. Her voice was calm. Because I am also a witch. I knew you would come to our village to find a witch. You need a witch to resolve issues related to the Church of Redemption. John bowed her head, still keeping her hands clasped. If you take me with you, you can achieve your objective. Dian was stunned, his eyes wide, his mouth stiff. She really knows everything. This isn't public information. I'm a bit skeptical because she's too young to be a witch, but she really has the. Dian turned to look at Cruel, suddenly thinking, annoyed, if I don't take her, that scoundrel will. He mused, well, this is still better than searching for hidden witches all the way in the south. Plus, I'm glad I can hinder Cruel's mission. Dian extended his hand to John, a tired expression on his face. Then please help me. In his heart, he was secretly delighted. I'm going ahead now, you scoundrel. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Cruel watched Dian and John's group leave, a pensive look on his. Even if I don't find a wizard, it's fine. Because the Duke wanted me to prove my worth, he will prioritize his own victory. So he will just find another wizard or switch to a different plan. Cruel still had many questions, thinking to himself, however, I still have a few things I want to confirm with this elder. Suddenly, the old woman gently touched her face happy, her mouth smiling brightly. She rushed forward and hugged Cruel tightly. You're here too. Let me give you a... Cruel was surprised, his eyes wide. What is this? Old woman still hugged him tightly. You've been through so much, but don't worry. I will never hate you. If even I hated you, you wouldn't feel love from anyone else in the... The old woman's face beamed as she looked at Cruel with joyful eyes. My child, a creature unloved cannot survive for long. You need to live a very long life and win this war. Two men in a battle who would live long. The sky began to darken with winds blowing, scattering leaves. The old woman grabbed Cruel's wrist. I hope you win. You are the child containing the beginning of annihilation, but if you win, it will not happen. The calamity will be prevented. Suddenly, the old woman bowed her head, silent, her tone dangerously low. But if you step through the gates of life and death, or if you wish to die, then make sure you kill that man before you leave this. Cruel swiftly drew his sword, pointing it directly at the old woman. Old woman, what the hell are you trying to... Cruel's face darkened, his voice low. My affairs are my own to handle, please don't overstep. He thought, a savage stream of thought. Even without her words, I had already made my decision. My death will come after Dian. Under a lush green tree, Dianhard lowered his face, hand on his chin, wondering, Ms. John, your grandmother said you saw it too. Did she mention my... John glanced lightly at him, her voice soft. Yes, that is your destiny and your future. I can see it now. Dianhard turned to look at John, raising his hand in the air. Even before I met myself? John gently turned to him, hands clasped in front. We usually see the future of a child from the village. However, we saw your future because your future and theirs are intertwined. Dianhard and John suddenly turned to look at a nearby bush, discovering a boy hiding and watching them. Who could it? John stepped out from the foliage. Dianhard panicked. Who is that? Has he been following us all this? Liner whispered to him, since you said nothing, we left him alone to observe, master. Is there a problem? John turned her face away, her eyes sharp. Although we cannot disclose details about destiny and the future, I can at least reveal it to you. Dianhard remained confused, gritting his teeth in thought. Does she still think she's very... John continued to elaborate on some information about Dianhard. For you, hatred is like a volcano. It may start small, but then it quickly grows until it devours everything around it. And that boy is like a bomb that could explode at any... A bomb. When a bomb explodes, it causes a fire, but if the fire starts first, the bomb will still explode. John knelt before Dianhard, her hands clasped tightly, her voice resolute. My name is John. Please take me with you, John's determined eyes seemed to say it all. If you are truly a calamity, then in the future you will... Time flowed to the first day John had to face her fate. In a closed, dismal room, the old woman was violently thrown against the wall, as if she had just seen something John was still kneeling on the rug. Two boys rushed to help the old woman. Grandmother, which, are you all right? What did you just... John suddenly looked up, startled. Grandmother, what's wrong? Is there a problem with my... The old woman violently pushed the two boys away, yelling loudly, Brat, you are the scoundrel who will cause disaster. Are the right-hand man of calamity. A red light emanated from behind John. Tears falling, continued to narrate. Immediately after that, the villagers completely changed their attitude toward... A handful of dirt was thrown directly at John. He angrily said, What is this? Children who threw the dirt were angry and aggressive. You are the son of calamity. Get out of our... John froze, touching the spot where he had been hit, stunned and unable to come to terms. At that moment, John rushed out to protect him. Everyone, stop. You cannot torment someone for events that haven't even happened yet. Yet, those children still used the most vicious word. Gu Se Yang. D. Get out of our village now. John continued his story. Just like that, my friends and villagers who once laughed with me all turned their backs on me. As if everything before had been nothing but... A villager stood before John, arguing. But she said he was the helper of calamity. What if we get implicated just because of a prophecy? John coldly responded, If you are all so certain, then I suppose I should fulfill your wishes, shouldn't I? I will become the right hand of calamity. From then on, calamity was always considered to be linked to him. If he waited, he would surely meet them. And then, that man appeared after all that. Yang smiled broadly. Ah, finally. I knew it the moment I saw. Sunset cast shadows over the ancient castle. Butler stood, greeting Dianhard's return. Welcome back, master. But who is that? Dianhard turned his head to look at John. This Liner spoke sternly. He is the village boy the master decided to bring back with him. Yang stoop red petful. Please call me John. Dianhard wanted to speak but stopped. I decided, when? I told him he could do whatever he wanted. But he actually followed me all. John spoke with determination. I am not well educated, so I may not know much, and I don't have much experience on the battlefield. But I will not disappoint my man. Dionhard lowered his face, confused, thinking, should I send him back? Why does he call me man? Suddenly he spoke, accepting helplessly. All right, John, we'll discuss it later. Dionhard thought, because my first priority is the man. He suddenly turned to Liner, his voice tense. We will depart as soon as preparations are complete, so be ready. And Ms. Liana, please bring 10 volunteers from the Lottie. John, full of determination, spoke. Master, should I come? Dionhard, perplexed, no, for now you should just wait at the man. John lowered his face, hands behind his back. Yes, ma. Dionhard sighed, lost in confused thought. He seems disappointed. Why does he want to come along so? I don't know his purpose, and no matter how I look at it, he's extremely suspicious, but I don't dislike him. A dark night enveloped an ancient church. Dark streaks of black smoke hovered within the side. A maid sniffed, wondering, what's that smell? Another, bewildered, said, huh. Now that I think about it, I smell something. Amidst the large fire, there was a sudden scream from 3 soldiers. Fire. The leader, a bearded soldier with purple hair, spoke loudly. Don't try anything stupid, calmly go outside. If you do, we'll let you. In that critical moment, the bearded soldier recalled what had happened. Dionhard sat before 3 tense soldiers. I will set fire to the Redemption Church. I infiltrate it. You will set fires to scout the area and kill anyone suspicious. Not ordinary believers, but anyone suspicious, so don't take drugs. It would be terrible if you lost your original At that time, the purple-haired bearded soldier asked, perplexed, why? Wouldn't it be easier if we just wiped out everything in sight? A pink-haired soldier agreed with the purple-haired one. Exactly, Captain, you're too kind. How can you survive in this world if you're so... Hearing their questions, Dionhard became irritated. Don't lecture me, just do as I... From behind, Liner suddenly stepped beside him, her face emotionless. That is my request, because at this moment no bloodshed is necessary. The leading purple-haired soldier was confused. At this, Liner replied softly, without revealing any crucial information. I cannot reveal everything now, but it is all for the Duke's benefit. At the mention of the Duke's benefit, the 3 soldiers became more excited. The bearded one grinned. Then leave it to us. And the 3 soldiers at that moment only understood that they had to obey. In the chaotic scene of the fire, there were cries for help, pleas for mercy, pathetic screams, and expressions of regret. Please, sir, why are you doing this to us? Our heaven. Please, put out the... And 3 soldiers upheld their responsibility. They did not kill anyone, but only helped the disabled, the elderly, and children out of this chaotic... Suddenly, a villager in the church with sharp eyes said, how could we have planned to cause trouble in a place like... He said to the woman sitting low beside him, knights in white uniforms. I've heard about them before. Yes, the demon-killing knights. The girl beside him with hateful eyes. What? Knights belonging to that vampire duke? Why would someone so powerful be interested in a place like this? Everyone in the church was filled with regret and despair, as if all their efforts had been ruined. I thought things were getting better. I finally felt alive. It doesn't matter anymore, even if it's a heresy disguised as salvation. A small hand clutched the bearded soldier's. Xia cried, sobbing. Why are you doing this? Please leave. Xia's tear-filled eyes were resolute, her mouth full of determination to save the burning church. If you intend to destroy this place, then kill me. The little girl's hand still clutched the knight's shirt, her voice trembling as if about to lose a familiar home. If this place disappears, he'll have nowhere else to go. Sir, I beg you. The knight could no longer tolerate this obstruction and reached for his sword. Since this child touched me while I was on duty, I can't just let her go. Then I should use this child as an example. Not far away, a boy shouted, no, Xia. Come here. Please. The knight drew his, and the sword fell to the ground. He covered his face with his hand, trembling. Damn it. I can't do it. I wish I was ordered to just kill everyone and get it over with. Then we could use drugs and sweep everyone away without any... This place is their last hope. They were desperate enough to think that death was better than this place being destroyed. At the moment the church was engulfed in flames. All the bystanders could only watch in silence. Suddenly Xia spoke up, Dionhard, that's the Emperor's. Xia's small eyes were filled with hatred. That means the destruction of the Redemption Church was also an order from the... I will not forgive them for destroying our... The prayer room, Liner and Dionhard stood against the wall. So this is a magic... Dionhard's face lit up with joy. Phew, the riot happened at just the right time. I didn't even feel anything from the prayer room. Liner gently touched the glowing magic stone, her eyes wide. I definitely felt something. I believe they used the magic stone as a medium to enchant... Suddenly, the stone emitted a purple light. Liner recoiled in surprise. It has many uses, like for communication distorting space. And this is... Why is it? Dionhard quickly steadied Liner, alarmed. What's wrong? Liner seemed to realize something. This isn't an enchantment. It's magic disguised as an enchant. Dionhard's face showed surprise. The two separated, standing parallel. Dionhard spoke with a confused tone. Magic in the human empire? What does that mean? Liner replied as if she already knew everything. I'm sure it's based on the function of spacetime distortion. This is activated by Many thoughts ran through her mind. Magic in the human empire. I wonder if the Demon King knows about this. She gently touched the stone. The light from the stone illuminated her face. I've solved its basic structure. Please wait a Dionhard, next to her, had a face full of confusion. He thought deeply. Can a real sorceress actually overcome a magic maze? I don't think she's just an ordinary sorceress. Liner spoke, interrupting his thoughts. We can enter. Dionhard was still lost in thought. Just like last time. She really succeeded. Dionhard led the way with an extremely solemn expression. From the door, a bright purple light emanated, illuminating all three. Dionhard recoiled in alarm. A magnificent scene appeared before their eyes. In the center was a circle with rays of light. Suddenly, Dionhard spoke. It looks like we've been sent back to the prayer. Liner pointed towards the circle, her face serious. No, this place is different. Look around. Do you see the... Liner continued. Below there's a seal running across the entire room floor. It might be related to that door because it's right in the middle. Liner then spoke up. It's truly dangerous. The door opened, casting a beam of light. Liner volunteered to lead. I will go first, sir. Dionhard quickly stopped her. No, Ms. Liana. Stepping through the door was a dark forest. Liner, leading the way, couldn't help but wonder. A forest? What's going on?
Yang Ek Lai.
It's magic again. Hidden as an inch. John put a hand to his mouth. They deliberately created another space. I think you need to open the door according to a special rule to reach the actual room behind. Dionhard, still confused, turned back to John. So I guess what we're looking for is in that room. Be precise, you must perform a certain action to be transported. Dionhard put one hand on his hip and raised the other in the air. He turned to John, who was sitting next to him. How long will it take you to figure out that action? John was sitting next to him, her hand touching the cracks on the floor. Because magic is an unfamiliar field to me, it will take at least 10 minutes. Dion thought to himself. 10 minutes. That's too... If someone is already in the... What if they've already taken what they wanted and are looking for a way? He paced back and forth anxiously. But it seemed there was no other way. Can I only wait? I don't want to lose to... Liner turned to look at Dionhard with worried eyes. He was leaning towards John. It seems he's very worried. The king personally assigned this mission. Liner pulled out a white... Revealing a chair, she knelt beside it. Master, why don't you sit and... She suddenly gasped. Huh? You were just... Both John and Liner panicked. They turned around, searching. Master, where are you? And John thought, could it be? At that moment, Dionhard was panicking as something appeared before his... And indeed, before him stood Cruel, holding a... Church was still engulfed in flames. Damn. They set... Celine stood silently observing. I guess they want to drive out the commoners and find those who are truly involved. But they're too... If it were me, I would have sealed the entire building and killed everyone in... Seems that obtaining evidence is Dionhard's highest priority, because he needs clues to identify who is behind the church fire so he can launch a preemptive strike and eradicate. But in the end, that's my victory. Dionhard can't get what he... Dionhard spoke, confronting Cruel. No matter where you got your information, you sure were... Suddenly, Cruel dropped the torch he was setting fire to all the papers on the... Dionhard lunged forward in a panic, his voice full of tension and determination. What the hell do you think you're doing? No. Do you know how difficult it was for me to get... Just as Dionhard tried to use his hand to pull the clue papers out of the fire, Cruel grabbed his arm. I need to save some... When his arm was grabbed, Dionhard yelled loudly. Let go of me. You crazy Dionhard. Why are you burning everything? Don't you need the... Dionhard's face was smudged with black marks. Damn it. This body. I don't even have the strength to push his hand away. The heat is making it harder and harder for me to... Suddenly, Cruel wrapped his arm around Dionhard's waist and scooped. Dionhard couldn't help but curse loudly. What the hell? This Dion. You Dionhard. Put me... Dionhard had 1,000 questions in his head. Although he was still wondering about Cruel's actions, he couldn't stop asking himself. Nevertheless, he still cursed loudly. Not many people could carry out such a huge conspiracy. Wait a minute. Besides the royal family, who holds the most... Who represents the color... And who does Cruel... Dionhard still yelled. Damn it. How dare you make a fool... He gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring at Cruel. This battle was lost from the start. And I've put in so much. Dionhard still roared. Let me go. His voice only grew louder, showing no signs of diminishing. Cruel's eyes were sharp, like he was looking at prey. And Dionhard continued to curse. You must be so smug seeing me make a fool of myself. Although blood dripped from his mouth, Dionhard still resisted. Put me down. Cough. Liner and John saw Cruel carrying their master on his shoulder. They panicked. Master. Liner rushed over to help Dion. Master, there's blood. Are you? Despite being covered in blood, Dionhard was unyielding. He still shouted. You. Cough, cough. Cruel hard. Cruel finally spoke, his voice somber, his eyes sharp. He turned his head. If you want to live, don't reveal a single word about what you've... Dionhard thought as he lay on the bed, unable to help but complain. He must have taken some documents, right? Even though he planned the whole thing with the... But because he has the evidence, the victory is still his. That scoundrel only makes me suffer. I should have killed... Liner approached the bed where he was resting. She asked softly, Han, Master, are you awake? Seeing Liner approach, Dionhard sat up. Ah, Ms. Liana. Has the sorceress left? Liner came to the bedside. Yes. John just left. If I had known you were awake, I would have told her to visit you first. Dionhard felt a touch of regret upon hearing John had left. Is that so? I had something I needed to ask her. That's too bad. Liner wondered. Something to ask? What were you going to... Dionhard thought to himself. See if she can curse Cruel with her witchcraft. But I can't say that to her. After a moment of thought, he spoke. Just how she was able to undo the enchantment. And things like... Liner beamed, her face clearly joyful. If you mean how to enter the secret room, that was entirely thanks to you, Master. Dionhard didn't understand. He asked, confused, what are you talking about? I didn't do any... Liner explained. According to John, you created a circle counterclockwise 3 times and clockwise 2 times. You would automatically be transported to that. Dionhard still wondered. When did I create a... Liner said in a cheerful tone. Do you know how flustered I was when you disappeared? I realized this before, but I think you're very lucky, Master. Dionhard finally came to his senses and understood everything. If I were lucky, I wouldn't be living like this. Then Liner continued. Speaking of which, John left a note for you before she left. The butler is holding it. Would you like me to bring it? Suddenly, the butler pushed the door open. Are you talking about the note? Here it is. Dionhard greeted him. Mr. The butler, holding a tray of hot tea, said sternly. Also, you have a visit. Suddenly, a brown-haired soldier raised his hand to greet him. Honorary Count Dionhard, I have come to escort you to the palace by order of... Dionhard fell silent, his hands clasped tightly on the bed. This time, one morning in the magnificent and splendid palace, the emperor was still asleep. He suddenly sat up, his face drenched in... He thought to himself, since I became emperor, I've never had a peaceful night's sleep. One question keeps echoing in my mind. How can I sleep soundly when the people I've slaughtered haunt me every... Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. Countless resentful spirits appeared before his eyes, and they were slowly, step by step, approaching the bed where he lay. Another voice echoed. Even now they're looking at me in reality. The voice of the spirit rang out with hatred. Eduador, I hate you. Next was a loop. Why? You must die. A spirit lunged forward, aiming directly at him, its voice tense. Why are you the only one alive? I hate you. You slaughtered all of us. But you want rest in... A cold hand clutched his throat as if slowly, bit by bit, stealing the king's... eyes slowly closed. He spoke, filled with despair. I guess you truly hate... A loud sound from the room's door brought him back to reality. He whispered. Elpidius walked in. I'm here to announce that Honorary Count Dionhard and Hero Cruelhard have He spoke up and asked, are you alright? You don't look very... Continued. You must have had another nightmare. They'll call the royal physician. He glared at Elpidius with a death stare. You're a bit Elpidius was surprised. You? But Elpidius didn't know that there were a few more guests from the afterlife around the... He wondered. What is he looking at? I don't think anyone else is... Elpidius loudly said. Are you hallucinating? The emperor calmly replied. It doesn't affect my... Said that's not the point. They'll call the royal physician right now. The emperor answered with a sharp tone, as if he didn't need Elpidius' concern. Elpidius. But within, he thought, although I feel quite bad for Elpidius for bother. He gently said, I've been too busy with the war and just hallucinating from exhaustion. He thought to himself, but I don't intend to dismiss these nightmares and hallucinations. His thoughts continued. If I said I was happy, would he believe it? He lightly patted Elpidius' shoulder. It's nothing.
So donc...
Elpidius tried to suppress the rising anger. How can you act like it's nothing? You're like the last straw, Elpidius shouted. How long are you going to feel guilty? You've compensated the families of the deceased. And you still dwell on every single person who... The emperor replied to him with surprising nonchalance. I know it's a mental illness, but if it weren't for me, they would still be alive. Elpidius retorted, but before he could finish, the emperor cut him off. My decision started the 8-year war. Regardless of whether they were allies or enemies, they sacrificed themselves because of my decision. He looked at the spirit's hand behind his back. This is a burden I must carry, not just as an emperor, but as a human. He put on his imperial robes, with the spirits waiting behind him, saying,
But don't worry.
I've carried too many burdens to collapse just because of... In the waiting hall, Dionhard stood motionless. Then he loudly cursed Cruelhard. Me, like this? The other man glanced at him but said, he thought he's ignoring me again. I came immediately without rest when summoned. But that scoundrel was summoned too. Can't he look at me differently? Countless questions erupted in his mind. A voice announced, the emperor has granted you. As the two of them entered, the emperor sat regally on his throne, speaking. Both bowed in unison. Long live the... Cruelhard introduced himself first. Your servant, Cruelhard, greets the emperor. Followed by Dionhard. Your servant, Dionhard, greets the emperor. The two now had the same thought. The emperor summoned us to praise us. But why doesn't he look very happy? The emperor's voice cut through their thoughts. Raise your heads. I hear you have completed your mission. Now, in the minds of the other two, there was only one prediction. He's surely The emperor continued. I hear that Honorary Count Dionhard exhibited rather unruly behavior. Dionhard's mind froze upon hearing this. So it was because of me? Outwardly, he could only say, I apologize. The emperor saw this and explained, you only eliminated the criminals who had erred and left some survivors. Upon hearing this, Dionhard felt even more ashamed. Damn it. Why in front of the emperor continued. But your actions have actively paved the way for the empire to find the culprits behind these matters. Dionhard was surprised. Huh? He's not scolding me? The king continued. Nevertheless, I don't know how Cruelhard acted, but you were the one who found the culprit and provided the evidence. He rested his hand on his chin. Although both of you are outstanding, I must reward Cruelhard for handling. Dionhard turned away, thinking to himself. Damn it. On the other side, Cruelhard bowed and said, Thank you, your majesty. The emperor asked, What do you desire? Cruelhard replied, Your majesty. Dionhard cursed inwardly again. Damn it. Even knowing it's a wicked conspiracy, I have no evidence. Cruelhard spoke to the king. I wish to declare ownership of the lands currently held by Honorary Count Dionhard. Dionhard was genuinely stunned, falling back. His eyes widened as if they would burst. He mentally questioned. The king smiled. The House of Heart's property. What a surprise. First, what do you think of this, Honorary Count Dionhard? His imagination, he spoke up, that's my land. I don't want to give it to this scout. But his actual reply was completely different. It is truly a burden to me. I would be very pleased if he took it over. The anger had not yet subsided in his heart. I really want to give it back. But it's so annoying for this scoundrel to... The king decided. Then it's settled. But you understand that you need a title to receive land, don't you? Both were surprised to hear this. He said, Since the House of Heart exists, it is impossible for you to be given another title. Either you relinquish the House of Heart name and receive a new title with a different name, or you become the true head of the House of Heart. What do you choose? Dionhard thought, when I first met the emperor after the 8-year war ended, he offered me something. Returning to the end of the 8-year war, Dionhard was kneeling before the emperor. The emperor offered, I will provide full support. So why don't you become the head of the House of Heart? He pondered. The House of Heart. As a survivor who wished for revenge, just hearing that name sends chills down my... He placed his hand on his chest and respectfully said, Forgive me, your majesty. I cannot assume that position. He thought to himself, I want to remember my rage and desire for revenge, and I have no intention of abandoning my name until everything is... The king sighed. You want neither the position of patriarch nor to forget your name. So what reward do you want? Dionhard looked up, his eyes blood red. If I had one request, it would be to destroy my entire family with my own... The emperor replied, Whatever your wish, I'm sure you'll be better off with a new title than with nothing at all. Dionhard's flashback ended. And then my title became honorary. In reality, in his thoughts, my wisest decision was to accept that title at the time. Since the title of honorary count is unique, it cannot be bestowed upon anyone else unless I... Ruthless. However, besides those two words, there were no other options. He secretly guessed Cruelhard's thoughts. Since there's no reason to refuse, he'll probably choose to become the head of the family. Yes, this is perfect. This is Thank you watching for Position of head of the House of Heart is currently In his mind, he still couldn't decipher Cruelhard's words. Why did he refuse that position? It benefits him when he wants to carry out his schemes. He refused, but also doesn't want to change his Emperor, with a helpless expression. You refused again? You two brothers are really Dionhard thought. Does he have some intention? Maybe he wants to get revenge. The king spoke. In that case, why don't I grant ownership of the House of Heart's property to Duke Yahello? I will grant you management rights over the property if you wish. Cruelhard earnestly replied. Thank you, your majesty, for your consideration. The emperor placed his hand on the armrest of the throne. So that's Dionhard secretly rejoiced. Finally, I can go back to the bank. His daydream was cut short by the king's words. Everyone may leave except the honorary count. Oh God! He froze, speechless, while Cruel, beside him, bowed. Yes, your majesty, and then he left. How unfair. He silently prayed. Don't leave me alone. No, not you. Get lost, Cruel. Cruel, however, remained silent. Only he and the emperor were face to face. He was profusely. What should I do about this atmosphere now? Has he realized that I was useless in this mission? It's not fair. That guy was the one who made the mistake first. The king looked at his face. He secretly guessed. He looks unhappy. He looks unhappy. Thank you watching for the beginning. He wondered. What does the beginning mean? He grit his teeth. In his mind, he knew. Damn it. I'm sick of war. Is he going to unify the continent this time? The kings pulled him out of his thoughts. So I intend to let you take control of the demon realm. The emperor patted his shoulder. You only won the demon king trusts. The demon king won't sit idly by while the empire takes over the nations on the continent. I need there to ensure that the demon king doesn't interfere with this war. He inwardly. Ha! He wants me to go back to the demon realm. He replied to the king, but your majesty wants. The emperor curved his lips and said, Bah! He placed his on the small seal on Dionhard's chest. He shockingly. I hope not to see the seal next time. Dion closed his eyes, letting out a soft breath. He was silent, then spoke. I will do my best. He was exasperated but dared not speak in front of the king. He won't even accept me giving up my position. How can this be? One beautiful morning at a splendid mansion, your reward is the House of Heart's property. Is that all you need? Yahello flipped through documents, then asked Cruelhard directly. Yes. He nodded in affirmation. Speaking of that, when I last met Dionhard at the palace, he said he was trying to regain his Yahello remembered his meeting with Dionhard, resting his chin on his hand with a strange smile. I hope you didn't take the House of Heart's property for his benefit. Cruelhard maintained his firm stance. There's nothing else I want. Hearing Yahello was stunned for a few seconds. Quickly burst into laughter. Of course. Perhaps I'm just overly sensitive because of the upcoming meeting. Certainly isn't that. I don't seem very happy seeing Dionhard regain the property. Yahello approached, placing a hand on Cruel's shoulder with a smile. I can't blame you. After all, the current situation is an occasion to reward you. Is there anything? No. Cruel lowered his eyes. Nothing yet. That resurfaced. That bastard Dionhard found out. An image of two figures in black robes appeared. One with white hair, the other with a covered face. You dared to lie to me? Want him to get the proper outcome from this game and step down. Cruel's sharp eyes appeared. But it seems he also realized the Duke was behind it. Dionhard, his bangs covering half his face, made his red eyes even more fierce. You surely had a fun time watching me deceive myself. Didn't you? If the Duke finds out, Cruel. Yahello's call pulled him out of his thoughts, making him flinch. His eyes widened. Go. Well, be late for the Yahello opened the door, turned his head, and smiled meaningfully at Cruel. Hide it at all costs. If the Duke finds out, Dionhard knows she's behind everything. Silently made up his mind, quickly following Yahello. Cruel glanced at the illusion of Dionhard in the room. His seemed to pierce through the illusion, making it vanish. Became silent. Shell want me to kill Dionhard. She's back. Isn't she? Celine. Seeing her carrying documents out of the room, Yahello greeted her with a bright smile. Celine was surprised. Your Highness, you the Redemption Church matter well, he praised, placing a hand on her shoulder. I only did what needed to be done. Celine humbly replied. Many people still believe in the church. At this rate, you will achieve what you have always desired. She smiled brightly and happily. The goal of the Redemption Church. They are distributing free bread and water at the Redemption Church. In an alley, two children in dirty, ragged clothes sat next to each other. The black-haired one turned and smiled. Who would help people like us? Celine, a dazzling halo, extending her hand forward. Is Duke Uluster helping us? It's to create absolutely loyal believers for Duke Uluster. How can we ever thank him? In the raging fire, a group of soldiers in white uniforms were trying their best to rescue the villagers. I can't believe such a respected person cares about us. But isn't this the Emperor's duty? The Emperor is truly evil. He hasn't done anything for us, and he's still trying to eliminate the Redemption Church. Her eyes, filled with despair and malice. A bloodstain aimed directly at the king. The Emperor abandoned us. Compared to him, the Duke truly is our savior. An image of Uluster with a gentle, smiling face appeared in a bright halo. Starby Uluster is our salvation. Uluster smiled brightly under the golden light. Hide for a while. We cannot let the Emperor find out. But the Redemption Church's goal is merely a stepping stone for the Duke's true purpose. At this rate, the Duke will get what she wants. Celine secretly decided. Leave it to me. I will succeed at all costs. All for the Duke. Between the king and the nobility was taking place. An emergent meeting. Do you know what happened? A nobleman wondered. I'm not sure, but it must be very important. Another interjected. Of course, there's no way His Highness would summon us for no emergency. Do you know what happened? Worried noble wondered. I'm not sure, but it's definitely important. Another interjected. Of course, there's no way His Highness would gather us for no. Uluster crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the debating nobles with disdain. What a bunch of fools. An emergency royal meeting. There was only one thing he could announce. His expression. Uluster darkened. He smiled cunningly. That was what the Emperor excelled at. What he had done to prove himself. Invasion. The Emperor rode his warhorse majestically, raising the Empire's national flag high. Routes appeared. The meeting room opened. Everyone had arrived by noon. The Emperor opened the meeting room door and entered, followed by the general. To the Empire. Everyone in the room stood up and bowed. The Emperor went to his seat and sat down. Please sit down. First, I thank you all for gathering promptly in such an urgent time. Hearing the Emperor's thanks, Uluster glanced around. He looked agitated. Is something wrong? The Emperor, serious, said, let me get straight to the point. I will declare war in 3 days. These words, as soon as they reached the nobles' ears, made them jump. One person stood up and asked directly. It's only been 2 years since your majesty declared the end of the war. So why are we starting a new one? I only did so because no kingdom dared to challenge us. But it seems they have forgotten their fear of the Empire over the past 2 years. The king said with a fierce gaze. Your Majesty is referring to the Ilian kingdom. They certainly have acted improperly. But besides war, there are still other solutions, a noble suggested. It's not just Ilian. Other kingdoms have also relaxed their attitudes towards the Empire, the Emperor stated. Tian, he was injured. The Empire's vampire. A crowd of people muttered amongst themselves. When the hero is injured, that is injured. The Empire will be silent for a while. He smirked triumphantly. Other kings waiting for an opportunity to attack. Heroes were born and died in the war 80 years ago. 3 survivors remain. The last one to gain fame. But he's also the most well-known. Tian appeared with wide, glowing red eyes. With Tian's existence, we can put pressure on half of their army. Therefore, they will think he is the trump card of the imperial forces. Saying this, Eduardo's expression suddenly became full of confidence as he casually crossed his arms. That is the burden of the name Tian He. But this know that the Empire doesn't just have Tian He. The Emperor's eyes were sharp and cold. Conquering the continent. This is a long-term goal. Even if we have to temporarily halt it. The meeting grew more and more tense. Nobles constantly objected. But it's still too early. Exactly, another noble echoed. Haven't even eradicated the roots of the revolutionary army yet. It's too dangerous to start a war with an internal enemy. The Emperor raised his teacup to his lips and took a sip. That's a good point, and it's precisely why I convened this meeting. But benefit of the people? No. For the benefit of the Empire, I think you have forgotten something. The Emperor placed his teacup down forcefully on the saucer. The Emperor smiled confidently. I am the Empire. You serve me and the Empire and do not intentionally offend me. I think you should continue to carry out your duties. The Emperor's eyes were cold. Yes, Your Majesty. The atmosphere in the meeting room began to grow heavy, everyone sweating as they looked towards the Emperor. The war has been decided. Propose solutions to deal with the revolutionary army at the next meeting. The Emperor commanded. So this is how things are. The nobles left one after another. What should we do now? The nobles discussed anxiously. Just Duke Uluster stood up and was about to turn. The Emperor suddenly called out, Duke, Respectfully. Yes, your majesty. The emperor glanced at him. The culprit behind the Redemption Church has been identified, and he is someone serving under your command. Yahello bowed and smiled. Yes, your majesty. I apologize for being unable to resolve the internal matters of... Before he finished his sentence, the emperor had drawn his sword and pointed its sharp tip straight at Yahello's throat. Do you me fool? The emperor roared. The never leaves his opponents alive. Of course not, Yahello replied with a cunning smile. He cannot directly target those who support the emperor. He must have chosen someone who is a thorn in his side. The one behind the church. And there are some interesting rumors spreading too. The emperor laughed mockingly at this. The emperor is truly wicked. The duke is our savior, isn't he? Those just foolish rumors? Yahello showed no fear at the sword blade held so close to his neck. Sir, it's not meaningless, the emperor affirmed. Because I am a disaster, not just wicked. The emperor, holding the sword pointed straight, said with dignity, Isn't that right, Duke? A disaster? No. You are not a disaster, Yahello thought to himself, but said something else aloud, Your Majesty. You cannot kill me. Yahello did not tremble before the emperor's authority, even as the sword blade pierced his neck, causing blood to seep out. Disaster. Do not discriminate among people. The emperor angrily threatened in a deep voice. Have you forgotten that I swept through a territory? Do you think I would hesitate to flatten another one? But the emperor does discriminate. I am certain your majesty would not hesitate for that reason. But your majesty still cannot kill me. It would be impossible to confront a disaster, Yahello said with a confident smile. Not be able to collect war tributes if the nobility begins to resist. He sneered. But if I face a human, I cannot restrain myself from being more greedy. The emperor glared. How dare you call me? Yahello laughed triumphantly as he watched the sword being slowly retracted. Evil is elsewhere now. The emperor lowered his sword. I want your throne, emperor, Yahello thought to himself. To the emperor's power, I must first deal with his hunting dog. Yahello strode along the red carpet in the imperial palace, followed by Kruin. Smiled cunningly. I must act more proactively now. Excuse me, Tion said, looking at the emperor in confusion. Planning to go to the demon realm? That's what I asked? The emperor said, calmly enjoying his tea. Could the crown prince know? Tion thought doubtfully, looking at the emperor who was smiling at him. The emperor placed his cup down on the table, gently reassuring him, you don't need to be so tense. Contrary to the emperor's relaxed demeanor, Tion sat upright, his mind racing. I only vaguely suspected. The emperor continued to calm his mind. I am the future emperor. Do you think I wouldn't know your secrets? Of course, I must always be fully prepared to become emperor at any time. Tion's expression suddenly darkened. I guess the emperor has shared important information with the crown prince. He spoke up, excuse me. The emperor, who'd been acting nonchalant but kept cutting people off, said, as you know, His Majesty has ordered you to return immediately if the Demon King decides to wage war. He also became more serious, furrowing his brows. No matter what happens, you must return. Tion, sitting opposite, also closed his eyes tightly. I will remember that. He bowed his head deeply, only revealing one glowing red eye. What the heck? Why is this kid obeying orders with an expression that makes me want to punch him? The emperor stood up. All right. He achieved his goal and happily looked at Tion. I am always grateful for everything you have done. Speaking, the emperor left the study. He walked down the hallway, his mind filled with grave thoughts. A hero of the kingdom, and a commander of the Demon King's army. His furrowed, looking even more serious than before. What would happen if the demon realm offered Tion more benefits than the human realm? I don't know what he's thinking, but I must always prepare for Tion's betrayal. His foot suddenly stopped. Of course, I'd rather have a friendly relationship than a forced one. This depends on each person's personality, but it's certainly not easy. Remember Tion's terrifying face earlier? The emperor involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. I fully understand why he is an object of fear for everyone. If we were close, I think this could become a bond to draw him back to the human realm. He was suddenly startled by a call. Brother. And ran like hell, as if afraid the emperor would escape. She ran up excitedly but didn't forget to scold him. You left me behind. How did your talk with Count he go? The emperor replied helplessly, I couldn't help it. We had important matters to discuss. Instead, why don't you become the heir to the throne? And Lothia crossed her arms, replying as if to say, I'm not stupid, you know. I refuse to take on such a troublesome position. You can take on this position instead. The emperor, being teased, quickly reminded her that she wasn't exactly idle either. And Lothia, you are next in line after Uncle and me. And said in a low voice, why are you so impatient, brother? Her question bewildered him greatly. He stared blank, asked again, "Am impatient?" And seeing her brother's uneasy expression, quickly comforted him. "No, you have every reason. The entire empire has been discussing the revolutionary army and the war nonstop." She took her hand, which was sweaty with worry. "Come with me." The two went together to a colorful conservatory, and Lothia let her brother sit down first while arranging a small tea party for them. She said proudly, "I've prepared tea for you in the garden. You need to rest a bit, brother." Then she ordered 2 servants, "You may withdraw." And Lo happily sat down. "You should relax a bit sometimes." But the emperor completely ignored her efforts. He spoke, cutting across the lively atmosphere and Lothia had created. "Uncle has started having hallucinations." She asked. "Pa? Hallucinations, not nightmares?" The emperor rubbed his forehead, his face full of weariness. "Yes. Why do the dead have such a strong influence on Uncle?" Remember his childhood days. Those happy memories only made him more bewildered. "As the heir to the throne, I know I shouldn't say this. But what can I do? Eduardo Dezet is a precious relative to me. For his sake, I could turn my back on the world." And Lo asked worriedly, "Has Uncle seen the royal physician yet?" And the emperor's answer, of course, was no. "How can I persuade Uncle? He's too stubborn. And this isn't something I can do. It's his sense of responsibility. It's like a disease." And Lo closed her eyes. "You're wrong. This is guilt, not a sense of responsibility." The emperor gave a gentle smile, indulging his sister. "Yes, you're right. Though when he stood before those blazing fires, Eduardo himself once said, 'Guilt, because this is my fault. Bear all responsibility.' But the emperor didn't think that at all. 'No, you don't have to do that.' The emperor spoke again with regret. "Do you see, Lothia? We don't have much time left. I completed all preparations as soon as Uncle started having hallucinations. He advised Lothia, I will do my best in my current position, so you should also focus on what you're learning." And Lothia agreed, "Understood." The emperor had a solemn expression. "Uncle, back we were still young and naive. Memories flooded back. Only Eduardo was the sole light in the ruins, hugging him and his sister tightly." The emperor told himself, in this palace, immaturity is also a sin. Tian lingered in the study, the words of the future emperor echoing in his mind. "No matter what happens, you must return." The emperor's demeanor today made him restless. The crown prince already knows something. How much does he know? What does the emperor mean by revealing this to the crown prince? Though he worried about himself, his fierce gaze made people think he wanted to devour someone alive. Daniel, who had just entered the room, clearly felt this. "I came here to report a few things to the count. But I think I've come at the wrong time." "What happened?" Tion's irritated expression made him so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Thoughts raced through his mind. "I once heard that the count's temper was unpredictable. But today seems much more serious than usual." Tion on one side and, seeing this weirdo standing rooted to the spot, asked, "Do you have anything to report?" Daniel, startled, quickly replied, "Yes, master." Here, question. Daniel knew he had permission to speak, but he was still extremely nervous. The atmosphere is too tense. But if I keep hesitating like this, his mood will only get worse. He stammered, trying to speak. "I want to try investing money." Tion asked again, surprised. Daniel was so scared he was tense. He quickly explained himself, "It's not that I've become greedy. I want to give your excellency all the profits." But before he finished explaining, Tion's terrifying aura choked him up. "Tion, I've always wanted to know what your objective is. Ever since I met you. There's no way you would follow a complete stranger for no reason." When Daniel knelt on the ground and earnestly said, "Please call me John. I am uneducated and don't know many things, and I don't have much battlefield experience. But I won't disappoint my master." Yet now, he could say something that would disappoint Tion like this. "However, all you've wanted all this time is money, and you'll give me all the profits." Tion bothered to listen to his explanation. He speculated wildly and rattled off, "I can think of 2 possibilities. You're trying to gain my trust because what you want is more important than money. Or your goal is simply to follow me, even if I don't know the reason." Daniel wanted to object, but just as he opened his mouth to say, Tion continued to cut him off. "Whatever the truth is, it doesn't matter." He slapped a piece of paper onto Daniel's chest. Daniel looked confused at the dense writing on it. "This is Tion way. If you give this to Remember, he will lend you money." He left Daniel behind, who called out in a daze, "Master." Tion at him with a piercing gaze, once again making his stance clear. "I don't know what you plan to do by my side, but don't get in my way." Not after Tian arrived at the mansion gate. Remember looked at the count who was on horseback. I've put all the necessary supplies in your backpack. Tian frowned his brow and instructed him, I will be leaving Tian estate for a while. So, but before he could finish, a shout interrupted him. Count, from in the mansion. A group of people on horseback rushed noisily towards him. How can your excellency leave without saying goodbye? Liner, who was chasing desperately. This bastard. Stop right now. They kept complaining noisily. You're leaving? You're leaving us behind? Liner herself stood blank, frozen stiff. Seeing the scene before her, Tian could only curse inwardly. Damn it. The butler next to him, however, was completely calm. Oh dear, you've been caught red-handed. Tian stood horse and quickly fled. Before I entrust the estate to your management, please deal with those rascals. Remember looked at the crowd rushing like a storm. He couldn't help but sigh. Your excellency has left another difficult task for this old man. The loudest continued to shout. We're coming with you, but since it's your excellency's request, I will. Remember elegantly pulled the loud guy back, making his face turn green. Gasp. He was startled. Thank you watching for vid. Now, with no one controlling it, it neighed and galloped away, causing an accident. Wait, if you could just stop. Remember stood leisurely to one side and asked, Are you all right? The soldiers struggling on the ground honestly replied, No, just. Liner finally ran over. She rushed over.
I'm so sorry, Patla.
The loud guy, still held tightly by Remember, was still not satisfied. At least make sure the Emperor doesn't send us back. Earlier, Tian had said, do whatever you want. Remember had to intervene to quell the chaos. The soldiers, realizing this, couldn't help but groan. The Emperor is too terrible. Liner quickly pulled them back. She said with visible annoyance, Stop that and get up. The last one back will have to run 10 more laps. They hustled back and forth, unaware they were being watched from afar. Ah, Captain, we're going to die. But could escape Remember's notice? He silently looked towards the tree branch. He said nothing but certainly noticed someone hiding there. Follow Commander's order, the dissatisfied soldiers still had to drag themselves back. Humph, Commander. Their commander continuously urged them. Hurry up and come back. Looking at the tree branch, Remember sighed. Oh dear. I didn't think they would let your excellency leave in peace either, master. Tian, escaping his soldiers, quickly set off. Standing in the middle of a dark forest, he wondered, is this the way to the demon realm? He dismounted his horse, carefully leading it to avoid traps, unaware that someone was watching him from behind. Looking over, the person holding the sharp iron sword seemed like a tough opponent. At the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. We shouldn't act rashly before the Empire conquers at least half the continent. The Duke sat calmly, enjoying a cup of tea as he listened to the person in front of him. He replied precisely. The person in front of him was silent for a moment. He clasped his hands tightly and pursed his lips in thought. Me to doubt you, sir. But could you tell me the reason? Daniel, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, asked seriously. When the war reaches its peak, and the Empire is no longer able to stop the war at its will, the Duke said, placing his teacup on the saucer, chuckled softly, propped his hands on the table, and said to Daniel, that will be your opportunity. The Empire will try to replenish its lost forces. So most of its military forces will be gathered from many places, including the Imperial Palace, he explained. Daniels gradually grew excited. That means they won't be able to easily detect our actions anymore, no matter how rashly we act. He closed his eyes and smiled. Indeed, you're quick to grasp things. Daniel also said happily, you truly are a brilliant strategist. Sir, I will follow your orders. A minion suddenly burst open the door and announced urgently, Leader, Tian he has secretly left under Imperial orders. Finally acted? Daniel was surprised. Reached out his hand and said, what a good opportunity. We don't know what he might do to change the situation. So I will need to send someone to trail. Daniel stood up and quickly said, since we have received so much from you, this time, let our people handle him. The Duke replied, if you think so, then I will gladly. Daniel pushed the door open and left, replying, I will go relay the order now. The still wore a fake smile. The next second, as soon as Daniel was out of sight, he gave a peculiar smile. His eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, unfortunately, any of the Revolutionary Army who dare to pursue Tian he will die. On the side of a forest, a mournful scream from a black-clothed man, slashed in the chest by someone, echoed throughout the forest. The Emperor must have predicted this development and will send someone to protect Tian he. On this, Duke was still secretly guessing. The white-clad swordsmen, who had just killed the black-clothed man, sheathed their swords. Their commander announced, "We have completed the Imperial Edict. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, one of them was suddenly slashed in the neck. That person cried out and fell to the ground. The commander, startled, exclaimed, "What?" Then stabbed through the neck by a sword. The was still pondering. But those on the Emperor's side will not survive either. A man, black hair and green eyes full of murderous intent appeared. Blood splattered all over him. "Because in the end I predicted this and sent Cruel." The Duke thought happily. The still sat silently in the room from earlier. His curved into a satisfied smirk. If those sent by the Emperor disappear without a trace, he will become worried. This is just a petty scheme to deal with the Emperor. But if we're lucky, we'll find out Tian's true purpose. Cruel stood in the middle of a dark forest, where the corpses he had just killed lay scattered everywhere. Cruel looked a long distance ahead, where Tian, cloaked, was leisurely riding a horse. On this, the Duke speculated, after defeating all enemies and still being able to track Tian He, then, "The order I gave him is to confirm where Tian He is going," the Duke added. Looking at Tian for a moment, Cruel slowly moved. He walked past the pile of corpses stained red with blood and then closely followed Tian. Old, dilapidated, and gloomy castle. A little girl stood in the rain. A little boy was running towards her. "How long have you been sitting here?" Bao asked, then draped a large coat over the little girl who was sitting on the ground in a tattered dress. "Ja?" the boy asked again. But the little girl just gently bowed her head. Her eyes were full of emptiness. She didn't reply to him. Seeing Bao clenched his hands tightly. "You'll have to take Xia to the Redemption Church. Even if we have to live and survive in doubt and anxiety. Have always known that the warmth of this world still exists, no matter how much suffering there is." He recalled the scene of his younger sister smiling brightly when she received a pat on the head from someone in the faith. That was still safe, especially when the country plunged into chaos. The image of a bright, radiant Xia from those days appeared in his mind. Bao looked at his little sister, who was slumped on the ground, lost in thought. He suddenly spoke up. "Xia, I'm going to join the Revolutionary Army. I will take revenge on the Empire for stealing our happiness." Bao a smile and extended his hand, saying, "Will you come with me?" The little still looked at him with soulless, empty eyes, without a glimmer of light. "The young girl I found in the slum. Is this what it feels like to have a younger sister?" He recalled their first meeting and the times she called out Bao, with a happy expression. When he reached out and held her hand, leading her to play everywhere. When he reached out his hand, there was no response from Xia. She looked the same as before, still appearing so dazed and desperate. "You can continue like this. You'll only be at a disadvantage if you don't come with me." He lost his patience, turned his back and walked away, saying, "But a later." Bao's feet stopped. "Live close, but don't get attached." He turned around to look at Xia, who was sitting still, and remembered. Had just followed that unwritten rule when living in the slum, and not gotten too attached to Xia. Would I not feel this pain now? The image of the little girl sitting in the heavy rain made Bao ponder. He into desperate tears, then wiped them away, saying, "No, it's too late. Now I have no way to abandon her." Demon King's castle, two figures, one tall and one short, stood at the top of the castle. Rinio covered her face with both hands, saying with sparkling eyes, "When will Sir Tian return? I miss Sir Tian so much. Does that constellation look like Sir Tian?" The purple-haired servant next to her closed her eyes, helplessly thinking, is she standing guard or just waiting for Sir Tian? Rinio, startled, opened her eyes wide. She jumped onto her scepter and exclaimed loudly, "There's an aura from the west wall." The servant from earlier was surprised. Again, seeing her about to dart away, quickly raised her hand to stop her and shouted, "That aura was just another Legion commander, and the Demon King has already ordered you not to use too much magic." When Rinio had already flown far away, the servant paused for a few seconds, then muttered, Rinio had flown to the city gate, where Tian was entering. Saw Tian, Rinio's eyes lit up. She shouted in a joyful voice, "This time it's really..." Sir Tian heard his name called and looked up. Rinio continued to shout even louder, "Sir." Then, Rinio slammed down, sending dust flying everywhere. Tian saw this and was too surprised to speak. As dust cleared, Rinio's figure appeared, along with a large indentation on the ground caused by her landing impact. She smiled awkwardly and said, "It's been a while, hasn't it? How was your mission?" Tian's expression darkened and let out a soft grunt. But inwardly he was startled. "She scared me to death." Rinio saw this and was startled, thinking, "Oh right, how could I ask a Legion commander about a personal mission?" Truly. She stammered, I was just asking for your opinion. I wasn't trying to pry into your mission. It was very tiring." I found some people who had established a false religion and blindly believed in it, he said, rubbing his neck and sighing. My visit to the human realm isn't a big secret. And it's better than letting her misunderstand because I said nothing. She's quite scary too, Tian thought, sweating. Mourinho asked curiously, what is a religion? He replied, well, simply put, it's similar to how demons always obey their creator, the Demon King. Mourinho touched her cheek, thoughtfully saying, truly foolish. Demons, that probably is foolish indeed, Tian thought, closing his eyes. Instead of believing in such meaningless things, they could just worship Sir Tian, Mourinho said. Tian, startled, opened his eyes and asked again. Huh? Tian's creed. Tian's religion.
Tian's sect.
It's nothing. You're gonna meet the Demon King, aren't you? The Demon King is in the central courtyard now. She changed the subject, raising a finger and smiling mischievously. Since you've been to the Demon King's palace, hasn't it? What's wrong? In the demon realm, leaders of different races were sitting around a round table to discuss matters. Your Majesty must heard about the Empire attacking the Ilian Kingdom, right? The Mermaid Queen asked worriedly, placing her hand on her cheek. The Elf King crossed his arms and continued. This won't end simply. This place was originally known as Hell. Other races besides demons also exist here. This place is called the Demon Realm simply because the demon race governs most of the territory here. The Empire's to conquer the entire continent. The Ilian Kingdom is just the first target. The Elf King continued. The Dwarf Clan Chief and the Vampire Queen listened in silence, staring at the Demon King, waiting to see his reaction. No, you were also interested in the human realm, the Demon King said with a smirk, clasping his hands together. The elf extended his hand, replying in a mocking tone. Ha! Are you joking? After conquering the entire continent, their next target will be this place. So, as a racial leader, I cannot stand idly. I hope they don't touch my race just because of the noble's naive actions. The demon still chuckled softly, closing his eyes and sighing, truly arrogant. Then he opened his eyes and said, well, this is good news. The demon suddenly stood up, raised both hands high, and shouted, my subordinate, whom I sent to the human realm, has returned. Everyone around was surprised, curiously looking in the direction he had shouted. The Demon King called. When Tian appeared before everyone's eyes with a serious expression and slightly furrowed brows. How was your recent trip? The Demon King asked, familiarly patting Tian's shoulder. I have questions I want you to answer, so this is perfectly timed. I heard the Empire attacked the Ilian Kingdom, didn't I? Is the Emperor's goal to seize the entire continent? He smiled faintly, reaching out his hand and emanating a bit of his magic before Tian's chest. Tian looked at his hand and thought, a mark. Then he softly replied, yes, your majesty. The Emperor plans to conquer this entire continent. News about this Demon King's agent. But the Elf King interrupted Tian, making him pay attention. Do you really think that mortal is trustworthy? All the chiefs of the tribes glanced at Tian with eyes full of murderous intent. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense and dangerous. Tian involuntarily frowned, his eyes gradually darkening. But at that very moment the demon suddenly reached out and gently patted his shoulder, saying, well, Tian is still here, then I believe he is trustworthy, the Demon King said with a smile. As long as I'm still here? He looked at the happily smiling Demon King and thought, in words, the moment I turn my back on the demon realm, he will execute me. Tian sweated profusely, but outwardly he still tried to act normal. What is the Emperor's order? The Demon King asked. He glanced at the clan leaders and thought, am I allowed to say that here? He must have a reason for asking. The Emperor said, control the Demon King and prevent him from approaching the Empire's continental invasion war, Tian said. The Demon King smiled and asked, and? He replied, and if the Demon King intends to join the battlefield, I must return at all costs. The demon stroked his chin and chuckled with interest. Well, I guess that much. And there's another matter. Demon magic from the demon realm was used in the human realm, Tian continued. Hearing, the Demon King paused slightly, his eyes widening. Was investigating a sect called the Redemption Church under the Emperor's command. Tian, the image of Celine and John using magic similar to that of the demon realm. The Demon King, I confirmed that demon magic was used there. The demon said in a low voice, is that so? He suddenly laughed happily, clapping his hand on Tian's chest. I will handle the investigation of that matter. You should go rest. Tian's eyes widened in surprise. What? A human used demon arts in the human realm, yet he doesn't seem surprised or angry. Decide and get your left arm checked before returning to your room. Your movements look quite abnormal. the Demon King advised, patting Tion's shoulder again. He refused.
I'm almost fully recovered, so I'm fine.
Before he finished refusing, a whispering voice suddenly sounded in Tion's ear. Sir Tion. He was so startled that he spat blood and shrieked.
Ben, Styr,
Asked frantically, Sir Tion. What happened? Are you all right? The Demon King also looked worried. You've overworked yourself. Just as expected, huh? Go rest. Tion covered the blood stain and groaned inwardly. Damn it. He scared me to death. When did he get here? The two left, still hearing noisy voices echo. Show me where it hurts, Ben urged nervously. I told you I'm fine, Tion refused, waving his hand. The Demon King, the two figures retreat into the distance, pondered thoughtfully. Joke. You intend to investigate that? What demon would dare to use demon arts in the human realm without the Demon King's permission? The Elf King crossed his arms and glanced mockingly at the Demon King. The Mermaid Queen next to him secretly glanced at the Demon King with a fearful expression. The elf darkened his face, looking directly into the Demon King's eyes, and said, You must have ordered that. The Demon King, equally angry, retorted, Ha! What do you mean by that? That's still important? Aren't you afraid of the future repercussions that will strike because of such reckless use of demon arts? Our demon race can already feel the daily changes in the human realm. The Elf King angrily slammed the table and shouted. Not after the human realm will send a hero. Unlike before, this hero will be an immeasurable threat to the Demon King. The image of the Demon King with the hero pointing a sword from behind him appeared. The hero, a white-hooded entity, appeared like a savior. Behind it was a dazzling yellow light, that entity extending its hands as if to crush the Demon King into 1,000 pieces. Why should I feel fear about the future ahead? The Demon King said. The elf asked again in surprise. What? The Demon King replied, There's no reason for me to be afraid. No matter what I do, that hero will still appear, and our destined confrontation will be unavoidable. And besides, I'm gradually getting bored. And as you know, I've lived for quite a long time already. The elf lowered his head deeply. He was stunned for a moment, then said, All right then, whether you get stabbed to death or not doesn't matter to me. As you wish, the Elf King said with an angry frown. He thought to himself, although he is a bit troublesome, I tried to show concern. Because, after all, he is the leader of the demon race, the Demon King. You have formed the first line of defense against humanity. After everyone left one by one, only the Demon King remained standing still in the same spot. People even glanced back at the Demon King as they left. The elf continued to think. It's only a matter of time before humanity finds a way to invade this demon realm. The Elf King led the group, his brows furrowed. His eyes, full of anger, were secretly calculating. We must plan to resist humanity's invasion. Such oppressive aura emanated everywhere, making the Elf King's eyes wide with horror. That's fine then, the Demon King's voice rang out, containing anger. Suddenly, the vampire felt so scared she couldn't breathe. She cried out, But couldn't you choose your words more carefully? The voice continued to ring out powerfully. The leaders of the races couldn't withstand the pressure emanating from the Demon King. All of them had to bow their heads, struggling to breathe and crying out. I do expect you to use polite words when you are just an elf who is not yet out of your cradle. The Demon King's eyes became sharp and cold, gleaming. The aura emanating around him gradually made the atmosphere indescribably gloomy. The demon took a long breath. Let's just drop it. What am I doing with these children? He retracted his aura. The air gradually became easier to breathe. After the pressure disappeared, everyone around clutched their chests, bowed their heads, and panted with horrified expressions. I know Immortal Tribe despises the Demon Tribe, the Demon King said. Immortal King Chi glanced at him with eyes full of both anger and fear, and broke into a cold sweat. But next time don't be so defiant. And next time be a little more patient. The Demon King said with a smile, but there was no joy in his smile or his face. Over on the side, Ben was still frantically rushing around Dien, worriedly saying, Dien, it's not enough for you to just say you're fine, is it? Can't I just give you a quick checkup? I need rest, Dien said. Ben thought fretfully again. Him not taking good care of himself like this is why those around him suffer. Ben closed eyes inside, thinking, it would be better if he could value himself as much as he values others. I guess that hasn't changed about him at all. Ben began to reminisce about old memories. Ben worriedly burst through the door and ran into the room. Inside the luxurious room, Dien sat on the couch with a pale face. Before him was a large pool of blood. The table and nearby chairs were also splattered with blood. Dien had just coughed up. Dien clutched his mouth to stop the bleeding. The Demon King stood beside him, looking grimly. The scene was, to put it mildly, drenched in blood. Seeing this, Ben gasped in shock. Earth is the Zero Division Commander's personal doctor so late. The Demon King angrily waved his hand. This is why I entrusted you with being Dian's personal doctor? The Demon King cursed. Meanwhile, Dian's face remained ashen white, his hands still covered in the blood he had just coughed up. I apologize.
Ben replied fearfully.
He thought, I'm not worthy of being his doctor. I know Dian is suffering from the lingering effects of the battle with the hero, yet I can't take care of him when he falls ill. There's no way he would let a doctor who failed in their duty live. So this must be the end for me.
Ben silently feared.
Dian lay on the bed with a pale face and a pristine white towel draped over his head. He calmly said, I won't kill you. Excuse me not? Ben asked, puzzled and hesitantly. Dian said helplessly, do you really want me to die or something? Ben was startled and quickly said, no, of course not. But why kill you, Ben?
I'm fine.
So mind your own business. Those words left Ben utterly flustered. From the moment he left Dian's room until the Research Institute's door closed, he still hadn't recovered from his surprise. Not until he entered the Research Institute did Ben come back to his senses, prompted by the worried questions of the surrounding doctors. An orange-haired guy asked, Dr. Ben, you're alive. Another pink-haired girl exclaimed, how were you forgiven? Are you okay? Dr. Ben still stammered tremblingly, I am proud to be Dian's personal doctor. A moment later, Ben's eyes sparkled, and he wore a proud expression, as if talking about something truly wonderful. He thought, I always knew he was the most forgiving commander in the entire army. But I can't believe he even protects those who fail to fulfill their duties. On that day I decided, I will do everything I can to prevent such things from happening ever again.
Ben secretly resolved.
Back present. Ben was still buzzing around Dian's ear. I need to check on you, even if it's just a quick one. Dian frowned in response, I told you no. But Ben interrupted Dian and held up a glowing red stone from the necklace around his own neck for Dian to see. Dian was surprised, what is that? Ben held the stone up higher and explained, this is a magic stone created from your blood and the Demon King's magic. My blood and the Demon King's magic? What? Dian thought, boiling with rage. When on earth did they take my blood? Ben enthusiastically extended a finger and smiled brightly as he explained. If you have any blood issues, such as circulation problems or impure blood, it will notify me. It also provides me with your location. That's how we'll be able to find you before it's too late. There's still a slight problem if you're injured outside the demon realm. After all, I can't leave this place without permission. They'll try to find a way to resolve this by asking His Majesty. Ben said, frowning. Forget that, Dian said angrily. Ben calmly replied, pardon me, but this is for your own good. Dian, I'm sure His Majesty would be happy to do anything. The sound of their conversation echoed throughout the hallway. Standing in front of a room, seeing the two approaching, he said joyfully, Dian, you're back. I've been waiting for you ever since I heard you returned to the demon realm. Asked, but Ben, why are you here? Ben smugly pushed up his glasses and replied, humph. Isn't it obvious that I should be by Dian's side? To Dian, spinning around and shouting anxiously because Ben is here, were you injured somewhere in the human realm? Ben pushed up his glasses again and replied, Dian is extremely exhausted. He might have injuries on his shoulders and arms. Dian watched their actions, breaking out in a cold sweat. Was there no one to support you there? They couldn't even protect you properly. Those damned humans. Ad's voice echoed. He clenched his fists and angrily yelled. Hearing this, Dian shivered, thinking, I'm human too. Ad continued to curse useless weaklings. Ben nodded in agreement as he listened to Ad's rant. Dian silently retorted, I'm probably the weakest one. Someone's voice suddenly rang out, calling Dian. Ben was surprised. Why are you here? Hayam smiled lightly and asked, Dian, do you have a moment? Before she could finish the question, Hayam suddenly gasped, her eyes widening in surprise. Without her knowing, circled behind her. He grabbed her collar and lifted Hayam up. Sharp and cold. He said indifferently, Dian, forgive me, but he'll be right back with you. Dian was surprised. Dian thinking fearfully, why are you suddenly so angry? Ben beside him sighed, phew. I knew this day would come. Dian sighed to himself, the demon realm is really terrifying. After Hayam into a secluded corner, Ad used his large hand to squeeze her neck tightly. He grabbed her neck and lifted her off the ground. Yelling angrily, this isn't the first time. How dare an incubus speak to Dian? His darkened. Are you out of your mind? In tears from the pain, spoke with difficulty. But Dian loves the garden I tend. Says the garden is a wonderful place to find peace. And I want him to experience that peace in his own room. As she remembered the happy times she shared with Dian. So she held up a small potted plant in front of Ad. I was going to give this little plant to Dian. The plant let out a few fierce growls. Fiendish plant. Named Cat T. Personality. Quite venomous. Hearing Ad grew even more furious. There's no way Dian would like such a monstrous plant. Where did you find such a thing? Replied awkwardly, Dian likes it, I think. Ad immediately changed his attitude. This flower plant is beautiful. Let me give it to him. Ad snatched the flower plant from her hand. Hayam was surprised. Ah, she looked dejected. I wanted Dian to praise me. Seeing her expression, Ad glared angrily, thinking, I don't want her to approach Dian ever again. But Dian doesn't want her to die. Not long before that, in the room, Dian watched Ad holding Hayam up by her collar. He slowly ordered Ad, don't kill her. His were cold. Hayam hasn't done anything wrong. Seeing Dian, Hayam sighed. Ad furrowed his brow, showing displeasure. Then let me talk to her. Ad potted plant and walked away, impatiently warning Hayam, don't carelessly approach Dian. If he hadn't intervened, you would be dead. He thought to himself, Dian is too kind. Hayam's plant was humming on Dian's bed. Looking at the plant, Dian's face darkened. He at it. Why did Ad accept this from Hayam? What on earth happened? So the potted plant became angry. It opened its mouth as wide as possible, revealing sharp teeth towards him. Dian was startled, retreated to the end of the bed in fear. His turned deathly pale. He couldn't utter a word. Damn it, that's terrifying. He remembered Ad's words when he gave him the flower plant. Don't worry. This flower will never attack you. Dian. The gardener has carefully trained it. Dian angrily thought to himself he said that, but what if he lied? Hayam. Next time, I won't let you off easy. So a knife flew, piercing the headboard right next to him, startling and terrifying him. Glancing at the knife right beside him, Dian was so scared he couldn't utter a single word. A girl's came from the door. Truly worthy of your name, Dian. You sensed the blade and managed to dodge it in time. She stalked closer. Greetings. 2nd Division Commander Valenia. She innocence and continued, you're truly calm. My blade isn't even worth worrying about, is it? As a division commander, infiltration and assassination are my specialties. Dian, his hand to his mouth. Huh? Since she couldn't clearly hear what he said, the girl asked again. Dian, forgive me, but what did you just say? Dian frantically covered his mouth, his eyes vacant. I'm so scared I can't even make a sound. The seemingly not understanding tried to figure out what he meant. Dian, beside her, was shaking with fear. Her lit up as she figured out what Dian meant. Do you mean there's no killing intent at all? I see. A wave of intent emanated from Dian. Indeed, if I had killing intent, you would have betrayed and killed me long ago. His were blood red. 2nd Division Commander. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Please don't be angry. In the Demon King's castle, she's the one I have to contend with the most. Because the enthusiastically pointed at a pile of gifts. I've prepared all these gifts for you. Dian thought this is too crazy. I can't refuse now. What should I? She looked at him. Right? Seeing her expression, he felt truly scary. Dian hastily replied, it's similar to the Demon King's outfit design. What do you think? No. She made him try on one outfit after another. He reluctantly changed, but his face showed annoyance. That's style. She continued to ask, then what about the human clothes from the south? Putting on that outfit, he grew impatient, thinking this style is too revealing. I'm so happy to have you try on outfits. You look good in anything. Try this one next. She happily picked up another outfit and offered it to Dian. He struggled to prop himself up on the pile of clothes Head tried on. Stop. I'm very tired. Knocked, but I received no reply. A man dressed entirely in black, only his red eyes visible, opened the door and stepped in. A plume of black smoke billowed from behind him. 8th Division Commander Hio. He's sheepish. My apologies for entering without permission. I didn't realize Miss Valenia was also with you. Dian eagerly changed his clothes. He looked at Hio like a savior. Saved. But then he said, it's fine. What is it? Valenia turned her face back, showing a disgusted expression. TSK. Dian's words. Hio opened the door wider to enter. I came to report to you, because I heard you had returned. Because the sword on his back was horizontal, he couldn't enter the room. Seeing, Valenia covered her mouth, chuckling to herself. She imagined a puppy gnawing on a stick, stuck outside the door. He can't fit through the door. I know I'm utterly worthless. Hio collapsed to the ground, his hands on the ground. What am I living for? He continued to lament. Seeing him like that, the blue-haired guy following him frantically yelled, "Oh no, Hio! It's just a minor issue. It's because you're carrying so many weapons." This 8th Division Vice Commander, Hio, dejectedly, blaming himself. "I'm carrying too many things I can't even use. I'm truly worthless. Unworthy of living." Nai stood beside him, scratching his head and explaining, "That's not what I meant." What a headache, Hio continued to lament. And him even giving the Vice Commander a headache. Looking at the scene before him, Dien angrily thought, what on earth are they doing? Is this a play? Valania ran outside. "Unfortunately, we'll have to continue this another time. Please excuse me for leaving first." She walked over to Hio and quietly said, "Hio? Oh, an 8th Division Commander? There's a scoundrel slandering Dien in the first city. Is this where you should be right now?" She glanced at him, flashing a sinister smile. Hearing his already red eyes seemed to glow. Hio transformed into a puddle of black liquid. Nai knelt down in fright, yelling, "Hio!" Nai looked up at Valania, scolding, "No." He just finally gathered the courage to come and meet Dien. "Miss Valania, isn't that too mean? Please don't bully Hio anymore." Valania feigned innocence, chuckling softly. Valania put her hands on her hips and yelled loudly, "What did you say? A vice commander daring to raise his voice at me? Do you want to die?" Nai surprisingly turned to look at her. Meanwhile, Dien's face darkened, showing a disgusted expression. He thought in annoying farce, "Please go argue somewhere else, you idiots." But where did the 8th Division Commander rush off to? Legion Commander Hio, a demon born from shadows by the power of the Demon King. Initially, his task was to monitor the cities, but he later received a secret mission when the 0 Division Commander joined the demon army. Hio's a demon. The demon was terrified.
"I'm sorry."
Hio's mission was to ensure no information about Dien's appearance was leaked to the human realm. "He'll never dare speak of the 0 Division Commander again." The demon begged. Hio didn't care. He killed him instantly. When the Demon King's castle spoke about Commander Dien's appearance, one of them said, "His red eyes make me sick." "Is the 0 Division Commander?" someone asked. Or when that person's face was revealed during their first mission in the first city. Or even fighting against the heroes at the border. He find every witness and ensure they couldn't utter a word. He entrusted me with that important mission. I mustn't make a mistake. It would be terrible. It would be terrible. Saying, he turned into a puddle of black water again. It was no coincidence that the Empire's soldiers know. The entire world knew nothing about the 0 Division Commander. Castle Nai was standing when Hio appeared. Seeing, he ran over, holding out his hand to Hio. "Hio, you're back. That was fast." Hio didn't dare to emerge, looking sheepish. "Yes, it was my fault." Nai comforted him. "Everyone makes mistakes. The important thing is that we know how to fix them. Since you've successfully atoned for your mistake, you've actually done very well." Hio shyly placed his hand on Nai's. "Really? Then do you think I'm worthy of meeting Dien?" Nai became more radiant. "Of course. I bet Dien is waiting for you." Hearing that, Hio was as happy as a child. In the bed, Dien was comfortably playing with a Rubik's Cube. The flower plant beside him was still humming. Hearing a sound, he turned to look. He suddenly yelled out when he saw a glowing red eye staring at him from behind the door. Seeing scream in fear and spit out blood, Hio tremblingly explained, "I only wanted to meet you, since I couldn't last time. Are you all right? Shall I call a doctor?" Before Hio finished speaking, Dr. Ben burst through the door, yelling, "Dien, to the bedside. I sensed a signal that you were injured. Are you okay now?" Hio stood trembling beside him. "It's my fault. You up blood because of me? I'll atone with my life." Saying that, hundreds of tentacles behind Hio's back tightly gripped weapons, pointing them at himself. Ben hurriedly ran to shield Dien. Dien, fearful, moved to the edge of the bed. Outwardly, he comforted, but Dien thought to himself, "Don't die. I don't know what the Vice Commander will do to me if you die." Said he was very happy to see me. Why is he so kind to a worthless being who can't complete his mission like me? Hio was gleeful. Nai stood behind, cheering, "Hio, it's fine. You're doing very well." Dien was thinking to himself, "This guy's personality is really annoying. I should speak gently and then subtly send him away." His face turned cold. "Yes, you've done very well. You've completed your mission, so you should rest now." He exuded a fierce aura despite his gentle appearance, and his gaze was authoritative. His became sharp. "I want to rest alone, so you should leave now."
Ben.
Seeing Dien's demeanor, Hyo gleefully thought to himself. Is that the attitude of someone who has been strong his entire life? So cool. I want to learn such things from Dien. Would it be alright if I wanted to meet him again? Following words, everyone left one by one. Hyo spoke up, then please take care, Dien. Ben added, I'll also take my leave. Please call me if you feel unwell. Dien replied helplessly, Thank you. He thought in disgust. Now I see what life in the demon realm is like. Humans should only live in the human realm. Now the demon realm is doomed. The Emperor ordered me to be a double agent. I guess I should start my mission, shouldn't I? Seeing his evil smile, the little plant couldn't help but be scared. If you're a spy, the first thing you must do is gather information about your enemy. A voice seemed to echo in Dien's head. He was surprised by the vastness of the information room. It's really big. It glanced at him, showing indifference. As if realizing something, his expression turned unpleasant. He jumped up, yelling, Oh, you've arrived. Hearing, all the demons in the room respectfully bowed to him. Dien, slightly annoyed. He thought to himself, somehow I've gotten used to this, but it's still bothersome. I'll just find what I need and get out of here. As he around, a book caught his eye. He down. Imperial Investigation Report. Huh? The report was about the Imperial investigation concerning the current hero. Author. Idalia de Bellenia. They immediately add new information to this report. Huh? Dien thought. The book. He began to read. The first hero, Nemesius. He supported the current king, Edouard Dizzer, in the coup, ever since the king was only the 9th prince. Afterward, he held the position of commander-in-chief during the 8-year war and was rewarded, becoming the only noble without a domain. The hero, Stigme Primero. He became known after the 8-year war. He received the title of saint and the rank of duke in the Lufend Earl family. His main task was to subdue the Manji army on the southern border of the empire, where he displayed astonishing power. Reading up the point, he was a little surprised. Wait a minute. If it's like this, then him next, huh? Recorded too. He turned to the next page. The third hero, Dion. He sighed in relief. Luckily there's no picture. The investigation was forbidden under the Demon King's orders. Investigation is not to be continued. Seeing this, Dion felt a little smug, happy inside. The Demon King wasn't just kidding around. Good heavens! His expression suddenly changed. The fourth hero, Gruinherd, believed of the same bloodline as the third hero, Dion, a noble who opposed the king. But, the book shut. He didn't want to read anymore. Standing before the bookshelf, his angry aura scared everyone. He thought in annoyance, reading this information is really so annoying. The book back, he saw another book. This book? The author's name is Cabot Yu. If it's Cabot, isn't that the Demon King? Beings chosen by humanity and granted immense power to destroy the Demon King. Talent, strength, wisdom, vitality, everything far surpasses an ordinary person. This Dien thought. The warriors under their command are trained rigorously. These individuals are called warriors. Although not as strong as heroes, they are still superior to ordinary people. All information I already knew. He brightened. There's information about the Demon King too? Maybe there's good news here. As he was engrossed reading, a voice spoke up behind him, startling him. He dropped the book. The demon pointed at the book on the ground. The book dropped. Dien was scared. He'll pick it up. He reached to pick up the book, trying to finish reading. And demon kings are proof that this world is still developing and existing. He picked it up. He thought, puzzled, what does the world is still developing mean? This book is confusing. Luckily, it's all right. He turned around and softly asked the person behind him, Your Majesty, why are you here? He smiled. Thank you watching for vid. He took the book from Dien's hand. I want to see this book. Dien was surprised. He began to panic internally. Why now? You looking at me with those eyes? He put his hand on Dien's shoulder. Nothing. Anyway, sorry for taking the book you were reading. Dien replied, I'm fine. He left, waving at everyone. They'll be leaving, so don't mind me and just continue with your work. Dien angrily thought, You knew I was gathering information, didn't you? The book. Clearly, you didn't want me to finish reading it. He walked out. The demon bowed. You're leaving, sir. Dien, a smile, dejectedly thinking to himself, I'll just go back to my room. Instead of being a spy, I'd rather gather information in my room. As he overheard a conversation between two demons. Why is a party being held so suddenly? Hasn't the 5th Division commander returned a long time ago? Dien was surprised. Party? The short girl replied, Don't you know his personality? We gathered a lot of information from outside, and he's been immersed in it. That's why the party is only being held now. The 5th Division.
Condé, ou elle.
As if remember something, he thought, if it's the 5th Legion commander OL, then even the Demon King can't stop her curiosity. The continued, and this isn't just a mere welcome party. OL is in a relationship with Vice Commander Don Ivan. They're dating. 5th Legion Vice Commander Don Ivan? Thank you watching for vid. That stoic-faced person is dating too? Dian suddenly spoke up. The two girls were scared. In unison, they exclaimed, Commander Dian. Demons also date. Huh? What? Thinking? You heard everything we said. Didn't you? I've caught you slandering your superiors. It's too late. We're going to be killed by this demon. His cold made them scared. The two girls hugged each other tightly, worried. We're sorry. Please spare our lives. Where is he? They asked each other blankly. Who about you two dating? If it's a welcome party, it must be here. He ran while thinking. Special from the demon realm. His face brightened. He laughed loudly. Opening the party room, he saw a mess on the floor. He displayed a disgusted expression again. This looks like it's over. No more alcohol left. Alcohol rolled to his feet. He picked up, then thought, looks like OL was very curious about human alcohol, so she brought it back. So unfair. A group of servants entered to clean up, suddenly yelling when they saw him in the room. He turned his head to look at the door. The group asked tremblingly, wait. 0 Division Commander. Commander, did you drink it all? They were surprised to see him standing motionless in the room, holding the bottle of alcohol. He was very displeased. I haven't even seen a drop of alcohol. Are you kidding? The yelled loudly, hey, run. We need urgent backup. Emergency. We need reinforcements. They quickly ran towards the door. Dian was startled, frantically asked, wait, hold on. What are you doing? Dian has been drinking. Piercing screams echoed from within the castle. Red alert. Red. Hearing the screams, all the servants in the castle were in defensive positions. Repeat again. Commander Dian has been drinking. The demon who was walking suddenly stopped. That guy. Where did he go? The sound of footsteps ran into the room. A group of demons surrounded Dian with shields. He was his face deathly pale with fear. He thought to himself, I didn't do anything. What kind of situation is this? Amidst the intently focused on the white-haired man in the center of the room, someone suddenly spoke up loudly. Beware for your lives. If the 0 Division Commander drinks beyond his limit, he will cut down anyone he sees. Hearing Dian, the center of attention, broke into a sweat. His face was resentful and a little displeased. He was still clutching the bottle of alcohol. He thought to himself, damn it, I told you, I didn't drink any alcohol. His darkened, his face growing grim. Thoughts raced through his head. Ah, that's right. It's been a long time since I felt this atmosphere. In the demon realm, everyone is extremely opposed to me drinking alcohol. He remembered past events. Once the Demon King had instructed him, Dian, I already gave orders. He said, rubbing his forehead, utterly bewildered. Seriously? Are you that addicted to drinking? Dian, reminded by the Demon King. Like a child being scolded, he was extremely dejected. He protested, but why only me? The Demon King pointed at his face. Are you serious? Thanks to that past incident, Dian secretly admitted, alright, my habits when drunk aren't good. But it's not like they can't control the situation when I get violent and cause trouble, right? Seeing before him so many people raising their shields, extremely cautious, he grew even more exasperated. He couldn't understand why these damned demons overreacted to such an extent. A brown-haired far always observed him, nervous and a little surprised. His lips were pressed tightly. I thought he would remain inactive for a while, but then he ended up drinking. I hope everything ends peacefully, but I'm sure it won't be like that. Just like that day. 2 years ago, at the welcome party for the 0 Division Commander, a muscular, sturdy, red-haired demon had a sharp knife pressed against his body. He backed away, making a strange sound. Turned out, the hand pointing the knife at him belonged to Dian. His face was flushed bright red, his eyes unfocused, his voice reeking of alcohol. He asked, are you an enemy? This was the incident that made all demons know Dian. Dian's words, the demon became angry. He lunged forward, knocking the sword away forcefully, and yelled loudly in Dian's face. What the hell? I already said no. Why do you keep asking? He thought to himself, yelled loudly, damn it. Fine. I am an enemy. What will you do if I am an enemy? Then, this is actually better this way. Dian's darkened after those words. The cursing echoed in his ears non-stop. I never liked the Demon King creating a special position just for you and promoting you. Yelling, seemingly about to lunge at him. 0 Division Commander. a rank even higher than the 1st Division commander. Let's see if you're talented enough to sit in such a high position. Suddenly, a purple-haired man appeared from nowhere. He restrained the demon, preventing a conflict. Calm down. This is an occasion to welcome the 0 Division commander. Is that so? Just echoed in the air. The sound of a knife piercing something also simultaneously appeared. Everyone present was startled, surprised by Dian's action. The knife in his hand plunged deep into the chest of the demon in front of him. The purple-haired man also turned pale with fear. In the grip, his mouth gaped open. The red-haired demon stared fixedly at the white hair below him. I couldn't see him. Dian up looking at the demon. One of his eyes was bloodshot red, full of killing intent. The sword in his hand plunged deeper and deeper. He moved his lips. You must be an enemy. The sword was violently pulled out of the body. Streams of red liquid gushed out with it. The demon lay sprawling on the ground. The one standing upright, looking at his dying body, was Dian. His hand still held the blood-soaked sword. And just like that, one of the commanders was stabbed to death in an instant. After a day, a new rule was enacted in the Demon King's castle. First, if the 0 Division commander asks if you are an enemy, you must immediately deny it. Phase 1. When Dian asks, are you an enemy? You must answer, no, I'm not. If he insists on asking why, you must provide the clearest explanation possible. Phase 2. Why not? Why? Make an excuse immediately. I belong to the Demon King's Legion, just like you, Dian. If he shows suspicion with your answer, you must immediately move into a defensive stance. Phase 3. But why are you looking at me like that? Reply, defensive stance. Defensive stance. Tightly gripping a shield, heard the rule just mentioned and wondered aloud, but why do we have to move into a defensive stance? Shouldn't we attack him instead of defending if we want to live? Another was discussing with the first, heard the question and hesitated for a moment. If we injure the 0 Division commander, the Demon King will kill us. Those words, the other demon yelled in alarm, disrupting the previously silent space. What kind of ridiculous favoritism is that? Despite the red-haired demon raising his hand to cover his mouth, frantically warning, Idiot, you're speaking too loudly. Don't provoke the 0 Division commander. Been too late. The recent noise had attracted Dian's attention. His eyes swept like a fiery red spark over the source of the sound. The Demon King will handle his matters. Our job is to stay alive as long as possible. Dian, his fiery red eyes to look in that direction, smiling coldly, eerily, and chillingly. This caused the 2 discussing demons to suddenly panic. Smiled at us, didn't he? Are we going to die? We can't retreat. Stay put. In Dian's mind, his thoughts were chaotic. He was sweating. I don't understand. Why are they so tense? I just gave the most innocent smile on earth. He didn't know how to speak. Suddenly, at this moment, a tall man, draped in a fur cloak, entered the room. All attention shifted to him. Stop, Dian. The demon appeared. Beside him were 2 close associates. He said, Ha, good thing I was nearby. Dian thought to himself, the Demon King? And Ad and Ben are here too? His darkened thoughts still raced in his head. Aren't these things getting stranger and stranger? The Demon King spoke up. Dian, are you listening to me? His were uncertain. I can hear him, but I don't know what to say first. How on earth do I get out of this situation? The demon thought to himself, in this calm state he must only be in phase 1.
Dont ignore-me.
Listen, everyone here is not your enemy. Everyone intently listened. Even his 2 close associates beside him broke into a cold sweat. No one has any intention of attacking anyone, and you have no reason to kill anyone. So put that bottle of alcohol down, and the bottle of alcohol was placed on the ground. Dian replied, I didn't intend to attack anyone anyway. He thought, I'll just follow his words for now. Afterwards, I'll tell them I didn't drink alcohol. Everyone stunned. And then what? What's wrong? Someone stammered. Dian, did you just use honorifics? He directly, everyone replying, Huh? I always use honorifics. Why are they reacting like that? The atmosphere quieted down a bit. Then the Demon King spoke up. Dian, did you really drink alcohol? They're listening to me, he thought. He replied confidently, I didn't drink alcohol. I was just looking at some bottles of alcohol from the human realm. Everyone silently sighed in relief. We're saved. The demon, a little confused by Dian's words, took him a moment to continue. Dian, are you very bored? Huh? What? His hand to stroke his hair, sighing deeply. The demon clearly showed helplessness. One hand on his forehead, the other propping up his body. I should have caught the clue when you went to the library where you always go. Dian thought, without saying a word, I went there because I just wanted to become a spy. His golden eyes wide and suggested to Dian, if that's the case, would you like to visit the second city with Valania? Asked permission for you to go out. He placed a hand on Dian's shoulder. Dian's face stiffened. He didn't understand what was happening. What? Go where with whom? The Demon King's grew even brighter. He continued, because war might break out soon, you should go while you still can. Completely contrary to his expression, Dian's body trembled. He resisted. No. 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 Dian stepped out of the room. He was dejected and depressed. Why did the story go in this direction?
Imdomet.
Behind him, the voices of Ad and Ben rang out non-stop. They'll prepare everything, Dian. Let's give you a full body checkup before we leave. As they him, suddenly a loud call came from behind.
Ben.
This made him stop. He turned his head to look in the direction of the call. The demon gestured with his arm, indicating for him to go there. Meet me for a bit, then you can go. Luxurious and magnificent room. Exquisitely decorated yet profoundly deep. The Demon King sat pondering, reading information on a newspaper. The kingdom Ilion has surrendered. The empire continues to achieve victories. He scanned the lines of text on the page. I once wanted to act when the empire had occupied at least half the continent. His grew even darker, calculating something. But I don't think we have much time left. The Demon King held a piece of green stone, a communication device. He said loudly and clearly, announced to the entire demon realm. The castle, birds circled. Tonight's moon was blood red. The air felt stifling. I declare that from this moment onward, any act of using magic in the demon realm will be forbidden. Everyone who was working intently listened to the announcement. Except for pre-sealed magic devices, no magic is to be used. The only exception is when your lives are in danger. The brown white-haired girl also stopped what she was doing. Division Commanders 2, 4, Idelia also looked up, intently listening to the announcement. 8th Commander 8, you will ensure that the punishment is carried out. For those who use magic without valid reason. The demon paused for a moment. His eyes became even colder. His body exuded unimaginable killing intent. He emphasized each final word. May be killed. Hearing, the white-haired girl faintly smiled. She was probably Division Commander 2, as per the announcement. Her Idelia, who had seemed like a gentle kitten, suddenly exuded a chilling aura. I guess he'll be busy now. Another pair of fiery red eyes. A strong killing intent emanated from the masked figure. This mission came from the Demon King because he trusts me. The demon stood up. He silently pondered a few more things after the announcement. Normally, I wouldn't bother with the appearance of a warrior. He walked closer to the window. But with the war ongoing, it's a different story. He down. For now, our best option is to delay the warrior's appearance for as long as possible. Below, F and Ben were relentlessly clinging to Dian. Are you really going alone, sir? Don't worry. I'll go with him. Even the world wasn't sure if it would cooperate. Dian refused. You don't need to follow me. Could one predict a coming storm and prevent it? Those words were heard by the long white-haired individual with sharp, pointed hands. The man with jade-green eyes calculated everything. In an instant, no one in the demon realm used magic anymore. Curved his lips into a smile and uttered a few words. But it's too late now. The Demon King must know that the warrior's appearance is drawing near. The world completed all preparations. Now they just await the perfect moment. The world unleashes the warrior into battle will be the Demon King's worst moment. Everything ends. Upon the throne, the Emperor clenched his hand into a fist. He told himself something. Raised his teacup to savor it. Beside him was Kruin. His revealed calculations no one else could discern. Or, with his crimson eyes, stared into the silent void of space. Silently, only death will The Emperor sat casually on his noble throne. His face was ice-cold as he listened to the petition. Forgive me, your majesty, but I fear there will be some difficulty if we continue this. His eyes grew even colder. And what is the reason for hearing this? The man before him stiffened, breaking into a cold sweat. My lord, he immediately replied to the emperor. From what I understand, your majesty has accepted the surrender of other nations. Also allowed their people to live, even the royal families, unlike the 8-year war. But as long as those royal families, he continued, the spirit of that nation will remain indomitable. The soldiers we acquire from conquering them will not be loyal to the empire. He bowed deeply, expressing his firm stance and plea. If we continue this war, our military strength will not be sufficient. Though we can replenish provisions, we cannot get more soldiers, your majesty. For the sake of the people, you must stop. The silence fell. His heart churned. His body trembled with fear. I'm going to die. but I must inform His Majesty for the Empire's benefit. Now I have no regrets. I only wish for a peaceful. The Emperor remained pensive, completely still. The Count wondered. Huh? Is he not? Another attendant then spoke up. Hey, Lord Count, what are you saying? We can get more soldiers just by conscripting The Emperor grew even more silent. His hand clenched into a fist. Whispers began to ripple through the room. That's too much. I'm asking them to fight for their own country. What's wrong with that? Exactly. We can utilize farmers from the A hand slammed down onto the table with a loud crack. Emperor slowly stood up. His face had darkened. Still barking like that, his golden eyes shone brightly, carrying an indescribable anger. You say I can replenish soldiers with They suddenly flinched. You don't use your own private soldiers. You don't dare to lead armies on the battlefield. Yet you mercilessly force commoners to. He spoke, thinking of the image of people living peacefully and happily. Do you know why people pay taxes are for you to protect their lives and peace. The Empire has a duty to protect its. Duke was stunned, silently exclaiming, Your Majesty. As he spoke, he lightly grasped his sword. Let me be. His gaze was resolute. The sword was drawn. Resolutely. I will not stop the war. And if I lack soldiers, I order you to dispatch your troops to me. The standard will be like the 8-year. Those in the room could only remain silent, bowing their heads to obey. As long as a family has 2 or more men, each of you will send half of your private soldiers. And if you choose not to participate in the war, 2/3 of your private soldiers will be confiscated. His posture was ramrod straight, full of solemnity. Asking the people to fight will be the last. His sharp gaze swept across them all. What in the world are you still doing here? If you understand everything, then go back and prepare. They all responded in unison. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone left. Only he remained in the large. He sheathed his sword, deep in thought. I know I have no right to be angry and force them to fight. But if the top isn't just, the bottom will fall into chaos. His face darkened again. Truly disgusting. Both me. He felt as if his body was slowly sinking into a sea of blood. It had reached his. He forced a bitter smile. It seems my hallucinations are getting heavier by the day. They've never affected my daily activities like this before. Ghastly screams began to emerge from the ground. Ghostly blue figures floated up, like zombies. Eduador. He calmly replied. Indeed. An impatient bunch of bastards. They laughed horrifyingly. Their forms shimmered, constantly saying, Come. The Emperor's eyes grew even colder. Fresh bloodstains seemed to be on the verge of swallowing him whole. It's not like I planned to stand by forever. But why are they in such a... Most of the southern part of the Empire was a region constantly embroiled in war with the Babai. Under the unspoken approval of the Emperor, it was the place managed by the second hero, Stigma. This is the second hero, Stigma Permiso. The Empire declares war with the Kingdom of Sarahan as its second target. Is this why the Emperor ordered me to prepare for... He developed fighting forces against the Manji folk and diseases in the rugged southern lands. He flashed a refreshing smile at his soldiers. Indeed, our Emperor. This is truly good news. Fighting the Manji folk is fun, but nothing beats the battlefield. Does it? He was strong and capable enough to be a feudal. A guard unexpectedly asked him, Sir, do you truly enjoy war that much? He replied, Not exactly. Dying man on the ground cried out, Save me. The Emperor will reward you greatly once you achieve something magnificent. A sword pierced the man. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. He screamed in. Stigma didn't care. There are a few things I truly desire from. During the 8-year war, I received the title of Marquis and a large manor in the along with a mountain of gold, silver, and jewels. At first I was satisfied until I heard what that madman asked of the Emperor. What he requested was the right to personally destroy his own. The smile on Stigma's lips grew even more sinister. He thought it felt like a bolt from the blue. How could he even think of such a thing? I wasn't just shocked. I felt spellbound at that. Turned to the person next to him. I wonder if my junior will participate in the war? The blue-haired man immediately replied. If you're referring to the honorary Count Dien, I'm sure he will, sir. It will just be. He thought silently, his face full of interest. I truly can't wait to meet. The conversation between the two continued. Then I should also prepare for war. Just burn all the survivors. They might carry diseases. Yes, sir. He stepped out from the smoky, fiery area, silently planning. Like that scoundrel, my reward this time will be the right to personally destroy his own. 2nd Legion Commander, de Valenia, was displeased. She said, I thought we were going alone, didn't I, Lord? Ignoring her words, Ben spoke up. This is an order from the Demon King, sir. And even if I didn't come, you wouldn't be alone. You brought so many people from the 2nd Legion. Outside, people streamed in an endless line. She replied, It's surprising that you didn't bring anyone, while you yourself are preparing to go to the second city and the outs.
Ben sighed.
I know Legion Zero is truly the elite. They would only get in Lord Dian's way. Hearing this, Dian was helpless. His face clearly showed annoyance. Why the hell do I have to bring soldiers just because I'm going to the second? He looked into the window, reflecting his own image. Why do they keep talking about the outskirts? Even the Demon King. Why is everyone so on edge about the outskirts? I really don't understand why he made me take a detour. Try to make friends there. The carriage rattled. His face darkened further. Come to think of it, Rorinio also gave me a defensive necklace before I left. And Ed made me wear armor. The more he analyzed, the more uneasy he became. Perhaps he wanted to prepare for an emergency. But is that silently wished? Damn it. This is so annoying. Get me out of here. Suddenly, cutting through his thoughts, the carriage abruptly braked, causing everyone inside to lose balance. His face changed color. He could have cried wordlessly. Not like a soldier ran in, panicked and gasping for breath. Lord Dian,
Commander de Villania.
we have an emergency. Outside, the sounds of running and strange noises echoed. Too many monsters are coming. Soldiers were constantly fending off demons. One by one, they were struck down. The second Legion soldiers were fighting demon's head. A large green foot stepped over it, crushing what was left. Fresh blood splattered, staining the ground. Monsters kept coming, but there were simply too many. Dian thought to himself, I can't just stand here. I have to do something. Turning his head, he was surprised by the strange calmness of his comrades. De Villania observed, they're everywhere. Truly, and the doctor added, each city has a protecting commander, but the outskirts. Dian's heart was filled with questions, evident on his face. Why are they so calm? It's as if they knew monsters would attack. De Villania said, at this rate, it should be enough to attack other races, including the Arch. Stared with wide eyes. So that's what the outskirts means. That damned demon. Dealing with these monstrous demons is the Demon King's responsibility. He is responsible for eliminating them to ensure they don't invade the territories of other. By ordering commanders to patrol the outskirts, they must go to the borders of their territories adjacent to other. Dian slumped, coughing up blood. And here I was, volunteering to obey like an.
De Villania es Nerev.
She spoke with confidence. I'll go first. Take your time. There's quite a lot here. He stood rooted to the spot. Someone please wake me up. For heaven's sake. No. I thought of a way to cope. How can I deal with all those monsters? From behind, a voice echoed. Lord, he turned around. Ah, I'm coughing up blood again, so Ben probably won't. Contrary to his prediction, Ben looked at him with icy eyes. It was rare to see him so frightening. Dian softly called out,
Bens gazi laverid.
Do you not feel like fighting today? Dian immediately panicked and broke into a cold sweat. Damn it. Was I that obvious in avoiding it? Although Ben has always treated me well, he's still a demon. If he realized I was weaker than him, I'd be killed in an Ben recalled earlier events, his tone full of doubt. Now that I think about you've always avoided when you're drunk, and when it's not truly life. Ben was struck speechless, awkwardly and fearfully looking at the person in front of him. He stammered, that's Ben added, if any other demon saw you, they might mistake you for a weak human. Dian's fear grew. As soon as he heard that, he cursed under his breath. Damn right, he thought.
Imskret.
Well, I did anticipate being found out eventually. After all, demons aren't completely Thinking the situation was exposed, Dian impulsively decided to confess. Actually, I didn't mean to deceive you. But unexpectedly, Ben interrupted at the same time. But I completely understand. And simultaneously they both exclaimed, what? Realizing the situation hadn't been fully exposed, Dian paused. He wondered, it's nothing. But what did you mean by what you just? Ben immediately spoke his mind, straining his neck. Though their numbers are countless, in the end, they are merely magic. They are nothing for me to personally get involved with. That's what you were thinking, right? Dian was momentarily stunned. A few seconds ago, he thought his weak body had been discovered. It turns out he was just overthinking. Ben spoke with a confident tone. As your personal physician, how could I not understand what Lord Dian is? Dian gritted his teeth, his anger flaring. It seems I overestimated this guy. He's truly incredibly Now, Ben suddenly pulled out a bottle of wine and held it. Don't worry. I've prepared this special drink for you. Seeing the wine bottle, Dian was momentarily stunned. He covered his mouth, his eyes sparkling with awe. Bus wine? Is that the demon realm's specialty? After what just happened, he naturally grew suspicious of the other party. You thought I'd react like that, didn't you? To suddenly offer wine for me to drink, when you've always forbidden me from touching it before. Highly suspicious. Damn it. His indifferent attitude immediately startled Ben, who hastily justified himself. I only have this much left, sir, so am not forbidding you from drinking it, and the more he spoke, the stronger Dian's suspicion grew. There's definitely a hidden agenda. Ben cheerfully poured the wine, tempting him. You just need to rest, relax, and regain your spirits. Don't worry, drink as much as you like. Dian held the wine glass, hesitating for a long time. Even if it were me, I wouldn't touch this suspicious. One thought led to another. He casually brought the glass to his lips and drained it in one. After that, he wiped his mouth with satisfaction. It would be strange if I didn't touch. Dian sat to the side, wine in hand, watching the Legion and Commander de Villania fight enthusiastically. He thought to himself, looking at the current situation, it seems avoiding a fight is impossible. So, I might as well head to the netherworld while I'm not too tipsy yet. That looks painful. This time, I just need to avoid getting completely Ben stood by, watching Dian drink glass after glass. Then he sighed guiltily.
I'm sorry, Lord.
Turned out that, before they set off, the Demon King had given him some instructions. Ben, if Dian hesitates in the middle of a battle, give him. Demon King sat calmly on his chair, arms crossed, voicing his concerns. Yes, he's too humble when he's sober. No, I should say he's so humble he always looks weak. But with wine's influence, hell let. Ben then noticed the earlier details and implicitly conceded. That's, although he enjoys fighting, Dian is overly patient when. Feeling a little guilty, he remembered the Demon King's words. He assured me, wouldn't it be much better to let him relax a little before he his mind? Two conflicting thoughts wrestled. The Lord of the Demon Realm, who always calculates everything, saw the maximum probability of success and guaranteed it. But what if this is a gamble? I've given him wine right now. He's not feeling well. I definitely need to apologize next. He was immediately pushed with immense force against the carriage behind. Dian held a dagger to Ben's body, coldly calling out, Ben, this time you've used your brain better. Ben couldn't react in time, only stammering, hey Lord. For Dian right now, medicine and alcohol were a kind of. The principle of fighting poison with poison, a wall built by medicine and alcohol could also be suppressed by those very two. I never intended to, nor did I truly hide this. But who knew they would directly resort to such drastic measures? Dian placed his hand on Ben's neck, calmly saying, I guess you didn't have enough time. Because the Emperor's power is expanding, and the number of monsters is increasing exponentially, you no longer have any time to waste. It's not that I don't understand your urgency. It's saying that, he forcefully plunged the dagger right beside Ben's face, making Ben turn pale, utterly drained. Ben's eyes suddenly became incredibly sharp and full of warning. You must know that understanding me doesn't give you permission to take advantage. Ben was now in utter panic. He grabbed Dian's hand with both of his.
I'm sorry.
His heart was filled with dread. His condition like this surely wasn't caused by just one bottle of. Dian maintained his slow, previous tone. Because you've contributed a lot to me all this time, I'll overlook this incident. But remember, there won't be a next time. Don't pretend to care in that way. Ben was somewhat surprised and bewildered by those words. Dian forcefully withdrew the dagger, emphasizing one last time. Don't forget whose personal physician you. He turned his back to Ben, his voice still carrying a deadly aura. Even though I never expected much to begin, the physician immediately bowed his head in self-reproach.
Ben, you're truly foolish.
Lord Dian is always. Right now, I am Lord Dian's personal physician, not the demon. Ben originally intended to run over and apologize, Lord Dian. But from afar, Commander de Villania's warning suddenly rang out. Commander Zero, there's a monster charging toward. Ben just managed to look up and saw a large monster leaping. It was heading straight for Commander Zero. He hastily shouted, Lord Dian. Dian looked up, then calmly closed his eyes, thinking of the past. I'm sick of this. Always pushing myself. Always striving to survive. A part of his personality cried, truly weak. Useless. Like at times such as, his second personality emerged to save the rest, becoming a brutal, cold-blooded demon Dian. But that doesn't mean anyone is allowed to take advantage of me. If someone does, it must be my. Dian, having just struck down the monster, proudly curved his lips into a sinister smile. Only I get to decide whether or not to get in. The monster was quickly diced into many pieces, scattered across the. Dian stood in a pool of blood, breathing lightly, then turned to his personal physician. Ben, call the demon. Ben was startled at first, instinctively saying, but when we left the Demon King's castle, he forbade you. But a second later, he quickly agreed. All right, sir. He'll try to connect now. As he made the call, his heart twinged. I almost made another mistake. I'm Lord Dian's personal physician, after all. His orders come. The Demon King appeared on the screen, hastily scolding. Ben, what's wrong? You're not the type to use magic without purpose. Before he could finish, he saw the familiar back. Dian tilted his face slightly, coldly stating, The numbers are far greater than Suddenly, the Demon King's voice rang out amidst an endless horde of monsters. That's right. At first, I thought sending 2 commanders and 1 legion would be. I will send more reinforcements. Try to hold out for another 15 minutes. Can you? Dian immediately turned his head forward, not even looking at the Demon King's face. He softly replied, "We will." Demon King sighed regretfully. Dian must be very. Dian suddenly stepped into the battle, surprising the soldiers greatly. They're still coming in hordes. 15 more minutes. Huh? It's been a long time since I've been in this kind of situation. The entire legion, seeing this, immediately felt a surge of strength and cheered. Commander Dian has joined the battle. Ha! Dian pressed his lips to. I gave up with just a little despair. How could I have survived 8 long years of. Dian charged forward like a killing machine. The only difference is that my current enemies are demons. He thought and thought deeply. He jumped onto the shoulder of a giant monster, plunged 2 daggers into its. Let's see how I can survive in this situation. The monster thrashed, tossing his body far. Ben, seeing this from behind, anxiously shouted, "Lord," just as the dagger was about to fall into his. Let's see what I can. Yen immediately circled behind it and delivered a fatal blow to its. The monster cried out in pain and collapsed on the. My specialty isn't killing, but etching deep, desperate. Yen repeatedly stabbed the monster's body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, staining the space before the lesser demons. If demons, with their inherent sensitive instincts, would flee immediately once they felt overwhelming fear in their bones. All fresh demon blood has an effect. With just 1 slash, he cleanly dealt with it. But the current goal wasn't to threaten all of them, so that wasn't enough. All 3 of them were in a dire state. Ben, holding a large stone, still exuded a warning aura. I dare you to touch a single hair on Lord Dian's head. If the demons flee, we might have a chance to survive. However, in the long run, this isn't the optimal solution. Thinking this, he immediately called out, "De Valania." Commander de Valania immediately turned her head. Yen maintained his stance, turning his head to her. "Prepare to set up a trap. Right now, we must kill as many as possible." The trap was set. The monsters, seeing no attack, confidently advanced. But at only a short distance, some were decapitated by an invisible force. The monsters were bewildered, and though they didn't understand what was happening, they slowly continued forward. As soon as they moved, their flesh and limbs were severed. The poor bastards didn't even know what was happening or why it was happening to them. Both remained in a static state. The monsters paused for a moment, then recklessly advanced again. Dozens of invisible steel wires surrounded the monsters. De Valania quickly expressed her concern. "Although they're caught in the trap, I don't think I can hold them for long. What do you 2 plan to do now?" "Have successfully held the monsters in the invisible trap set according to Lord Yen's instructions. And we have simultaneously restricted our own movements." Had just turned his head when he saw Commander Zero approaching the monsters step by step. He shouted, "Lord Yen, the first aid I used on your hand is only temporary, sir. So please be careful." Yen gave him a cold, warning glance, showing his displeasure. Waiting, and Yen stepped close to the trap they had laid. Commander de Valania also hastily stopped him. "Wait, are you planning to go into the trap to eliminate the monsters yourself? You have experience, it will be very difficult to discern the positions of those steel walls." Seemingly realizing her words might be misinterpreted, de Valania quickly waved her hand. "It's not that I doubt your abilities or anything." Yen held a dagger, a strange smile on his lips. His eyes, full of killing intent, stared directly at the battle formation before him. "They'll find my way through it myself. My luck is pretty good, you see." In the night, Yen's figure moved like a flash, swiftly passing through the seemingly invisible trap to others. Step. He approached the still bewildered monsters who didn't understand what was happening. He quickly and abruptly delivered the finishing blows. Yen's eyes widened. Real monsters were attacking him. He quickly dodged. The monster, thank you watching for vid, indeed attacked the steel wires. Their arms were immediately severed and fell to the ground. De Valania, having just witnessed the scene, immediately had a face full of horror. How can this be? He lured them to where the steel wires converged. Could he actually see them? In the eye of others, Yen stood amidst that matrix of wires, completely dominating the battle. The monsters that rushed at him were cut into pieces. Yen, at the center, was no different from a cold-blooded demon, manipulating the situation. In truth, he could see everything. The moonlight shone down, reflecting on the wires, making them shimmer, even if only for an instant. He could see the positions of the steel wires perfectly. He kicked a monster, making it crash into the trap and be cut into pieces. If it's because I've spent my entire life fleeing from heat and light, but I'm always very sensitive to light and feel incredibly comfortable enveloped by darkness. That's exactly why I can do this. Thinking, curved his lips into a satisfied smile. It truly is due to my good luck. The monsters actually stopped, growling in anger. Valania, seeing this, cheered happily. The tide of battle has completely turned. The monsters are too scared to dare advance any further. Truly worthy of Lord Dien. Ben, on the other hand, remained fearful and worried. But their numbers are still a problem. He constantly blamed himself for letting Commander Zero rush into this battle. Everything could change at any moment. Constantly pushing his own limits. Not only that, his hand is injured. When will reinforcements finally arrive? And Dien seemed exhausted, leaning on his knees and coughing heavily. Immediately rushed over in a panic. Lord Dien. Dien wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, angrily shouting, "Stay there." Must treat before the words left his mouth. He hastily swallowed them. Isn't this part of the plan already? Bother with unnecessary things. Continue with the plan. Dien struggled to stand up, finding it difficult. He let out a long breath. He looked Legion fighting with all their might. Then looked his current self. I feel like I could collapse at any moment. Dien kept charging forward like that. Although I avoided most direct blows, the monster's defensive capabilities continuously pressed up. It seemed he had reached his limit. He was attacked by a monster. Not only that, my right hand has completely lost sensation. On this, Ben, who had been enthusiastically striking down monsters, flinched and looked towards Dien. Lord Dien, drained of strength, could only kneel right before the monster's weapons to support his body. He felt helpless and heartbroken. I just need to hold on a little longer. Just as a blade was about to reach him, broken sword flew from somewhere, embedding itself directly into the monster's head, killing it instantly. From an enthusiastic female voice rang out. Hello, Lord Dien. Long time no see. This short, female demon was Commander Silua of the 7th. Seeing his back, she happily smiled and said, I heard there was a party, so I rushed here as fast as I could. The party sounded incredibly annoying to him. I'm on the verge of dying here. What does she mean by party? Original personality returned. Dien clutched his right shoulder, grimacing. What happened to my hand? Just happened here? Dien looked at the entire situation before him, beginning to recall what had occurred. He couldn't help but be startled. That's right. I drank the wine Ben gave me and then joined the fight. Damn, did I do that again? Turned his head, he met Commander Silua's deadly gaze. No, this isn't Lord Dien. Dien said softly, trembling slightly. I'm sorry. Silua's face darkened. She murmured with regret. Just a moment ago, he was still Lord Dien. How could this be? What must I do to see that Lord Dien again? Dien glanced at the person's attitude before him, instinctively recoiling. What's wrong with her? She's scary. Later, Silua presented a monster before him, saying excitedly, Here, Lord Dien, this is a true demon. Please grant it eternal sleep with your dagger. Those words, Dien began to fear the person in front of him. He felt disgusted and wanted to avoid her. What the hell? What's wrong with this fanatic? Silua still looked at him expectantly. What's wrong, sir? Surely you're not afraid, are you, Lord Dien? Perhaps the surrounding noise has spoiled your fun. At this moment, Commander de Valania suddenly approached and patted her shoulder. Commander Silua, stop it. What are you doing here instead of guarding the... Silua still didn't care about the person behind her. She happily said, Don't worry, Lord Dien. My subordinates will sweep them all away right here. Except for your share, of course. A sea of warriors appeared from behind and immediately charged, taking down the remaining demons. Valania then understood everything. Dien, seriously, who would have thought you were the reinforcements the Demon King sent us? But how could you just abandon the border to come here? Don't tell me you brought your entire staff. Commander Silua, hearing this, crossed her arms and pouted. Abandoned? I left everything to the vice commander, and aren't we the perfect reinforcement? With that, she immediately turned back to her old topic. Now everything's settled, Lord Dien. You should also, but before she could finish, the person in front of her collapsed to the ground. Ben hastily rushed over, asking, Lord Dien, please don't push yourself any more in this condition. Sir, rest and leave the rest to us. Silua, hearing this, was utterly disappointed. You must have been very disappointed with me earlier, sir. But please, give me another chance. The more she heard, the more confused she became. Dien tried his best to recall everything. Earlier? Which earlier? Did I lose too much blood? It's even hard to think. He couldn't do anything with his current body. Then I trust you will handle the rest well. Immediately after, Ben came to support him, leaving Commander Silua to whine and complain. He's going to rest? Lord Dien, please let me see that side of you one more time before you go. Please, I beg you. Just one more time. Other than Lord Dien, nothing could distract Ben at this moment. He coldly said to the person behind him, Commander Silua, why don't you go help Commander de Valenia? Silua could only cry out in despair, clinging to her dream of meeting Lord Dien again. No, no, much time passed. The entire forest quickly returned to its initial silence. Commander de Valenia stepped forward to report. Except for those who fled, everything has been taken care of. Ben, his side, had also finished treating Dien's wounds. The treatment is complete, sir. You can move your hand now. Dien politely replied, thank you. De Valenia turned to look at her comrade. Seems everything is in order now. Why don't you leave, Commander Silua? Silua seemed unwilling, scolding him. Do you really want me to just leave after all that? I didn't think you'd be so cold, Dien. Commander Valenia was completely calm, even explaining a little. It's for your own benefit. We're heading to the second city next. You haven't forgotten who's guarding it, have you? The city's commander number 10. Just mentioning this, Commander Silua became agitated, gritting her teeth in anger. Ha! Well, I suppose I should start moving. I really don't want to meet that scoundrel who's unworthy of the commander position. She stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Dien. Until we meet again, Lord Dien. Dien felt a burden lift from his mind. I thought she'd be more stubborn. Well, it's good for me. For conversation, his mind quickly picked up on it. He also showed doubt. If it's Commander number 10, then they must be talking about Guy Cethio. He was full of questions. Why does she hate him so much? Quickly got his answer. As soon as they entered the second city, a vampire, who was also Commander number 10, Guy Cethio, immediately greeted them enthusiastically. It's been a long time, Lord Dien. The atmosphere of the welcome, complete with festive horns and drums like a party, left all three of them completely speechless. I think I understand why now. The atmosphere of the party was extremely lively. Some girls were playing horns, while others happily waved, welcoming everyone. Dien, wearing a cloak that covered his head, sat on a palanquin adorned with many flowers, carried by soldiers. Dien seemed quite unwilling. There were still streaks of blood on his face. Sweat continuously ran down. His lips were tightly pressed. A voice suddenly rang out. Lord Dien, how do you feel, sir? Guy Cethio, walking beside Dien, seemed very happy and waved at him. He enthusiastically said, I rushed to prepare these things as quickly as possible after hearing you were coming here. So they're absolutely perfect for you. Lord Dien. After he finished speaking, Dien's face darkened, and he raised a hand to his forehead. He angrily thought, how embarrassing. To this extent, Commander Guy Cethio's face became extremely panicked. He was frightened by his own thoughts. Oh no, do you have a headache, sir? Or is something bothering you? Dien was too tired to answer him. He buried his head in his hand. Dien silently cursed him in his head. What's bothering me? This situation is bothering me, and so are you. He cursed aloud. Damn it, I can understand why Silua hates Commander Guy Cethio so much. In a short time, Silua had grown to intensely despise Guy Cethio, Commander number 10. At this moment, Commander Guy Cethio was so panicked his face was pale. He continuously pressed Dien. If you tell me what's bothering you, I will. But he could do anything. Ben exclaimed in alarm, Lord Dien, you have a headache, don't you? Let me treat you right away, sir. Before he could do anything, Ben panicked. Lord Tion, you have a headache, don't you? Let me treat you right away. Street. A crowd of people stood watching Tion's army depart. Man, upon seeing Tion, asked the person beside him, so that's the commander of the Zero Legion? Commander Zero. The young felt extremely excited to see Tion. I was wondering who would sit on that embarrassing seat, but he looked so cool. And now I finally see Commander Zero sitting there. The girl next to him was just as excited. She replied to the person beside her, of course. It's because of his cool and leisurely demeanor. No one knows anything about him, only rumors circulate. He's a human because I don't sense any demonic energy from him. But how can a human possess such an aura? Even the commanders of the other legions find it hard to please him. Everyone gathered to catch a glimpse of Commander Zero, who was bestowed an extraordinary title by the Demon King, whose mere presence was acknowledged by mighty commanders. His role and strength were kept completely secret. In terms of power, he was second only to the Demon. Commander 10 kept bothering Tion. Tion simply said one word. Commander 10 didn't hear clearly and asked again. Huh? Did you say something, sir? Tian coldly repeated 2 words. Go. After clearly hearing Tian's words, Commander Ten's expression immediately changed. His eyes widened with. He then quickly turned and ordered everyone present. Get out. He wants all of you gone. What are you doing? He's being bothered by these demons surrounding him. Chase them all away at. Tian covered his mouth tightly with both hands. He silently cursed Gaisithel in his head. No, you idiot. All these flowers and pollen are making me nauseous, so I want them gone. Why are you chasing away innocent? Tian coldly watched Gaisithel's soldiers chasing away all the demons. Now Commander Zero is very angry. If you don't want to die, leave immediately, Tian thought. And if you keep using my name like that to chase them. He saw the eyes of the demons in the city turn red and filled with indignation. See? They're really annoyed now. Now it'll become the common enemy of all the demons in this. The commotion on the street continued. Hey! I still haven't seen Commander Zero's face yet. Perhaps if you find the right angle, you'll see him from over. Tian speculated. I guess it's too late to relax in this village now. A soldier secretly peeked at Tian. He thought to himself, I guess hell is going to have a hard time. Tian glanced. Thank you watching for vid. Tian looked at the people holding plush toys, lemons and balloons all shaped like his face. The person holding a plush toy shouted. Everyone. Let's pray for Lord Tian. Then, there was a loud cheer. Long live Lord Tian. Long live Lord. The girl clasped her hands together and reverently shouted. Long live Demon Lord Tian. Tian thought angrily, Demon Lord Tian, what? Another voice suddenly rang out. If they want to believe in something so meaningless, then why not believe in Lord Tian? Upon hearing that, Tian froze, his eyes wide with surprise. He remembered earlier. A girl had once told him, huh? Believe in Lord Tian? The religion of Tian? The Tians. Tian realized something. Wait a minute. No way. The Tians. He thought of Rorinio, who worshipped him deeply. Tian wasn't quite sure. He wondered, is that you? He gritted his teeth, thinking angrily. I even gave her a cookie to stop her from doing anything useless. Damn it. Tian was exasperated. In the past, Tian had given Rorinio a bag of cookies packed in his luggage. He even gently reminded her, they'll give you this, so please don't do anything strange. Rorinio took the cookies and excitedly asked, oh my, is this fan service? Tian angrily looked at his Gaisithel, kneeling on the ground, bowed and sincerely apologized to Tian. Please forgive me. If I have inadvertently bothered you, please have mercy. Gaisithel bit his lip tightly. A thread was wrapped around his neck, leaving a long blood mark. Tian saw the thread and felt utterly bewildered. The thread around his neck? Unbeknownst to anyone, Tian had appeared behind Gaisithel and wrapped a thread around his neck. Tian? A flash of killing intent gleamed as he stared at Gaisithel. Tian asked Tian's opinion. Should I? Tian himself gaped in astonishment at this scene. His face turned pale. Tian thought to himself, I swear, killing is definitely not allowed among commanders. I guess they're just holding back. They might kill each other if they feel like it, regardless of whether they're fellow commanders or not. Tian's voice suddenly rang out. He said, it's Tian stepped down. His next words astonished Gaisithel. There's no need to kill another commander. Walked past Devalania and told her, let's go shopping. Isn't that why we're here? Tian thought with a touch of fear, if things don't go according to plan, they might kill me at any. The thread on Gaisithel's neck was removed, but a long gash remained from where the thread had cut. Devalania replied to Tian, if you say so, Lord. Gaisithel knelt behind them, his eyes gleaming with worship as he watched Tian's retreating back. He happily shouted, Lord Tian, I will serve you with all my best, as if my life depends. Tian coldly walked away, paying no attention to Gaisithel's words. He thought, I had a safe tool, but it was all. Tian's eyes widened. He reminded himself, I'd better stay vigilant. At this time, there weren't many people on the street. Devalania spread her arms. Her mood seemed to be very good. I bought so many beautiful clothes today. Gaisithel followed her, carrying a pile of things Devalania had just. As for Tian, his subordinates were adjusting his outfit. He thought wearily, I feel like I've become a dress-up doll. Although, getting out of those blood-stained clothes is indeed good. Devalania still wanted to keep shopping. She excitedly suggested, Lord Tian, let's go over there next, or maybe buy some more accessories. Just then, Commander Ten, carrying a large pile of mangoes, cut into their conversation. He called out loudly, Lord Tian, these fruits are called mangoes, sir. They come from the southern human realm. Would you like to try some? They're very. Devalania was suddenly interrupted and became furious. She pushed Gaisithel's face with her hand and started scolding. Can you not jump into the middle of the street? Where did you put all the bags? Gaisithel weakly argued back. But we've been to so many stores. Shouldn't we eat something now? I left them with the subordinates behind. Tian was annoyed by their noise. Lord Tian. Lord Tian. What the hell is with Lord Tian? Can't they just leave me alone? Suddenly, a horse unexpectedly galloped by. Tian's subordinate protected him from behind as the horse. Tian watched the horse leave. He was very puzzled. A horse? The subordinate who had just protected him asked curiously. Lord Tian. What horse is entering the city? Tian said, expressing his doubts. Most of those fiends are supposed to be in the bay, aren't they? It's strange that the castle gates are so wide. He speculated, now that I think about it, there seem to be quite a few items from the southern human realm. Is there a border nearby? Guy Sithel's pile of mangoes fell completely to the ground when he heard the man finish. Guy Sithel, his face pale, asked him. How? Suddenly asked back. Tian stammered, his eyes starting to avoid The scene now shifted to a battle. A group of monsters was continuously killed and repelled. Evelania exhaled, whoosh. These monsters are quite aggressive too. Guy Sithel pointed forward. Over there, sir. We discovered a border not too far from the southern human. Devalania's eyes widened as she looked in the direction Guy Sithel had. There, the sun was rising, illuminating the entire. How could you hide this? Guy Sithel clasped his hands together and explained fearfully. When will the people in our city get to experience the human realm? Since we just stumbled upon it, I thought we could enjoy it. Devalania helplessly covered her. Guy Sithel urgently shouted, explaining, but we even established regulations and went back and forth in secret so humans wouldn't discover us, right? And as you can see, we've tried our best to prevent fiends from invading their world. Just as he. Indeed, there were many monster corpses on the ground. Devalania wondered, yes, and that's a relief. But what should we do? He felt very troubled. If it's the southern part of the human realm, it's not even part of the empire. Should I even care? No, but it's still the human. Tian dismounted his horse. He told Guy Sithel, we must report this to the Demon King. Guy Sithel bowed, agreeing with his approach. Yes, I understand. Tian looked towards the border. He told them about his next plan. But before doing so, I must verify it myself. I need to check if it truly connects to the southern human realm, and if so, what nation it belongs. Tian ordered his subordinates. Meanwhile, in a small nation in the south, a suspicious voice rang out. Huh? They're covered in blood from head to toe, and they've crossed the border into the human. King of this kingdom, upon receiving the news, immediately became enraged. Those crazy demons. The subordinate who had just reported saw him painfully clutching his forehead and shouted in alarm, Your Majesty, call for the Imperial physician immediately. The king sighed. He told the subordinate, forget it. This isn't a problem an Imperial physician can cure. I knew those demons would unexpectedly cross the border. I pretended not to care because nothing had happened. But now, had enough concerns just from desperately fleeing the empire. So I cannot afford any more conflicts with the demon. The subordinate bowed his head. He fearfully continued his report. There's another major problem, Your Majesty. The king, seeing his attitude, immediately became worried. What could be? The subordinate's face was extremely grim. Despite his fear, he was forced to continue reporting what he knew. We have confirmed that one of the members of the demon party is commander of the 2nd Legion, Devil, and the other unusual demon, judging by how they respect and serve him, appears to be the rumored commander. The king's face was just as grim. He gaped in surprise. Commander Zero. What's he doing? The great hall was now filled with an eerie sigh. The king gripped his hands until they trembled. After some thought, he made a decision. Whatever they do in the human realm, we must absolutely conceal the fact that Commander Zero and his group have come to our country. No matter. At this moment, Tian's subordinates reminded him, Lord Tian, please be sure to keep yourself covered in your robe. The sunlight in the human realm is very dazzling. Tian pulled the hood of his robe low. He thought the sunlight is too dazzling. Never mind. He then wondered, but why are they following me? Tian eagerly asked him, Lord Tian, where would you like to go? A bustling street or a quiet place? Tian thought wearily, I just wanted to come to the human realm by myself. They should have stayed in the demon realm like Guy Sithel. Guy Sithel scratched his head, awkwardly declining to go with them. I have to go back and carry out my mission to protect city number 2. Tian convinced himself. Thank you watching for himself. Tian convinced himself. Thank you watching for and might get his clothes stained with blood while fighting monsters. We mean well. Tian and another subordinate stood in front of Tian's expression immediately changed. He gaped, realizing, damn it. I was so worried about myself that I forgot they were all covered in. Tian fell silent. But wait, Tian and Ben were putting on the robes offered by the knight representative. Tian also thought that was fast. Tian suddenly realized, Anyone can tell that Devilania and Ben aren't human. They're not even wearing robes. So why are these people still giving us such a warm welcome and not chasing us? The knight representative offered a bag of gold. He was trembling with fear. Please accept this as Tian approached him. He carefully observed the man in front of him. Aha, they're afraid but not. Tian affirmed they must have encountered demons before. The man holding the bag of gold, though his face showed fear, tried to appear calm. Tian speculated, I guess the Southern Kingdom discovered this border long. The knight representative cast a sharp glance at Tian's group. Since the king didn't mention anything when we met, I guess the entire kingdom knows nothing. Alright, it's wartime now. It's hard to reveal to the entire kingdom that they have another border. So they want to hide the fact that demons can come and go as they... Tian covered his face and chuckled nonstop. Ha ha ha. This action made the person opposite him tremble with fear. If they want to ignore us, then I can relate. Knights, seeing Tian laugh, all showed expressions of bewilderment and fear. Why is he laughing like that? I'm scared. Tian, along with Devilania and Ben, turned and walked away. He had understood their intentions. Perhaps they hope well quietly return without causing any. The three knights bowed to them. We wish you a safe. Tian continued to laugh loudly. Ha 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 ha. Devilania observed Tian. She thought, Lord Tian seems to be in a good mood. Tian happily thought, this is great. They even gave me money. Don't worry. I have no intention of causing. The three knights remained bowed. Seeing Tian's group, the leading knight slightly raised his head. He gazed with sharp eyes at Tian's retreating. A clean uniform, unusually so compared to the demon's blood-stained attire. Of course, because this fellow is the only one who changed. And an unusual aura. This guy is just worried. He must be commander's. After Tian's group was out of sight, the three knights finally dared to relax. One was so scared he knelt on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. The leading knight stood upright. He placed a hand on his chest and muttered, Oh, my king, we did our best. The rest is up. Scene now shifted to a bustling market. Everyone was busy with their own. Tian bit into a skewer of meat. He looked around and felt very surprised. So many people ate the last piece of meat. He felt very happy inside. But Tian didn't show it. It's quite interesting to look around, but I should start gathering information about this. As he was walking, he suddenly bumped into a man. He cried out in surprise. Devilania quickly stepped forward to support Tian. She called out worriedly, Lord Tian. The man looked at Tian, who seemed to be in great pain, and felt very suspicious. He asked anxiously, Are you all right? Then he asked himself, Did we bump that? Devilania also felt that something was off. Did a mere human shock him so? Tian looked at Devilania. I can feel her suspicious gaze. I fall too easily because of my injury. My right shoulder still seems to hurt a lot. Devilania immediately cheered up after receiving the answer. Ah, I see. Tian wondered. Is that enough? There's a plausible reason for Ben to treat. Suddenly, Ben aggressively rushed forward, grabbed the man's collar, and cursed, What's wrong with you? You stupid human? The man was startled by Ben, his face turning pale as he quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Tian felt utterly confused by Ben's attitude. Why is Ben overreacting when Devilania is acting so reasonable? Finally, they remembered their roles. Ben thought in surprise, I'm the Imperial physician. Devilania's eyes widened. I'm the one who should be overreacting. At this moment, Tian finally felt normal again. Then, Ben and Devilania quickly switched places. Ben went to support Tian. Are you alright, Lord Tian? As for Devilania, she took Ben's place, grabbing the man. How should I scold? Tian realized the situation was getting out of control. He thought, no, this won't do. Stop. The people on the street, seeing their actions, stopped to watch curiously. Whispers began to spread. What's going on? A knight ordered his subordinate. Arrest that scoundrel. The subordinate immediately acknowledged, understood. Tian began to feel anxious. They look like royal knights. They're making too big a deal out of this. I knew this would lead to trouble. He quickly raised his hands as the approaching knights, trying to explain. Excuse me, we didn't mean to cause. An arm was wrapped around the man's arm. It was easily lifted by two knights. Tian completely failed to understand their act. As for the man, suddenly being arrested terrified him. Wait, what is this? Why are you arresting me? The knight's cold voice rang out. How dare you cause trouble in the market? Take him. The man, being dragged away, began to cry miserably. Huh? Cause trouble? We just bumped into it. Tian's eyes widened in surprise at the royal knight's swift actions. The human realm maintains order really well. Or so I. But right after that, Ben tightly held someone else's hand, causing them to drop their money pouch on the. Ben's eyes flashed with killing intent. Smoke streamed from his mouth in anger. He warned the child who stole the money. You little human. What are you trying to steal from Lord Tion? Do you want to? Suddenly, a royal knight, his face green with alarm, quickly rushed forward to intervene. He quickly scooped up the child and carried them away. Another knight bowed and said to Tion, "Just let us handle." No sooner had something happened than Tion, after taking a bite of the mango in his hand, was so disgusted by its taste that he almost gagged. Why does this taste so? No sooner had he finished speaking than the fruit stall owner was immediately arrested by royal knights. They shouted, "How dare you poison someone else? Arrest him." Tion felt utterly confused. The fruit was problematic, but it wasn't enough to arrest him, was it? The royal knights appear every single building. Someone's tragic scream echoed, "I won't do it again. Please spare me. Why are the royal knights here?" The royal knights seemed to be Tion began to feel annoyed by their actions. He speculated, "I think they're trying their best to handle everything before I cause trouble and attract it." Wherever the three of them went, they received fearful glances from the local people. "Don't go near those people. If you even touch their clothes, the royal knights will come and arrest you." So scary. But who are they? Nobles. Tion was bothered to the point of a headache. He annoyedly rubbed his forehead. "Because of you all, we're attracting even more attention now. I don't think we can investigate anything else at this point. Let's go." Suddenly, he noticed an argument. "I told you we don't sell doxa tea leaves to those merchants." Nearby, two men were arguing. The man in white said, "Why are those scoundrels so persistent?" The man in orange awkwardly scratched his head. "Their name is the Merchant Guild, but since they're new, they're very enthusiastic. They insist on importing doxa tea." The man in white crossed his arms. "You said merchant," continued, "That's right. Why don't I see which scoundrel it is?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he was startled by Tion's sudden appearance in front. Tion narrowed his eyes, staring at the man. The man fearfully asked, "What is?" However, Tion didn't want to do anything to the man. He just wanted to inquire about buying tea leaves. "I want to buy doxa tea leaves." The man immediately turned to find the tea leaves. "Oh, a customer. They'll get your order right." Getting the tea leaves, the man secretly observed and assessed Tion. On the outside, he looks like a normal traveler. But why does he have such a terrifying aura? Is he a noble in disguise? Or Tion remained completely silent after inquiring about the tea. He was thinking, doxa tea leaves. In this kingdom, finding these tea leaves is almost impossible because there are few tea gardens, and they are usually sold at high prices only to the nobility. A wealthy southern kingdom having such precious tea leaves in an ordinary man placed a small square wooden box into Tion's hand. "Here you go." Tion, a small tea kingdom exporting tea leaves? Ben threw a large bag of money at him. He even generously said, "No need for change." The man in white immediately bowed. "Thank you, noble." Tion looked at the tea box in his hand and smiled. Devilania, walking behind, asked him, "Are you finished?" In a spot where Tion and the others weren't paying attention, a knight secretly hid behind a wall, observing them. After watching them leave, he finally felt relieved. "They're finally gone." Another knight said, feeling very lucky. "Good thing they didn't cause any." "I don't think that was Commander Zero. At the market, he was weak and even coughed up blood." The man next to him asked curiously, "Then who was it?" "I don't know, but I hope they don't come here." The scene now shifted to the national battlefield. Inside a tent, a voice full of surprise rang out. The man sitting on the chair was furious. "You came all this way to speak privately with me just to ask?" Yulaster smiled and repeated his question. "I want to ask if you remember the death of the Grand Prince, the father of the Crown Prince and King." Rested his chin on his hand. He ordered his subordinates, "All of you." When only the two of them remained in the tent, the king began to answer Yulaster's question. "Do I remember the death of the first?" A man with a warm heart, the only one who cared about Edward Dizzer among us. He remembered his older brother with a warm smile, calling him Eddie. "As for the one who killed him, the Grady's," the king asked further, "Is it as they say? Since when were you not? Was it you who killed?" Yulaster gave an incredibly eerie smile. He said, "Oh my, you are." The king smiled and cursed. Only after the Grady's family was executed for the assassination of the prince did I find out that Yulaster was the master. Couldn't help but temporarily hide that crime because the nobility was rising. But I didn't expect the criminal to turn himself in like this." The king felt extremely curious. "What are you?" Yulaster narrowed his eyes slightly. He confessed to the king, "I will tell you the reason I eliminated the first prince first. Everything was just so I could climb to the highest position." Look of triumph appeared on his face. Yulaster detailed his plan to the person opposite him. All the princes and princesses would fight for the throne if the legitimate heir, the first prince, died, right? I wanted to place someone I could control on that throne. But I didn't expect the 9th Princia Silent Princeto turn the table. Faced with Duke Yulaster's plotif, he had already become a duke. There was only one position higher. One of the king's hands supported his forehead. His gaze was incredibly cold. Yulaster was born that. The king tiredly closed his eyes. At this moment, the king was immersed in his own memories. The first prince sat by the bed and said gently to him, "He'll be back later." The first prince looked at his two younger siblings sleeping soundly on the bed. He instructed his younger brother, "It won't be long. Please take care of Elapidius and Elo." The king in the past did not speak, but instead used a confident expression as his answer. Later, he felt immense regret. "I should have stopped him as soon as I saw something was." A moment later, the king in the past finally spoke, "Yes, don't." He obediently bowed his head for his brother to pat. "If only I had known that would be the last time." The first prince gave a very warm smile. "Thank you, Eddie. I won't let him." When he first heard the news of his death, the king collapsed beside the sword and blood-stained outfit. "I should have investigated instead of using my sword like." He clutched the blood-stained clothes. "Rumors that another of my brothers had killed him to seize the throne forced me to draw my. I hate you. D. And now I am too." Yulaster told the king about the first prince's killer, the Church of Atonement, and Tion's involvement in the 8-year. He smiled. "You already know who's behind." At that time, Tion's family went to the palace to meet the king but was blocked. "Something's wrong. I told you our eldest son, Kruin, would be the one going to war. We sent a request for correction saying there was an error in the doc. The knight guarding the gate absolutely would not let Tion's parents see the king. I've told you already, there's nothing more we can do. And we confirmed that we did not receive any corrections." Tion's mother immediately collapsed. She covered her mouth and began to cry. "My poor child. He's already so weak." Her husband sat beside her, comforting her. This moment, she was immersed in a feeling of guilt. "And yet I couldn't even hug him for fear he would get sick. If I had known things would turn out like." Without giving up, the father continued to beg the gatekeeper to let them see the king. "Please let us see the king. I will tell him myself. So please let us see Tion." No matter how much he begged, all he received was the gatekeeper's refusal. "The king is not in the palace." Tion's mother angrily questioned the gatekeeper. "Please, why is he never here every time we come? This is ridiculous." The gatekeeper offered them a solution. "Then leave a message for him." And right at this moment, Yulaster passed by. He secretly glanced at the couple near. On his lips was a very triumphant smile. Yulaster stepped into the carriage. He handed a stack of documents to his subordinate and ordered, "Burn this." Yulaster was not afraid and frankly admitted, "That's right. I destroyed and hid all those documents. So you had no idea that Tion's enlistment was a mistake, at least in the beginning." The king lowered his head in silence before the truths that had just been revealed. "Finding out the truth after the war, you still stood by and watched as Tion murdered his own. If he knew the truth, I wonder how he would react." Finally, the king was enraged by Duke Yulaster's. "Duke Yulaster, do you want to?" Yulaster gave an incredibly arrogant smile. "Didn't I tell you? You can't kill me, your majesty. If you kill me for no reason, my honor remains, while your reputation will spread even further, the reputation of a." The king coldly asked back, "You think I'm afraid of those rumors?" Yulaster replied, "Oh, of course not. Royal power and the heir's position will. Both the princess and the king will be in trouble because." King was completely silent. Yulaster continued, "I'm sure that's not what you desire." His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Furthermore, you've always pretended to know." Yulaster told the king that he was his accomplice. "Then doesn't that make you my accomplice as?" King seemed determined to kill Yulaster. He said in a cold voice, "If I leave you behind, you'll naturally shut your mouth." In the face of that threat, not only was he not afraid but he also provoked, "Fine. Why don't you try reaching out your hand? I'm looking forward to you ending my life with your own hand." After saying that, Yulaster stepped out of the. On his lips was a triumphant smile. The king was still alive because he couldn't die. "That's right. That look. I can't let you die until you've achieved your." Inside the tent, the king still sat silently in his original position. He crossed his arms over his chest, thinking silently about something. "Yulaster." But on the king's face was the determination to kill Yulaster. "I will not rest until I have granted you the most horrible." As for Duke Yulaster, there was a horse beside him. He confidently asserted, he won't die until he kills. Yulaster narrowed his eyes slightly. "That's why I went to see the king. Let Sillin manipulate the revolutionary." On the hand of the knight in front of him was the emblem of the revolutionary army. Yulaster confidently asserted, "Everything is within my." At this moment, the king was riding his horse fast along the forest path. On a tree branch in the forest that the king had just passed, there was a sudden movement. It seemed like a figure had just been standing. The king's horse continued to excel. Behind him, two people appeared. Chased. The king glanced at the two people chased. Suddenly, he stopped his. The king sat still on his horse, seemingly waiting for. He gave a very sarcastic smile. "I came out for some fresh air. Yet there are still annoying cockroaches following." group of followers finally caught up. They were all holding weapons in their hands. What was notable was that they were also wearing the logo of the Revolutionary Army. Even though the king was alone, he did not flee in fear. He coldly asked the newly arrived people, "Are you here to..." Another development, the revolutionary leader, Daniel, pushed open the door and entered the house. He called out loudly. An old woman, who seemed very kind, was sitting on a chair knitting wool. Seeing her son return, she immediately became happy. "Daniel, welcome home. I heard you would be back after finishing your..." She gently held his face and worriedly asked her son, "It looks like you've been..." Daniel sat down. He explained to his mother, "When I reached Ilion, I encountered a group of magic knights. I have some minor injuries, but there's nothing to worry about. In a world where everyone is equal, a person without a social..." Daniel took his mother's hand and comforted her. "I'm not joking, mother." His mother said gently, "I won't say anything about what you do or where you, because I trust you." Afterward, she placed the half-finished scarf she was knitting onto her son. Her words left Daniel deeply moved and stunned. He called out, "Mother." A person who had gathered people with the goal of killing Daniel happily touched the new scarf around his neck. He sat beside his mother, listening to her advice, "But be careful." And it was that very person who had said that we should overthrow the throne and create a fair world for everyone. "This is everything I have for my mother was a noblewoman who ran away with a even though she had a simple married, even though father died at the hands of a disgusting noble, even though she became weak due to excessive..." Daniel screamed when he saw his mother collapse from illness. "Mother." I always told her about her dream. While lying in bed, she stroked Daniel's head and spoke of her dream. A world without kings or nobles. A world without a social hierarchy, where everyone can be masters of their nation and its workers. One day such a world will... And I also collected all those memories one by one. Daniel's mother gently hugged him. "I hope my son will one day see such a..." Swore, as I watched my mother weaken day by day, that I would make my mother's dream world a reality. Daniel rested his head on his mother's lap. He hated himself deeply. "But mother, I am a sinner. I fought in the revolution, but because of my orders many people died. And we are about to start a battle that will threaten everyone's life." His mother stroked his head and asked, "Do you want to stop?" Daniel looked up. He said with determination, "No, for the sake of our fallen comrades. And for you, mother, I will achieve my goal. So please wait for me." He smiled, comforting Daniel. "Of course, as I just said, I believe in you. But you must come back safe." She touched the necklace around her. "If anything happens to you, I will drink this vial of poison to fall." Daniel was stunned by his mother's threat. He fearfully stopped her. Mother, you can't say..." Just then, a knight of the Revolutionary Army pushed open the door and reported, "Captain, we have an emergency. Aiden has brought an army to depose the..." Daniel's face immediately changed. He cried out in disbelief. "What?" The scene now shifted to the king's location. A revolutionary army surrounded him in the center. But the king showed no fear. Instead, he coldly asked them, "Did you come?" He realized something and smiled. "But it seems you are not the only ones who came." The revolutionary army immediately grew anxious upon hearing him say that. What? It seemed that behind them, there were also ghosts coming for them. He calmly dismounted his horse. The king stroked his horse and asked those surrounding him, "Do you know how I ascended the throne? It seems you don't know about one of the key leaders in the 8-year..." The king touched his... He drew a knife. "You led the battle to victory." The leader of the revolutionary army's eyes widened. He couldn't believe the scene before. Blood began to flow. A knife had cut across the back of his hand, causing blood to continuously drip. The scene before him terrified him, making him curse. Turned out the king had stabbed his own hand with the knife. Fresh blood continuously flowed onto the ground, forming a small puddle, yet his expression remained unchanged. The king continued, "Don't worry. I'm just chasing away those annoying spirits." Indeed, those spirits had vanished without a... King waved his hand, allowing a wrist guard to fall and cover the wound on his hand. He smiled. "Better." The king threw the knife he had just used onto the ground. "Now let me continue. Do you know about the nameless hero who possesses a heroic legacy? The reason I don't need guards to protect..." The man leading the revolutionary army was panicked by the king's words. He shouted, "What are you talking about? There's no reason to listen to this scoundrel," and he yelled, "Attack!" But before he could finish speaking, a sword slash cut across it. With just one move, the king had killed the man in front. Enemy blood continuously spurted out. The king coldly asked the revolutionary army, "Have you heard the saying? Beware of being for..." Following that, a shout rang out. A girl with a sword charged forward. She gritted her teeth, yelling, "Die, your mad..." The king parried the attack with his sword. He continued, "That's because foolish people won't know they'll repeat their mistake." The girl was easily cut down. If you remembered me when I was accused of treason. One by one, those who charged forward were killed by the king's sword. If you remembered me during the 8-year, the king continued to push forward. Or at least, if you investigated what I did during the 8-year, a knight in front of him leaped, sword raised, preparing to strike. Before the strike could land, the knight was killed. Then would you dare to target me so overwhelming power? The knight's eyes bulged, blood continuously spurting from the way he easily swung his long sword. His swordsmanship was wild and brutal, just like his. In the king's eyes now, there was only killing, and knight, taking advantage of the king's distraction, grabbed his robe. The knight smirked. Got him. Why would anyone fight in such an annoying... Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed. The king pulled him back with force, then stabbed his sword through the knight's chest. The immense power he possessed was enough to cleave a mountain, or even heaven. The king arrogantly said, "How could you look down on someone like..." At this moment, only one knight remained alive. He watched his comrades being killed one after another and began to tremble with fear. He stared wide-eyed at the king, his whole body shaking, wanting to... He looked at the man standing amidst a pile of corpses. I remember, talent obscured by the titles of king and... King slowly approached him, making him so scared he fell to the ground. The king said, "That bastard. Those bastards. You all must think I'm a..." As the king got closer, the knight's body trembled more violently. "Are you the last?" King smiled. "But if I remember correctly, your leader isn't this foolish. Is this an arbitrary act?" The king's face showed a murderous... He raised his sword high. "If that's the case, I don't need to worry about the Revolutionary Army anymore." The knight recognized the name that stands above all. His eyes widened. In his pupils, the image of the king's approaching sword reflected. "You possess the heroic vestige, Edwarder." The king approached his horse. Before him were all the corpses of the Revolutionary Army he was bandaging a wound on his... Suddenly, the king looked in a certain direction. He became The king looked at the corpses of the Revolutionary Army on the ground. He speculated, "The Duke must have sent them here to observe me. He surely knows they're not a big threat. This means he's using the Revolutionary Army to undermine the king, and he doesn't want me to die at their hands." The Revolutionary Army's goal is a world where everyone is equal. Meanwhile, they've recruited new members in alien capital. Is he trying to manipulate them by increasing their forces to The king let out a crazed smile. How dare he try to swear? Daniel was listening to his subordinate's report. "And so, we estimate about 1/9 of the Revolutionary Army has perished. I believe we need to pause our plans due to manpower shortage." After hearing the report, Bao found it incredibly hard to believe. 1/9. Daniel angrily rubbed his forehead. What is he thinking? Trying to take down the king like... He told his subordinate, "Good work gathering information. You may leave now. We finally have to reinforce our forces, but it seems we're back to square." Daniel angrily crumpled the paper on the table. Aiden might have some reservations about this action, but he's not the type to act rashly. So why would he do such? Asked Daniel. "Since the king has entered the battlefield, it will be harder for us to track his next movements. What do you think about Aiden finding the king's whereabouts?" And then Daniel was startled by Bao's speculation. He began to theorize, someone with enough power to obtain such vital information at this... Thinking back, before Aiden, someone saw him talking to the Duke and Celine. They planned this encounter between the Revolutionary Army and the... The sun began to rise over the royal gardens. The king rode back. A servant immediately came to greet him. "Your Majesty, you're..." Suddenly, a worried voice exclaimed, "Wait, there's blood. It's just dawn. Don't tell me you were..." King closed his eyes and said nonchalantly, "If I die, I suppose that's my..." Hearing the king say this, the Grand Chancellor immediately became angry. "Your Majesty, why would you say such..." The king walked past him. He smiled and said, "Just kidding. What kind of Grand Chancellor can't tell the difference between a joke and the truth?" Scolded by the king, the Grand Chancellor bowed his head, dejectedly lamenting, "Please don't joke about such..." Suddenly, he spoke, asking the Grand Chancellor, "Do you... One of my younger sisters wanted to make this nation prosper, and one of my younger brothers wanted to turn this capital into a nation that no one would dare look down upon by creating an empire. Another younger brother also wanted to unify the continent. The children could only sit and watch them discuss. They had so many things they wanted to do that they could spend all day just talking. But at this moment, the king stood amidst countless corpses and fresh blood. Because of what I've done, none of them can achieve their dreams. I have a responsibility to fulfill their wishes." The king stood alone on the battlefield, looking very low. "I cannot turn back from the path I have chosen. Because of... I have had to endure quite a lot." The king clenched his... He continued, "There's no way I could imagine a pointless death when living such a busy life." The Grand Chancellor noticed the wound on the king's hand. He realized that the wound on his left hand seemed not to heal. Perhaps each time His Majesty creates a new. The wound on the king's hand, though bandaged, had not healed. Blood still seeped out, soaking the band. The one considered the center of the empire, the Grand Chancellor reminded him, Your Majesty, it's wonderful that you are so responsible, but you need to keep yourself safe. The king continued inside. He suddenly remembered and told the Grand Chancellor, I'll warn you beforehand. I don't think my body has any value. So if I. King looked at him. He smiled. I hope you won't waste military resources on reviving a piece of flesh. The Grand Chancellor's expression immediately changed. He widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, Your Majesty. The king ignored him and continued to leave.
Don't worry.
I still intend to shine as brightly as possible until the very end. And thanks to someone, I don't want to die at this. The new demon who had just arrived and secured a position as the 9th Legion commander. At this moment, 2 people were fighting in the. The red-haired man was Commander Chover of the 9th Legion. He threw a punch and shouted. Earth claimed his strength was magic, but in reality he used his body, which had been trained to the. With one move, Chover forced his opponent to retreat. The white-haired man thought in surprise. That was just a straight. He raised his hand. His sharp fingernails seemed to. Then the white-haired man immediately jumped, continuously attacking Chover. Chover yelled. At this moment Assel, commander of the 3rd Legion, and J.K., commander of the 1st Legion, were watching from out. Valania, commander of the 2nd Legion, was also present. Chover shouted, Great Earth. Dain was sitting off to the side, looking bored. He thought tiredly, I don't know why he's shouting spells when he's not even using magic. So confusing. And why do I have to be? Dain was very bored. He kept wondering, how did this happen? As soon as I arrived at the Demon King's castle, Chover asked for a match. But I tried to trick him by saying I was tired. Meanwhile, Chover was extremely excited, yelling at him. Ahahaha. Fight. Fight. I'm really looking forward to that match. Sir Dain, I asked you to be the referee today, but when you've rested enough, please fight me. That's right, he asked me to be the referee. So that's. Just then, his opponent was embracing a girl. Chover angrily yelled, Hey, you too. Ignoring his shouts, the girl gently told the man holding her, I've read human romance novels, and they say the knight who's about to fight and win will get the heroine. The white-haired man gently replied, Is the girl gently cheered, so, Donovan win. Donovan agreed with her. Chover was driven mad by their sweet atmosphere. He yelled, Damn it. Start the match. Sir Dain, please start the match. I can't take this and. Dain rubbed his chin. All right, he thought, but what should I say when starting a match in the demon realm? Do your best, or fight with all your might. And don't get hurt. Huh? That sounds off. Finally, he came up with, since it's the demon realm, Dain raised a finger and said, Don't kill each other, okay? He thought that should be fine. As soon as he finished speaking, a strangely silent atmosphere fell over the arena. Dain was a little suspicious. What is this? He began to doubt himself. Did I say something wrong? Why is everyone reacting like this? I thought that would be suitable for these stupid and brutal. Suddenly, Miles spoke up. Sir Dain. Dain looked at him. He wondered, this guy is? The man was Miles, commander of the 12th Legion. Dain inwardly disparaged him. I heard he's quite taciturn, but his voice is so unpleasant. Does he really look like a commander? Dain asked again, Is there something you want to say to me? Miles replied concisely, Thank you watching for vid. But he pushed the matter to someone else. Daha will speak for me, Sir Dain. Dain was utterly surprised to be suddenly pushed forward. He glanced, Thank you watching for vid. Miles was now drenched in anxious. Daha bowed and introduced himself to Dain. Hello. My name is Daha, and I am the vice commander of the 12th Legion. Please allow me to convey a message to you. Dain looked at them with a question mark in his. Daha cleared his throat. Then he immediately became incredibly excited. First, when you said not to kill each other, you looked so cool. To think you would let the battle go on until one of them can no longer fight or surrenders. Of course, you wouldn't accept their surrender. Fighting to the last breath is what you desire. Dain was astonished by his words. He stammered, Wait, when did I say that? But Daha still ignored him. He continued to flatter, Truly, no commander has such a heart of steel. That is Sir Dain. After saying this, Daha stood up straight, returning to his serious demeanor. He said, That's all, sir. Everyone present, except Dain, was impressed and gave Daha a thumbs up after hearing him. Dain's face paled. He was utterly speechless due to the number of people mocked. Ason was also convinced by the impassioned words. He laughed joyfully. Thanks to Sir Dain, things will be more interesting. But I don't think the winner will be decided soon. Zika agreed with him. It seemed so. In the arena, the fight was still ongoing. Zika continued, since Donovan has received a proposal to become an official Legion commander, just like Chover, that means they'll be on the same. Evelania shared the information she had gathered. I heard the number of proposals for commander this time is unusually high. Initially, it was. Diane looked at the smiling vice commander next to him. He thought, SA? She's mentioning my vice commander, even though his strength hasn't been confirmed yet? Evelania continued. Then it was in the arena. Donovan struck Chover. Chover raised his arm to block. Evelania's voice rang out again, and the third person nominated for this position is Chover launched an attack and Acud said, I was wondering why he refused the proposal. But after meeting him today, everything is clear. Donovan's vice commander suddenly spoke up, because he can't stand me due to his boundless love for me. Acud was startled by the unexpected voice. Oh my, you scared me. Diane looked at the girl next to him. He stared in surprise. When did she get? Donovan's vice commander touched her belly and suddenly said, Sir Diane, they say you can create babies with a certain probability when two people are in love. Is that true? Diane was confused. Is she talking about He finally understood. Well, I guess she wants to have children. But I thought demons couldn't have children. Vice commander was immersed in a bubble of love. She looked incredibly happy. I heard such children are called blessed. Diane was utterly astonished by what she had just. In the arena, Chover was lifting a large rock, preparing to smash Donovan. He roared. Donovan calmly watched the rock flying towards him. He showed no fear and faced it composed. Above, his lover was telling Diane, I also want a blessing with Diane wondered. A blessing? The girl next to him looked at Diane's clenched hand. She called out worriedly, Sir, a child is considered a blessing. He remembered the blood-stained family photo. Then Diane remains. Thank you watching for vid. The duel between the two young men below the stands was intensely fierce. Both charged into the fray, neither willing to back. Diane's face began to darken. He sat with his arms crossed over his chest, his expression cold and silent. His comrades beside him were utterly confused by Diane's expression. A young man with dreamy purple eyes, curious, blurted out, Sir Diane, why do you look unhappy? Sensing Diane's mood, the burly man with blue hair next to him quickly covered the purple-eyed young man's mouth and whispered, Shut up. The pink-haired demoness beside them, seeing this, just sat with her hands clasped in front of her chest, shyly observing Diane's She seemed deeply worried about him. She pondered, what's wrong with him? Isn't this interesting enough for him? So what would interest Sir Diane? After a struggle of inner thoughts, imagining all sorts of scenarios, the girl idly struck up a conversation with Diane. Ah, Sir Diane, did you know that Chover could initially use magic? Diane's train of thought was broken by her words. He turned to look at her. His gaze made her feel a bit embarrassed, thinking, it seems this isn't interesting. It seemed Diane found the topic she brought up quite new. He turned and asked curiously, so why doesn't he use it now? She was very surprised by Diane's action. She was so happy her eyes lit up, and her cheeks turned a bit pinker. Immediately after, she explained Diane's question because he's completely exhausted all his. Below the arena, the two young men were still fighting intensely. The battle seemed to grow fiercer with each moment. The pink-haired demoness continued to explain, mana used in magic cannot be restored, and I'm sure he knows how to control. Chover arrogantly and confidently considered himself the best in the world. He fought and laughed as if he was sure he would win. The pink-haired demoness offered her assessment, but his personality prioritizes fun, so he used all his mana. And he didn't even have much mana to begin with. A mysterious portal appeared. A faint purple light emanating from within made one's hair stand on end. Seeing this, Diane voiced his opinion. Does that mean the commander of the 9th Legion can't use magic for the rest of his life? She quickly denied it. No, there's still another way to use magic. She continued to explain, it's the Demon King's power that our bodies possess. In her mind, a series of images of the Demon King with latent power appeared. She reasoned because we are the Demon King's children, our bodies are also made of his power. You can consider it the purest and most potent. Then she affirmed firmly, and you can harness it. After the pink-haired demoness' clear explanation, Diane somewhat understood the mechanism of mana. He thought to himself, does that mean I have to entrust my life to a legion with guys like seeing Chover and the Wolfman youth fighting so fiercely below the stands? Diane furiously yelled in his mind. Chover once used such a precious source of mana just for fun? What a loon! Just then, Chover and the Wolfman youth attacked simultaneously. Both threw punches at their opponent, causing them to deflect and slam down onto the floor, creating a resounding explosion. Chover was frustrated that his opponent didn't get hit by his attack. He angrily cursed, Hey! You're as slippery as a rotten fish, you damn. Wolfman youth saw his opponent attacking his honor like that, but there was no trace of anger on his face. He only said in a low voice, "Are you done?" Chover lunged rapidly towards his opponent and unleashed a move, while continuously mocking, "What do you think? Block a fatal..." With that, Chover unleashed his blinding Earthshift attack straight at his opponent. But the Wolfman youth was no pushover. The power erupting from him was enough to counter this. The two sides clashed back and forth, creating a huge explosion. The Wolfman youth mocked, "You're just combining all your moves, aren't you?" The immense power from both sides was so great it shook the sane thought in his head. Ugh. So much. Suddenly, a purple stone flew into the air from... Dain had just removed his hand from his eyes when he saw the stone flying towards him. Damn it. Too late to... Dain was ready to accept being hit in the face by the stone. But unexpectedly, someone appeared and blocked it, causing the large, sharp stone to shatter into 100 pieces. Dain was bewildered and stunned. He exclaimed in surprise. Just then, Ed hastily turned back and asked Dain, "Are you all right, Sir Dain?" Dain couldn't comprehend what had just happened. He logically deduced, how did he smash that giant stone like swatting a... Dain's mind was a tangled mess. He put his face down and replied with difficulty, "I'm fine." Cough. Immediately after, a series of coughs came from his throat. Ed, seeing this, quickly yelled, "Sir Dain." Dain replied weakly, "This decaying body is acting up." Then, Dain observed below the stands. He thought, they stopped because of me? Look at their expressions. Chover's face was now pale. He clutched his head in regret and stammered, "I didn't expect that thing to fly to His Majesty. Sir Dain will kill me." The Wolfman youth also spoke up. "You're truly brave to dare attack the commander of the Zero Legion." Chover quickly backpedaled. "That was just an act." At this moment, Ed quickly knelt before Dain. He said softly, "My apologies, Sir Dain." Dain was quite confused by Ed's actions. He stammered. The atmosphere was now utterly bleak. Ed continued, "I didn't expect the air here to be so bad for your Majesty. All dust and dirt. And I never thought there would be such an idiot here who dared to attack your Majesty, Sir Dain." Dain was still in a state of extreme confusion. He hesitantly expressed, "What's wrong with you?" The Wolfman youth's mind was blank. He couldn't think of anything. He just stared at Dain. "And I was so scared I nearly soiled myself." He quickly glanced. "Damn it, Ed is..." However, Dain quickly defused the awkward situation. He stood up, patted Ed's shoulder, and calmly said, "Ed, I'm fine, so don't..." Then Dain turned and walked away, leaving behind the words, "I think I should go rest now. You can call this a draw and continue another day." Dain's actions greatly surprised Ed. He was utterly stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. Dain thought, "Can't we live in peace? Why do you all have to keep fighting like..." Dain turned his back and left, leaving everyone with 1,000 questions in their heads. Everyone stared blankly. Only the pink-haired demoness had another dark thought. She exclaimed, "He meant, don't interfere. If I want revenge, I'll do it myself." So cool. His comrades also spoke without hesitation. He called it a draw. It seems he wants to watch this fight until one person... Just then, from outside the door, the doctor rushed in and hastily asked, "Sir Dain, I saw your necklace react." Dain and Ed walked side by side, but neither spoke a word. Only Dain thought, as expected, "He's here." At this moment, Ed also pondered. He's even more vicious than any demon I've ever... Upon returning to the room, the commander of the Zero Legion cheerfully said, "Dain, I think it's best you visit the Empire. Sorry for calling you so sudden." Dain's expression was unenthusiastic. He thought, he's giving orders as soon as we meet. Not surprising. Immediately after that thought, Dain returned to reality and said with annoyance, "What?" The commander of the Zero Legion eagerly pointed at the map. He couldn't hide his joy as he said, "Yes, look at the map. It seems the title of Empire is no exaggeration." Dain stared at the map and exclaimed in surprise, "We've taken over half the commander of the Zero Legion pointed at the map. He softly mentioned, "The kingdom we're currently targeting is Espiranas. Based on its size, it's the smallest kingdom on the map. It's only a matter of time before the Empire breaks through its gates." Dain listened intently and thought, Espiranas. That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Last time, thinking this, Dain recalled an old memory. At this moment he asked, "Hey, remember, who are you really?" Remember replied without hesitation, "The hero Dain's steward." As if not finding exactly what he wanted to know, Dain immediately asked again, "That's not what I want to ask. I mean, before coming here, what did you do under royalty?" Remember hesitated this time, pondering the question. Meanwhile, Dain secretly mused, he's too suspicious and powerful to be considered an ordinary steward. Just then, Remember suddenly spoke, breaking Dain's train of thought. "I came from Espiranas. Is that what you wanted to?" Dain was stunned by Remember's answer. He broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, Espiranas? Where is that? I want to know your true intentions, not where you're from. After saying that, Dain fell into silent contemplation. In the end, I only heard about his homeland, but found nothing about his identity. Recalling that conversation, Dain thought, is the Empire at war with Remember's homeland? The commander of the Zero Legion adamantly affirmed, the Empire will not stop at conquering the human realm. They're also targeting the demon realm. So I have no reason to remain indifferent and let them do as they... Dain's face changed color upon hearing the commander speak. He replied, Commander's face transformed, looking incredibly demonic. His dark, gloomy eyes demonstrated his powerful effect. He boldly declared, I will begin preparations for this game. Tracing his fingers, filled with sinister aura, over the world map, the commander of the Zero Legion asserted, I will play my cards against the... The more he spoke, the more zealous the commander became, exuding an overwhelming aura that made Dain's hair stand on end. The commander firmly declared and renamed this game from a territorial dispute among humans to a gamble for the survival of demons and humans. Dain's face was now pale. He worriedly thought the real war is about to break out. Before he could finish his thought, the commander interrupted him by saying, now you should go. It's dawn in the human realm, so you'll arrive there by morning. Dain hadn't fully recovered his composure. He hesitated, saying that, as sensing Dain's concern, the commander of the Zero Legion held a watch in his hand and explained, oh, this? Thanks, it's really useful because it's hard to tell time in the demon. Immediately after, Dain obeyed the commander's order. He respectfully said, then I'm off. But in his mind he kept thinking he still keeps it. I feel so guilty for many things I've done in this demon realm. I just casually gave him something I had in my pocket because he kept bothering me ever since I returned to the demon realm. I didn't think he would still use that watch. Reflecting on that time, Dain shuddered, recalling the commander's words, I heard you gave Rinio cookies as a gift. But what about me? He was leisurely walking out the door. The commander of the Zero Legion suddenly made an announcement that made Dain freeze. Dain, this time you don't have to bring any gifts. But then the commander changed direction, saying, but if you can, just bring one thing back for me. That remark made Dain's hair stand on end. He stared fixedly at the commander, looking very cool, crossed his arms over his chest and declared, something like on a full moon night at a colossal castle in the demon realm. The eerie light in the sky made one feel even more on. The commander of the Zero Legion sat sprawled in a chair, drinking wine, and said gloomily, I didn't want to send him, but doing so would go against the... A long train of thought ran through the commander's mind, because this is a war and also a game between me and the Empire, to decide who will win. Dain as the... Setting his wine glass down on the table, the commander consoled himself for his wise, yet possibly foolish... The only rule is that if I restrain him or take his life, I will be seen as cowardly and a failure. I should adhere to the rules because I really don't want such an interesting game to end too quickly. The commander remained gloomy in thought. I should be cautious when using... At the same time, Dain had gone out into the hall. He told Ed, I have to go on a mission now. Ed quickly replied, yes, my lord. I will go prepare your lunch. Commander's thoughts returned. He is very useful but also too dangerous a card. To make this decision, the commander must have suffered a great deal but then his eyes showed that he had complete faith in this battle. He gave a devilish smile and said, it's going to be exhausting. At this moment, in his room, Dain was having his attire adjusted by Ed for his departure to... Meanwhile, Dain was lost in thought. A battle, I'm sure he'll be dragged into it. Do I have to stuff a handkerchief in my mouth and fight those bastards? Just then, a memory rushed back. Someone's handkerchief was offered. That person's voice echoed, are you... Immediately after, that person approached Dain and softly said, I don't think you're injured, but you're spitting blood. Are you a soldier of the Empire? Dain was utterly pathetic at this moment. His mouth was stained with blood, but he still tried to threaten. Go away. The benevolent young man gradually revealed himself, though his face wasn't clear. He offered the handkerchief to Dain and gently advised, on the battlefield, they say those who look weak often become the first targets of ordinary soldiers. Either swallow the blood or stuff this handkerchief in your mouth. You'd best hide the fact that you're... Recalling this fragment of memory, Dain's head throbbed. He clutched his head uncomfortably and said, ugh. Ed, seeing Dain's poor condition, quickly asked, Sir Dain, are you all right? Going to the training ground certainly isn't. Dain quickly replied to reassure Ed, it's nothing. But in his heart, numerous thoughts swirled. Who was that child? I no longer have to hide my condition, as everyone knows. But this time it really is you. Ed asked worriedly, are you sure you're all right, sir? Why don't you try checking again to be sure? Dain honestly replied, I'm fine. Just a little... Then Dain walked out alone to embark on the battle. He said, "I'll be back." A desolate night, Dain rode alone to the surrounding space remained immersed in the quiet night. Only he and his horse created. As he rode, Dain suddenly thought. A naive little boy, around 7 or 8 years old, with platinum hair, appeared. Someone's voice echoed, "Ed. Remember to take care of Sir Dain for me." Dain continued his. The sun gradually rose higher. Light illuminated every path, creating a calm and pleasant atmosphere. The magnificent villa also appeared grand in the new days. Remember respectfully poured water and warmly invited Dain. He happily welcomed. "Welcome back safely, you're." Holding the teacup, Dain looked at him and said, "Remember, you've taken good care of the mansion in my absence." Remember replied slowly, "I merely fulfilled my duties." Saying this, Remember hesitated, glancing at Dain's bulky luggage, and softly admonished, "Why didn't you let the servants put that bag away? The teacup in Dain's hand clattered. Perhaps he was caught off guard by Remember's abrupt question. He quickly tried to cover it up. "Ah, this thing contains something incredibly important. I can't just hand it over to others." Remember then understood and respectfully replied, "I see." Dain thought to himself after this incident, "How in the hell could I let this bag fall into someone else's?" Lost in thought, Dain suddenly froze and cursed. "And what is that stupid plant doing?" The flower pot in his bag continuously emitted strange noises. Dain, exploding in anger, yelled, "What the hell is—" Dain was bewildered and confused, thinking, "When did it get in the bag? No one must see this plant. I need to quickly find—" The sound from the flower pot continued. Dain quickly pretended to cough, gulping down his tea as if to drown out the strange sound coming from the bag. Remember, seeing Dain's odd expression, quickly asked, "Master, are you all right? Just drink your tea slowly. I'll pour you another cup." Dain mumbled in reply, "Thank you." With his other hand he clutched the bag, praying, "Please just stay still." Seeing the situation about to turn critical, Dain thought, "I have to change the subject." Just then he held up his teacup, feigning praise. "This tea today is quite fragrant. Isn't it?" Remember, thinking he was sincere, politely said, "It's good that you noticed. I brewed it from the dessa leaves you brought back last." The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic Remember became, recounting, "Think about it, Sir John also brought back a lot of dessa leaves last time too. He said his merchant guild has also started trading this type of..." Dain was surprised by what Remember mentioned. He exclaimed in shock, "John started a trading guild." Then he fell into a state of contemplation. Thinking about it, it makes sense. He borrowed money from me to do something in the demon. Just then, memories flooded back. John, looking rushed, stammered, "I want to earn money with my own hands." But at this moment, Dain turned and walked away, leaving a piece of advice, "Try talking to Remember, maybe he'll lend you some." John was stunned and stammered. Remember quickly clarified Dain's query. He explained John named it the Gen Trading Guild, and it seems his guild has grown quite rapidly. Dain felt somewhat uncomfortable with this, so he suggested to Remember, "Sit down and have some tea with me." Remember awkwardly replied, "Is that all right, young master?" Dain fell into silent contemplation. Gen Trading Guild. Wait a minute. When the whole group was in Tehan, right after successfully crossing into the demon. At this moment, two men were conversing. The man with the white scarf crossed his arms and said, "Why are they so stubborn?" The man with the yellow scarf scratched his head and replied, "I heard they're from the Gen Trading Guild. They seem to have appeared recently." Recalling this, Dain's emotions flared. Everyone is talking about it. Even that stubborn guy is John. Remember was now sitting opposite Dain, cheerfully saying, "Doesn't he look quite resourceful at first glance? Why don't you try visiting the trading guild if you have time, your grace?" Dain also awkwardly replied, "Ah, certainly, if I have time." Though he said this outwardly, Dain secretly thought, "I think Remember is starting to notice John too. Or maybe he's John's Sipping his tea, Dain was worried. When will I get the chance? Moreover, the war between the demon realm and the empire is about to break. Breaking free from his reverie, Dain suddenly asked, "Ah, by the way, are you doing all right lately, Remember?" Immediately after, Remember replied, "If you wish for me to spare some time, I am always willing." Dain saw that the situation seemed tense. He quickly waved his hand in denial. "No, that's not what I meant. There's about to be a war between your homeland and the empire." Gently placing his teacup on the table, Remember softly said, "So you're referring to the war in Espiranas?" Remember's expression was inscrutable, but he still respectfully replied, "I haven't heard any news yet." Dain, seeing this, panicked and stammered. Remember, in Dain's mind, thousands of painful scenarios played out. That must be it. Ever since his homeland fell into war, he must have been very... Before he could finish speaking, Remember firmly declared, "It's all right, I'm fine, Sir Dain." Dain was stunned and froze in place. He blurted immediately after, as if to break the awkward atmosphere. Remember suddenly spoke. I summarized the war situation in Espiranas for you last time, master. Dain quickly replied, you just consider it a small kingdom located in the middle of the continent. Remember immediately explained, yes, speaking of it, it refers to fortresses surrounded by natural It seemed the continent of Espiranas appeared before Remember's eyes. He asserted confident, that means if war truly breaks out in Espiranas, failure is inevitable. The king can quickly maneuver lifting his teacup to his lips. Remember declared forcefully, Espiranas has never been an easy target to. Dain fell into a pensive silence. God knows what's happening there. Moreover, what kind of nation is Espiranas? So I should investigate a little of. His train of thought was immediately interrupted by a sound coming from the large purple crystal stone lying on Dain's. The atmosphere once again fell into a strange, silent still. Rushing to his desk, Dain nervously thought, that's the communication crystal the king gave me. Hastily picking up the crystal, Dain mumbled, glory to the Suddenly, the commander's voice came from the crystal. Forget those greetings. I only want to hear your report when you return. Can I hear it? Commander of the Zero Legion on the other end replied through the crystal, so that's how it is, and the Demon King has finally. The Legion commander quietly encouraged, I want everyone to unite against the demon realm. I should temporarily postpone the punitive expedition. Just then, the tide of battle had The commander fell into silent contemplation. Psychologically speaking, facing the Demon King directly is no different from seeking death. I absolutely have no intention of retreating from this. The commander's voice echoed. Any other reports? Dain immediately asked. Does your majesty need any information outside of the war? And the Legion commander replied without hesitation. Just tell me. I'm sure you wouldn't keep random thoughts in your head. After saying this, the commander thought confidently, you'd never show your hand unless I. Dain still held the crystal in his hand, listening attentively to the commander's instructions. What is it? Did the monsters discover the. Dain quickly replied. A gate leading to the demon realm has just been discovered in Tay Honorable. The Legion commander was very pleased with Dain's attitude. He confidently thought, I'm sure you'll tell me everything. Then the commander rested his hand on his cheek and praised, Tehan, the southern nation. That's very useful information. Thank you for your cooperation. Dain continued to report, after that, but before he could finish, the commander interjected, I predict I'll see you at next week's hunting competition. Dain was stunned, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing, and exclaimed, Your Majesty. A quick thought flashed through Dain's mind. Why is he organizing a hunting competition at this? Not trusting his ears, Dain held the crystal close to his hand to hear the commander clearly. I'm sure you've already received the invitation. Don't forget the costume I sent along with the letter as a gift. Hearing the commander's words, Dain suddenly realized, an invitation? A gift? Is it this? He glanced at the gift box neatly placed on the table, completely taken aback. In a dimly lit study, a handsome young man was still engrossed in reading a. Seems things are not going as planned. He crushed the draft and sighed. Ha! He wondered, why is there no response? I'm sure he received Dain's report after the. It turned out the handsome young man was cruel. Frustrated, he walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and looked outside. His mind was filled with theories. If it were the Duke, he would have sent the Revolutionary Army or the Assassin's Guild immediately. As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. Hello, Sir Cruel. The voice seemed to awaken Cruel from his contemplation. He suddenly glanced through the glass. Duke Eulaster entered. Cruel respectfully responded, Greetings, Duke Eulaster. Eulaster went straight to the main point and said, You must have heard that Dain has returned. And Duke Eulaster continued, I have much for you to do, Sir. Cruel looked at Duke Eulaster, explaining the time for execution is right. Immediately after, there was a conversation between Cruel and Duke Eulaster. Time shifted to 1 week later, at the hunting grand. 1 week later, on the day of the hunting grand event. Walking lightly, Dain murmured, Remember, the place you wanted me to stop before reaching the hunting grand event was John's Trading Guild. Dain wore a vibrant red outfit that stood out in the crowd. The whispers around him made him shrink back, his face turning an embarrassed shade of red. Dain complained unhappily, Isn't this outfit too flashy for walking around? Remember, beside him, chuckled, leaning close to Dain's ear. But there's no other way but to wear this outfit to the hunting grand event. It seems you wanted to wear something else, but after all, this is the outfit the king himself specially sent to you as a gift. It looks quite fitting on you, master. Remember found Dain's demeanor amusing and wanted to tease him. But Dain was not happy at all, his face ashen and sour. Dain angrily thought to himself, Don't tease me like that, old man. The two walked leisurely down the bustling street. Remember reminded quiet. Besides, John will be very happy if he knows you're stopping by. Dain and Remember entered John's trading guild together, astonished. The lively and bustling scene of the guild overwhelmed them with its atmosphere. Inside the trading guild, two people at a table near the entrance were arguing. The woman with fiery orange-red hair aggressively spoke. "Are you kidding me? I graduated from a prestigious academy. How in the world could you think I can't distinguish my own herbs?" The man with a bandana was no less eager to prove his point. "Our guild always trades in the most special herbs." Dain marveled at the sheer size of John's trading guild. He thought to himself, it looks so lively. It's even bigger than I. Immediately after, Dain got straight to the point. He pondered, now how do I find John? At the same time, a voice rose from a far, trading outpost. A young male attendant walked alongside John, reporting, "I just received a report that something happened at Zukin Bridge. How should we handle this? All goods from Le Quiet have..." Without letting the attendant finish, John decisively gave instructions. "Bergen Bridge is still open. Inform them to change direction." The conversation quickly caught Dain's attention. He thought to himself, there you are. John continued to issue orders, and lately, I've heard rumors of rampant bandits. Make sure you don't let your guard down and absolutely don't let them. Seeing his resolute manner in handling all situations, Dain secretly admired him, so he really looks like a guild master when he works like. Suddenly, John abruptly shifted his. Seemingly overjoyed, John tossed the pile of documents in his hand onto the attendant and rushed over, saying, "Master, you came here to..." Dain bluntly admitted, "Yes, that's right," but a thought flashed through his mind. Is meeting me that enjoyable that he's so Dain casually remarked, "Your trading guild seems to be doing quite well." John immediately and cheerfully replied, "It's all thanks to your grace, Master. Thank you very much. Ever since I started serving the House of Hat, most of my problems have been resolved." John happily recounted, "I often trade with bad people." Dain angrily shouted, "You even dare to use my..." John asked curiously, "Look at your outfit, where are you planning to go?" Dain awkwardly replied, "Oh, I'm on my way to the Hunting Grand event. I just stopped by since it was on." John quickly seized the opportunity to explain, "If it's the Hunting Grand event, I heard you can bring an associate with you." Dain asked coldly. John earnestly pleaded, "Please, let me go with you." Dain maintained his stern and cold demeanor, refusing. John's heart was filled with worry. He sighed to himself, what a decisive answer. Then John continued to express, "Why not? I can use my swordsmanship to escort you. It would be quite useful, wouldn't it? There's no way I would be a burden." Dain was in an awkward situation. He stood rooted to the spot, silent. He thought to himself, that's not the holding tightly to the satchel containing the strange potted plant. Dain thought despairingly, "If I take you along, how can I dispose of this idiotic plant in my bag?" Dain had tried every method to destroy the potted plant but couldn't. He thought in disappointment, "I've tried so many ways at home." The first attempt he used a knife but it didn't. Second attempt he used fire, the potted plant showed no reaction. The third attempt was to let it freefall, but the potted plant remained intact. The fourth attempt was poisoning. Then the fifth was releasing it. And continuously the sixth, seventh, eighth, but none of the methods. Dain pondered silently, perhaps the Hunting Grand event is the only chance I have to do something with this plant. It would be a huge problem if someone came along and saw it. Remember and John looked at his behavior with confusion. Remember spoke impatiently. He happily placed a hand on John and said, "Why don't you try trusting John this time? From what I've seen, he seems to have confined himself to a framework for your..." Dain held his head awkwardly. "Oh, trust isn't the problem," Dain said with difficulty. "I just want to be..." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them looked at him with hopeful and pleading eyes. Dain thought in exasperation, this old man's last wish? He won't be a burden. Dain clutched his satchel to his chest, cautiously looking at John and Remember. He was so awkward he couldn't speak, just quietly affirmed, "Enough already. Don't look at me with those eyes." No means, but no matter how strongly he protested, Dain had to helplessly give in and accept John coming along. Remember joyfully announced, "We've arrived." John excitedly leaped out of the carriage, exclaiming happily, "Thank you very much for allowing me to accompany." Only Dain sat huddled alone in the carriage, so miserable he couldn't utter a word. Seeing Dain unresponsive, Remember anxiously called, "Master." He didn't know Dain was suffering immensely at that moment. Dain was pacing back and forth, unsure how to face the upcoming situation. He clutched his head, thinking, "This is bad. Damn it, am I that..." John curiously looked into the carriage, examining Dain. At this moment, Dain was wondering, now how do I deal with that cursed thing? Should I just leave it in there? It won't do anything. John stood rooted to the spot, taking in everything Dain was doing. He said nothing, just curiously observed. Dain opened the door and stepped down from the carriage, thinking, I should reconsider this after the hunting competition. He sighed softly, putting his hand out for John to help him down. Of course, accompanying me is one. His eyes became more terrifying. But this hunting competition itself is already a new. The atmosphere was utterly silent. The member looked at him in surprise. The others also stared, wide-eyed in astonishment. It was then that he realized his hand was out for John to help him down from the carriage. What the hell? What did I do? His eyes were filled with bewilderment and quick as a flash he withdrew his. John didn't understand why he did that and asked, Master, is something? He couldn't answer but really wanted to say many things. Lien clutched her head, wailing. Dain wanted to explain. It's not because I'm delicate, helping a grown man down from a carriage. Her eyes became terrifying and full of anger. It's a blatant insult to that person. Perhaps he offered his hand because he knew His Majesty's body was weakened by the curse. While his thoughtfulness is commendable, foolishness is also a. John still stood dumbfounded, not understanding anything. Not only did John make a fool of His Majesty, but he also mocked the honor of a.
Dain Garao, Yang.
Everyone thought John was surely done for this time. Even if the master was generous, he wouldn't easily forgive. Unexpectedly, Dain laughed and praised John. You're quick. Dain patted John's shoulder and said, I haven't been feeling well all day. Thanks. But you don't need to do that next time. Then he turned and walked towards the competition. The people there were grateful to him. He forgave him. Truly our commander. Another person enthusiastically said, Excellent, generally mean Duke. Absolutely brilliant. A man stood dumbfounded and said, Even if he got angry, no one would say anything. But he forgave him. The rumors must be false. Others nodded in agreement. Everyone took turns praising Dain. He is a respectable. Lien seemed to blush, secretly praising him in her heart. Have you all seen? The way he mercifully forgave his subordinate. She felt extremely proud. That is our man. Dain was startled and panicked. Damn it. I almost blew it. I didn't realize that was strange, being used to the customs of the demon. He turned away, sighing tiredly. Whatever I say to John will only turn into self-mockery. Let's just go for now. He'll remember this and teach him a lesson. John walked behind him, as if shrouded in. Dain walked over and greeted, Lady Lien. Long time no see. She responded seriously, Master. It's been a long journey. Are you? Someone came to help him with his things. Commander, is your bag heavy? May I carry it for you? He quickly yelled. What? I'm fine. Don't. He looked like a child trying to guard his belongings. It's mine. Don't touch it. Everyone was bewildered by his act. He looked around and then asked, By the way, where are the others? It seems there aren't many people here. Lien replied. Just then, the Crown Prince arrived and said, I summoned you. Dain immediately bowed respectfully. Dain, Imperial Knight of Divine Glory, greets your Royal Highness. The Crown Prince placed a hand on his shoulder and patted it. Long time no see, Duke. You must have heard about us hunting monsters in this competition. He replied, Yes, I heard the competition aims to eliminate the rapidly increasing number of demons. I mean monsters. He was startled again. I almost slipped and said His eyes were sharp, understanding everything. That must just be the official reason. But the real reason is to emphasize the fact that this kingdom has enough leisure to hold a hunting competition amidst a war. Damn politics, Crown Prince said. As you said, monsters are multiplying. Therefore, to prevent accidents, I intend to eliminate all monsters in the hunting ground and keep a few for the competition. And I want the Infernal Knights to assist me. Dain was stunned to hear those. The Crown Prince also said, Of course, I'm not forcing you. So if you refuse, I'll have the Royal Knights handle it. Dain replied, It's not that I don't want to. The Crown Prince also said, I don't want to either, but some Royal Knights are missing. Dain was bewildered. What? He sighed, Of course, there are also those who have to stay up all night cleaning up their battle. The people standing behind teased, How embarrassing. Dain was angry. You disgusting scout. Suddenly, Dain knelt and bowed his head. Thank you for the offer. I am very willing to entrust my knights. Even if I don't know how His Royal Highness will handle those monsters, I don't care, so. Turned out he had other plans. I intend to rest a bit before the hunting competition begins. He said, I'm not sure if it's enough to compensate for their mistakes, but please feel free to command. Crown Prince heard something wrong and interrupted. Wait, what are you saying? Of course, you must leave. He froze in place, standing before a pack of monsters. Royal Knights, hold your ground.
Don't retreat.
Royal Knights have a proper ranking system, so they can control the situation themselves. But the only one who can control the Berserker Knights, those wild horses, they are ordered. Charge. Kill on sight. Hey, you can't just charge without a... Only you. One person stepped forward and killed a monster. This horned one is... Another person also charged forward and killed another monster. So it's clear that you will have to give them orders yourself. The knight was also terrified. They truly fight like He secretly glanced at Dain. Their personalities must be similar to their commander. What is he looking at? Every time he glances at me, I get goose. Dain was not surprised by his expression. It's not the first time I've been misunderstood. His eyes lit up with a scary smile. Because they'll be home. I've already planned for this situation. They've mocked me countless times, feigning injury and going home. Then he burst into laughter. The knight looked at him laughing and also chuckled. Oh my! Look how excited the Duke is. His eyes are wide as saw. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Careful, master." A monster was rushing to attack. He wasn't afraid, but rather excited. Excellent. Come at me. But Lien stepped forward to block. Lady Lien. She shouted at the monster. How dare you? You will lay a finger on my master. All of them were defeated at her. Dain praised her. Lady Lien. You're very good at protecting me. She back and smiled awkwardly. It's nothing, master. Dain, however, wanted to say I wasn't praised. She said excitedly, I assure you, you won't have to participate in battle this time. I will help protect you. Dain felt annoyed again. Why do I need your protection this time? For heaven's sake. He looked at the battle before him. No, it's almost over. At this rate, he'll have to participate in the hunting competition. He came up with an idea. What if I fell off my horse and got in? That's what I want, but I can't just fall randomly. Suddenly, the bag thumped to the ground. The horse continuously shook, making him sway. What's wrong with you? Did you hear my inner Suddenly, a voice said, I accidentally touched your horse because my foot was stuck in the mud. Are you hurt and you're apologizing with that face? His face showed no expression of Dain just said, it's nothing. Just be careful next time. He had already checked his bag. Even if something's suspicious, I don't want to say it. What if he's planning something? Why is the thing in here so quiet all of a sudden? Is it dead? I hope. He opened it to check. Damn it. It's that troublesome devil. Tried to push it back into the bag. Get in there and don't peek out again. John came over again, calling him. He just replied, he'll talk to you. He turned to look at John. Asked, Master, why are you never? Dain asked John, what did you? John said, Sir, I've made many mistakes today, but you haven't gotten angry with me. His eyes were full of vigilance. I followed Dain precisely because he is a calamity. It turned out that helping Dain down from the carriage was intentional. I've always awaited the rage that befits his, but he's too kind and meticulous. So what if Dain isn't a calamity? Dain understood the problem. It seems he wants me to get angry. Horde of monsters. A knight shouted. Many of them are charging. Dain spurred his horse forward, leaving John behind, and only said, Well, talk after this hunt. He was trying to reach the monsters. My ticket. John began to doubt. Is he really a calamity? Or am Dain charged towards the monsters? This time, he'll do whatever it takes to get injured and go straight. A monster came into view. Excellent. He'll use that. He also calculated very carefully. Since it's not very big, with luck, I won't suffer a serious. But Lien quickly came forward to protect him. She shouted at the monster. How sword slash, blood splattered everywhere. Dain was furious. It's you. He quickly turned his horse to find another target. My plan is foiled. Find another one. Seeing another monster. My next ticket. Another knight angrily said. This scoundrel. I claimed it. Suddenly, both of them stared at something. Dain hung his head in anger beside his horse. The knights were surprised. Huh? Captain, what's wrong? Why does your face look so? He angrily gritted his teeth. These guys again, so overly enthusiastic. He looked around at other places. What about the other monsters? Every monster has already been defeated by the knights. Where can I find any leftover monster? A knight angrily said. Damn it. We let one. Dain's eyes lit up. That picked up his. He dashed forward like a gust of wind. A knight saw it and was a bit worried. That stance just now. Could it be? Another knight continued. I hope he's not planning to use that. Clutched their heads and yelled. No. How can he use that skill on a stupid monster? Is there a need to overreact like he was charging with fervent hope? I'm definitely going, but his eyes widened in surprise. The knights had advanced right after. They rushed towards him. Stop the captain. He shouted in surprise. What? Loud thud landed right where he had been. They hugged him tightly. Captain, are you hurt? He angrily yelled, You guys. What are you doing? It got away. The knight yelled back at him. Your actions were too dangerous. Captain. Weren't you about to use that skill just now? He was stunned. What's the skill that allows us to temporarily surpass our limits? Our speed and to make me the fastest, the strong. In return, it causes a lot of damage to bones and muscles after battle. We are all alive thanks to the captain's sacrifice time and time again. But how is it that today, without even a warning, you've already made your... The knight still tried to say, please take care of your body. He pushed him away. Get away from me, you... In going home, he was incredibly angry because he only wanted to suffer a minor... The knights were still yelling, hugging him tightly. Do you think you're a busy bee or something? You're really making me sad. He struggled to break free.
Im suffocating.
These guys. Someone came to report. Since the punitive expedition has ended, I think we can return to the... Dain was stunned. What? It's over? No way. Bring out more monsters. He stammered that, even if you want that, we still have to leave some monsters for the competition. In his heart, he was still bewildered. Isn't this much bloodshed enough for him? How terrifying. Knight said, Master, the official hunting competition will begin soon. You just need to wait a little longer. Sir, that's right. Later, you can kill as many as you like. All of them felt proud. How lucky to have Duke Hat on our... John's eyes secretly He stood alone in the dark shadows of the tree. His eyes were incredibly terrifying. Competition had begun. Dain lay dejectedly on the bed. Do I really have to participate in this hunting competition? He sighed, thinking, when the competition begins, the Emperor will also be... Hat received a reminder call. I'm sure you've realized since receiving my invitation. Remember to wear the outfit I gave you, alright? He initiated this hunting competition. I wonder if it's because he wants to tell me something? I wonder if it has anything to do with the war. Va. Thank you watching for vid. Turned away dejectedly. I hate it, and I don't even want to be a part of it. Especially when this war is against the demon. Suddenly, the flower beside him chirped. Chirp, chirp. He called to it, angrily sat up and yelled. I told you not to come. Suddenly, a knight came and called him. Sir, may I? He stood there, the image of Dain wanting to be alone and practice inside. The knight asked, bewildered, what are you? He pretended to practice, saying, I'm just warming up. Do you have something to say? The knight smiled with amusement. It seems the captain is very excited about the hunting competition. That's... Asked him, why are you here? He replied, would your grace consider bringing someone else to the hunting competition? Besides John? Hat asked in surprise, why would I? Explained, I feel uneasy leaving your grace alone with that. Earlier, when he looked at your grace during the punitive expedition, his eyes, it was like extreme dissatisfaction, or surging suspicion, or blazing rage. Something along those lines. Hat replied, is that so? I understand. The knight smiled, so you understand, he called, Lady Lien. Take this man. She took his hand and pulled him. He still tried to say, yes, Commander, Captain. When did you get here? Wait, I'm serious, right? He tried to explain. It's because you didn't see John's face earlier. Sir, please, choose another person as your... Dain clutched his aching head. I can't have too many people around because of this stupid plant. Not even one more... Lien said, Sir, I don't know the details, but I agree that you should choose another person as an aide. Hat angrily retorted to her. Lien, you traitor. The knight responded gleefully, right? I knew you'd agree. Then them said in unison, I will accompany your... Their eyes darted at each other. Caring for him is my responsibility. That's not fair. It's my turn this time. Isn't it? You went with the captain last... Turned and cut them off. I'm not choosing either, exclaimed in shock. The knight tried to plead. Captain, I swear that guy is very suspicious. Hat turned away. I don't care. Whatever. This is my Knight begged. Are you a child, sir? How can you be so stubborn without explanation? Dain also had some doubts. Is John thinking? Indeed, even now, John was truly strange when he asked, Sir, why aren't you angry? He's indeed suspicious. But if it's just him, I can still handle it. Knight followed, pleading with him. He's really suspicious. Please let me come with you. But Hat resolutely drove him away. Get lost. He thought to himself, if it were only luck, I wouldn't have gotten this. Suddenly, someone came before him and said, Is that Duke Dain? The honorary duke? He mocked. How can a true duke and an honorary duke be treated the same? This world is truly... The knight angrily gritted his teeth. What did you say? Lien stopped him. Don't cause trouble. It will only bring trouble to his... Dain still stood stunned. Who the hell is the... People there asked each other, who is that rude nobleman? Someone replied, I'm not sure, but he's so foolish. He doesn't know who he's Dain, with an angry expression, said, So what are you? The people there warned the stranger. How dare you provoke this kingdom's hero? Also the king's sword. That rude man, arrogant, put his hand to his chest and pompously replied, It's good that you asked. I am the true head of the House of Hat, the true Duke. Everyone was surprised. The man who called himself Duke Hat pointed at Dain and shouted, I am not a fake like you. Everyone watching discussed animatedly. Someone said, the real Duke hat? Someone else said, I think they're done for. Another said, is he from a collateral branch? Yes, because collateral branches exist, so this family must still be. Dain stood behind him. Dain couldn't take it anymore. Angrily. How dare he insult me right away? Let me handle him. Let's see if he still dares to talk nonsense. I heard that vicious one refused the offer to become a count. Perhaps a collateral descendant eventually became the clan. Dain stepped towards the self-proclaimed. His face looked terrifying. He warned him, congratulations. I hope you do your. His face looked terrifying. He warned him, congratulations. I hope you do your. Thought it won't be long before the Hat family disappears from history. I'm feeling very relaxed, watching the ruins of my own. Self-proclaimed guy was angry but couldn't do anything. Forget it. Holding a grudge in his heart, you just. Tion watched him, only knowing to give a defiant smile. Let's wait and see. I'm sure those greedy people in the family only put an idiot in that position to be a. After that rude fellow left, a voice rang out from somewhere. Though I believe it's better to let the family fall into ruin than to let someone like that become the patron. It was the Crown Prince. He appeared with a triumphant face. Is everyone here? He addressed everyone. Thank you for taking the time to participate in this event. I hope of you have a good time and that no accidents occur. If you're ready, please begin. In this kingdom, there is a custom where admirers give ribbons to warriors preparing to go to the battlefield, and friends and relatives give The girl handed a handkerchief to the person she admired and said, I hope you'll accept. The warrior promised the lady, my lady, I will return victorious. Thank you watching for vid. Thought it won't be long until the House of Hat disappears from history anyway. I'm happily relaxed, watching the ruin of my own. The self-proclaimed man was angry but could do nothing. Leave. They'll remember this. Just Dain watched him, only smiling provocatively. Well see. I'm sure the greedy people in the family only put an idiot like him in that position to be a. After the rude man had gone, a voice suddenly echoed from somewhere. Even if I believe it's better for the family to decline than to let such a person become clan. It was the Crown Prince. He appeared with a smug look. Everyone is here, aren't they? He spoke to everyone. Thank you all for taking the time to participate in this event. I wish everyone a good time and no accidents. If you are ready, please begin. In this kingdom, there is a custom. Admirers give ribbons to warriors preparing for battle, while friends and family give A girl offered a handkerchief to her beloved and said, please accept. Warrior promised the girl, lady, I will return victorious. Thank you watching for vid. Dain said to his attendant, it's not that I'm expecting anything, but aren't you going to give me a handkerchief? The attendant standing nearby hadn't anticipated this situation. He stammered, we're not the type to remember these things. You want one, sir? They'll get one for you right away. Dain felt embarrassed and refused the attendant. Get lost? I don't. Lien saw the scene and just suddenly, she noticed a cute handkerchief exchange over there. A little girl ran up, giving a handkerchief to a young man. Brother, this is for you. Don't get hurt. The warrior happily patted the girl's head and said, all right, thanks. This scene reminded her of the past. She had once given a handkerchief to her beloved, and that person promised return safely. Remembering now, she could only sigh sadly. I'm reminded of the past again. 8 years ago, before the war, I also gave a handkerchief to my. Dain noticed her and asked, did your brother join the army? Lady Lien? Lien replied to Dain, my parents forbade me from joining. I'm more proficient with a sword, and healthier too. So I'm very worried about my frail brother on the battle. Couldn't watch him go to war again. So I became a knight, because my parents wouldn't forbid that. Her mood shifted from sorrow to. Dain told her that's He recalled the past. Very much like a fairy tale I once. Though the ending was completely. Thank you watching for vid. The people sending the warriors off to battle. That knight shouted, Sif. Daniel also worried for his warriors and exclaimed, God's. Daniel instructed, give them confidence. He reassured everyone. Everything is thoroughly prepared. Gathering so many weapons and assassins like even Dain cannot defeat. He recalled the other day the Duke had told him, of course, I will arrange assassins within the hunting competition. Even if they fail, I believe you will complete the mission. Cruel asked anxiously, do you know where Dain will be? The Duke said, no, but I can. Dain hates crowded places. So if I lure him with traces of monsters, I can isolate. Duke continued, isn't he old enough to die already? Cruel realized the Duke understood Dain very well. Conversely, Dain knew nothing about so he had no idea that he would be participating in a hunting competition. The rude man from earlier had followed Dain unnoticed. He asked, where are you going without a horse? Dain replied, because horses can't easily enter this area. Why are you following me? The rude man immediately denied. Who's following? Dain looked around and thought, since I've reached the barren land, I just need to pretend to hunt a few monsters and then escape this forest. The rude man looked at Dain and thought, why would he go into this desolate place? So suspicious. Dain ignored everything around him, only focusing on the forest and thinking, there must be traces of monsters somewhere around. Suddenly a shout, Master. The accompanying bodyguard quickly embraced Dain, pulling him away from Dain. Passively, looked back and realized. Bodyguard asked anxiously, Master, are you? Dain seemed fine. He clutched his head, wondering, what is this? Suddenly, as if seeing something, the two quickly separated. Thank you watching for volley of air rained down where the two had just been. Dain angrily cursed. From somewhere in the forest, a command echoed, aren't you tired? Kill Dain quickly. The rude man hid in the bushes, terror. The men who received the order charged one by one to attack Dain. He fought, cursing under his breath. It was then that he realized, I should have listened to Cleater when he told me to bring more bodyguards. Why do I have to exert myself so? Looking at the rude man, who was hiding his head in the bushes, he could only lament that useless collateral. Glanced at John and thought, John has only just learned swordsmanship. Have no strength or talent to deal with those scoundrels. Fighting them, unfortunately, he was cornered. Angrily cursed under his breath. Damn it. From the sky, a command, fire arrows. Suddenly, a volley of arrows aimed. Dain cried out in fear. How can I dodge all those arrows? Suddenly, John cried out, then ran to Dain, holding him down. A series of bombs exploded where Dain had just been. After he was safe, Dain clutched his mouth, blood flowing. Dain said to the person holding him, thank you, but then he looked up and saw it wasn't John. Dain was surprised and exclaimed, you. He thought, isn't that Gruin? Gruin pulled his cloak to cover his. Dain stopped him and, do you think wearing this cloak means I won't recognize? What are you plotting, Gruin hat? Why are you? Towards the assassins, a giant plant appeared. Dain looked in that direction, wondering, what the hell? Is that Dain's? How did it get so? Is it destroying those assassins? Dain was surprised. How incredibly strong. After defeating those assassins, Dain's plant turned towards Dain, calling him, which made Dain feel a bit scared. He thought to himself, don't wave at me anymore. Thankfully, it dealt with those assassins for me, but I feel like I've been put in an even more dangerous situation. Behind Dain, a voice suddenly said, I heard the alarm. It was the blonde-haired knight. He looked towards Dain's plant, its appearance startling him. He exclaimed, what the hell is that? I've never seen a plant-type beast like that before. The rude man, who was now hiding in the bushes, finally spoke up, hey, that monster came out of Dain's bag. The bag in front of that person. This man was also scared, his face not normal. It saved Dain from the assassins, so he must be controlled. Everyone looked and wondered, is it a monster of Duke Dain? In this situation, it seems to be. Could that be? Dain stood up and looked towards the rude man who was talking too much. Oh, what is that gossip monger rambling about? Surely all the rumors about me are related to him. Is he so foolish that he doesn't know fear? Looking at this man, he now seemed very angry and a little scared. What is he looking? Dain looked around, realizing, and it seems Gruin has fled. One person after another. What a new. He was surprised by this action. He shouted, what are you? That mad tree tackled Tion in front of everyone. Seeing this, the blond man turned and angrily said to the boorish fellow, I heard you say they were on the same side. The boorish man didn't understand what was happening. His jaw dropped. No way. Aren't they just acting? The man in yellow was furious and snapped, who would risk their life for an act? Hurry up and help count. Tion, pinned down, was confused. This damn tree was just waving at me earlier. Why is it acting like this now? Cough, I can't. Tion groaned. Exhausted, he muttered, stop. Then he surged up, punched the tree hard, and screamed, get up. The mad tree fell back and collapsed. Soldiers standing behind were amazed. You defeated it. Jen ran over anxiously and called out, Master. The soldiers praised him. He defeated a new monster species. He truly lives up to his name as Count. Jen anxiously ran to help Tion up and asked, are you okay? You're bleeding so. Tion was surprised and thought, did I defeat it with just one blow? As for being okay, of course I am. I'm coughing up blood because of this weak body. But I haven't actually sustained any serious injury. Thinking back, it might have looked like a violent attack. But before I was pinned to the ground, it used its vines to protect my, and when I swung my sword unconscious, it placed itself right in front of the blade to commit suicide. The soldiers approached the mad tree and commented, wow, up close you can see how bizarre. Only then did Tion realize. It realized I'd be in trouble if they found out we were on the same side. It attacked me to prove to them that we weren't. No matter how many times I wanted to kill it, it still tried to survive but for my benefit. How foolish. Thank you watching for led the exhausted Tion to a resting area. Tion thought back to those words. That boorish man had said, "Hey, that monster came out of Tion's bag, so he must be the one control." Thought it was strange. I also saw that tree monster crawl out of the master's bag. Thinking back, that situation was very suspicious. But the monster attacking its master and then committing suicide cleared everyone's doubts. It was truly a perfect way to end. Boorish man tried hard to explain to the soldiers, "I told you they were just acting. That monster belongs to Tion. Believe me." In the real count, the soldiers folded their arms, wanting to teach them a lesson. The blonde man said, "Think carefully before you speak. How could a human control a monster?" Suddenly, Tion said to Jen, "Are you satisfied?" Jen thought, "Thank you watching for vid." The moment I saw that monster crawl out of the master's bag, I stopped interfering and just watched. And I was certain. Jen spoke to Tion with a murderous face and a defiant smile. "Of course, master." He thought to himself, Tion is a disaster. What kind of person can control a monster? That's impossible unless he himself is the disaster. From now on, I will no longer doubt master. Back at the rest area, the blue-haired man found the boorish man annoying to look at. That guy kept babbling and whining, giving him a massive head. The black-haired man said to Tion, "What is up with that relative of yours? He hid the moment you were ambushed. He's completely disgraced." The boorish man's face turned pale. He muttered, "I need to get out of this as soon as possible or I'll die." Who would have thought the rumors were true? That guy staged everything. But who would believe? Tion slowly appeared behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. With a friendly tone, he asked, "You're still living at the theater estate?" Suddenly, Tion's face darkened. He said terrifyingly, "You'd better pack up. They'll be painting the walls of that house red with blood very." The other man shouted in fear, "What are you saying?" Gasped, "Does that mean the rumors about you being a serial killer are—" Tion glared at him. "Oh, or do you need a cleaning service, like the vengeful spirits wandering the yard? Or something similar? You don't want me to clean you up too? Then you'd better not over—" Thinking back to what just happened, Tion wondered how he had scared the man so much. He just smiled, cupped his chin, and said casually, "Who knows? Maybe the hunting competition was just too scary for him." The black-haired man didn't quite believe him. He said, "How could a fool like him become the head of the house?" An announcement, "Emperor is entering." Everyone bowed. "Greetings, your majesty. Greetings, your mad—" The emperor said to the crowd, "The crown prince oversaw this hunting competition on my behalf. Is everyone satisfied?" There seemed to be a bit of a mess, but overall it ended. Hearing this, it felt as though the emperor was targeting him. Tion sank into deep. The emperor picked up a piece of paper and said, "I will announce the winners, and afterward, I have a few things to say. Congratulations to Gruin for hunting 4 monsters and taking third." Looking at the empty seat, no one knew where Gruin had gone. The emperor continued, "Elpidius hunted 5 monsters and took second place." The crown prince's face filled with pride. Everyone was surprised. What? The crown prince didn't get first? Who could have beat? Next, the emperor announced, and in first place, Tion. Hearing this, Tion had no idea what was going on. He looked confused, but everyone around him was already celebrating. "Congratulations, sir. As expected of our captain." Tion was shocked. "Me? How did I get—" Black-haired man happily hugged Tion. Hard work has finally paid off. Tion's eyes were wide and his mouth was agape. He thought, "I clearly only killed 1. Although I did kill quite a few assassins." The emperor continued, "Since this is the first time a plant-type monster has been discovered, I have awarded extra bonus points." Tion thought with distaste, "I don't need—" The emperor announced with a smile that hid something dangerous. "So, the hunting competition ends here. But before the banquet begins, I have one more announcement. As you all know, the empire is at war with many other nations. But there is one thing more important than all of— We will now halt all wars in the human— and we will launch a war against the demon." The emperor looked extremely determined. He continued, "The demon king has officially announced that he will interfere in the battles with the human realm. So we can no longer turn a blind eye." Below, the crowd began to whisper and gossip. They said to each other, "Not only humans against humans, but now demons too. What about our casualties and the wealth we've gained from the—" Man spoke up, "Forgive me, your majesty, but I must ask. Will the kingdoms currently in civil war accept this situation?" The emperor replied, "They have to accept it whether they want to or not. Because our kingdom is the only territory in the human realm capable of declaring war on—" Tion thought with a confused expression, "It's strange. Is he not going to say anything to explain that humans are trying to collude with the demons? The demon not only accepted an ordinary human like me, but even gave me the title of Commander Zero. He even asked, 'What do you think about joining the Demon Legion?' He didn't originally have any malice or grudge against you. That means that even as a human, if you are capable of creating benefits for the demon realm, the Demon King will accept anyone. Why doesn't the king consider such an obvious fact?" His Majesty walked leisurely, with Tian beside him. Tian's face was slightly darkened and thoughtful. His Majesty suddenly saw Tian's face and asked, "Are you upset because I summoned you so suddenly?" Tian was surprised and replied, "Oh, not." His Majesty continued, "It's a good thing I chose red clothes for you, Count. Just think about how terrified those weak nobles would be if you appeared before them covered in blood." Tian was speechless and thought to himself, "It's not like I wanted to be covered in." His Majesty continued, "By the way, since you passed the challenge set by the Imperial family itself, in addition to the prize for first place being sent to your home, you will also receive another reward worthy of your efforts." Tian politely replied, "Thank you." In his mind, his thoughts drifted to another matter. He thought, I don't really need the money. But when did His Majesty start wearing His Majesty seemed to notice Tian's distraction and said, "As for why I called you out privately, it's to discuss another issue. Are you He still wasn't paying attention to His Majesty's words, thinking, I thought he hated the feeling of not being able to hold things directly. At this moment, His Majesty called his name loudly, "Tian." He startled and replied, "Yes, I'm here." He completely forgot he was standing before the king. The king, "I just said that you will also participate in this." His Majesty thought I knew it. He decided that judging which side Tian would follow would depend entirely on into. His Majesty said to him, "Perhaps it's time for you to make a decision. Which side do you intend to be? You must know that I have given you many opportunities until Tian, you once participated in a monster suppression mission where even a hero lost his life. Yet you successfully survived and brought back the hero's body. That feat was truly extraordinary. But it's also because of that event that Tian is now even though he doesn't look seriously injured, he keeps vomiting blood. Could the mark on his collarbone be a curse from the demon?" His Majesty asked him, "Have you found a way to remove that mark?" Tian replied, "To do that, I might have to return to the demon realm once. Back then, I didn't think that allowing him to return to the demon realm would turn things in this direction." His Majesty continued, "The information you brought back regarding the Legion commanders will be extremely useful to the Empire. Do you still need to return to the demon realm?" Tian looked up, his gaze complex. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I still haven't found a way to remove the curse." His Majesty's gaze changed. He thought, who would have thought that behind my back? Tian could be so. Tian had gone to see the Demon King to request the curse be lifted, but was unsuccessful. But strangely, the Demon King still let him return safely. Although I still intend to keep using Tian as a mole to minimize losses, it's truly strange. Is the Demon King really going to just leave him be? What if he's keeping the secret that he's a spy for the Empire? What would the Demon King gain from that? Information that Tian brought back from the Demon Realm was so detailed that no one but the Demon King's closest confidants could know it. It's a coincidence that the rumors about Commander Zero also began to spread when Tian started traveling between the two worlds. Tian is serving more than just the Empire. Now I understand. The Demon King is also using. Tian is maintaining a perfect neutral position between the human realm and the demon, simultaneously holding two parallel positions. Even after discovering that you were leaking the Empire's information to the Demon King, I still didn't imprison you. Do you still need another chance? As His Majesty finished speaking, Tian replied, I have never spoken a single lie every time Your Majesty questioned. His Majesty said grimly, yes, that's exactly why I've left you alone until now. At first, I did feel disgusted, but it would be a waste to just kill. Tian isn't on my side, but he's not on theirs. He won't reveal any news unless his mouth is pried open with an interrogation. Tian will be reluctant while on a mission, but he won't refuse any orders. There was a small misunderstanding. It's undeniable that he is truly outstanding and talented. As long as I hold Tian in the palm of my hand, he will be the most effective chess piece. He is the king's. From the very beginning, this has been an unwritten rule in the game between me and the demon. I'm sure that Demon King has the same. Which side will use Tian more effectively? Which side will lure Tian to their side? If Tian intends to lean completely toward one side, will the other side know? And ultimately, how will they react? The players are the Demon King and the King. The game master is Tian. The winning prize is also Tian. The player is still. Tian continued, even if it's a curse, after I kill the Demon King, it will disappear on its own. He placed his hand on his chest. Everything you've achieved so far is right here. His Majesty also touched the curse on Tian's chest. There must be a reason why you were born into this world. I can't live in darkness forever just because I'm sensitive to light. You are a human, after all. So stay on thought. I've indeed held out for quite a long time. I knew this day would eventually come. However, as lost in thought, His Majesty said, I know saying this is a bit sudden. I will give you more time to think. I hope your answer doesn't disappoint. For all your achievements so far, I will grant you the honorary title of. His face turned sinister as he said, I thank the king. He thought to himself, his thoughts are too easy to predict. Beautiful girl was deep in thought. I miscalculated. I should have given my ribbon to the Count before he left for the hunt. If I had planned more carefully, I could have helped my uncle a little more. Two men were talking. The Count is back. The other replied, I wonder what he and the king discussed. Obviously, it's about the reward for coming in first in the hunt. The shouted in a panic, Count. He bowed respectfully and replied, your subordinate Tion greets the rose of the Empire. She thought perhaps it's not too late yet. I heard something happen during the hunt. Since all the traps were removed, if this continued, he interrupted her sentence. I should have paid more attention. Would you mind if the two of us went somewhere quieter to talk? The princess was silent for a moment and then spoke. All right, anywhere is fine as long as we're in private. Okay? After the two went out to the grounds, the princess spoke first. I'm so sorry I couldn't give you the ribbon to bless you for a safe hunt. So when I heard you were assassinated, I was quite He replied calmly, I am fine. The princess continued, but I'm still so sad. It's all because I suddenly His gaze suddenly darkened as he said, it's fine. Forgetting is only natural. The princess asked in confusion, what? He replied, I think it's very understandable that you would forget. The princess was shocked and bewildered. Conflicting thoughts raced through her mind. What is that expression? Is Tion sad? No, that's not. Continued, his gaze becoming cunning. Because your highness doesn't actually like. He's bluntly mocking me. He knows everything is just an. The princess bowed her head and quietly replied, you're right. After the princess suddenly glared and shouted, grabbing his sleeve, it is embarrassing. But if we become a couple, it's mutually beneficial. This proposal isn't too. He thought grimly, I've completely. He removed the prince's hand from his sleeve and said, don't waste your precious time on a relative. You only live. He walked away, leaving the princess standing there stunned, unable to say another. Then the princess slumped down and suddenly, as if realizing something, the princess thought, he really is blunt. I didn't even get a chance to hold him back. Does he really not want to marry me? Despite having those looks, I've never seen him involved in any scandal with women. Or does he have some strange hobby? Could it be? He suddenly. Thank you watching for vid. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm being seriously misunderstood? While he was deep in thought, a hand was placed on his shoulder from behind. Startled and turned around. The person behind him had a polite smile and said, where have you been hiding? Subordinate? It was Marquis Stigma. Stigma touched his shoulder from behind and asked, where did you go, Junior? Startled and thought in confusion, Marquis Stigma? Wasn't I just talking to the Emperor? Why am I here now? The Marquis asked in confusion. Is something? Thought to himself, I can't remember anything. Then he replied awkwardly, no, it's. He still tried to think back. It seems the Emperor said he would give me more time or something. Whatever, I'll think about that later. Let's handle this. He asked, Marquis Stigma, do you need something? Stigma smirked and replied, I thought I'd missed my chance to see you. It's lucky we ran into each other here. Stigma's words made the man walking over suddenly look annoyed. Wait a minute. What do you mean by Junior? Then how can he be the judge? It's not fair if he's biased toward. Son's face darkened with obvious confusion as he asked, what? Stigma smirked. Did I say I knew him from before? This is the first time we've ever spoken. The man grew more confused. Then why are you acting like that? He hesitated for a long time, dragging out his words before the Marquis interrupted. Simply because I like him. As he spoke, the Marquis laughed and put an arm around Tion's. His eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe what he just heard. What is he babbling about? The man was speechless, clutching his head and rubbing his temples. Fine, let's just ask the Count to judge first. Please just give me a. Tenter stepped toward Tion and politely shook hands. First of all, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Tenter. Tion frowned and replied with suspicion. Tion. Tenter continued. I've heard a lot about your ex. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. Oh goodness, we haven't even introduced ourselves properly. I am Marquis Stigma. Tion politely bowed his head and replied, pleased to meet you. After he thought, what are these people up to? Then he asked the two of them, but what do you want me to? Tenter smiled awkwardly. Oh, it's nothing much. Just a small disagreement between the Count here and me. Thought you were the most suitable person to settle it. Tion's eyes widened in shock. Me? Stigma replied with a smile, his tone confident. Don't worry, our arguments are simple. Tion thought coldly, then you guys should handle it yourselves. Men living in the far south of the Empire.
Tentez interrupted.
They're a savage tribe. The Marquis laughed. The name is too long. I can't remember it, sorry. Tion was inwardly annoyed. Don't argue in front. Those men have been constantly invading my territory. They've been killing, looting, and causing chaos in the south for a long time. So we reported the situation to the Empire. I didn't expect any reinforcements since the Empire is prioritizing the war with the Demon Realm. So I'll go wipe those men out But the Count... Here, the Marquis was interrupted by Count Tenter. Yes, I opposed it. You short-sighted old man. The Marquis laughed mockingly. Tian thought, good grief, shouldn't they go see the... As if reading his thoughts, Marquis Stigma continued. The Emperor said the Count and I should resolve this ourselves. Since, after all, that place is our territory. He thought, is that so they want to know whether to prioritize wiping out the savage tribe before the war starts or to persuade them to join the war against the demons. That's why this argument broke out. But why are both the Emperor and these people... Thinking this far, he said, forgive me if I misunderstood. But why is the Count so sure that the savage tribe won't ally with the demon? The Count was startled and said in panic, but after all, they are humans like us. Even if they consider the Empire an enemy, they wouldn't side with the demon race. He spoke with a bored face and meaningful tone. Who knows? There's no guarantee they'll always side with their own. The Count said in shock, what? Why would you? Then, the Marquis patted his shoulder and laughed. Exactly. You are indeed very wise. The Baron's only flaw is being too merciful. With that, the Marquis patted the Count's Baron, what can change a human's decision is absolute power, and if the demon race possesses matchless power, then humans will choose to side with them as long as they can save their lives. Are humans willing to sell their souls to demons just to kill those they hate? Race isn't the main factor, and since they don't have a good relationship with us, there's a high chance they'll side with the Marquis said confidently. Then the debate is over. I knew you'd be on my side. Tian was confused. Huh? No, I'm not on anyone's side. The Marquis still laughed and patted the Count's shoulder. I'll report this to the Emperor. You can go now, the Count replied. Then I'll head out first. What about you two? Also Tian was answering when he was interrupted. The Marquis said, oh, I want to talk to my junior. Tian cursed inwardly. Oh, for heaven's sake. Is that okay, Junior? Yes, sir. Tian tried his best to stay. His heart was racing. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. Everyone is staring. It's so uncomfortable. Marquis smirked. Oh dear. It seems we've attracted too many. You don't like being scrutinized like this, do you? Is it just from one glance? Is this the influence of the Empire's second? Still uncomfortable? The Marquis asked. Tian deliberately changed the subject. No, not at all. I just realized you have brown. Marquis stopped laughing. His gaze became sharp. They look quite ordinary, don't they? But so what? They're the same color as my mother's. Tian thought to himself. Stigma was born to a maid. Tian took a deep breath. My mouth was faster than my brain. Why are you holding that wine bottle? Are you going to hit? The Count held the wine bottle toward Tian. It looks like we'll be talking for a long time. Do you want some wine? Tian thought, is he not angry? Thank you, Marquis. You can just call me Stigma. The Count smiled. Then I'll call you Senior Stigma. It's been a while since I've had a drink. Tian. Count laughed out loud. I knew I shouldn't believe those rumors. I thought you were a cold person, but I didn't expect you to be so in. It really would be great if I had a junior. Now I understand why the Emperor likes you so much. Tian paused. That's not it. What's there to like? The Marquis quickly added, you don't realize? The Emperor values talent, especially those who share similarities, people who rose from the bottom of society, or those who are never satisfied and are always obsessed with proving themselves. Finally, those who have laid hands on their own families. That's the reason the Emperor likes you, Junior. But don't you find it a bit horrific? Tian felt a chill down his spine. I don't know what you mean. Smirking, he said, you were the one who requested that as a reward for your achievements after 8 years of war. Tian stammered. Thank you watching for vid. Thought about the old days. His father said to him, oh dear, Tian. Have you come here to learn how to be an heir? It might be a bit hard for you. Tian replied happily and confidently, it's okay. Father. Tian is very smart. Father don't push yourself too. His mother said gently and caringly, have some snacks. Since when did my son grow up so much? You are the pride of our entire But other words echoed in his head. The disgrace of the family. Go to your room and reflect on your actions. No one expects anything from monster. I'm sorry, but you'd be better off. His breathing gradually became difficult. Junior, are you okay? The Marquis' voice pulled Tian back to the... Tian replied with a sharp gaze, I don't know what you're talking about. Did you not hear me clearly? The Marquis smirked. I know. I understand. It seems you're unaware of that. How could a sane person propose that to the Emperor? The Marquis made an offer. Why don't we have a drink before we talk further? I brought a bottle of fine wine from the south. Do you like strong drinks? If his sober self refuses to talk about it, then why don't I try to get him drunk? Man walked into the camp. The Emperor was surprised and said, what wind brings you here, Duke? I hope it won't take too much time. I still have to attend the... The man replied, since you seem very busy, I'll get straight to the point. Your Majesty, Have you ever suffered from hallucination? The emperor frowned in confusion. Yulaster mocked. "O king, are you hallucinating?" The emperor was confused. "Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Did I spend my precious time coming here just to hear those ridiculous words?" The replied playfully, "Don't deny it anymore. Your left hand won't heal despite possessing a hero's remnant. And your habit of staring into space makes it hard for me to ignore this." The emperor's face darkened as he unconsciously clenched his figure. Of such importance as the emperor of a country should always look forward. Yet this person only clings to the past and what has gone by. Unfortunately, the king always feels guilty about even the smallest mistakes and is easily drowned in that sense of a king who cannot bear the weight of his own crown. How is he worthy of the people's recognition? He asked, "What exactly do you mean?" He smiled. "To put it simply, the position you're sitting in seems to carry too heavy a responsibility." A sinister suggestion. "So perhaps it's time you passed it on to someone." The emperor burst out laughing at the duke's words. He provoked him. "Ha! Instead of standing there saying empty words, why don't you try to take the crown from my severed?" Yulaster covered his mouth and laughed. "The scenario you painted is too scary. I simply want you to pass it to me properly when I'm qualified. Moreover, your majesty knows." Yulaster smiled mischievously. "That I'm currently turning a blind eye to some." The emperor looked at him warily. "That's true. This not only the leader of the nobility but also has an imperial hero as a subordinate. Great influence over the people through the Church of Atonement. Not only that, he's also entangled with the revolutionary. With power flowing in all directions like that, he could still keep both the nobility and the commoners in check and control the revolutionary army from running rampant." The emperor crossed his arms and asked seriously, "Then why do you want this position?" He wondered. Originally, there were no obstacles stopping him from wanting to overthrow. Calmly asked in return, "Your Majesty, does the desire for power need a reason?" Only then did the king realize. He's simply trying to force me to abdicate on my... Despite that, he still confronted him. "I wonder if that's the only reason." Yulaster cried out, "Oh my, it seems your majesty still doesn't understand. Well, if that's the..." He slowly expressed his desire. "I want absolute power to protect everything. Is that reason enough? The throne is the pinnacle of power. Naturally, everyone wants..." The emperor curled his lip and said, "Oh, so that means you have someone you want to protect?" Yulaster smiled quietly. "Thank you watching for vid." He gave a mysterious, open-ended reply. Perhaps. The emperor returned to the subject. "Forget it. I have no interest in knowing. In short, the duke knows well I won't hand over the throne just because of a few empty words." Looked at each other gloomily. The duke broke into a... He bowed formally and said, "Then I bid your majesty farewell. I shall take my leave. May God bless." In the dark void, only a faint moonlight illuminated everything. Yulaster paced as he sank into thought. The king doesn't seem to be in a crisis before the battle. He didn't even use words to argue back to utilize his ability. Happily speculated. The risk of the nobility abandoning the king to side with the demons, and the risk of other countries also allying with the demon realm. Right now, many scenarios must be running through the emperor. The butler ran up anxiously and asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" He adjusted his attire and ordered, "Depart for the party immediately." This very Yulaster stopped in his tracks. "How?" He turned back and said, "Perhaps it's unavoidable. Relay this message to Celine immediately. Use them to spread rumors about the demons. Any rumor will do, as long as the main content is that they are treacherous and eat humans." Cloaked strangers silently listened to the order. In short, do whatever it takes to make humans stop trusting demons. After both vanished into the night, Yulaster, satisfied, mounted his horse. "If the king's wish is to participate in the war while still on the throne, then I am willing to fulfill that for him." Yulaster rode. "Thank you watching for vid." His face showed clear malicious amusement. "Because I cannot let my empire slip away so easily." The party, the sound of bottles and objects breaking ran. People ran away, screaming and dodging. Two people fight. The blue-haired man was hit, and blood ran down one. The other person was Tion. His face flushed and his breathing ragged. The other man, despite being hit, smiled and asked, "Junior, still don't want to give up? If you keep this up, the whole party will be..." Tion laughed spitefully. "But you said, you are the enemy." The blue-haired wiped the blood from his cheek and explained, "Not yet. I just wanted to see your reaction. Who wants to be your..." Despite that, Tion rushed forward. But earlier you said you were the..." Struggled to block the blow. "Fighting like this is terrifying. Saying I was curious was just an ex..." He remembered a few minutes ago. He was supporting a stumbling, drunk Tion. "Junior, are you..." Tion muttered, "Enemy." He sighed. "It seems he's too drunk to handle." He thought, "I just wanted to have a frank conversation with this younger brother once. But at this rate, I won't even be able to say a proper..." Tion asked, "Are you Are you the enemy? He was surprised. Tian raised his head and looked at him, repeating, Are you my... At that moment, he looked at the younger man before. Then he gave a cunning smile. Perhaps so. The two of them lunged at each other. Regretful. If I had known he would turn out like this, I wouldn't have bothered making excuses. Struggled to block the blows, he acknowledged Tian's talent. But I have to admit, I was a bit confused at first. He doesn't have a hero's remnant. This behavior is just unconscious violence while swung his sword, making Tian dodge far away. How could I let myself lose? Tian was breathing heavily. He seemed to have lost control. He repeated, Enemies must die. He thought to himself to have this kind of agility, strength, and technique even while that drunk. If he were in a different situation when he was sober, he'd probably be very difficult to. Nonetheless, he took a stance, ready to receive the blow. You don't seem like you're going to calm down. Then I should quickly suppress. He swung his sword and stepped in front of Tian. Forgive me. This is going to hurt. Tian, likely because he was drunk, couldn't react, and suddenly someone intervened. The blue-haired man's sword strike, shielding Tian. He was surprised. You are? Thank you watching for vid. Following that, the emperor approached and ordered, Everyone, stop. He replied, Your Majesty. The emperor asked, Is this mess actually caused by the heroes who are supposed to be exemplary? Suddenly he shouted, Over there. Tian pinned the person who had just shielded him to the ground. His hand, holding a knife, stabbed down forcefully without hesitation. He muttered obsessively, You are the cruel. He luckily dodged the blow and grabbed the hand that was squeezing his neck. He still inwardly admired, so decided. The emperor spoke, Tian, but he didn't hear. Raising the knife to strike again, he repeatedly said, Must kill. All enemies must be killed. You are my enemy. Before thank you watching for vid. Strike, the emperor managed to grab his arm. He ordered, Tian, I told you to. He warned, Give it up. You as you are now cannot fight. Tian suddenly snapped his own wrist. Action terrified the emperor. He quickly let go and asked, What are you? He wondered, snapping his own wrist joint by shifting his weight and using. Cruel also looked at the person before him in. Tian had completely lost his mind. He kept repeating, All enemies must. With a hateful gaze and an expression of loathing, All enemies must die. All enemies must die. He squeezed the opponent's throat. He grimly, Die, you evil thing. The emperor repeated the order. I thought I told you to stop. One of his hands while using the other to pin his head to the ground to suppress. Tian looked up at the emperor with annoyance. To himself, insolent bastard. He moved his wrist as soon as I caught him because he knew I couldn't suppress him for long for fear of him getting. Cruel immediately backed away, coughing and trying to regain his composure. The emperor asked, Didn't I tell you to take care of yourself? Tian struggled to break free. He is the enemy. Let me go. All enemies must die. Cruel touched his neck. Gritting his teeth, he thought, that bastard. His wrist. He's using his conscious personality and his subconscious personality for his own purposes. The emperor looked at Tian's broken wrist. He reminded Tian, this isn't a battlefield. Tian's hand. In pain, letting out sharp cries. The emperor, wake up. The emperor placed a hand on his back. Breathe. He continued to instruct. Regained your senses yet? I've reset your wrist joint for you, but you should still go get it. Tian was dizzy and couldn't speak a word. Guard approached and asked, Are you all right? Cruel also quickly said, Well, your majesty, I shall take my leave. But the emperor replied, I don't think your mind is stable yet. Silent and did not respond. At that moment, Sanger was seeing Cruel out. He blamed himself. It's my fault. My body reacted before I could realize it. But how dare he? He remembered the moment he rushed out to block the blue-haired man's sword. How dare he how dare he point a sword at my beloved younger brother? The one I loved so much I couldn't even hate him. And ordered Sanger, stay here. When Tian wakes up, tell him. Sanger listened in silence. Don't wander the streets tonight. Go home immediately. Tian was sleeping and recuperating. He woke. Thank you watching for videos. He wondered where he was. The imperial physician examining his hand. Why did his whole body ache? And why was the imperial physician here? What on earth had he done while drunk? Seeing him awake, the physician instructed, His Majesty has already reset the joint, so there isn't much more for me to do. Please refrain from using your wrist for a while. Over at the Emperor and Stigma. His wrist was snapped? No wonder it hurt so much. And why were they here? The Emperor looked at the other man and said, I did not permit strong alcohol to be distributed at the banquet. He admitted his guilt. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I personally ordered my subordinates to bring it. Some of the weakest tend to rely on alcohol and drugs to sustain their own. The imperial physician announced, He is awake. The emperor immediately approached to check on him. How are you? Dion sat up and replied, I'm fine. I'm sorry for causing such trouble. The green man also smiled and replied, I apologize. I must have been too excited and given you too much to drink. He replied, fine, senior. I hope my overdrinking didn't cause a burden for everyone. The other man replied, don't worry. It was quite interesting. Those words confused Dion. Interesting, laughed happily. The Emperor's words, wake up. This isn't a battlefield. Based on His Majesty's words, this wasn't just a simple drunken, a phenomenon where a person falls into hallucinations, hearing imaginary voices, becoming extremely depressed or aggressive, and seeing everyone as their common symptoms of those who have been injured or have killed in battle post-traumatic stress disorder. Suddenly felt pity. They say he went to the battlefield at the age of 14, right? Despite all the wild rumors, his junior was still just human. The Emperor asked with concern, why don't you rest a bit more? Dion still insisted on getting out of bed. Stigma smiled and thought to himself, but if that's true, then he's even more special than I. The fact that those sides only show when he's drunk means that when he's sober, he must suppress certain instincts with everything he. What an outstanding junior. Suddenly, Dion's nose began to bleed. The Emperor immediately called for the Imperial physician. He rushed over, yes, your Majesty secretly prayed in fear. Please, you can't be sickly anymore. That expression made Dion wonder. What's wrong? The Imperial physician said in confusion. Aside from the wrist, his body is covered in bruises. But those are all minor injuries, so he shouldn't be having a nose. Stigma asked, then why? The Imperial physician replied, I believe he naturally before he could finish. The Emperor interrupted, it's the Demon King's curse. That curse is what's making his body. The Imperial physician looked at the Emperor in silence. He looked at him and ordered, your work here is done. You may leave. He bowed and departed. Thank you watching for vid. Stigma pondered. A curse? That's right. I forgot about that because he didn't seem to have any problems. He must have worked very hard to not show any weakness. I'm starting to like him even. Sigil on Dion's body glowed. He told himself I should go back and at the mansion of Gruin, and Gruin had returned. Taking off his cloak when a voice rang. Voice made him freeze instantly. You're so late. At that moment, he noticed the person sitting before him. Your Highness. Before he could his sentence, Starby Uluster placed a pawn down on the chessboard. Before he began to speak, ordered, kneel. Gruin asked in confusion, pardon? Knife flew out of nowhere. Straight into Gruin's thigh. He looked up and observed. Thank you watching for vid. Gruin realized they weren't his usual guards. They were assassins. Gruin swallowed hard. He became fully aware of his current situation. He timidly knelt on both knees and bowed his head before Starby Uluster. At that moment, Starby Uluster finally spoke. I heard a very interesting story. Gruin listened tensely. It's not like I have time to. Starby Uluster toyed with a night piece. So why don't we get straight to the point? As you can see, I'm very busy. He glanced at Gruin. Did you think? Dropped the knight and asked. That I wouldn't find. Gruin looked silently at the chess piece falling before. Starby Uluster spoke plainly. The fact that you're protecting Dion Hart. Uluster's words. Gruin flinched in. Just as Dion placed his hand on the horse's back, someone called him. He turned his head and glared back with a terrifying gaze. Dion narrowed his eyes. Damn it, that bastard Gruin, he said coldly. He asked you to tell me not to wander outside and to come home immediately? Telling me what to. Sanger calmly replied, yes, Marquis. But he was met with Dion's contemptuous laughter. Humph. About that guy. Dion climbed directly onto the horse and rode away leisurely. He thought to himself, this is like a joke. Why should I listen to that bat? Sanger opened his eyes and watched Dion leave without stopping him. His soulless gold eyes remained cold and silent as he stood there. The memory from earlier. Gruin had ordered him while mounting his horse, Sanger, you stay here. When Dion wakes up, tell him to go home immediately. Don't let him wander outside. Sanger had asked, may I ask for the reason? Hearing that, Gruin's sharp, cold eyes glanced back at him. That brat never listens to me. So if you say that, he'll definitely stay out tonight. Then, he'll probably drag his injured body around and go looking for trouble himself. That would be more beneficial for us. Truly understood Dion's psychology. Right now, Dion was furious. His eyebrows twitched and his teeth were clenched. He thought, who the hell are you to tell me to go back? How impressive. Do you think you're my guardian or something? His horse outside and encountered the mansion's carriage waiting for him. Seeing him, the female guard called out, Marquis, gestured toward the carriage and said, we have prepared a carriage for you. But Dion ignored her and rode past. Seeing, getting further away with no intention of boarding, the female guard turned pale. She cried out in fear, where are you going? Female guard rushed after him. Don't you want to take the carriage? It might be dangerous. Please let me come with you. Jan, who was nearby, also hurried to grab the reins of a horse, holding a cloak and shouting, "Master, you forgot me again." Dion said coldly, "Leave me alone." His voice carried killing intent and the scent of blood. Jan and the guard to stop in their Dion looked back at them with sharp, murderous eyes. His whole body emitted a dark aura. "I'm going out to get some fresh air. Alone." In truth, he was afraid that going home now would be like admitting defeat. Dion could be quite childish at times. Guard looked at Dion, who was radiating a fiery red aura that signaled a forbidden area. She was flustered and didn't know how to handle it, only able to mutter. But, hand holding a black cloak reached out, accompanied by a caring voice. "Then at least wear this cloak, please." It was January. Reached the horse's side at some point. "If you wander around so openly, you'll reveal your identity as Count Hart," he said kindly. "Let me help you put this on." Felt like Jan's eyes were sparkling. He said to consider this his apology for testing him earlier, and that Dion didn't need to feel pressured. Seeing Dion smirked with a look of disgust. "Forget it. I'll put it on myself." Seeing him like that made Dion think, "This guy, he reminds me of a certain someone." As if sensing something, the person in Dion's mind felt someone was talking about him. It was Daniel. A small nearby village, the villagers were releasing sky lanterns. Countless lights illuminated the night sky in an indescribable scene. Dion wore a black cloak that covered his body as he walked through the village streets. He had to tie his horse at the village entrance because of the crowd. Looking at the happy people around him, he involuntarily thought, "I ended up in the neighboring village. They're still partying in the middle of a..." Dion walked alone among the crowds, looking completely detached and out of... He thought to himself, this is also a way the Empire shows its freedom. Just like the hunting competition. "Huh? I'm tired now, so it's best not to get close to any crowds." He couldn't but call what Sanger had said. "He told you to go back immediately. Don't wander outside tonight." Dion grew angry at Gruin again. This is all that bastard Gruin's fault, he thought. He wondered, what is he plotting now? He obviously knows ID never listened to him. Which means, at that moment, Dion realized Gruin's calculation. He thought, is he trying to lure me? Is it a trap? When they were young, the two of them were playing chess. Seeing Dion make a move, Gruin suddenly said, "If it were me, I wouldn't make that move. Have you thought it through?" At that, the two of them had matched wits thousands of times through chess. Gruin said with admiration, "That was a great move, Dion," he said. "But is the knight in front of me what is a lie? What is the truth? I don't have a single clue." That's what Dion thought when he played chess with Gruin. The present, he was already exhausted. He thought gloomily, regardless of whether his reason is concern or a trap, both are Dion was constantly rationalizing things to himself. He thought, but wandering around like this doesn't make me any less angry. Should I go back? It's not like I'm going home immediately like he said. This wouldn't count as surrendering, right? Fear covered from head to toe passed by and bumped into Dion. The was so strong it made him stumble into the back of the person in front of him. The man in front was startled, turned his head, and asked, "Whoa, what? Are you okay?" Dion felt heavy and strong. "Look." The person shouted in shock upon seeing Dion's hand and the corners of his mouth covered in blood. Shouted in a panic, "Blood! Someone call a doctor." Dion didn't pay attention. He panted heavily as his vision blurred. He thought angrily, damn it. What a shitty day. Here Gruin was still kneeling on the floor. Yaluster's voice rang out. "Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Sat cross-legged on the chair, looking down at Gruin. "That you are secretly protecting Dion. We're cold. Do you really think," he said chillingly, "that you can Yaluster said slowly, "Last time, when I assigned you the mission to assassinate Dion, you chose to hire assassins instead of using the available manpower of the Revolutionary Army." Yaluster continued, "I heard your brother has returned." Dion replied, "I will send a request to the Assassins Guild." Yaluster continued, "People you shouldn't have spent money on hiring, because from the start they're only to cause a small scratch." Yaluster said, "At the time, Dion really set that condition. Even the Assassins Guild found it hard to believe and asked him, as long as we cause a small scratch on the target, you're willing to pay half the reward." Yaluster continued, "And I heard that you personally saved Dion's life during this hunting competition. It was in the forest and all." When he blocked a sword for Gruin remained silent, his head bowed low. Yaluster said, "What? Nothing left to explain? Did you really want to kill Dion from the..." Gruin spoke up, "To be honest, to kill him with my own hands, not through someone else." Gruin's answer startled Yaluster. Looked at Gruin with a slight smile. "Then why didn't you say so before?" He stood up and snapped his fingers. "I really wasted a lot of valuable resources." Gruin knelt and bowed. "I am truly..." The surrounding assassins saw the signal and vanished instantly. Yaluster said, "Well, whatever. It's fine for now. But I can't trust you blindly anymore. Let's make a bet, said. I'll give you the chance to kill Dion with your own hands, just as you wish. You can handle him however you like. Of course, my side won't just sit still either. Those words made Kruin freeze. Who kills him first wins this bet. As he spoke, he stepped on the knight piece on the ground. The white chess piece was trampled until it was filthy and covered in. Yahello walked toward the door and said, the prize will be that the loser must unconditionally obey one order from the winner. Reached out to open the door but suddenly stopped because Kruin said, there's one thing I'm curious. Yahello looked back. Kruin picked up the chess piece. He at the knight in his palm and asked, why does your want to kill Dion so? Kruin recalled a childhood memory. Looking at the tiny, adorable infant. Snow-white skin and pure white hair. Eyes like two sparkling rubies. That was Dion. He was born with albino. Dion was also a premature baby. He used to wonder why he was born so early. As a child, Kruin looked at his younger brother lying in the cradle. He thought, he's so small. He looks like a white rabbit. He reached out his hand toward Dion's face. Dion also reached up his tiny fist and grabbed one of his fingers. Kruin thought, even though you were small and weak, I can never forget how happy our parents were to see you. At that time, the hearts stood together looking at the two children. The mother said happily, oh my, seems Dion likes you very much, Kruin. My heart was warmed by the warmth of your tiny hand back then. But an incident occurred. Does that mean even a little stress will make the boy vomit blood? A voice rang out, full of shock, panic, and disbelief. After examining, Dion replied, yes, that's correct. The young master's constitution is extremely weak. He is very sensitive to stress as well as sunlight. Therefore, he requires special daily care. The mother covered her face in horror. To that extent, the father beside her held his head in a headache. The boy is still small. He doesn't even know anything yet. At that time, stood by the bed, holding Dion's hand and calling his name. He held Dion's hand tightly and said gently, it's okay. Don't push yourself too hard. If you don't want to, you don't have to do anything. Just stay here with me and our parents. The parents embraced each other and looked at Dion with concern. After all three of them went out to the garden. The father patted Kruin's shoulder and said, Kruin, when your brother was born, he gave us quite a scare. But it seems from now on we'll have to get used to it. The mother said worriedly, the boy is so different. He'll face many difficulties. I'm afraid he'll get hurt. The father immediately said, no. We shouldn't treat the boy too differently from everyone else. Doing so might make him feel insecure and ashamed of himself. And just like that, the Cold Heart family chose the wrong path. Just keep my distance and look after him. Since you're the eldest brother, I'll leave him to you. Kruin agreed. The father patted his shoulder and said, I'm counting on you then. Kruin replied, yes. Suddenly, Kruin looked up at a window with closed curtains. It was Dion's room, taking care of a sick child. Behind the curtain. As a child, Dion stood by the window and pulled the curtain shut. Kruin called up from below, Dion. Huge misunderstanding for Dion and made the boy lose faith in his own family. Kruin thought to himself, what did I just do? The young Kruin said loudly, are you doing? He grabbed Dion's shoulders to stop him. Dion replied awkwardly, I just wanted to practice. I told you not to overexert yourself and to just rest in your room. Look at you. You're bleeding again. I have to call the doctor. And a thought occurred to Dion, fine. In that case, I won't do anything. Kruin thought regretfully, I should have realized sooner. Someone asked, is the move going well? Dion evaded by saying, you don't need to worry about me. Final scene. When Dion was taken away, his young face was filled with fear as he cried out through tears, brother. Kruin thought, my little brother was constantly hurt and gradually built a wall around his heart. But that couldn't even stop him from being forced onto the battlefield. The image of Dion's lonely, small back appeared in his mind, surrounded by dark red and black energy like blood, carrying a clear sense of ill omen. 8 long years on the bloody battlefield. When he returned with a heart full of scars, Kruin thought to himself, at that time, I couldn't believe my eyes. His face was filled with shock and Dion, he called. Before him was his brother, yet he didn't seem like himself. He sat slumped next to 2 cold corpses, blood soaking the floor. Those were their parents. And by killing our parents, my world almost collapsed. Seeing you like that, my heart felt like it was being ground by sand. Dion's face was as soulless as a puppet's. Blood splattered all over his body and the dagger in his hand. He cried and called, brother. After Dion didn't hesitate to charge and attack Kruin. Kruin blocked it with his sword, and the two had to fight. No matter how much you hate me, he thought, all of the family's fault for putting you in such a painful and miserable situation. Kruin thought. At that moment, victory and defeat were decided. Dion fell to his knees. He raised his sword. He hesitated. He couldn't strike. Looking at Dion completely defeated, lying on the cold floor with tears still wet on his eyelashes. He stand it. He rode away in the rain. He thought in pain, because I couldn't protect you, we forced you to change. Rain? His eyes appeared sharp yet filled with unspeakable suffering. So how could I hate you? You whom I cherish more than my own life. Dion was left behind in the mansion, sitting with his back against the wall by the window. And through a series of investigations, he discovered the truth. Gruin thought, this is the documentation I mentioned. Only this much remains. In an alleyway, a mysterious transaction took place. The source of all this, he thought with hatred and rage, what a monstrous thing. He spoke with pupils constricted, filled with deep-seated killing intent and hatred. Starby Uluster, he called the name. Reality. Uluster narrowed his eyes and looked at him, repeating, why do I want to kill Dion? He thought the reason for his incomprehensible hatred for Dion was deeply rooted in his. Gruin looked at him with dark eyes. He wondered, why does the Duke know so much about Dion, who has never stepped foot out of the. Seeing that arrogant fox-like smirk on his face, Gruin thought, and he's targeting him. Even after the war ended, his hatred for Dion hasn't ceased. He thought suspiciously, it's all for that reason that Gruin decided to become Uluster's subordinate. Gruin had gone to meet Uluster and asked, are you willing to become my. Uluster was guarded at the time and asked curiously, how strange. Why the sudden proposal? He thought to himself, it's to protect him. But the man, Gruin, had replied, this time it's to protect. He stopped there, but his heart continued the sentence. My younger. Looking at Uluster, he gripped the night piece in his hand. He thought, Dion Hart, from the clutches of Starby Uluster. Gruin stood up. I have a valid reason to kill him, but it seems you don't. He thought, as long as I stay on his side, I can ensure Dion's safety. His tightened. But I still don't know what his goal is in targeting the. Uluster glanced at him and said, does a noble like me need any more reason to kill a dog loyal to the Emperor? Thought you ask why? It's obviously because his hand reached up and clutched the center of his chest, over his heart. The cup between me and the Demon King. Uluster thought as a complex magic circle with crimson lines appeared in his mind. Entity with supernatural power, strong enough to resist the natural order of the entire world. Uluster thought with excitement. That was the power he craved and hungered for. A small portion of the power I gained through the covenant is already this extraordinary. He thought excitedly, his heart covered in a thick, mysterious purple mist. He thought, if I could sign a covenant with the Demon King, my power would increase immensely. Huh? A mocking voice rang out. The corner of his mouth quirked up arrogantly. Interested, the Demon King said, shrugging as he stood in the middle of a glowing purple summoning circle. Those words made him jump. It was hard to believe. Uluster thought, I used forbidden books and sacrificed countless lives just to summon the Demon King. But I didn't expect that he wouldn't have the slightest interest in making a Uluster knelt on one knee, his face blank. However, it seems heaven has not abandoned me, he thought. I immediately came up with a genius idea. He thought and said, then would you be interested in a bet? Hidden in the surrounding darkness were bloodstains and corpses. Open pages were stained deep red. The demon looked at him with a bit of doubt and asked, a bet? Waiting for him to continue. It's to give the bored Demon King a new toy. Uluster looked up at the Demon King and said, yes, it will be very interesting. He recounted, I once saw a minor noble who possessed snow-white hair and deep red eyes, even though he was human. He was at a noble banquet. Uluster stood by the banquet table, took a glass of wine, and boredly observed his surroundings. Dion caught his eye. At that time, Dion was being bullied by a larger child. He recounted, because his body has been weak since birth, he had never stepped foot out of his house and only occasionally attended royal banquets. His tiny face showed the weakness, softness, and cowardice clearly present in Dion at that time. He thought, yes, I've had my eye on that. Uluster took a sip of wine and thought with disgust, he doesn't look human at all. What an unlucky brat. Equally, aren't you curious how long a minor noble like that can survive on the battlefield? Hearing this, the Demon King covered his mouth and chuckled. I disregarded my conscience to propose that dirty bet, he thought. The Demon King couldn't help but burst into laughter. Feeling intrigued, he said, I didn't expect such a cruel, emotionless person would be the one to summon me. Hearing that, he thought happily he's about to take. Uluster, still kneeling on one knee, said, since you're not interested in a covenant, I had to scheme to attract you. The Demon King said with interest, indeed. Human motivation is inherently a bit twisted. It seems war will break out sooner or later anyway. The demon wiped away tears from laughing so hard. It's been a long time since I've laughed this much, he remarked. Fine. I bet he can survive. This startled Yahello, looked at the Demon King in a daze and blurted out, how can that? His heart was full of confusion. He thought the bet wasn't to see how long he could survive, but that he would survive. At that, he thought the chance of Dion surviving was very small. Why would he choose the disadvantageous side of the bet? The demon smiled and said, you don't need to think too much. Choosing the underdog is always more interesting. The demon said, the day the war ends is the day this bet concludes. If the boy dies, you win. But if he is still alive, victory belongs to me. And just like that, the bet began. The sun rose again, and a new day began on this land. This was the battlefield. The high walls of Savers were sturdy. Tents were lined up side by side. The reason I sent Dion to the battlefield 8 years ago was because he had to die. As a child, Dion stood in the middle of the training ground. He gripped his sword, trembling. He looked at the savage battle around him with fear and despair, crying. A child of noble lineage was placed on the front lines and appointed as a commander, he thought. On the scroll, the assignment notice bore Dion's name. It was because Dion had to die. Yahello thought fiercely. Dion sat in his tent at that time, holding the assignment notice, quietly drinking wine. The cut off all contact from the Hart family and continuously forged documents was because that was the only way to win the bet with the Demon King. Yahello thought. Real documents had already been burned to ashes by him. How everything didn't go as planned. The invincible Vanguard Corps won every battle. He thought as Dion held the flag, sitting on a mountain of enemy corpses. Surrounded by his subordinates, the whole group emitted a fierce killing intent. They were monsters. A was hidden under a hood. Eyes glowed blood red. Silver-white hair was revealed. In the blood of his enemies. That was the master and commander of the Death Knight Corps, the great hero of the 8-Year War. Yahello thought angrily as Dion continued to survive and achieve countless feats. Sat in his study, pondering. If this continues, he'll lose the bet. Then how can I make a covenant with the Demon King? But when he met the Demon King again, he found another solution. The demon reached out his hand and said temptingly, I have another proposal. At that time, he thought that even if he lost, he hadn't completely f***ed Dion to me. In exchange, I will grant you a portion of demonic power, the Demon King said. That Yahello was completely surprised. The Demon King continued, it's not exactly a complete covenant, right? You can call it a contract. Smiled as he achieved his goal. He thought, I guessed that he would be attracted to Dion after observing him for 8 years. But I didn't expect it to be this. He immediately said, I can use one way or another to bring him to your palace. But as for keeping him here, the Demon King continued, right? That will be my job. The demon smiled at Yahello and said, I will take care of everything. Yahello immediately went to an audience with the Emperor and proposed, why don't we let Dion join the Demon King's subjugation? Emperor above asked, what are you plotting now, Duke? Yahello replied, plotting? I just don't want to waste a talent. After all, the Empire is still in chaos. Looked up and said, why don't you forge Dion into your sword, your majesty? The Emperor was silent, but his expression wasn't necessarily one of disapproval. Yahello recalled, despite some hesitation, the Emperor approved my suggestion. Summoned Dion and said, the hero is on a journey to defeat the Demon King. We'll join them, he ordered. And Dion set out, leaving the Empire. Yahello sat comfortably, reading documents. He thought he might die on the way, but I've done my best. So he won't blame me. Just that he believed everything would flow according to plan. He had thought that boastfully. But then, a surprise came. A servant rushed in to report. Lord, Dion has returned. Hearing, Yahello lost his composure and slammed his hand onto the table. Documents were sent flying. But he didn't care. His expression was dark and gloomy, and a deadly black aura radiated from him. He thought frantically, but then the one I thought would die returned with the hero's body in his hands. Looked up, his teeth clenched and facial muscles tight as he breathed strangely. He cursed Dion under his breath. That bug. He wondered, how did Dion come back? Did the Demon King let him off that easily? What happened there? He thought resentfully. Yahello stood naturally before Kruin and asked, does your mission have anything special to report? Kruin replied, this mission. Defeating them, if I could still follow Dion, I was to confirm where he wanted to go, Yahello said. Kruin replied, as I said before, Dion had already run off. So I saw. Yahello heard that and left. I don't know if you really saw nothing or if you're just turning a blind eye, but perhaps it's just unavoidable. I just wanted to say that. I hope I can win the bet, he said. Kruin watched him leave with sharp eyes. The Duke's man. Thank you watching for vid. Yahello walked down the hallway, thinking, there is no place in the human world where my eyes and ears cannot reach. But if the place Dion headed to was that place, the command of the Vanguard Corps didn't suddenly appear in the demon realm, nor did the hero of the Empire whom the Emperor loved. Yahello thought, putting those two identities together. Slumped down, his hand resting on his thigh. Finally, he deduced they must be the same. Yahello sighed in frustration. I didn't expect him to be a double agent. Thought to himself, a person who has achieved an extraordinary position in the demon realm and is also extremely influential in the Empire. The Demon King and the Emperor are both using him. But eventually he'll have to pick a side. And if he chooses the Demon King, things will get very complicated. At this point, Yahello looked up. His face filled with murderous intent, cruel and terrifyingly cold. He whispered to himself, I must kill him before that happens. For the sake of the Empire. The same time, in a small, warm wooden room, the doctor was examining the unconscious Dion lying on the bed. There is danger to his life. He just needs rest. No further treatment is needed. The blood spitting is due to stress. It seems his constitution isn't very good, the doctor instructed. Suddenly he said, glancing at the person standing behind him, you know about this before you brought him here? The doctor asked Daniel, who was standing there with his arms crossed. Daniel clutched his head in self-reproach. No, it's because I was too careless. He said, I didn't observe carefully from the beginning. Only when something happened did I rush to find a doctor. The doctor replied, don't worry. They'll keep my mouth shut. Closing his medical bag, the doctor said, besides, I've been forgetful lately. I don't know if he'll even remember today's events. After that, Daniel's calloused hands slowly moved toward Dion's. His face changed completely, opposite to his previous appearance. An expression of rage, his teeth clenched tightly together as he gnashed them. He muttered, die. His eyes were filled with killing intent as his anger reached its peak. He used all his strength to squeeze out each word. At that moment, blood suddenly spilled out of Dion's. Before Daniel's eyes, the image of his sick mother gradually appeared and took over his thoughts. Thinking of his mother, he snapped out of it, and his thoughts gradually returned to their original. Daniel stepped back and abandoning the intention to kill. He lost control and collapsed onto the. His breathing was rapid and somewhat. Daniel clenched his teeth, his face covered in sweat. His gaze was still cold as he grabbed one trembling wrist with the other. Consider yourself lucky, Dion, he said. In his head, he thought, why did it have to be? Tim shifted back a bit. A while ago, at a meeting of the Revolutionary Army commanders, someone shouted, do you intend to fulfill our... The speaker was a girl. She continued to shout, it's not time yet. The war between humans and demons is about to happen. So when can we rise? Daniel covered his forehead and closed his eyes. He had a bit of a headache. This isn't the first or second time, Daniel said. I've helped with all my might to prepare for the uprising. So the girl directly interrupted him, showing her impatience as well as her rudeness and lack of respect for others. In the same arrogant tone, she said, if you keep delaying like this, are you sure you don't have your own? I thought it was strange since last time. Daniel lost his patience and slammed his hand hard on the... His face was dark and terrifying. He looked at the girl and said, emphasizing every word, at a time when humanity is on the brink of war with the demon realm, you still dare to suggest an immediate uprising? The reason for my existence and my actions are all for the people. Now, Daniel was absolutely furious. The girl who had been shouting earlier lowered her voice. She stammered, what I mean is, do you think this revolutionary army could exist without their support? Before Daniel could answer, someone else spoke. The person was Bao. He continued, we're just like a group of rebels. Daniel involuntarily whispered. Bao continued, we must convince the people to believe in our ideals of justice. To do that, we must eliminate the nobility. Our ideology must be recognized. In my opinion, this is the way of a true revolutionary. Daniel's eyes widened slightly in surprise. With a slight smile, he said, picked up a chess piece and moved it to another position while saying, you only meet the king once you stand at the city gates. Daniel, but do you think we have enough manpower to carry out this plan? His question made everyone at the table fall silent. Daniel continued, not long. Who was it that acted on their own and caused the revolutionary army forces to suffer loss? Who was it that didn't stop them even though they knew clearly that the plan was... They are just like you, eager to revolt. The people around him felt intimidated. Suddenly, Daniel raised his voice, hoping to puncture everyone's eardrums so his words would better reach the brains of those foolish people. So if you still think we must revolt right now, then don't sit in this commander's chair anymore. Once again, Daniel slammed his hand on the table, his expression extremely After the meeting, only Daniel and Bao hurried to ask, B brother, are you okay? You have to go. He remembered, but before he could finish his sentence, Daniel gave him a painful flick on the rubbed his forehead and asked, hey. Daniel gave a soft laugh. He gently placed his hand on Bao's blue hair and said, you've grown up, Bao. You've learned to stand up for others. Bao seemed a bit surprised. Daniel continued with a tender expression. You did well just now. Bao was slightly embarrassed and replied softly. I wish you a safe journey. Daniel asked back. Huh? Am I going somewhere? Bao exposed. I know that whenever you're stressed, you go back to mother. Go visit her. Daniel was surprised, then felt a bit. He broke into a bright smile and closed his eyes. Haha, you really have grown. Then the two brothers played around with each other. Daniel wrapped his arm around Bao's neck while his other hand rubbed his head. Do you really not want me to take you back to the dorm? Bao was embarrassed and tried to push him away. Don't rub my head. Daniel thought of his mother. His mind gradually became more determined. He couldn't give up because of his promise to show his mother the world she had always dreamed. Daniel opened the door and walked inside. Outside were two soldiers on guard duty. Daniel called out, Mother, I'm home. But this world was cruel. The woman in the blue dress had collapsed onto the cold wooden floor. Daniel's face turned pale. He hurriedly called out to his mother had been battling a terminal illness for a long time. Holding his mother in his arms, her mouth was still bleeding. Her hand tried to reach up to touch her son. Daniel's whole body trembled. He felt an immense pain. How did this happen? Since when did you become the... He turned to shout at the two guards outside. Why didn't you inform me? The two men couldn't say anything and could only answer Daniel's questioning with yes, sir. His comrades had hidden it from him even though they knew The woman's face had sunken cheeks, full of exhaustion. There were long streaks of blood at the corners of her mouth. She struggled to say, Daniel, my son, I'm fine. Don't be angry without knowing when. 2 lines of tears had fallen down Daniel's face. The teardrops continued to fall one after another. His mother continued, I was the one who begged them not to. Daniel thought in his mind, I understand. I didn't want my son to be heartbroken. Because the leader of the Revolutionary Army is not allowed to falter, no matter what happens. Mother only wants what's best for me. But is she really about to leave this world? Daniel looked at his trembling, blood-stained. He couldn't accept it. She hadn't even seen that world Daniel was suddenly bumped into. The other person was hooded in black, face obscured. They apologized hurriedly and rushed off. Daniel was still crying. He slowly turned. A white-haired young man was coughing up, reminded him of his. Daniel instinctively cried out, no, while thinking to himself, this isn't my mother. But his obsession was truly too. Daniel held the young man, his eyes bloodshot and glaring slightly. Tears continued to flow as he said, it's okay. Wait a moment. I will save you, mother, no matter the. He no longer looked like he did before. His face was filled with the daze and agony of a filial son. Pain tore through him. He tried to speak but couldn't.
Don't leave me.
I beg you, mother. Those thoughts occupied every part of his body at that. Back in the present, Daniel pushed his hands against the ground and slowly stood up. He thought to himself, at that time he reminded me of my mother. That's why I reacted so violently. Now, I still can't bring myself to kill him. Why am I being so soft-hearted? Daniel whispered, you have no idea how lucky. His eyes were like ice. He thought he should have killed the madman the moment he realized. But today he couldn't do it. He noticed a mark near the other's chest. It was a cursed seal he had heard rumors about. Daniel, not only is he coughing up blood, but he's also cursed. Even if I don't kill him, he'll die soon anyway. Perhaps he was just convincing himself. This contradicts what I told the commanders. But I must hurry. I can come up with a perfect plan and execute it before mother passes. Daniel grabbed the door. Before leaving, he turned his head and said offhandedly, the curse, if you were cursed by the Demon King, then perhaps my mother was cursed by this world. It's because this world has always been cruel to my poor. Before she dies, I will give her the happiness she always dreamed. Daniel left, leaving Tian alone in. As soon as Daniel left, Tian woke up. He sat up straight and swung his legs down. Tian's face was pale. He coughed a few times, blood still at the corner of his mouth. He touched his neck and thought, damn it. He's finally. Did he want to torture me to? I almost met my maker. Thinking back, Tian still felt terrible. He came up with the idea to leave before Daniel. Tian sat on the bed, feet on the floor, hands bracing himself. He mumbled, but where is this? It looks like The door suddenly opened. A doctor walked in, looking stunned. Tian felt calmer seeing it wasn't. The doctor was a bit surprised. Before he could ask, Tian spoke first, about that. I wasn't planning on running away. Oh right, money. I'll pay you, but I don't have anything on me right. The doctor handed him a cloak and a blindfold, saying you don't need to worry about money. If you plan to go, just take these. It would be troublesome if you remembered the way to our place. So, even if it's uncomfortable, you must wear the blind. He turned toward the door and added, come out when you're ready. I will escort you out. Tian put on the cloak. He was suspicious of what these people were hiding. He guessed this wasn't an ordinary. Yulaster rested his chin on his hand. Looking at Daniel, he asked, Daniel, why did you come here so suddenly? The Duke's sharp eyes could tell something was unusual about Daniel stood straight with his hands behind his back, puffing out his chest. He answered clearly, I need to discuss the Daniel stood before the Duke and began his proposal. When exactly are we going to make him? Duke Yulaster remained calm, as if trying to provoke Daniel, and then began to reply, the coming battle against the demons is of utmost importance. The kingdom's army is paramount. If a civil war breaks out now, our nation will be in peril. Daniel seemed very impatient, but since the commanders pleaded with me every day, I hoped he wouldn't expect us to sit idly by. Seeing the Duke's unusual composure, Daniel thought his attitude had suddenly changed. He must have found out about his mother's. This made him even angrier, and he shouted loud. Responding to Daniel's anger, the Duke's expression remained unchanged. I do. Why don't you stop everything and rest for a moment? Daniel had some thoughts about the Duke. I respected him, but I didn't expect him to be swayed by such a small thing. I should ensure he doesn't have other ideas while the war is. At that moment, Duke Yulaster stood up and walked toward Daniel. I think you should take this time to reflect. Do you realize you're being too hasty, right? What suddenly gotten into you? Thank you watching for vid. Hearing the Duke's analysis, Daniel thought for a long time, then only replied with 3 words. I understand. After the conversation with the Duke, out in the hallway, Daniel thought about the Duke's words. Why don't you stop everything and rest for a moment? He believed, thanks to the Duke, I have accepted my. Do you want us to stay put until the king conquers half the continent? Aiden has already led a thinking back to before Aiden left. Someone had seen him talking to. Could it be that the Duke and Celine had orchestrated the encounter between the Revolutionary Army? And after all those thoughts, Daniel grew even angrier. I hope the Empire doesn't collapse. Of course, someone in a high position like the Duke won't easily give up his step. From the start, I felt he was the most suspicious. The reason he approached the Revolutionary Army was only to ensure we fell into his. Daniel looked out the window and thought, how foolish. I should have been more careful when collaborating with those in. While Daniel's train of thought was still incomplete, he suddenly heard a voice calling from behind him. Bao's voice made him turn around in surprise. Seeing Bao looking angry, fists clenched as he marched toward him, Daniel was surprised. He asked, Bao, you haven't left? Bao, with an angry face, walked up to him and made Daniel feel a bit intimidated. He stammered, what is it? Bao questioned him, did you lead Tian? Hearing that question, Daniel's eyes shifted from surprise to grabbing the boy's shoulders. Daniel shouted back, Bao, how do you know? Did you see him leave? But he should have been wearing a. Bao cried out in pain. Daniel didn't care and continued to question him. Did anyone else see Tian? Bao hurriedly tried to calm him down. He shouted, wait. Slow. Calm down, brother. I'm the only one. He was wearing a cloak and a blindfold when he left, but I recognized his hair. Who wouldn't recognize such unique hair? Daniel gradually calmed down. That's true. But in his head, he blamed the doctor. Damn it. He should have covered him up better. Bao saw him regain his composure and turned to reproach him. I don't understand. Why didn't you kill him? At the very least, you should have taken him hostage and squeezed information out because he's the king's dog. I'm sure the king would be affected. Because of that bastard, the Chapel of Atonement was destroyed, and Xiao's hatred and helplessness were visible on Bao's. Remembering the past, that day Bao ran to Daniel alone. Daniel was surprised. Did you come alone, kid? Didn't you say you'd bring your sister? Bao cried and recounted. She didn't want to go at all. When she held my hand, Daniel quickly reassured him, I understand. Perhaps your sister needs time to. Why don't you visit her? He'll go with you. Even if your sister isn't there, you just need to be strong enough to protect her. Isn't that right? Daniel patted the crybaby's head to comfort him. Bao stopped crying and obeyed. Remembering that, and wanting to soothe Bao's current rage, Daniel teased him gently. It's been a long time since you cried in front of me. You're a big boy. Bao was embarrassed and angry at being teased. Don't change the subject. When I met you, I was already grown. But seriously, why did you do that? I don't understand. Daniel, perhaps knowing his actions weren't right for personal reasons, knew he had made a mistake. No one is perfect, Bao. I'm sure you'll notice other weaknesses later. Bao was somewhat hesitant, not fully understanding. Huh? Daniel looked at Bao and continued. Ignore the nonsense. Just focus on what's beneficial for you. I plan to teach you a lot in a short. I hope you learn quickly. The position of successor isn't easy. Hearing successor, the boy jumped. He asked back in surprise, your successor? Me? No way. Is that why you've been taking me everywhere? Daniel wasn't surprised. You're just realizing it now? Why else would I let you sit in on such important then turned to leave. Bao called after him. Brother, there are so many people. Why me? I'm just a kid from the streets. I don't even have a basic education. Daniel didn't pay much attention. Don't worry. He'll teach you. Bao's face was still pale. But I'm young and Daniel cut him off. I thought you said you were grown. Seeing his own words come back to bite him, the boy could only mumble, Daniel comforted him, being young is good. You can look at the world from a different perspective. You're not afraid to Bao, you may come from the kingdom. But you're a child who survived on your own in the slums without any help from this empire. You know that, in the Revolutionary Army, there are many people from different countries? The fact that you have no connection to the empire only proves our fairness. Bao began to accept the truth and sat down to talk. Is that why you chose? Daniel replied calmly, one of the reasons. But most importantly, you know how to love. Suddenly, the boy was dazed. Love? I've never even dated. Seeing his innocence, Daniel teased him. Do you think romantic love is the only, even if you can't put a name to it? When you pour your heart and soul into treating someone well, what is that? Hearing those words, the boy whispered Xia's. He clenched his fist in anger. But that's also your weakness. Every time your mother is mentioned, you get. Daniel remained calm. You're not wrong. I see that whenever mother is mentioned, I show you my bad side. He continued, but Bao, the revolutionary ideal is fair. Create such a world, we need someone who knows how to love. Someone dedicated and understanding of others. Daniel reached toward Bao. Just like you. The boy could see that Daniel trusted him. Even if you say that, I still don't know if your decision is correct. And a young man like you thinking of a successor is just, but I'll do my best to. Seeing Bao's determination, Daniel was very happy. He laughed heartily. Haha, thank you. To make the revolution succeed, we must overcome massive hurdles. Like the Duke and the King. But we will succeed. Boy didn't understand why he was so. As soon as he finished speaking, Daniel stood up. So, since time is gold, let's start immediately. The boy still didn't understand until he saw Daniel bring out a towering stack of. Daniel told him to read them all. Bao was terrified. I take it back. I won't do it. No. Daniel teased him further, or shall we discuss human rights for a bit? It scared him to. Somewhere else, the king was hunting and discussing the Duke's weakness. Is that the Duke's weak? King replied, yes, he always looks down on others and thinks he knows it. Doesn't realize that others can look down on him as. That's right. A few times I was used like a. But the Duke isn't the only one who knows how to use. Day I announce the war with the empire is over, we will fight the demon. Some countries cheered. Thank goodness some countries were furious. He's the one who declared war, and now he's withdrawing on his own. What does he think I don't agree with the empire's actions, but we can't just stand by and watch the empire collapse. Because humanity would perish with it. And some countries normalized absolutely no one thought they would side with the demon realm. Because that's what the Duke wanted. He deliberately let those who didn't know think ill of the demon realm. After all, that was his special. It only helps us. The king reflected, I just put on a play in front of the Duke. Acting like I believe humans and demons are incompatible. And so he began to commit himself, as if those petty tricks could fool me. He spoke coldly, ridiculous. I'm just letting the Duke play his part while I pretend to know. Thanks to him, I solved the problem without lifting a finger and saved so much manpower. While speaking, the king raised his bow and shot a second arrow into the next targets. They fell in a pile, dying miserably. The attendant added, it's certainly a bold move, placing such a crucial outcome in the hands of an enemy. After killing the creatures in the area, the king smiled victoriously. That's exactly why I trust him. The Duke can't let this empire collapse because he wants this empire for himself. After saying that, the king whispered to his pony, shall we go back? He firmly asserted, he used to treat me like a child, yet he still fell into such a simple. One thing is for sure, his pride will one day be his downfall. I wonder what his expression will be then. A beautiful thank you watching for vid. A bouquet of blue roses and a smug face appeared before Tion. He looked at the bouquet coldly. It was probably very hard to understand the situation. The person giving the flowers was none other than the crown prince. Without letting Tion say a word, he greeted, long time no see, Marquis Hart. I stopped by to give you this. Tion's face showed clear suspicion. Why are you suddenly giving me flowers? The crown prince wore a friendly smile that looked forced, and it likely was. Because I have to tie you tightly to the kingdom. Alencia, does this method really work? Recalled back at home, listening to Alencia's instructions. Marquis Hart. He definitely liked. Hearing that was shocking, but seeing the girl's enthusiastic face, he was also very surprised. Cough what? Alencia looked as if she had found the ultimate truth. Think about it, brother. He's only surrounded by men. There aren't any women. He calmly drank his tea, intending to explain to his sister, but Alencia seemed to anticipate what he would say. She cut him off. My plan was wrong from the start. You're the one who has to seduce him. Seeing his sister's determination, the crown prince was a bit worried. I feel like something's without letting him get a word in. She explained, no, think carefully. Every time the royal palace holds a party, so many young ladies are looking at him. Yet Marquis Hart doesn't care. Suddenly, his sister's words seemed to make sense. Thinking back, there really were no women close. All his subordinates were. They even seemed very no way. Could what Elentia said be true? Surely, well, since he was already sitting here with Tion, he had to see it through. He had to win him over before the war anyway. With a forced, friendly smile, he tried to fix his mistake by saying, "Why didn't you ask His Majesty for a higher title when you won the hunting competition?" He thought, I must do whatever needs to be done. He continued, now the hero Krenhart has become a... Seeing Tion's grim face, he felt a bit guilty. I shouldn't have brought that. But then his face brightened again. He said with a wide smile, but more importantly, your title has been promoted 1 rank to Marquis. This bouquet is my congratulations. Tion's mood was normal. He offered a perfunctory thanks. Afterward, Tion's face looked less tense. So he just came to congratulate me. I almost misunderstood. Seeing Tion's expression change, the prince wondered, is he no matter what Elentia did, his face remained cold. Yet my bouquet made him seeing that the situation seemed favorable and his influence was growing. He asked, I wonder if your political views have changed? Hearing this, Tion was startled and became alert. Political did the king order him to gauge my reaction to the news of the war or something? Seeing the danger, the prince stammered an explanation, oh, about that. But it only made Tion more suspicious. Why is he hesitating? Is he going to say something serious? Feeling Tion's defensiveness, the prince gathered his courage to what if same-sex marriage were accepted? It was an unexpected. The statement stunned everyone in the room. Same-sex marriage felt very humiliated. Truly absolute humiliation. Looking at the silent, prayed silently, please, say. Tion stood up abruptly and headed for the door. Oh, I have something urgent. The prince ran after him, knowing things had gone too far. He grabbed Tion's hand, explaining hopelessly, whatever you're thinking, it's all a misunderstanding. Tion's face showed clear fear. He blushed with embarrassment. Tion flinched back. I know everyone has different preferences, but I like women. The crown prince chased after him. No, I told you it was a misunderstanding. Also like women. He felt like the sound could be heard deep in the He went. The servants in the house were all curious, watching him. They could only look and think he just shouted that he loves women. Didn't he? I guess the prince really likes them. No need to worry about a successor. And on the way to the gate, the prince didn't say a word out of embarrassment. He just quickly walked to his cave. Feeling like he had been pranked, he was furious. I was an idiot to think that was possible. I was too impulsive because I was in a hurry. You just wait. On Tion's side, after the prince left, he felt like a laughingstock to the servants in the palace. He was both angry and a bit humiliated, thinking, go ahead and laugh, you bat. The aide following behind had a bright smile. Whatever you decide, I support you. Being teased, Tion yelled, shut up. He said it wasn't like, and why are you in here? I thought you were only escorting me to the hunting grounds. Go manage your merchant group. This man, John, was stubborn. He wasn't afraid and stood there, saying nonchalantly, you are my #1 priority, master. I'm hurt, you know. Tion couldn't do anything. This bastard keeps following me. John wasn't afraid of Tion at all. He spoke, aren't you about to go out to fulfill the king's mission? How about I escort? Tion found it bothersome. No need. I'm more comfortable going alone. Get lost. John still insisted on following. But you'll have to travel until dawn just to get back from the hunting. Tion turned back angrily to warn him. I'm gonna get some fresh air alone. If I go home, I lose. Do you dare? John wouldn't give up. And then you'll come back in. Hearing that, Tion instinctively touched his. Thinking back to last night, the situation was very dangerous. Those bastards looked like they were treated. But that man tried to strangle me. Even when leaving, they were very cautious and blindfolded. Last night, when Tion was blindfolded and led somewhere, he was given a push. Luckily, when he took off the blindfold, Tion saw no one. Is he gone? What the hell? Where is this? Who are they? Where was that place? I don't even know who the enemy is. Regardless, thinking of that, Tion turned back to John. Hey, don't even think about tail, otherwise one of us will have to die. Tion thought that anyone who saw him cross the line would lose their. Damn it. Does that sound too? John stepped back, chuckling. As you command, master. I want follow. Staring at the man, Tion thought, he's truly the disaster of my life. I never thought anyone would threaten me in this situation. Tion turned to look at the other guy, finding it incomprehensible. Why does he look so happy? What a Tion went to the dining table. The butler saw him and quickly greeted, Welcome. The noble knights were eating. Seeing John arrive, they happily invited him. Commander, are you here for a meal? Would you like to try a piece of this sausage? Another one cut him off. Idiot. Why would the count want to eat your left? Tian looked at them and thought, noble knights? What a bunch of annoying bastards. Then Tian turned to the butler. We have to leave early. Will this take much longer? The butler replied, it's been 10 minutes, so one of them seemed to lose his cool and shouted, you idiots! You should call him Marquis. After saying that, he slumped onto the table and fell asleep. The others didn't understand yet. Greta, did you get drugged or something? Then they all collapsed. The butler saw that everything was fine. Finally, I didn't expect they'd keep talking for 10 minutes even after being drugged. That would have knocked out an elephant. Tian looked at them and thought, are these guys even human? Tian didn't know if saying that made him any different from the commander of a pack of... Tian turned to thank the old butler. Thank you. It was too noisy last time, but this time I can leave in... The butler laughed. It's just because they love you too much. After thinking for a moment, Tian just denied it. The butler saw Tian off. Have a safe trip, The smallest drainage vents at the... exist solely for... The two kings secretly swore to hide the location of the border for their own safety until they decided which side to... That was the reason the knights couldn't follow him across the... Would the demon king sit idly by upon discovering the king's intention to declare? Naturally, the answer was no. Tian crossed them, thinking, it's time for me to make a decision. Feels like this life has an expiration. Suddenly, a brawl broke out in front of... Those being stabbed cried out in pain. Looking closely, Gruin was among the... Kruin thought, why is this bastard here? Is he following me? Tian thought, did he come here to see where... Tian was surprised, his face somewhat excited as he... Perfect timing. I need to kill all the witnesses anyway. A voice with a dark aura from a man holding a small sword rang out. I must kill everyone who saw this. Especially if you happen to be a subordinate of the noble. Suddenly, something flashed past very... Tian rushed forward, striking with his sword, which the opponent agilely blocked. The two blades clashed, emitting a blinding red. That person's gaze was sharp and cold, enveloping the... Tian also stared back with an overwhelming murderous... Suddenly, Tian swung his arm, immediately followed by another move. The sound of swords and the clashing of power rang out continually. Gruin also used his weapon to block every attack from that. Neither gave in, immediately lunging into a fierce battle. It was an evenly matched fight with no sign of anyone losing. It seemed everyone wanted to... At this moment, Tian suddenly panted. Glaring with a face of refusal to back down, he said, could you at least put some effort? Gruin held his sword, looking at him with a cold face. Besides anger, I also feel confused. His face contorted as a murderous aura rose. You should have hated him, just a useless and annoying younger... Gruin stood proudly and raised his voice. I don't want to be the heir or use my family name. He remembered what he had said. You should have hated me, the person who stole your... Each moment of the battle flashed through his mind like a slow-motion film in Gruin's... His eyes suddenly widened as he realized. Tian slightly gripped the small blade in his hand, moving slowly with heavy... The tip of the blade pointed straight down before stabbing hard. His eyes held no emotion. Yet you keep acting like you're trying to say... A spray of blood shot into the... Tian immediately collapsed. He looked up, the bloody blade in his... The area ahead was empty. The person had vanished. This left him speechless. He gnashed his teeth in resentment and clicked his tongue. TCH. He ran like a rat again. Damn it. What is this? It feels like I'm missing the bigger... A clenched fist slammed hard onto the table. Looking very... This person stood up abruptly, anger overflowing. Why go now? Why did Tian choose to leave right now? Right when I just bet with Cruel to see who kills him first. At the very least, I must eliminate him before the war... Duke Eulaster sighed, a smug smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Lucky bastard. Letting him slip away like this only makes me more obsessed. Feels like the world is protected, but that's clearly impossible. After all, the world is the one that brought him the cruelest. Eulaster's eyes looked grim. I hope you return soon. And when you... Outside this gloomy forest, Tian slowly approached his horse, lost in thought. The Demon King prepared a horse for me. He probably knows I'm leaving because he can track the spells I've... He stepped up. Tian looked at the bag he was wearing with doubt. Is this bag of medicine? After a while, Tian reached the edge of a cliff. He flipped the bag. The pieces of medicine inside quickly fell below, forming a... Tian was happy and amused. Just leave them. Meanwhile, the doctor who made the medicine cried in regret. No, the medicine we made tastes like coffee. We did that because you hate the taste of medicine. His inner self was completely at ease. Wow, I feel so much... Night. At this grand and tall palace, fireflies fluttered in... Tian's eyes widened. He had just arrived back. Suddenly, everyone cheered. It's Lord Tian. Long live Lord Tian. Long live Lord Tian. Amidst the shouting and cheering, he hadn't even dismounted and didn't understand. Observing these people, they cheered. Long live Lord. Looking at the emblem on them, he was quite surprised. Long live Lord. Seeing this, his jaw dropped. What the hell are they doing? Meanwhile, those people continued to cheer for Lord. At this moment, a girl with a happy, excited face approached. Welcome back. Tian was surprised. Tian walked over directly, his face pale. Wait, what is all this? Mourinho answered excitedly. It's Lord Tian. We created it by gathering everyone who respects you. Half of them are from the Demon King's camp. In this dark night, I created it in the form of a religion I heard about from Devilana. Do you like it? Hearing this, Tian was horrified. His heart screamed. Devilana. I knew it. It seems like it's grown a bit since last. He suppressed his annoyance and said, disband them immediately. The three people heard this and were shocked. What? Tian spoke loudly, waving his hands. Disband them now. Disband them forever. Mourinho, forced by his momentum, immediately turned to do it.
Disband.
Everyone disband. Forever. Everyone was reluctant. No way. Everyone disband. Lord Tian is feeling uncomfortable. Immediately, everyone ran away. In a flash, no one was left. See you next time, Lord, he panted. Just leave me alone. In another space, a young man held a stack of papers. On his shirt was a pin identical to those of the crowd earlier. Hey, you're back. Sooner than I. Tian saw the emblem. Seeing his reaction, the man immediately explained with amusement. Oh, this brooch? I got it from Mourinho. How could I miss out? Tian was so stunned he was speaking. Walked over and placed his hand on his shoulder. Hey, this man's expression looked very gloomy. Your heart rate spiked the moment you stepped into the... Did you hear anything important from the Empire? This made him very startled. He remembered interacting with someone from the tribe. You're a human, so stay behind. The other man curled his lips into a sinister... I wonder what it is. Because you can't even hide the expression on your... In the large, gloomy room, the atmosphere between the two was not good. That cowardly emperor finally made a decision. He leaned close to Tian's ear and said coldly, and you weren't planning on telling me if I didn't notice, were you? Tian could only tremble, unable to speak. Instantly, he spun the man around, his hand quickly grabbing his neck, making him scream in pain. Have you been tempted? I wonder how that emperor tempted. Tian grabbed his hand. He gradually felt the air stop flowing. He could only make a few sounds. My hands have no strength. With a sinister expression, he smirked. Aren't you worried about what'll do regarding your actions now? Meanwhile, Tian continued to call for help in vain. Is he really planning to kill me? A cold voice said, do you think your life might be in danger? Tian replied with difficulty, My Majesty, He raised his eyebrows and shouted, Are you surprised? After a struggle, he let go and clicked his tongue. TCH. It's not like I don't understand your situation. His finger pointed straight at his chest, saying happily, But you know which side you have to choose, right? Tian stood dazed, looking at him. To be honest, I don't know. Is he a talent worth fighting? His gaze shifted slightly to a revolving circle on his chest. His expression was very troubled. But I don't want to go back to my boring life as before. He raised his voice. In the demon realm, all demons except me will have to kneel before you. That means you can do whatever you... The moment Tian realized, everything you've achieved is right, he boldly opened the door. The sky outside looked cold and gloomy. And here, you don't need to worry about the sunlight anymore. It's always night here. But look at that, you can't live in the dark forever just because you're sensitive to sunlight. I won't hold you back either. If you want their land, I will invade and bring it back. You're a human. So stay. No matter what the Emperor proposes, I can propose something better to win this. Tian suddenly remembered and couldn't help but be terrified. Then he answered, No, Your Majesty. He still looked very smug. Hell run away if I push him any... He waved his hand, advising cordially, TCH. Think carefully. I don't want to throw away my toy just to gain a victory. A few days later, his inner self was irritated. Annoyed, his steps were much faster. I'm so upset I can't stay in my room anymore. So he went outside the castle for a walk. Inside the castle was within the walls of the Demon King's castle. Outside the castle was beyond the walls of the Demon King's castle. There was a village for ordinary demons and a place for warriors to... Someone furrowed their brows and shouted, Lord Tian has gone outside the castle. But, look at his... Tian didn't understand what was happening. What's wrong with them? Do they think him an... There are a few situations where you must be especially careful regarding Command Zero Tian. First is when he drinks. And second, he walked while observing. Are people avoiding me? Well, it's good not to be bothered. The person walking behind him could only sigh helplessly. It's when he wears all black. People were whispering. Today he's wearing all black. He must be very tall. Hearing this, Tion's mood was very unpleasant. Wait, black? Is it because I'm wearing all black? Do demons dislike black? Why is he here? Doesn't he normally never step out of the castle? Maybe he's looking for something to vent his anger on. He furrowed his brows in thought. I wore black to not stand out too much, but I didn't expect it to ward off demons. Hooray for black. Those people kept gossiping. I've never heard that killer laugh before. I'd rather die at the hands of the Demon King than at the hands of the other command. The person behind him was restless and worried. He's back. He must be very angry. Normally, I'd leave him alone for some peace. But the Demon King told me to watch him. He's surely seen me a lot. Even though he doesn't say anything. Looking at Tion's back walking in front. I really want to encourage him. He keeps rubbing his head like that. It's so troubling. He was cautious and frustrated. Where's that stupid doctor? This won't. He walked over and shouted. Lord Tion, can I suggest a place that will make you feel more comfortable? Tion was stunned. Hell, surely like that. That's what I thought. But in reality, Tion struck the pillar hard with his hand. Damn it. A literal hole was punched. He comforted him. Lord Tion's expression was serious. He said gloomily, Are you? Ad stood straight, saying excitedly that he could suggest a place for Lord Tion to relax. His eyes were wide, hand over his chest to prove his. He said that, but why were they standing at the training ground? Tion looked suspiciously at the two people in front of him. Ad was forcing someone to bring something that the other person didn't have the authority to. Noticing the demon still refused to leave, he threatened that he would ask for permission later and told him to take it quickly or die. The demon opposite looked extremely panicked, his face turning. I thought you just wanted to breathe some fresh air. Why are you threatening us? The demon's eyes darted around, even more panicked. He didn't even know who told him to do that. He didn't even know what that thing. Tion stood by, wanting to intervene. He needed to clarify everything before there were more misunderstandings. The atmosphere around Ad was extremely but just as Tion wanted to step in, before he could finish his sentence, his foot slipped. This was completely unexpected. He immediately fell before he could even process what was happening. Ad and the demon were startled and panicked when they saw plunged down. Dust flew everywhere. It looked the dust cleared. Tion's hand appeared, slamming into the wall and shattering it into large pieces. The little demon beside him trembled. Smoke drifted up from the crack. The little demon shrank back, trembling all over. Ad nearby called out to Tion with a shaky. On the other side, he lowered his head threateningly. Are you kidding me? His eyes slowly widened as Tion spat out a tirade. Do you think this is some fantasy story? Why are you trying to oppose me? No matter how weak my body is, there's no way I would just trip and. Tion's face turned dark with anger while Ad nearby kept calling his. Ad looked at him and spoke, despite his disappointment, but now is still not the right time to kill a demon in the castle. The Demon King would be displeased. Hearing this made him. After saying that, Ad immediately turned back to the demon and warned him, giving him one last chance after he had insulted the Lord. Ad thought it was because the demon had wasted time. Tion was startled. He said he didn't intend to, but the demon was already bowing and thanking him for the. Men in white startled the three of them, making them turn around. Ben looked around in a panic. The necklace on his neck glowed intensely, signaling that a strong signal was being transmitted. He was startled when he looked at Dian's hand and saw it was covered in blood. Dian glanced over and realized the problem. Lord Dian, your. Ad was angry that he had only just arrived despite being Dian's personal doctor. Ben angrily replied that he was working and asked Ad to be quiet, as he had come immediately when the signal went off. Ad screamed in anger. It's not just this time. You've been uncomfortable since startled Ben. What? Ben then said the signal from the ring wasn't transmitting. Ad immediately assumed the ring was broken. Throw it. Ben sat down in despair. He felt it shouldn't be thrown away since it had been replaced many times, yet the gem itself was unharmed. Hearing this, Dian was both startled and angry. Wasn't I told that was made from my blood? I didn't even know when you took my. And asked if his body felt unusual. It really caught his attention. He no longer vomited blood when Ad, standing nearby, couldn't contain his excitement. He thought fighting the main hero had finally shown some. Ben, standing beside him, denied it. He said Dian's body was currently like a ticking time bomb. Without waiting, his hands began to sew a few. Dian winced in pain and looked down, feeling exhausted. Wait. He didn't listen and continued. The signal from the stone is getting. It's related to the changes in his body. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something. His eyes widened and his hands trembled. You. Without anesthesia. Are you all right? He asked anxiously. Ad was even more shocked, shouting in worry. What? You stitched his hand without anesthesia? What are you? Ben immediately knelt in a panic. He said he had made a grave mistake. If you intend to kill me, I want Darab. It's fine. He closed his eyes and let it go. After all, he was used to the pain. Moreover, he didn't dare stop him because his expression was too terrible. Image of Ben's flushed, angry, and focused face flashed in his. The nearby guards overheard and began to gossip. They couldn't believe he suppressed the pain of being stitched up. They were baffled that he didn't punish the doctor. Ben was also worried that he was hiding his pain. They marveled at how truly merciful he. The demon from earlier returned with a bucket full of red rods. Lord Commander of the 0th Legion, I have brought them. The items you requested. Snow fireworks. He raised them with a beaming. When he mentioned that Lord Yen wanted to use fireworks to change the mood, the Demon King immediately felt helpless. Why did he need the Demon King's permission for this? How do I use them? He looked doubtfully at the white rod in his. Ad happily instructed, you just need to cut the tip. He suggested he pull it for. Firework was quickly pulled. A spark flashed from the. A streak of light shot into the night sky, spreading out to form a circular. Endless snow began to fall. He quickly realized it was snow. Ad, beside him, excitedly asked if he. Ad looked over with a joyful gaze, saying that in the human realm it happens sometimes, but the demon realm has no climate. So, he thought this would make him feel. Yen smiled and reached out his hand. Thank you, it's not bad. It's been a long time since I've seen. Two behind Ad smiled at each other, delighted by his guards were bored. The trash is falling from the sky. The other replied that it was for Lord Yen and told him to shut up and clean it. At least he's not using the red fireworks. Those are harder to clean. Before he could finish, he was cut. A burst of red fireworks exploded. There's the red one. Looks like we're working overtime again, they said. Seeing the red snow, Yen recognized it immediately. His gaze sharpened. This scent made him uncomfortable. Smells like blood, doesn't it? Ben turned back, surprised to see his mad. Kruin stepped forward and cheerfully asked if those snow fireworks helped lift his spirit. He slowly approached to confirm if they were red fireworks. Kruin happily asked if they looked real. He had added some blood. He thought it would be very useful when war broke out with humans. Kruin then asked what he thought. Horrible. Yen felt disgusted. A scene where the smell of blood made him. How revolting. The ground was covered in a layer of scattered blood. Snow gently drifted. A pair of legs, grotesquely splattered with blood, dragged across the. Yen had a pained expression. Tears flowed, and his gaze was. Yes, I think it's very useful. War is affected by weather and morale. His whole body was covered in blood. The scent of blood lingered, carrying a brilliant red that contrasted with the white of the. Yen smiled with a somewhat wicked look in his eyes. Being enveloped in such a scent could terrify the enemy. Deep down, he felt as if he had returned to that. His Majesty laughed loudly. Exactly as he thought. He had good judgment and understood tact. He placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled, praising him for being truly skilled. The surrounding scenery darkened, becoming quite. Kruin smiled and said, "Congratulations on joining my side." These words made his face darken. Feeling a bit of. He reached out his hand, wanting him to follow, leaving Yen somewhat. His Majesty always did whatever he liked. But he could do nothing except comply. Yen placed his hand in. Both quickly vanished before everyone's eyes, leaving behind a puff of white. Surroundings were pure white. He slowly opened his eyes. We're here. The sight before him surprised him. It was spark. This was truly a fairyland. The place held a hazy blue and white color, both romantic and no less dangerous. His Majesty asked excitedly, "How is it? Beautiful is." He remained dazed and didn't answer. He added, "I feel bad for the one living." A blond man stepped out. "Nonsense," he said. Elf King, patriarch of the elf clan, possessed braided golden hair and sharp eyes. Grew inside that he had come all this way just to hear complaints from the elves. The Elf King frowned and replied that he was the cause. Because of him, the elf clan had problems, which is why he had to come. Yen, standing nearby, felt confused. He thought he was being taken out for fun, but it turned out to be for. Soon, the Elf King noticed him. He wondered why he brought a human. He was completely helpless. It was. Suddenly, the wind shifted. The canopy world tree swayed gently, conveying a sense of excitement. He was confused as to why it was excited. Was someone else? Looking back at the two, that person was definitely. The Elf King's eyes narrowed as he looked close. His gaze fell upon Yen, the person the entire continent would pay attention. Under the night sky, a gentle breeze rustled the trees. Three men stood there. The Elf King, the Demon King, and Yen. Could that boy be the one the whole world was watching? Yen's handsome face showed a hint of surprise. At this moment, the Demon King stepped between Yen and the Elf King. With an angry face, he shouted, "Enough! Get straight to the point. Why are you here? You're surely not here to welcome us." The patriarch calmly replied, "You came unannounced and are behaving quite." Then, The Elf King held out his hand with a very large seed and continued. First, please take responsibility for this. The two thought to themselves, is it a seed for... The Demon King asked, what is... Patriarch replied with a displeased look. This is a seed of the world tree. When you trespassed here, you released demonic energy. Seeds that are easily affected by demonic energy have been tainted like... Hearing this, the Demon King suddenly snapped his face. Suddenly, a girl with a dazed expression appeared before the three of them. It was high and landed on the ground, looking around in utter bewilderment and asking, where is... And someone called her name. Ayin. She turned around and saw the Demon King. Her eyes immediately widened, and she exclaimed, Your Majesty the Demon King, and Lord Dian. Before Haiyan was the cold face of the Demon King. Dian, standing nearby, glanced at the Demon King and thought, I thought magic was forbidden. He uses magic quite a... Then, the Demon King pointed at the seed the Patriarch was holding and said, See if you can bring the seed he's holding back to life. Haiyan, still surprised, hastily replied, Huh? Oh yes. Yes, your Majesty. Haiyan approached and took the seed, talking to it. Oh, why is mold growing? Are you okay, little... But then, Haiyan suddenly stopped and said in horror. Seeing that, he continued to ask, well, can you bring it back to life? Haiyan turned back with a strange expression and replied, well, I can probably make it grow. But regarding it being tainted by demonic energy, I don't think I can. Elf King shook his head with a frustrated expression and shouted, I knew it. Now what do you plan to do? The world tree seeds we were tasked with guarding because we are the race that reveres it most, but now, the Demon King abruptly cut him off. Reveres? Aren't you more like the dogs of this? Hearing those words, the Patriarch couldn't help but be angry. His eyes glared as he said, what did you... The Demon King's face turned devious. He smirked and continued, does the world say anything about these dying seeds? You look so desperate, so you must not just be a dog, but a truly loyal one. Hearing him say that, the Patriarch angrily retorted, the world also respects our... Two kept arguing back and forth. The Demon King said, humph. Forget it. What would the leader of a race hated by the world know? The Patriarch said, I don't care about being liked or not. Unlike some people who have to follow the world's arrangements. Seeing them like this, Haiyan was terrified and hid behind Dian. Dian stood there witnessing the argument, then looked at Haiyan and asked silently, why are you hiding behind? Then, the Patriarch continued, nothing can be done about the seeds, so ill let it go. But why don't you deal with the demonic beasts wandering around? Those words were like a bolt from the blue to Haiyan. Hearing this, the Demon King said, we're trying our best to hunt them down. But you've isolated yourself here, so you probably did. Suddenly, Haiyan spoke up, so you don't need the seed anymore? This action made Dian incredibly shocked, thinking, in this situation, you're still asking questions. Seeing this, the Patriarch replied with a cold gaze. That made Haiyan extremely happy. Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed with joy as she replied, thank you very much. Dian thought she is quite crazy. Suddenly, Dian's gaze fell on something. He turned around to look, and behind, a girl with long, graceful turquoise hair emerged from the beautiful girl smiled at Dian. She was the Mermaid Queen, leader of the Dian wondered, a mermaid? Her tail is turning into a... Indeed, the Mermaid Queen's tail was gradually transforming into a... She slowly approached the bewildered and confused Dian. She said, it's so good to meet you again. We saw each other at the Demon King's castle. Dian recalled, it was then. Before he could say anything else, the Mermaid Queen quickly stepped forward and grabbed Dian's hand. Continuing, I really wanted to talk to you. With sparkling eyes and slightly flushed cheeks, the Mermaid Queen looked directly at Dian, making him quite flustered. He thought, but this woman, why is she looking at me like... Dian's gaze became quite suspicious as he thought, this affectionate... Dian slowly withdrew his hand from the Queen's. He pondered, not understanding why this goodwill made him feel so uncomfortable. Before he could fully withdraw his hand, the Queen quickly held it back, leaving him. She continued, not long ago I predicted a... Hearing that, the Demon King and the Patriarch listened intently. She said, it says that a new hero will appear. He will be an even greater threat than the previous. The Mermaid Queen still held Dian's hand tightly and said, that hero will decide your Majesty the Demon King. The Mermaid Queen had mentioned the demon. A new hero will appear soon? That made both Dian and the Elf King very surprised. But Haiyan didn't care in the slightest, as she was still engrossed with the seed in her. Mermaid Queen continued, it seems the world doesn't like you very much, Your Majesty. The Demon King replied coldly, that's nothing. He gave a slight smile and continued, what's wrong with being hated a little more? Besides, the future you see can always change. Mermaid Queen glanced at the Demon King and replied, perhaps so, but the future I see this time is a bit special. So, If it can change, wouldn't that be a miracle? The Elf King finally spoke up. It seems the magic ban has become useless. I told you, didn't I? The world is targeting you. Gruin just sighed and replied, do you think I ban magic because I'm afraid of heroes? I thought it would be troublesome if a hero appeared while a war was ongoing, so Dian was still lost in his thoughts. Oh, so it was to balance power. Didn't they say that the more demons use magic, the sooner the world will make a hero? Suddenly, the patriarch stepped forward and grabbed Dian's injured hand. Surprised, it seemed the hand was still quite painful, so Dian's face turned red. The patriarch continued, so you couldn't even heal your wound properly and had to use this crude. The patriarch's gaze fell on Dian's trembling, painful hand. Then the patriarch said, it seems there's no other choice. Follow me. I will heal. After that, Dian and the patriarch went to another place. Under the tree canopy, the patriarch used magic to heal. Turquoise light from the patriarch's magic slowly healed Dian's hand. Dian sat there, turning his face away and thinking, this awkward atmosphere is driving me. Every now and then, his eyes glanced at his hand being treated, thinking, first the mermaid queen, and now the elf. He looked at the patriarch and wondered, why are they suddenly being so friendly to me? When I first saw them at the Demon King's castle, I'm pretty sure they didn't like me much. But the more I look at the Elf King, suddenly, Dian blurted out, he reminds me more and more of Hearing that, the patriarch looked up and asked, what?
Yotka.
Are you talking about the commander of the First Legion of the Demon Kings? At this point, Dian was extremely flustered and thought, oops, I accidentally said it out loud. Oh no, the Elf King hates demons so much, and yet I compared him to a legion commander. Then he quickly said, I'm sorry. The patriarch wasn't angry and just replied, it's been a long time since I heard that name. Is he still doing well? Even though he was affected by the Demon King's energy, he is still a warrior of our clan. So I want to know about him. The patriarch didn't forget to remind Dian. Relax. Can't you see the wound is getting... Hearing the patriarch talk about JK made Dian incredibly surprised. What? JK, the commander of the First Legion, is from the Elf clan? How is that possible? Finally, the treatment was finished. The patriarch smiled and said, all right, the healing is done. It won't hurt anymore. Dian politely said. Suddenly, the patriarch's gaze became a bit strange as he said, looking at Dian, the patriarch continued, you probably feel my unusual kindness is a burden. Throughout the healing process, you didn't look comfortable at all. If I offered to show you around this place, you'd likely regret. Hearing that, Dian felt like someone who had been seen through completely. His face turned a bit. Dian thought, he understands me very well. The patriarch continued, but not everyone receives my goodwill. The reason behind my goodwill, because the world is focusing on you. Dian seemed to emit a mysterious, that made him incredibly surprised. His face changed slightly as he hesitantly asked, what did you... Patriarch began to continue. He spoke about the day Dian arrived. That first meeting happened very suddenly. As the leader of the Elf King's eyes narrowed. The world was expecting something from this, but as time goes by, I have more questions and doubts. What is so special about this? The image of Dian that day appeared in the patriarch's mind. Red eyes? They can't stand the light, so those eyes will only become a weakness. Other than that, he has a small body and nothing special. Is it true that the one standing before me is being noticed by the world? I thought so. Here. The patriarch suddenly stood up and continued. You are unusually lucky, aren't you? That made Dian suspicious, but he still replied, not necessarily. The patriarch said, the records about Dian that I found through research are truly astonishing. To the point that I can't believe. Suddenly, the patriarch grabbed Dian's collar, leaving him dazed and confused. A human who has gone through countless dangers between the demon realm and the human realm and still survived. It's a lot. And the patriarch pulled Dian close and said, think carefully. For example, a situation where you should have died but survived. Or a situation where you should have suffered a permanent injury. But in the end, your wound was light enough to be. The world usually doesn't interfere in the flow of things, yet it is protecting his life. Seeing the patriarch like this, Dian was stunned. His eyes wide as he looked. Dian slowly recalled memories. For example, a sudden burst of great power or enduring a heavy attack without any. Dian, with his small body, had once defeated a giant. He had gone through many dangers on the brink of life and death. Doesn't your body automatically perform actions beneficial to yourself every time your life is... Memories flooded Dian's mind. Back then, Dian was like a different person, easily fighting enemies, even with a strange smile on his... Patriarch continued, but when checking if your body has recovered, no changes can be found. Dian's face was completely taken aback by the patriarch's... Dian remembered. The blue-haired guy had once told him, Lord Dian's body is still like a ticking bomb. It's as if something inside your body is constantly... Patriarch frowned and continued, what I mean is, The reason you can live until now is thanks to the world's blessing. Dian was incredibly shocked and asked, but the patriarch's gaze was fixed on Dian. A body supported by the world. This isn't support to make the body strong or vigorous. This support and transformation help him better receive the forces of this world. The hero about to appear will be an even greater threat than the one before. That hero will decide Lord Dian's fate. It dawned on Dian as he thought, oh, finally I understand. What does the world want? In the recent past, there was a hero who, even in death, worried for his companions. That hero prayed, "O world, please," and then the world answered the hero who sacrificed his entire soul for his. The world replied, "You don't need to worry. I've been watching him for a long time." Perhaps it was Dian who the world was noticing. His whole body seemed to carry a magnificent. The Elf King looked at Dian and said, "The world's will is very firm. The next hero is you." The Elf King shouted loudly to boost everyone's morale. They may be many, but they are not strong.
Don't flash.
Why did the monsters suddenly rush in when everything was peaceful? Standing and watching the battle like this, Hien, holding the world tree seed, looked at Dian and asked, "Don't you need to go there and fight, Lord?" Stood with his arms crossed, watching. His eyes were indifferent, and his eyebrows were slightly raised. "I don't think I need to go there personally." In his heart, he thought, are these monsters? The Demon King and the leaders of the races are all here. Why would they rush in at a time like this? They can't even start a. My conversation with the Elf King was interrupted by them. Suddenly, Dian remembered what the Elf King had said to him. Because the world is focused on. He pondered those words. What did they mean? Suddenly, a voice spoke up, pulling Dian out of his thoughts. "So you mean the reason those monsters lost their survival instinct is because of what's inside this?" The Elf King spoke while holding the medicine packets that Dian had thrown away earlier, thinking and researching. The fairies fighting the monsters also agreed that they were becoming increasingly terrible. Something happened after they ate the strange brown liquid inside this bag. The fairies pointed at those brownish bags. Dian's eyes looked at the strange bags. That looks familiar. Wait, that's. Only now did Dian realize those bags were. Merfolk looked at those bags intently. What was the purpose of the person who spread this strange brown liquid? It smells like coffee. Could it be? Could it be humans or demons that. The Elf King also found it strange. No, humans still don't know of our existence. And the Demon King is someone who likes to use power to solve everything, not these cheap tricks. So the only possibility is the only human who can freely enter and exit this place. Hearing that, everyone simultaneously looked at where Dian was standing, but he was no longer. Seeing this, Hien excitedly said he acted like he wasn't interested, yet he actually wants to fight. The Elf King didn't understand. Turning his head back and forth following Hien's gaze, he saw Dian fighting that giant monster. The Elf King thought deeply. Since when did he? The merfolk rested her chin on her hand and asked the Elf King. Perhaps he isn't human, right? The Elf King frowned. It's possible. If he were the one who planned all this, he wouldn't be fighting like that. Seeing this, the Mermaid Queen said, "I feel guilty for doubting him too." As for Dian, from the moment he realized those were the medicine packets he had thrown away, he quickly went to fight the monsters out of. "Aren't those the medicine packets I threw?" Recalled the memory from that. Dian's face beamed. "Just throw them away." After he threw them, Ben wailed in agony. "No. Those are the medicine packets I poured all my heart and soul into." Turning to reality, Dian's face began to show fear. He pondered in confusion, why did the monsters eat those? And why did they get stronger after eating them? I feel so guilty. I have to fight them. Since things turned out like this, I want to give them a chance to talk. While fighting vigorously, a hand was placed on Dian's shoulder, stopping him. It was the Demon King. He called out, "Dian, never mind. Well, talk." Hearing these words, Dian thought he probably knew something. His face went cold as he thought. The Demon King stood in front of him and reached out, telling Dian to step. "We must end this quickly and head." Everyone backed away from the monster. He gathered all his power in his hand into a purple. He threw it at the monsters, creating a massive explosion that killed them all. Not a single one survived. Dian stood behind in fear, with just one. After it was over, he turned back with a sinister smile and a darkened face. "Shall we head back at the camp?" The Demon King stood with one hand on his hip and the other scratching his head. "Wow. How long has it been since I last let my guard down like this?" Dian stood behind, looking like he'd lost his soul. "I'm sorry." It wasn't anything strange. It was medicine to help me recover. Hearing this, he was startled, his eyes darkening. That was medicine and not something dangerous. Who was the one who made that? Was it that alchemy guy? Let me go and scold him. Dian thought to himself, the royal doctor will faint if he hears you say. Demon King continued to ask Dian, "But why did you throw it away?" Dian put his hands behind his back and said, "I tried it and didn't see any effect. But in reality, Dien thought, I threw it away because it tasted horrible. Actually, he really wanted to help Dien. I want to help. No, I really want to help Dien. With that medicine. Although it seems it didn't reach him. Then he turned to Dien and said, TCH, since you didn't do it on purpose, you. Dien was surprised. More surprising was hearing him say, this time you don't need to attend the meeting with the commanders. Dealing with those monsters must have exhausted you. Just go and. Dien couldn't believe it. His face flushed slightly. I don't have to go? Really? But there's no way that's. Wasn't he still at this meeting? Commander of the 11th Legion, Rinanel, saw him and her eyes lit up. Lord Dien, you're here. Commander of the 1st Legion, JK, crossed his arms and said coldly, I heard you were resting after dealing with those monsters. You are quite diligent. Commander of the 5th Legion. Yahello seemed to be mocking Dien. You always say these meetings are troublesome. Why are you still attending? Or are you as she was speaking, a hand quickly covered her mouth. Lady Yahello, this isn't the place for such words. Her mouth was covered, but she still mumbled a few more things. The one covering her mouth was Daravan, deputy commander of the 5th. Dien was thinking angrily, these guys, they know. Seeing this, Gruin looked at Dien and teased. I told you that you could rest. Dien pulled out a chair and sat down. It's fine. He thought in his head. Do you guys have any idea what would happen if I actually rested? It's like these people have never worked at a company, but if I don't come, who knows what he would do to me? I'm a survivor with the ability to judge situations. Without it, the Demon King looked at Dien and smiled suggestively, as if he had achieved his goal. He rested his chin on his hand. It seems he already knows my true intention. To minimize the possibility of information leaking out, if he doesn't come voluntarily, it won't violate any principles. TCH. If he returns without any information, he will be suspected by the Emperor. Dien thought to himself, it'll just kill some time here. Commander of the 2nd Legion, de Valin looked at Dien and saw him playing with a cube. Surprised. Lord Dien is playing with a. It seems he is very interested in this thing. Adelia, commander of the 4th Legion, thought he looked very confused. Because this is a war against his own kind. That's right. Occasionally he will attend the meeting, listening to them talk while playing with a Rubik's. Demon King smiled after settling the meeting. Then, shall we begin the meeting? You all can guess the purpose of this meeting. Hearing that, Assel, commander of the 3rd Legion, exclaimed, the real war has finally begun? We've always aimed for human territory, so we've been prepared, but from the Emperor's perspective, this will be a. Observing Dien, everyone assumed that if he agreed, the Rubik's Cube would move more smoothly. If not, the Rubik's Cube would move very forcefully. And the best result would still be the Rubik's Cube being complete. Rinanel didn't quite understand. She wondered, why is he doing something so stupid? If he just protected the border and fought occasionally, his rule over the throne would be more stable. Hearing that, the Demon King smiled. You really don't understand? The Emperor wants to. Hearing this, Dien stopped he paused for a beat in disbelief, his pupils dilating. What? He continued, the Emperor? That stubborn. He felt very guilty for killing his younger. Guilt overwhelmed even his sense of responsibility. But he cannot die even if he wants, because he has responsibility. The choice of an emperor cannot be to choose death. That is why he chose. It captures demon territory. Then, conversely, if he dies in battle, he can fake it as though he did his. He is pitiful but also because he has sacrificed so many lives and a war just for a trivial reason. Isn't that? As the Demon King spoke, he suddenly stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and continued, we have no other choice. If he wants to die, then just kill. He had a wicked smile, as if he had grasped his opponent's weakness. He thought to himself, but strangely I can understand him. As a leader who has lived a very long time, I'm not sure about other issues, but living only because he can't die is something I find very familiar. It makes me jealous because he has an enemy who can kill. Cutting off his thoughts, he continued, think simply. This is a confrontation you haven't had in a long time. Just consider this battle as a way to stretch your muscles. Enjoy your. Humans will start attacking when you go on missions. Because the Emperor cannot act easily while Dien is still. Assel angrily slammed his hand on the table. What? So they will aim for the time when our strongest weapon isn't here to attack. The guy next to him crossed his arms and nodded. Humans are indeed deep. At this point he smiled triumphantly. He thought that although the Emperor's actions could be seen as abandoning Dien, since this was quite interesting, he'd just leave. It was unusually quick. Everyone looked at the Rubik's Cube in Dien's. It had been solved. Lord Dien probably thinks this is the best. From now on, there's no turning. No one said a word to each other. Dien, with sharp eyes, spoke up. I will go on my mission immediately after this meeting. The fateful battle between the demon realm and the human realm. Is that all you want to report? Yes, your majesty. That Dian bowed respectfully to the emperor. So that means only 5 legions from the demon realm will participate. The emperor calculated.
Jeden Stary Testament Legion, Commander J.
3rd Legion, Commander 7th Legion, Commander 6th Legion, Commander 9th Legion, Commander Lack. The emperor sneered. He mockingly said, bringing their whole army wouldn't be enough, yet they only send 5 teams. To go against an entire empire with such sloppy preparation. It's quite a surprise. Clearly, they should have understood the situation before underestimating. The emperor, his face full of menace, spoke a threatening sentence. Then I will have to make them. Dian was terrified, breaking into a sweat at the emperor's terrifying expression. He thought he was scary. But suddenly the emperor spoke. Dian answered quickly. The emperor said it was nothing and let Dian go back to rest. He began to calculate. I don't need to force him for an answer yet. The demon king probably thinks I won't be able to hold out and is waiting for me to put pressure on Dian. Things won't go according to your plan, demon. He was interrupted by a Your Majesty! Chancellor! Chancellor panted. Both panicked and saying, the demon realm has started it. Both Dian and his majesty were shocked at the announcement. The emperor rushed outside to see the state of affairs. He flung the door open. His gaze became uglier than. This is a message from the demon realm. The commander of the 1st Legion said while on a video. The emperor muttered. AK calmly announced to the empire, from the perspective of the demon realm, where we value peace and balance, we consider the emperor's rule over an entire continent to be an act that has gone too far and has become a formidable threat. To protect the human realm from disintegrating due to the empire's actions, I declare that we will oppose the emperor. His Majesty angrily ordered the Prime Minister to quickly summon the royal mages. The Prime Minister nodded and hurriedly that. What are they doing? This is an order from the Demon King. Also, valuing peace and balance doesn't sound pleasant at all. The commander of the 1st Legion continued, since peace and balance are our goals. As long as the Empire promises not to take any more excessive actions, we will consider withdrawing. It was unexpected that they would contact them directly like. The commoners also seemed suspicious. What does this mean? Does the demon realm want to start a war? Then why does the Emperor want to start a war? Their hearts were filled with insecurity and, I've heard enough of your barking. His Majesty finally spoke up before the people. He crossed his arms and calmly replied. An emperor is an The people clamored and shouted. The whole world already knows of your cruelty. Why are you still telling such? And according to the records in the palace, the demon realm has always coveted the places where the light. He looked at the wizard and continued his words. I didn't expect him to be able to interfere with their magic so quickly. Is this the skill of a royal mage? Dian thought while praising the power of the royal wizard. The emperor, with an angry face, questioned, or is it something else? You demons are always eyeing our human realm. Why should I believe a demon's word? Within his words was also a hint of a threat. Why don't you pretend you were fooled and if you think we won't keep our word, it's not too late to act. The demon king came forward to refute the emperor's words. The commander of the 1st Legion was surprised by the appearance of the demon. He smiled friendly in exchange for a somewhat abrupt. Among them, the people were buzzing with talk, quite surprised by the demon king's appearance. Is that the demon king? I thought he would look like a monster, but he looks more normal than I thought. Demons are probably not as scary as rumored. I believe the demon king. What are you saying? He's our. For everyone, the demon king continued, isn't sacrificing your people just because you are too greedy? War is not child's play. Like a threat sent to his majesty. The duke also had to stand and watch tensely. His majesty's firm assertion rang. The matter of selling the future for temporary peace, or taking advantage of the empire standing on the brink and using it to protect the future. The emperor replied to the threat directly and decisively, which made even the demon king surprised. The commoners shouted in support of his majesty. That's right, we must protect the future. It might be hard for us, but it's for the bright future of our descendants. The revolutionary army also had to stand and watch the situation inside. Neo told the heir that currently there were only small-scale battles to test the opponent's strength. Days passed like a ticking time bomb, not knowing when a fierce war would break out. Finally settled down a bit. Dian complained about this war. After that tense beginning, acting as the commander of the 0th Legion of the Demon Realm and the 3rd hero of the Human Realm, he had to go back and forth between the two factions to the point of exhaustion, and Dian recalled what he had to endure from Legion 0, filled with the imposing aura of an imperial hero. He is nothing to us. Clear the way for the commander of Legion 0. On the other side, the imperial army he commanded said, Commander of Legion 0, shall we go deal with him? Dian cursed inwardly. Damn it. Both of those people are me. He worried about his future. When will this life finally end? I thought I had already died from exhaustion. You commanded very well this time. You've worked hard. The The Demon King and Dian met through a glowing purple magic stone. Dian sent his report to the demon. Thank you, your majesty. I will send the battle report to my subordinates. He thought to himself that he didn't even remember the details of the battle anymore. But surviving was an Demon King pressed Dian further. His voice didn't sound very good. Was he feeling guilty for those who had died? Dian was startled, thinking, what is he talking? The Demon King continued, you are my sword. A sword feels no guilt. I will bear the guilty and painful memories of the war. You only need to follow my orders. Dian panicked at his words. He thought the king would comfort him. But he was wrong as if that man would ever offer comfort. The Demon King continued, that is why you should start preparing to break free from those bonds. He only wanted to pressure Dian into deciding which side to stand on. Dian cursed the evil Demon King in his heart. Everything was starting to go too far. The demon realm, the human realm, all of it. He thought as he walked, damn it, what did I do wrong? I just want to live quietly. What war? They should have just fought each. Dian walked aimlessly, and at that moment, a blue light flashed in his. Immediately, he changed his attitude to a sweet, obedient one for the Demon King within a split second. The Demon King asked if he had rested. He could only reply obediently, thinking he was just a bastard chasing power. At that moment, Dian's face was filled with melancholy and the Demon King apologized for placing so many burdens on him, but still requested Dian to handle the monsters for him. To the west? Isn't that the front line? Dian replied quickly, yes. That position is very important, so I think you are the best person for the job. The Demon King of Dian remained silent, forcing the Demon King to tactfully reassure him. I will send a few people to draw attention if you don't like being in the spot. Dian thought to himself, I understand the Demon King has been quite sensitive lately. But regardless, I have to complete that dangerous mission. The Demon King said he didn't need to go far anymore, as the monsters had already. A group of ferocious monsters approached him. Dian was confused and didn't understand what was happening, but he had to prepare himself to scene shifts to crew. He asked if there was no work today, and said the postponed bet would now continue upon Dian's. The person standing beside crew spoke up. Despite many raids and poisoning attempts, he handled everything himself. He acted as if he didn't notice me and handled several cases as if he were carefully weighing the situation. Crew spoke calmly, he is a hero after all. Naturally, the Duke won't give up after failing a few times. He thought for a moment and then continued. Protect Dian until you receive orders from me. Be careful of the danger and keep an eye. Crew reflected that, after all, there were others in the Assassin Guild who had received orders to kill. One person pays to kill while another pays to protect. I don't know what I did to get stuck in a situation like this, Crew thought while looking through doc. The person who had just received orders from Hero Crew began to feel tense, worrying about Dian's safety upon remembering that today was the day he went out. He hoped his subordinates would ensure Dian's safety. Meanwhile, his subordinate was near Dian while Dian was panicking because there were too many magic. Struggling and not knowing how to handle it, the subordinate wondered, is that guy not? Why is he just standing there with a murderous expression, muttering that hell handle everything? Hands moved swiftly to grab the hilt of a. Without a word, Nemesius swung his sword close to the Crown Prince's hand. But with his sharp reflexes, the Crown Prince immediately responded by drawing his sharp knife to. Directing a cold gaze at Nemesius, the Crown Prince growled. What is? Nemesius quickly explained. Forgive me for swinging a sword before you, your majesty. But those insects were aiming for your wrist, not the back of your hand. The Crown Prince's hands, covered in scars and wrapped in bandages, appeared truly pitiful and the Crown Prince held his head and laughed it off, exclaiming, keeping it conscious is truly difficult. He then sheathed his sword at his hip. Nemesius asked in a low voice, do you want me to call the royal physician, your majesty? The Crown Prince was drifting into his own He thought silently, it's strange. This is too blatant. I sense a strange malice here. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The Crown Prince felt as if someone's hand was strangling him. Once again he fell into deep thought. Since it's just an illusion caused by my imagination. Thinking this, the Crown Prince suddenly blurted out, quietly call a priest here immediately. Nemesius was stunned by the Crown Prince's decision. It seemed he couldn't believe what he had just heard and tried to ask again, you intend to call a priest instead of the royal Crown Prince replied calmly as if nothing were wrong. Yes. And there are rumors that the fighting styles of the Demon's Zero Legion commander and the Empire's hero, Dian, are very similar. As always, handle this quiet. Suddenly, a deep purple crystal on the Crown Prince's desk emitted a blinding light, breaking the tense atmosphere. Seeing it glow like that, no one said a word. Both the Crown Prince and Nemesius shared the same thought. A communication. Immediately, the Crown Prince grabbed the fast as a flash. The Crown Prince rushed out the door but didn't forget to grip the crystal tightly, hastily announcing, I need to go somewhere. so postpone the meeting with the priest until I return. Nemesius wondered to himself, but is it true that Dian and the Zero Legion commander really have nothing to do with it? Scene shifts to the battlefield. The destructive power of a certain hero's attack had forced that terrifying demon to collapse. A bloody scene unfolded. Dian still gripped his blood-stained knife, which he had just used to take down that demon. He was so exhausted that he collapsed, gasping for breath. Perhaps the battle with that demon had consumed much of his. Before he could regain his composure, Dian heard strange sounds echoing from sitting on the trophy of his kill. Dian exclaimed in horror, "Strange. Usually they would be terrified and run away after seeing me defeat one like." The allies of that demon arrived in droves, appearing right before Dian. He thought in confusion, are these monsters so hungry they've lost their sense? The monsters roared and screamed, filling the air. This chaotic scene was enough to make anyone shudder in disgust. Dian was still lost in thought when the monsters on this side aimed directly at him and charged. Dian feared nothing and did not hesitate to charge straight back. With two sharp knives in his hands and eyes burning like sparks, he wondered in his mind, could it be that I look like easy? That thought, Dian shouted angrily, I won't allow it. I won't let you look down on me. As he spoke, his entire body erupted in a flame of hatred. Dian wanted to teach these ignorant monsters a lesson they deserved. Swiftly, with all his suppressed emotions and mental strain, Dian unleashed the power stored within. One by one, the monsters fell before his destructive power. In his heart, Dian encouraged himself, everything else is still. A group of monsters was suddenly attacked. They were heavily injured, blood splattered everywhere, but it seemed that wasn't enough to take them. One monster in the group tried to fight back by swinging its fist at Dian. With his sharp eyes and observation, Dian immediately defended against the monster's counterattack. He continued to reassure himself, even if this weak body takes on anything else, nothing will change. It seemed Dian's small frame couldn't withstand the punch of those large, strong monsters. He was immediately sent flying into the... Despite that, he didn't stop encouraging himself. However, I certainly won't let anyone look down on me. Thinking this, Dian declared fiercely, it's been a long time since someone made me this. Those silent words of self-encouragement made Dian feel as if he were being reborn. He firmly gripped his combat weapon. Regaining his confidence, Dian was filled with fighting spirit, gathering momentum to counterattack the monsters. Things didn't seem to go as planned. Dian's body was covered in wounds. Blood flowed out, staining his clothes. He began to lose consciousness, whispering, my wrist is broken. My legs hurt. Every muscle in my body is... Although his body was covered in scars, something was driving Dian to move forward. He realized in surprise, but I can't... Surging forward to kill a monster, Dian affirmed firmly, not yet. He was trapped in his thoughts, certain that, because if I stop, I will... Appearing in the eyes of those monsters was a Dian filled with resentment. His aura was burning through his eyes. This immense power could slaughter anyone who approached him. The monsters couldn't move before Dian's murderous intent. Roars and screams echoed through the space. Dian declared emphatically, I will kill you. Blood poured down on the battle. Dian turned his back on the monsters. The cloak he wore looked pitifully tattered. Dian reasoned seriously, the monsters following from behind stopped long. His hands were bloody from the monster's scratches. His face was scarred with streaks of blood from the battle. Dian noted silently, oh, so their claws were poisoned. The remaining monsters still glared at him with greed. Their glowing eyes showed how great their hunger and ambition. Dian glared back at them, his sharp knife still ready. He affirmed, since it's poisoned, I have to cut it before it spreads. Now, shall we finish the... The monsters on this side still stared at Dian with confusion. Dian noted, no matter what species they are, they will know who Dian is. At that moment, the monsters charged simultaneously, but Dian made no move. He stood still as a statue, head bowed, without saying a... Suddenly, Dian's entire body collapsed into a pool of blood on the battlefield. He lay face down on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of the monsters. Blood flowed everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. His body was drained of vitality, but Dian's mind was still quite clear. He tried to reassure himself, I have to get out of here. His eyes were still wide open, but it seemed that fighting an entire horde of monsters alone had consumed too much of his energy. Dian was exhausted. He groaned. It hurts so much, I won't be able to move. Dian pulled himself together. Quickly forget the fear of those stupid monsters. With last bit of strength, Dian difficultly held the communication crystal and struggled to say, Demon King, I need help on the northern front. After speaking, Dian fainted, a warning still echoing in his head. They will come back here to find... In Dian's mind, a voice kept urging him, I must wake up. A dreamlike state appeared in his mind. The surroundings were harmonious and bright, giving him a sense of relaxation and comfort. Someone's hand gently rested on his head and softly said, Dian. It felt as if Dian's entire body was relaxed and healed like never alone. When that person appeared, he no longer felt heavy and stiff as before. Dian exclaimed, so the scenery before him was strangely peaceful, bringing a sense of ultimate comfort. That person spoke again in a sweet, melodic voice as if lullabying him into a deep sleep. It's time to. Under the lush green canopy, sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves. A gentle, young boy stepped forward to encourage and comfort Dian, treating him softly. This made Dian instinctively wonder. The peace didn't last long. At that moment, the boy gripped Dian's shoulder tightly and said urgently, Dian, wake up. Dian was too shocked by such a sudden turn of events. He widened his eyes and stammered. The boy's deep eyes burned with an indescribable power. His face was contorting, but he continued to urge Dian, open your eyes. At that exact moment, Dian snapped his eyes open. He seemed unable to recover from that mysterious. Consciousness was still floating in the clouds. The roaring of the monsters still echoed in his ears. Dian unconsciously wondered, what was that? Looking around, the monsters had already closed in. Dian still lay motionless, his body no longer flexible enough to move. One by one, they drew closer to him. Dian's mind was blank, as if he were extremely puzzled and confused by this situation. He cried out in horror, monsters? What's going on? I remember I was fighting those monsters, following the Demon King's orders, but when did I? Monsters were extremely aggressive, swinging their arms to strike. Their strikes drew closer to Dian. With no way to retreat, Dian took a risk and could only raise his hands to cover his head. But in his heart, he couldn't help but feel terrified and instinctively cursed. Damn it, too late to. But surprisingly, the Crown Prince appeared out of nowhere, swinging his sword to kill the monsters and saving Dian from the hands of. Dian was extremely surprised by the Crown Prince's sudden appearance. A series of question marks appeared in his head as he blurted out, Your Majesty? Not yet over the shock, Dian blurted out a question. Why are you here? Without asking for the Empire's halo. As he finished the sentence, Dian realized in panic, what is this? Why is my body like this? Have I really fought to this extent? A chunk of my right hand is. After dealing with the monsters, the Crown Prince finally turned to answer Dian's question. It seems you mistook the communication device for a communication stone. Is it okay for a spy to be this full of holes? The Crown Prince mocked Dian's mistake. The communication device was used in the human realm, while the communication stone was a tool used in the demon. Before he could recover from one shock, Dian had to face another. He exclaimed in shock, I made contact? Then 1,000 questions arose in his head. Did I accidentally contact the Emperor while I was unconscious? Crown Prince suddenly spoke. I'm speechless too. But what can I do? Since my talent is asking for my help, I had to come personally. I couldn't just send anyone because this involves the Demon King. The Crown Prince's answer made Dian freeze to the point of silence. Looking at Dian with a probing eye, the Crown Prince smiled craftily and said, Still, thanks to that, I finally get to meet the commander of Legion Zero, Dian, for the first. Those words made Dian freeze for a moment. He clutched his wound, incredibly surprised. His eyes gradually became terrifying as he glared at the Crown Prince walking. The Crown Prince laughed triumphantly, haha. No need to worry. I don't intend to do anything yet. Dian thought to himself, damn it, so terrifying. Why has my life turned out like this? I'm going. Crown Prince said softly, I'll leave clean clothes and medicine here. Take care of yourself. When I return, I'll send a knight, as it seems you can't even. Dian exhaled and said sincerely, Thank you very much. He sat on the pile of blood, head bowed, thinking, how lucky. I really can't stand up and. Mounting his horse, the Crown Prince suggested, and since you followed the Demon King's order this time, you must follow mine next time. I will call for you. Leaning against the tree trunk, Dian bandaged his own wounds and thought, whether it's the Demon King or the Emperor, they all just want to use me for their own purpose. His hands were still busy bandaging the wounds as Dian smiled bitterly and told himself, whatever. This isn't my first race. I just want to return quickly so I can treat my wounds and rest. When will the... Before he could finish his sentence, a doctor appeared in the distance, carrying a medical kit. In a panic, she cried out in horror, Lord Dian. Dian was also surprised by her sudden appearance. He thought, wait, this is the demon realm. Immediately, Dian questioned, why are you here? Ben didn't think twice and immediately replied, I received a signal from the necklace, so I was worried and escaped secretly. Why are you so badly injured? Did you kill all those monsters by yourself? Dian quickly explained, no, it's probably because of His Majesty. No, someone is coming here soon. So before we get caught. Before he could finish, the guard sent by the Crown Prince appeared from afar and respectfully said, Greetings, Marquis Dian. I am here to escort you by His Majesty's. The guard was stunned to see the scene before him. In Dian's mind, a thought flashed, where Ben, who was rejoicing after the long separation, also stood frozen. Dian silently blamed. Why did you have to cause trouble at a time like? Guard saw a stranger and drew his sword in defense, saying hesitantly, Are you? Both Dian and Ben turned pale with fear. He painfully realized how difficult this situation was and gasped. Where Dian and Ben were resting in the forest when they were suddenly discovered. They looked at each other warily, thinking, We're caught. What should we do? The person who caught them was the guard. He pointed his sword at Dian and Ben and shouted loudly, Foul demon, get away from the Marquis immediately. Dian already had a small sword in his hand. He carefully considered, thinking, Should I kill him? If I explain, His Majesty will surely understand my action of killing him. Suddenly, having reached a decision, Dian acted. He quickly grabbed Ben's collar and pinned him to a tree with the sword, right next to his. Ben couldn't react in time and was terrified. Ben then continued to think, with my body in this state, I must avoid fighting. Then, he whispered to Ben in a voice only the two of them could hear, Push me. And hearing that, Ben called back softly and respectfully, Lord Dian. But the guard spoke up in concern, Marquis, are you? Ben was placed in an extremely difficult situation. It took him a lot of effort to decide what to do. Then Ben called forcefully and pushed Dian. Ben was pushed hard and groaned in pain. Taking the chance, Ben ran. Now only Dian and the guard were left in the forest. The guard saw Ben running away and shouted loudly, Stop. And so, with his loyalty, the guard said urgently, I will pursue. However, he had only run a few steps when Dian, behind him, coughed up blood. Seeing that, the guard asked in fear, Marquis, you all right? You're vomiting so much blood. Dian replied softly to reassure him. Actually, it was just an act. Dian wasn't that weak. He thought, luckily I caught his attention. Phew, acting is painful too. Good thing His Majesty gave me some pain. However, the guard thought otherwise. He truly believed Dian was seriously injured. His wounds are more severe than what I was told. Besides that demon just now, there are 10 monster corpses around here. To think he went on a mission alone like this. How much responsibility must he be carrying? The guard worriedly told Dian, Sir, I have prepared a carriage on the nearby road. I will surely escort you there. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard carried Dian on his back with a very hasty expression. His face looked as if he were about to cry. While carrying Dian, the guard thought he can't possibly be angry, because he chased after the demon himself instead of taking care of him. After being carried on the guard's back, Dian was quite surprised. He saw the guy running too fast and tried to stop him. Wait. How? His words weren't very effective because the guy was still lost in his own thoughts and worries. The guard thought as he ran, I must take care of his wounds first, even if on the other side, Ben was trying to escape. As he ran, Ben thought about what had just happened. This is the first time I've seen the magic tool react so strong. Even sneaked out knowing Lord Dian's condition was that bad. But instead of being helpful, I became Ben even blamed himself, realizing that based on the situation, Lord Dian was acting as a spy disguised as a marquis in the human realm. But I almost revealed his identity. I know it was an order, but pushing him like that, I always escape thanks to Lord Dian. But if he were caught, how big of a deal would that be? I should have accepted my fate if he had killed me there. But he found a way for me to. I am always being helped by. Back to Dian, he was lying on the guard's back. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was extremely comfortable. Finally, he was returning. When the guard carried Dian to the carriage, another guard was already standing there. Seeing the two of them return, the other guard was both surprised and panicked, crying out. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, 3 people were talking. His Majesty spoke thoughtfully, yet with a very serious tone. So, you're saying I'm. The little girl respectfully replied, yes. Nemesius was furious when he heard that. He shouted loudly, how insolent! How dare you! However, His Majesty calmly said, it's fine. After Nemesius, hearing that, was furious. He shouted, insolence! How dare you! However, His Majesty calmly said, it's fine. Then, she proved her innocence, saying, I can handle that. The karma and hatred you are enduring, Your Majesty, are so great that I want to ask why you can still maintain your sanity until. His Majesty didn't find it difficult at all. He stroked his chin and smirked, replying with an arrogant tone, it's probably not surprising. Forget about that. Tell me the details of the. The little girl continued to talk about the spiritual matter. Your Majesty, there is an evil spirit making your mind chaotic and draining your life. It's a curse used to destroy a target. An evil spirit needs a death. However, it seems you have been cursed for a year already. Why didn't you know? Although its effect has weakened lately. Nemesius, hearing that, was extremely worried and frightened. He shouted, "A year? How could your majesty?" Unlike Nemesius' anxious mood, his majesty took a sip of his drink and replied calmly, "It's nothing big. Don't make a—" Then his majesty said to the girl, "One person killing another to kill me instead is not something worth mentioning." The little girl heard that, bit her thumb, and thought, a curse based on karma. A normal person would have gone crazy by now. The culprit probably didn't expect such strong willpower. Thinking so, the girl slammed her hand on the table and made a decision. "I will burn this talisman to temporarily suppress the evil." While burning the talisman, she spoke up, "Everything will become a bit easier once the talisman is—" Right at that moment, a guard ran in to report, "Your Majesty, Marquis Dien has returned." Dien quickly ran into the room and respectfully greeted his majesty. "May glory come to the I was informed that your majesty summoned me." As Dien entered the room, the little girl glanced. She saw the darkness emanating from him. The little girl was extremely shocked. She covered her mouth and stammered, Three of them, Dien, Nemesius, and his majesty, were all quite surprised to hear that. They all turned to look at the girl. Seeing that, she ran out of the room as fast as Dien didn't understand what was going on and wondered, why did she run after looking? His majesty didn't find it strange either. He gently enjoyed his tea and said with a laugh, "You must have a lot of hatred, don't you?" Dien replied, "Yes." His majesty saw that and said softly, "No." The crown prince's mind suddenly flashed back to an old memory. The crown prince reminded him of the past. "I've said it before, I have something I need your help with." Then, in the crown prince's imagination, the words appeared, "And since you followed the demon king's order this time, it's my turn." Dien went silent immediately after that reminder and bowed his head. He thought anxiously and restlessly, damn it, he's been quite quiet lately. I thought he had forgotten." Gently setting down the teacup, the crown prince said casually, "By now you should have fully recovered." Sitting on the sofa with crossed arms, the crown prince expressed indifferently, "There are rumors among the soldiers that you are the commander of Legion Zero. You will need to prove that you stand on humanity's side once again." Dien froze upon hearing that. After a long while he unconsciously blurted out, "A cold wind blew through the mountain range. A base concentrating a series of the most elite soldiers was gathered." Dien stood on the observation deck looking around and sighed. He leaned his hand on the railing and thought dejectedly, "In the end, I'm out on the battlefield." Stigma appeared out of nowhere and asked, "So you're here?" Dien respectfully bowed and greeted Stigma. "Long time no see, senior." Stigma also friendly patted Dien's head and said with a happy smile, "I heard you were coming. I guess you arrived while I was out." Stigma rested his hand on his chin, thinking, and said solemnly, "To keep two heroes in one place while energy is lacking. This place must be a very important strategic." Dien was extremely uncomfortable, thinking to himself, "I don't like being here. I just want to go do difficult things like killing monsters. That's not easy for me either." Suddenly, someone's voice rang out from somewhere. "What? How?" It broke Dien's train of thought. He vaguely guessed this voice. Those mad dogs of my... Thinking this, he looked down and saw a crowd of soldiers gathering in one place, apparently arguing about... Two soldiers rushed into a verbal battle. The blonde young man smirked and said, "Hey, if you're a candidate for a future hero position, you should act accordingly." That black-haired young man shouted angrily, "You started it first, you arrogant knights." The blonde young man wouldn't back down and mocked, "You arrogant female knights started it." Again, standing on the observation deck, was so frustrated he cursed. These mad dogs are causing trouble again while Lien is out. Thinking this, Lien's words echoed in his mind. "I will go talk to the captain of the Royal Knights to cooperate better." Dien, his face turning purple with anger, shouted loudly. Suddenly, Lien appeared out of nowhere to stop those two soldiers and shouted, "Hey, stop it now." Before Dien could speak up to advise them, someone had already done it for him. Dien thought, Lien, that bastard. Finally he's acting like a vice-captain." The blonde soldier couldn't control his emotions and shouted impulsively, "Hey, Milan, whose side are you on? They're the ones who looked down on us first." Hearing him say that, Milan thought, "Do you think you're the center of the universe because you're a hero candidate?" Very quickly, Milan wittily asked back, "So what if he's a hero candidate?" The soldier froze for a moment and blurted out. Milan laughed triumphantly and mocked, "They are a team that doesn't even have a..." Hearing that, the soldier gritted his teeth and replied angrily, "The name of a night squad has nothing to do with their..." The argument was becoming extremely fierce. Milan gave a convincing answer, "True, maybe we are arrogant, but you don't even have a team name. You're just a bunch of paupers." Milan's words were extremely damaging, leaving the soldier unable to say anything. Meanwhile, Milan's teammates cheered. Kayak, as expected of the vice-captain standing on the observation deck, had witnessed the entire confrontation between the... His face showed clear anger, but he said nothing. Stigma, beside him, suddenly spoke. That made Dien startle, and he quickly turned back to reply. Yes? Stigma still kept a cold face and noted, it seems your team needs to be taught a lesson before going to war. Dien was stunned by that warning and was speechless. Stigma boasted arrogantly, because the dignity of a captain can be judged based on the actions of the subordinates. The Primero Knight Squad appeared. From beginning to end, they were all the most expensive warriors, shining in heroic uniforms. Dien admired them in his heart. Just looking at their uniforms, you can tell they're far different from child knights fighting each other. Are they that elite? I wish the mad dogs of my family were like. Stigma rested his hand on his hip and gently advised. I say that because I don't want you to be looked down upon out there. I hope you listen to my advice. Dien nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. Below the camp, the argument still echoed. What did you guys just say, you bastard? Dien observed and thought, it seems they need to be retaught. Below, it was still noisy and bustling with arguments. I say, what kind of hero are you that has no remnants of it? The blonde young man still stubbornly argued back. No matter how many achievements you have, those only matter in the human realm. How can someone without a hero's remnants be a... Milan's face turned red with anger. He clenched his hands into fists and shouted, Hey, you're just jealous of the Marquis, aren't you? That blonde young man blurted out. Ha! Challenge echoed in the air. The position should belong to us. Even in a fight, we would still win. Milan's eyes were bloodshot, filled with overwhelming... The Primero heroes gasped in surprise. HUH. The blonde soldier looked at Milan's expression in... The Primero heroes had reached the limit of their anger. They exploded with their fury and made an arrogant threat. You don't know your place and dare to insult our big brother? Our desolate battlefield. The sky bore the yellow hue of decay and mourning. Those who remained alive had their bodies covered in a foul-smelling red liquid. Some stood, some knelt. Beside the fallen corpses, they were mercenaries, an anonymous team formed from farmers and the poor, the pioneers in an 8-year-long... In such a long-lasting war, there were still those who trembled and knelt down in tears, almost burying their faces in their bloody hands. They were afraid. They couldn't do it anymore. They had never held a sword before. Those braver than them would be by their side, using a blood-soaked sword as a support, thrusting it straight into the ground to keep themselves from collapsing. One must stay alert. One cannot give up without a... They knew well that they were just pawns, with no hope of returning alive. They chose to give... A strange sound woke them. By reflex, they looked toward the sound. A child with silver hair, wearing a cloak that covered his body, was struggling to use his dagger to stab a lifeless... What on earth was he? A young man left his sword still stuck in the ground and ran in panic toward the child to stop his crazy... The young man's hand touched the child's shoulder. He slowly turned his head. Red eyes glared at the person who touched his shoulder. Those eyes were like a demon's, scorching the young... Commander Dien. That child was Dien. Because he was too far away, the young man didn't recognize his commander. This was the first time he had met the commander. He was truly too small back. Still, the young man's action had offended Dien. What about the dead? Everything is only allowed to stop when they no longer... The weak will be left behind. Dien's scream was both a threat and a wake-up call for those who thought they were strong enough to survive while worrying about others. The surviving soldiers trembled slightly. They realized in shock that none of them could say anything when faced with the reality before their... To survive in this man-eating place, they had to make their opponents fear them. They had to make them afraid and hesitant. A crazy... Thank you watching for vid... Predator needs calmness. A prey running frantically is even harder to... Dien didn't just threaten. Someone truly fell. With a swing of the silver-haired boy's hand, a dagger flew straight into the opponent's eyeball. This place doesn't need those who respect the dead. People like that should all... It sounded crazy, but it revived the fearful souls of the mercenaries. Do everything to survive. Rely on each other to survive. Dien was not only the benefactor who saved them from the abyss but also their... To distract them, the Demon Legion had invaded the demon realm through another... His Majesty noticed the Demon King's intention and quickly sent his... Struggling with the defense, he sent the main... Second hero, the third hero, Dien, and the hero candidates who still possessed heroes' rank. Thus, the battle turned the tide. The war with the demons slowly came to... They won with ease, killing demons like killing small frogs with smiles on their faces. Or not, those with heroes' remnants were not heroes after all. Their confidence was shaken. If they fought, would they win? They began to doubt their ability to... They were afraid but couldn't take their eyes off the demons. As if facing a predator from which they couldn't... They acted as if they were ready to fight. But now they were filled with... It was understandable. Even someone who had seen this many times still got goosebumps, so it was easy to see why the hero candidates with remnants were afraid. They had been affected by the demon's spirit. How, even though they were no longer as easy to attack as before, Dien still pushed forward powerfully. With his right hand holding a dagger, he lunged at the demons, tearing them apart excitedly, almost losing until Stigma firmly grabbed his wrist. Those blood-stained hands finally. Dian's shout of die ended. The madness to survive on the battlefield seemed to. Dian recognized Stigma. It was his. Stigma smiled, his voice soft and calming to Dian. It's finished with Stigma here. It's the same on this. A word of praise for the night squad led by Dian. They were not known for cruelty. They were skilled. They joked with one another, boasting of their feats in saving their comrades. They grumbled about their exhaustion due to the lack of technical medical support. It was no surprise, considering they had fought for 8 years and wanted to give up many. Stigma's eyes, whether shouting die was Dian's habit or not, it was truly barbaric. It diminished Dian's dignity, but Dian did not care much for things like Stigma laughed and slapped Dian's back hard, startling him. The second hero told Dian that he had to broaden his shoulders and lift his Standteil. When talking to others, look them straight in. Dian did not respond, or perhaps he did not want to. It was always like this. Stigma always gave him advice even in the past. From Hansig, thank you watching for his thoughts during. Did he think that because he was a senior he needed to take care of him? Dian did not. Advice seemed useful, but the result was always that as long as Dian possessed overwhelming power, he had no need for such advice. Stigma felt the same. The advice was truly meaningless. A shout of die rang out, tearing through the quiet space and the rare peace between Stigma and Dian. A demon with a long spear rushed toward Stigma that moment. Like a natural reflex, Dian took the demon's spear hit directly. Yes, he had blocked the spear for Stigma. Fresh blood splashed into the air to Stigma's. The second hero cried out in shock. The junior he had always given advice to was wounded right before his. Dian grabbed the demon's spear, pinning the creature so it could not move, and finally sent it to the next life with one. Collecting the debt for his bleeding. Dian knew he was weak, so to survive, he did not have the luxury of. Dian was human. Once the moment of recklessness passed, his left shoulder began to throb with pain, and then he lost consciousness. At the thank you watching for Stigma grabbed the head of a man considered to be an assassin and slammed his face into the ground. Felt as though he were being looked down upon. Since when did others see his junior as someone who attracted flies in such a poor state? The pinned assassin could not. The smile on Stigma's face grew increasingly radiant, his voice carrying a hint of contemptuous indeed. So many fools do not realize how important this war is, sending assassins like this. A moment later, as if realizing something, the second hero with green hair suddenly stopped. He realized he had used too much force. The assassin had been silenced for. He ordered his men to clean up the aftermath. Did his junior know about? Moreover, if Dian had enemies, the fact that an assassin had come and wanted to kill him in this area was quite unusual. Unless someone had come to protect him. At this, Stigma spoke aloud, as if to let others hear and be struck with. It seemed Stigma succeeded. The figure in black, fully covered and hiding behind the crates, began to feel afraid. Panicking for fear of being recognized, he was certain he had hidden himself very. Stigma's amber eyes looked toward the crates. He raised his voice in inquiry, as if firmly stating he already knew who had sent the assassin. Who had ordered him to come here? There was no response to Stigma. The green-haired youth smiled faintly. It did not matter. If he did not plan to answer, then so be it. As long as Dian was well protected, an assassin and a bodyguard assigned to be near one. Stigma left, carrying a sense of annoyance in his. Person hiding behind those crates was no better. He slumped to the ground. The pressure Stigma created seemed capable of taking his life. Screams from Dian's subordinates rang out in the tent. Most were worried about his madness, as he had clung to the enemy with a wounded. Dian did not quite understand, nor did he remember much. He had only just woken up. Besides, it was just a wound that did not need to be made into a big deal. Or Stigma's voice, full of concern, echoed in the tent. There was no need for Dian to sit up. The green-haired youth, who just a moment ago exuded a devious murderous intent, looked at Dian with a somber. Stigma realized that Dian was not just mad on the battlefield, but was also willing to use himself as bait. Dian realized that Stigma seemed to have grown. Truth, Dian had been like this for 8 years. He had joined the battlefield when he was very young. He was a bit childish. He even buttoned his shirt wrong. But on the battlefield, when thank you watching for he was more cruel and ruthless than even if his body was being destroyed, covered in wounds and ruined by medicine. As long as he was alive, it was not a. The medic bandaged his wound. Having been with him for a long time, the medic knew very well and did not argue with Stigma's words. Dian knew it too. He tried to justify himself, saying he had no choice. Did Stigma believe him? No, he did not even bother to care about that justification. He directly exposed the truth. Dian had chased after the enemy commander without a second thought, with a smile on his pleasure in killing. Most of the enemies fled because Dien had killed the commander. Think about it. If Stigma had not been there, would they have retreated? In the end, it was still a case of him not keeping himself. Dien seemed to realize that too. Stigma did not stop speaking. Kindly exposed. Enemy scouts know Dien is wounded. This means news that one of the army's most important commanders is injured will spread through the Demon Legion. There is a possibility they will take this opportunity to counterattack instead of continuing their Dien knew. His hands clenched into fists while Stigma spoke, because he knew Stigma was absolutely. The green-haired youth raised his hand and rubbed Dien's white hair. His voice suddenly became gentler. Stigma only wanted Dien to understand that his actions were not the best. He should take better care of himself. Stigma had no idea how much his recent action had earned him points in the eyes of the subordinates in the tent. He had gained even more admiration. An emergency report shattered the atmosphere. Just as Stigma said, they were back. They were no longer retreating. Everything was exactly as Stigma said, but the events were moving much faster than he had thought. It was all because of his wound that things had become so serious. With this, Dien began to take all the blame upon himself. As if realizing this, Stigma reached out and flicked his forehead to help him calm down. No need to panic. Stigma would hold them back with his army. Dien's job was to retreat with his own troops. Remember to take the hero remnants with you. Retreating, but would Stigma be alright alone? Dien was truly concerned for his, but to Stigma's ears, it did not seem much like the second hero smiled faintly. They were just some small fry. He and his army were more than enough. He was not so weak that a gravely injured person had to go to the trouble of worrying about. On the contrary, it was his junior he was worried about. Wounded as he was, would he be able to free himself? Instead of worrying about him, Dien should worry about him. According to the scouts, most of the Demon Legion had been sent somewhere. The sound of horse hooves. Dien and his troops retreated while calculating. This meant the battle here would be the final one. As long as they could kill the army that had retreated, they would complete the mission of wiping out the enemy. See you later. Somewhere. Thank you watching for a place where Stigma and Dien were not present. A black-haired man and a purple-haired man sat opposite each other, leisurely playing chess. They were Duke Eulaster and Cruel. Recently, they had a rather strange relation. Although it was said that Cruel volunteered to be the Duke's subordinate, the Duke treated him with strange relationship. It was not equal, yet it was not exactly superior and subordinate. Cruel's king was checkmated by the Duke. And so, he admitted Duke realized something. He had lost because he was not must be worried about his younger. It made sense. Eulaster had gone to the trouble of sending so many assassins after no one could get close to Dien. This statement helped Cruel regain his composure. Strange relationship was reaching a breaking point. Eulaster used his hand to press Cruel's head down onto the chessboard. He made it so that he could not. It turned out that the person who had been sending someone to protect Dien all this time was Cruel. If he could not kill Dien, he would catch his dog, and the Duke's pride did not allow him to give others a second chance to betray him. But Cruel was very important to him, so it had to be the blood splashed. A dagger filled with great force was driven straight into Cruel's hand. That was enough for Duke. Truly wondered if Cruel still remembered that the one who killed his parents was Dien. A family that loved a family precious to Cruel was killed by Dien without a second thought, whether due to a misunderstanding or for whatever reason. That family was truly Eulaster also realized that with his hand tightly pinned by the dagger and with his damaging interrogation, Cruel did not say, fine. He would give him one more chance. Let's see who Cruel would choose between his own life and his brother. The Duke pulled the knife from Cruel's. He took a cloth and wiped away the bright red blood clinging to the knife. He also stated outright that he would send someone to monitor Cruel, so he should not do anything stupid unless he wanted to. Quickly, bring me Dien. Cruel walked into the tent and slowly took off his. He thought back to the old woman's words from before. If you want to die, then just die. Kill that child before you. Duke Eulaster had also just threatened him. See which is more important, your brother's life or your. Cruel frowned. Now, the words kept ringing in his head. If you don't want to die, then bring Dien's head. It's time. With his bandaged hand, he reached for the sword on the table. It was to end this, but as soon as he picked it up, his hand went limp, letting go and causing the sword to fall to the. He looked at his bandaged, bleeding hand. The Duke had cut his nerves. I cannot let this stop. Thinking this, he clenched his hand tightly, ignoring the pain that made it. As soon as Sanger saw him walk outside, he asked, "Are you planning to go out?" Cruel looked coldly at the other man and did not respond. I have thought it. The dog the Duke caught must have been someone from the guild I hired to protect Dien. They move more silently than anyone. When Sanger saw him walk past coldly, he hurriedly called out, "I will follow you." Almost no one could detect their presence. Cruel clenched his hand. He said slowly, "No, stay here and do what needs to be done." Clearly, the other man was a bit startled and afraid upon hearing this. My job is to protect the Count. If there is a way to detect them, it can only be through bribe. Cruel immediately turned his head and interrupted him. That what the Duke told you to do? Sanger immediately froze, his face dark. Cruel let him see his angry expression. He asked Sanger, "Since when did you become the Duke's eyes and..." Now that he thought about it, Sanger had gradually stopped calling him young master. Seeing the other man remain silent, he knew his suspicion was correct. I asked, "Since when have you been reporting my actions to the..." He had been a trusted subordinate who had served under him before going to the Duke. Sanger opened his mouth, bowing his head to avoid the Count's gaze. Does that matter? It would be a lie to say he was not shocked. Cruel was very direct. Out of respect for the past, he did not continue to press the matter. Besides, he had an important thing to do. Yes, I think that no longer matters. I'll not allow you to follow me anymore. Cruel just walked away, leaving Sanger, the subordinate who was once close to him, standing frozen. Cruel spoke loudly enough for the person behind him to hear his words clearly. I am not kind enough to keep a traitor by my side while performing an important mission. Anyway, this is the last time, so it doesn't matter anymore. It's over. There's no need to. Cruel stepped up and mounted his. From the very beginning, this was a play with no audience. It was best to end everything here without anyone knowing. He quietly rode his horse slowly into the deep forest. In the forest, the demons were shouting enthusiastically. Quick! That way! Catch him! When near the demons, I am the one most desired by the Empire. When with the Empire, I am the one most desired by the demons. That is me. The sound of horse hooves on the ground grew more. As soon as Dian looked back, he saw an entire army of demons carrying weapons rushing toward him. Damn it, there are more in the back too. Damn it. I can't even get a moment of... While sitting on his horse, he had to swing his blade to attack those in front to clear the way. I have killed so many, yet they still don't stop. His legion also continued to move forward, clearing the... Where are these demons coming? Suddenly, the person beside him pointed into the distance and shouted, Commander! No, Marquis! What is that over? Dian looked in the direction he was pointing and was immediately startled. That was a carriage convoy carrying many crates, moving in succession. A thought immediately appeared in his mind. The First Legion and a bunch of demon carriages. They are transporting supplies. He quickly discovered the problem. So that means that road is the supply route? A demon nearby heard this and panicked. We've been... As soon as Dian heard this, he turned his head. The demon hurriedly covered his... Naturally, Dian could not miss it. He held up his dagger in front of him and... That demon immediately became terrified, his face darkening as he screamed. No! Stop him! Stop! Thank you watching for But it was too late. Dian had already dismounted as quick as a flash and rushed toward the supply convoy. The demons there had not yet realized what was happening. What's going on? Have we been discovered by humans? Dian smiled as he ran. If the supply source is cut, the helpless demons could only cling to the supply carriages and wail. Ah! Dian spoke loudly with great excitement. Yes, it is. This mission is finally... While the battle once again took place with great intensity, the cliff above their heads suddenly... There were even some stones falling from the mountain peak. War against the demons began. Humans gathered their strength by forming an alliance. In the end, a total of 4 countries joined hands. The Empire, the San... Rueki, and Espiranas. During the truce, when both humans and demons were exhausted after the long war, a storm of destiny blew into the Empire. In the camp, a voice rang out, the day has come, Marquis Stigma. This Marquis also responded enthusiastically, is my junior back? The strong foundation of the person behind him spoke up in reply, if you mean Marquis Ha, he returned yesterday. He is resting in his tent after receiving medical treatment. Stigma smiled. Good. I heard he found the supply transport route while retreating. The servant behind continued to answer, yes. While eliminating the reinforcement army, he caused a landslide and blocked the enemy's supply route. Thanks to that, the demon side suffered very heavy loss. Stigma calmly withdrew his smile. Leave that. On arriving at Has camp, the two of them were immediately astonished. The soldiers in front of Dian's tent had collapsed. The servant hurriedly ran over to check. What is this? Hey! Stigma decisively pulled back the curtain at the tent's entrance. The inside was indeed empty. That he has... On the other side, Dian, his face covered in wounds, frowned and struggled. Hey! Let go! His hand was being held by Cruel's right hand, which was pulling him along forcefully. Damn it! This bastard Dian! Why are you doing this? Even though his hand is injured, Dian still could not escape. He is so strong that I can't break. Dian kept resisting, but it was completely useless against the other's strength. Hey! Didn't you hear me? I have nothing to say. Cruel remained silent, making him grit his teeth in anger. Why did you come here? and then just suddenly kidnapped. Recalling a few minutes ago, he was sitting in his tent when a hand covered his mouth and dragged him. He even whispered in his ear, "Follow me. I have something to say." Then he just kept dragging me here without saying anything. Whatever the reason, I can't let him drag me like this. Although he is a relative, he has never once shown him any goodwill. And he thought the same of him. What if he intends to drag me somewhere to deal with me? My wounds are quite heavy, so if we fight, I can't possibly win. Thinking this, he quickly said, "Hey, Cruel. I get it. Let's talk right." "Why?" Cruel turned his head. As soon as he saw his cold, bloodthirsty face, Dian's body, he certainly wants to kill me. But a second later, he saw him draw his sword, pointing in the opposite direction and preparing for. Cruel said in a low voice, "Keep following the path we were just on." Dian didn't even understand what was going on. He asked blankly, "What?" Cruel emphasized, "The direction we were just." As soon as Dian turned around, he immediately realized, "Wait, if we keep going this way, we'll reach the front lines connected to the demon." "Are you?" Before Dian could even finish speaking, an arrow flew toward him, but it was chopped in half by the sword in Cruel. Cruel frowned and said firmly, "I don't have time to explain. Someone is escaping them this time will be very difficult." At the same time, a group of troops wearing black cloaks had also come before them, ready to rush in and kill them at any moment, because they had sent a force capable of killing a hero. Dian was stunned. All these people came just to kill. Suddenly, at this moment, Cruel reached out and placed his hand on him. He said in a low, affectionate voice, "This side is very dangerous right now." Being shorter than him, from this angle, looking up, Dian suddenly saw an unusual warmth in his older, a feeling that he seemed to have forgotten long ago. Cruel smiled gently and said as if whispering, "Go to the other side and never come back." Dian was shocked. The other side? Could it be? He thought, does he know about my dealings with the demon side? How is that possible? Cruel smiled gently at Dian. Those people all heard their conversation. The leader scratched his head and said annoyedly, "TSK. So in the end, he chose Dian. I really don't want to face two heroes at all. Traitor. Have you forgotten your..." Hearing him say that, Cruel pushed Dian behind his back. He drew his sword to protect his younger. Immediately after, the leader shouted the order, "Kill them." The entire group rushed forward at the same time, lunging toward the two. Cruel fought back with all his. He was very agile, and every arrow and the first few soldiers were easily taken down by him. He told the Duke that he saw, but in truth, he had secretly followed Dian deep into the forest on that day. And he went to. Cruel looked at the surroundings. This place was the Manhwa Palace in the Demon Realm, the Emperor's secret mission. The appearance of the Zero Corps commander right after Dian disappeared, and seeing Dian naturally going back and forth to the demon. Cruel recalled the images of that time. "Yes, it was all you, Dian. Thank you watching for the present." Cruel still tried to fight to protect his younger brother. Even though his sword was heavily, he told himself being given the position of Zero Corps commander proves that his life in the demon realm is quite good. So instead, suddenly, a dagger flew from behind, stabbing straight into the face of the enemy, and Cruel turned back to look at Dian, whose face was flushed red, panting for breath. He thought, with so many, he won't be able to fight them all alone. Even if I run, they will easily catch. A few more rushed in. I don't know the reason, but it seems Cruel wants to help. Dian and Cruel fought together. Now the only way was to coordinate. At this moment, Cruel blamed himself. "I made the wrong choice. I shouldn't have brought Dian along at this time. I wanted to take him back to the demon realm because it's too dangerous here. I didn't expect the Duke's assassins to be so. I must find an opportunity to take Dian." Just then, an arrow grazed past his. Two more arrows were flying toward Dian. He was not paying attention. Dian only just realized he wouldn't be able to dodge them, and blood sprayed. The two arrows hit their but the one hit was Cruel. He had lunged out in time to shield. He called out worriedly. Dian screamed, "What are you trying to do?" Suddenly showing concern for me. Cruel did not answer, decisively pulling the two arrows from his. Memories began to flood back to Dian one after another. What reason could he have for doing this? At this moment, something was not right. Something about my memories is not right. No, but didn't he abandon? He remembered when they were kids. The two of them were reading books next to each other. Dian said, "Cruel, I want to see the world outside." Disgust beneath a patient face. Seeing him remain silent, looked up and gave a forced laugh. "Hey, I'm just joking. I really like reading books and playing chess with you. Didn't he intend to kill me?" At that moment, a hand was placed on Dian. Cruel smiled gently and asked, "Dian, when you're a bit older, do you want to go traveling with the whole..." His eyes widened with great anticipation and Dian realized. The truth is that Cruel suddenly covered his eyes. He reminded him, "Don't think too much. Just do as you..." Two more enemies rushed in. He still looked at him tenderly and smiled. He wanted to tell Dian, accept it and forget, but it was only a thought in his heart. He removed his hand from Dian's eyes. The boy was Cruel told himself the family died because of Dian's mistake. Cruel rushed toward them again to continue the fight. It must be a misunderstanding. It wasn't a misunderstanding. He recalled the image of his little younger brother, clutching a teddy bear and smiling radiantly. If it wasn't for the Duke, then my kind younger wave after wave, they continuously rushed in, wanting to kill him. Cruel was still lost in thought. He would never do such a thing. A voice rang out. Do you remember your younger brother is the one who killed your parents? Between your brother and you, whose life is more Cruel didn't seem to feel tired. He fought back resiliently. Even though his only younger brother was covered in blood, he had made up the memory of when Eulaster pinned his hand with a knife and he bowed his head before him suddenly flashed through the pain that had tormented him until now. Lunged at him again. He looked at them, then swung his sword in one stroke, finishing them. But at the same time, Cruel was also wounded. To protect his only family, his younger Dian stepped up behind his older. Cruel turned back. When I die, you will soon realize the truth. He looked at Dian. He was sober. In the current situation, Cruel was still worried about Dian. If he discovered the truth, he would go mad with guilt and thoughts of revenge. And then he would kill everyone around him and finally take his own. He pushed Dian away. Go. This is my final request. Dian cried. Then he followed Cruel's words and immediately left. Cruel felt heartbroken. I don't want you to know the truth. People behind shouted to each other. No. Dian, the leader barked. Damn it. There were only a few of them. How did you let him give the order? Kill Cruel. The ones in front shouted and advanced. Cruel was not afraid in the least. He rushed forward to meet the. Don't wonder about your involvement in the 8-Year War or what happened to you. His sword and his entire person were soaked in blood, both the enemy's and his own. Just focus on the hatred you have. Just feel relieved. Cruel was surrounded. He coughed up blood. When N had run quite a distance, he was panting. But in the end, I didn't listen. N turned his head back to. You truly want to know the truth? At this moment, in his burning red eyes, his brother's silhouette was ever. Cruel was exhausted. He had taken the full force of a sword stroke from one. Cruel knelt in a pool of facing reality, everything you have done. In these final moments, on the brink of life and death, he still blamed himself. Is it over? They can laugh at me for living such a pathetic life. Unable to stop my younger brother from killing our parents and rising to a higher position just to protect becoming a hero of the Empire and working like a dog for the. Even so, I am still happy. Cruel smiled. Didn't I lose my life while protecting from afar? Dian tremblingly called out. Cruel looked toward Dian. It's okay if I die, but I have one wish. I only hope that when you find out the truth you will hurt a little bit. I hope you will live in the love of the demon realm. I'm worried that after I die, you will be left all alone in this world once again and not be loved by Dian, my younger brother. I truly hope you are happy. Someone stepped toward, but he no longer cared. I will still protect you. This is a perfect ending. Masked men stood looking down at the man lying on the ground in the middle of a blizzard. In the hand of one of them was still a sword stained with blood. He said coldly, Cruel. The snow was now soaked with blood, reflecting a mournful red color. Cruel lay on the cold snow without any reaction. The man holding the sword flicked the blood off his blade, his tone very annoyed. The one called a hero is indeed different. We lost too many of our men to him. Now there aren't many left. The one standing behind also spoke up. This stubborn bastard. Until the very end, he didn't utter a word. The man holding the looked up, frowning as he said, now continued, let's just finish off Dian. Shall we? As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Dian, who was standing in the middle of the pine forest. Dian stood there, his face darkening. Unpleasant thoughts appeared in his head one after another. Is he dead? I've wanted to kill him for a long time. Memories of him and Cruel from before also appeared. The image of Cruel gently stroking his head became even more mean. Those thoughts kept lingering in Dian's head. So I kept thinking that I would be happy. Involuntarily, he shed. Cruel's image appeared, only increasing Dian's pain. Why did you do that? For what reason did you do all those? Dian held his head, saying in pain, my head. He slumped down. The thought that he was not worthy still lingered in his SK. A demonic voice called out, pulling him from his trance. Cruel appeared beside him, making Dian unable to believe his eyes. One by one, people dressed in royal clothing appeared around him. Cruel said, don't think about that. But if you want to know the truth. Cruel reached out his hand toward Dian, who was tearful in front. Dian could no longer hold back his heavy breathing. He said with difficulty, Cruel, but Cruel interrupted him. Facing reality, everything you have ever done. This statement made Dian ask himself, what have I? Suddenly, something brown quickly struck him, pulling him out of those confused thoughts. The jade necklace immediately created a green shield to protect. Unable to withstand the power of the strike, the necklace immediately shattered into many small pieces. Strangers saw this and said crossly, "What is—" The man with the scar frowned and thought, "Damn it, that last blow was very solid. Where exactly did it go wrong?" Thinking this, he loudly ordered the others, "Go." Dian was still in sorrow, but he told himself, "I must run." But his will would not allow him to. Then they began to run, leaving footprints on the white snow. Dian was still struggling with his own consciousness. "I have tried so hard to live until this moment. What should I do now?" Cruel's silhouette appeared. His lips moved, saying to Dian, as quick as a flash. Dian had run far away. The man with the scar saw this and panicked, shouting loudly, "Chase him. Don't let him." Unfortunately, they were stopped by the blizzard. They couldn't help but curse. "Ugh, this blizzard." In a moment, Dian had run far away, out of sight of these masked men. They panicked and said, "Damn it, where did he disappear to? We've lost his trail. Find his tracks." The blizzard grew stronger. Dian kept running through the storm, but tormenting thoughts continued to appear in his head. "He died for me right before my eyes." Dian ran with all his might in the blizzard. Very quickly, he could no longer hold on. Panting incessantly, that thought appeared in his head again, rationalizing, avoiding. Even those things have limits. Suppressing the memories that keep flooding back also has its limits. Were my parents truly? Or were those the people who sent me to the battlefield? Did Cruel truly want to? Dian slowed down, trying to save his strength. Why did Cruel work for the Duke? Are the memories I consider truth actually the truth? His vision seemed to darken. That's right. Perhaps I have known everything in detail. Dian's strength was exhausted. He could no longer bear it and slumped down onto the illusions within him seemed to pull him down to the bottom of the abyss. But I avoided it, thinking that I would not be able to return once I accepted it. Afraid that I would break. I tried my best to avoid all the At this moment, Dian's mind had nearly collapsed. He shed tears, constantly tormenting himself. But that was a wrong decision, wasn't it? He said to himself, "I cannot close my eyes and stand by after everything you have done." Then Dian decided to let everything go. Accept it. All. At the same time, in a magnificent white castle with elven servants, a problem Ben rushed over, his manner very Daniel held his arm and asked loudly, "Ben, what's wrong? Why are you in such a Ben panicked and held up the glowing red necklace, saying with a tremble, "Lord Dian's magic necklace. It has never glowed this much." Daniel's face turned pale upon hearing that. He stammered in response, "What does that mean? Could it be that he is?" But before he could finish his question, a scream rang out from someone in the hall. "He is in danger." It was a small girl with pink hair. She said while crying, "Lord Dian is in danger." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a fist struck the blood-covered snow, causing fresh blood to splash. Dian was like a madman, angrily and repeatedly punching the ground. Remained like that, constantly haunted by tormenting thoughts. "The barrier I've built for the past 10 years has now collapsed." He held his head and cried in despair, his eyes wide and terrifying. But those thoughts clung to him and would not leave. "When I stop denying it, it's all just a matter of..." His eyes seemed to radiate a towering murderous intent. He continued with those lines of thought. All the memories I had ignored began to flood. Dian slumped to the ground in pain, his voice trembling as he said, "Cruel, father." Clearly, he was suffering greatly, constantly tormenting himself. He said, "Why? You should have killed me." Those memories were truly painful and difficult for Dian. The emotions from then are still so vivid, making it so hard to breathe. Then, as if reaching his limit, Dian coughed up blood. He said loudly in anger, "Why didn't you kill?" Suddenly, someone ran from afar, shouting, "Lord Dian." Dian's vision grew darker and darker. He could only manage to see that the person was a pink-haired girl approached. With tears in his eyes, he thought, "I just wanted to..." And then Dian fainted on the cold snow. At the time, in a small village, a voice called out, "We have to..." An elderly woman stood before the villagers and shouted, "The last wall has collapsed. Disaster will follow." Someone asked in confusion, "It's night already. What's going on?" Another person answered, "That old woman is acting up." But a hand was suddenly placed on the old woman's shoulder. The person said, "No, you should listen to her." It was a young girl with long black hair. Her expression was extremely serious. She said, "This place is very dangerous right now. We must prepare to leave. We are going to Espiranas." In the castle, a stranger said to Remember, "Do you not know where your master is? The news has begun to spread. The Empire's third hero, Dian, has gone." He sighed and said, "How could this old man know?" Those rumors immediately raised concern for all the officers and kin. It was rumored that he had kidnapped or killed Cruel and fled to the demon. The soldiers were also worried about Dian. I wonder if he's getting enough. One person said, honestly, where did you run off to with a body like that? Another said, I hope he's... A female general nearby also spoke up. Stop worrying. Focus on training. We just need to believe in him and his majesty and wait. A hero has gone missing, so his majesty will surely issue a search. Her mouth said that, but in her heart she thought otherwise. Even though I say that, I'm still very... She thought further, I wonder where he went. I hope he still remembers that there are many people worried about. The crown prince was also very busy. He said, you still haven't found any information about the whereabouts of Dian and Cruel? The general said, yes. Someone reported that those two were last seen in the northern region. However, we still haven't found their whereabouts. Crown prince thought about it and finally it turned out like this. He said to the general, now we must focus on protecting the country and finding the two. At that moment, a hand was placed on the shoulder of the man standing in front. You did. That man's expression was very resigned. He listened silently as the Duke continued. I will spare your life as promised. The Duke looked satisfied, as if he had achieved his goal. He thought, so he decided to sacrifice his life for his brother. What if... The Duke continued, it is a good opportunity. I'm a bit sorry I didn't kill Dian. Even as he said it, he thought he surely fled to the demon realm. I wonder how Dian's future actions will affect the... Meanwhile, Dian had been successfully brought to a safe shelter. They said to each other, what should we do now? The haired girl came to the side of the bed, tears falling. She said, he is crying. He just keeps crying. Then she said angrily, Ben, do something. Aren't you his doctor? Ben could only scratch his head and say, I've treated all his external wounds. Those are his psychological wounds, so there's nothing I can do. Hearing that, the girl replied with a sad voice, Lord, the stranger walked up to everyone and said, what did he see that made him cry like that? Person was the Demon King. He stood by Dian's bed and thought, so you've decided to accept that truth, haven't you? The Demon King thought to himself, if I leave him like this, he will... Placed his hand on Dian's forehead and said, all right, this is a good opportunity to check your... Everyone saw this. Their eyes wide as they asked the Demon King, could it be that? One by one, they were sent out of the room by the Demon King. He said, everyone go out. Power from the Demon King's hand was continuously transmitted to Dian. He thought, this is what will affect the future of your life. The price to pay is also very high. Things are starting to get interesting. I can't throw away an opportunity like this. While healing Dian, the Demon King said in a haunting voice, sleep a long, good sleep. Suddenly, a purple light flashed, illuminating the entire... Dian slowly opened his... But he quickly fell back asleep, his mouth still mumbling Cru. Vast library filled with rows of long bookshelves. Dian sat in a corner, rummaging through each book. Thick stacks surround... The servant responsible for his care hurried over to check on him. Lord Dian, are you all right? I heard you were... Dian didn't seem to hear a word he said. He looked confused. Has he been sitting there reading since he woke up? He doesn't look well. I should report this to the demon. In an instant, a book grazed past his face, so fast that it drew a small amount of blood on his... Dian panted, his heavy breaths filled with anger. The worried servant asked again, Lord, former fourth hero, Kruin Heart, is currently deceased. Information will soon be destroyed. He was a blood relative of the third hero, Dian Heart. Dian's pupils contracted, flashing with streaks of red light. Cold sweat dripped down, and his breathing grew even more frantic. He thought, all my questions are still unanswered. But one thing is certain. Pages containing information about Kruin lay scattered on the floor. He analyzed them and drew conclusions. Perhaps everyone knew he was the Duke's man within the Emperor's circle, but his decisions seemed to be wrong, or they went against the Duke's orders. He might even have been manipulated. Dian burst into a loud laugh, startling the servant standing behind him. He thought, was it all for me? Not killing me, but protect... Dian's throat throbbed as it hadn't fully recovered from the injury. Realizing that, tears involuntarily fell. It was unclear whether it was the stinging pain or Kruin's sacrifice for him. Dian painfully clutched his neck. The servant was confused. Suddenly, the Demon King arrived and gave a stern command. Everyone except Dian. The servant was startled to see the Demon King. Dian couldn't hold it back and vomited blood. Tears and blood mingled into a thick mess, flowing down his hand. He wondered, what exactly did I do? Demon King grabbed Dian's. He pulled him up to see clearly. Pulled up abruptly. Dian couldn't stand. Tears fell on Dian's pale face. A few drops of blood still stained his lips. He blamed him. I saved your life, and this is what you do the moment you wake up? Dian spoke with great difficulty. Kruin Heart. Why did he take my place? I was sure he hated me. Father, mother. It's all because of me. Have I been wrong all this time? The Demon King listened patiently and then sighed help. Using his power to search through the stacks of documents, he said, I will help. So calm down. You need more detailed information, don't you? A paper fluttered over Dian's head. He was surprised. A piece of information flew into his hand. The Demon King explained, Duke Eulaster Starby began interfering with your family during the war 8 years ago. You might find truths you didn't know with these. He hid his malice deep within. But of course, I've omitted the details of my contract with the pitted his situation. Poor Dien Heart. Now he truly is all alone. The more Dien read, the more he couldn't believe his. He let out an angry scream and threw the documents. Papers flew everywhere, swirling messily in the. He felt deep resentment. What did I do to the Duke? What did I do? The Demon King covered half his face with his hand. He asked, do you know when humanity becomes corrupt? His silhouette turned into a dense black shadow. A tear still trailed down his cheek. He answered, it is the moment they lose what is most precious to them. Or more specifically, when they have nothing left to lose. His words lost all reason. I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. I will end my own. His eyes were dull, staring vacantly into space. His mind slowly descended into a screaming madness. Kill me. I want to end my life. I want to end my life. I want to end my. Dien crushed the paper in his hand. He squeezed so hard that a small spray of blood burst from his hand. He hated himself. Kill this body in the most cruel way possible. The Demon King stopped him. His blood-stained hands trembled violently. His voice choked up. Oh, the Demon King continued. Dying like this is too selfish. Didn't your brother sacrifice his life to save you? Dien woke up to the truth. His thoughts became clearer after those. His weak face looked up at the Demon King. Dien's dilapidated state made the Demon King reflect. There were times I felt regret for using 90% of my mana to save you, because I felt like I was using my power on a toy that was already. Dien grabbed the Demon King's collar and questioned him. The Emperor. Does the Emperor know about all? But then he reconsidered and placed his trust in him once more. But you surely won't disappoint me. As expected. The demon placed his hand on his shoulder, his sharp gaze seemingly weaving through his thoughts. He replied, there's no way the Emperor, the one who personally investigated the Hart family, wouldn't know. He knows that his 90% was not too high a price to pay for a ticket to watch this play. The image of him as a puppet seemed to prove his thoughts. Has been having a headache lately over conflicting news. Dien Hart killed Gruenhat and fled to the demon realm. Understood that Dien Hart would certainly never do such a thing. Perhaps the rumors were false. Perhaps that's what Gruenhat wanted. Nemesius couldn't believe it. Eduardo explained in detail, but he himself had clearly witnessed everything. General, did you know? Gruenhat sacrificed everything to protect his younger brother. On the day fourth hero was born, Gruenhat knelt down. Placing his hand on his chest, he performed the oath ritual with the king. As a fourth hero loyal to the Empire, in return, please help me blindfold. The demon victim before him was not involved because he was guilty. Eduardo stood looking down from above. Deep in. At that time, he had clasped his hands and declared to Gruenhat, in that case, Dien Hart, who knows nothing, will continue to resent you and the Hart. Gruenhat accepted by turning himself into. He gave a faint smile. I'm willing to take all of my brother's resentment onto myself. That's enough. That's why Dien Hart would never suspect. The king empathized with that because he knew he didn't want his brother, the person who had killed their parents, out of past hatred, to find out the truth and be. He had also once thought, I thought Dien Hart was quite similar to me in many ways, but his family is different. The image of a figure in a brown cloak appeared, walking toward the Imperial Palace. His feet stopped in front of the Emperor's office. The guards recognized who it was. Tian Hat. He opened the door and burst in heroically. I wish to pay my respects. Especially Gruenhat. Nemesius turned toward the sound. Tian Hat discards interference. Marquis, this is going to be troublesome. Are you to draw your sword to punish this insolent person? How dare you step in here with that attitude? Seeing that he was still unharmed, the king was very relieved. So you're safe, Marquis Tian. But as for Gruenhat, seeing that your body hasn't healed yet and you've already come to find me, he then asked, your body is covered in wounds like that. Why did you come to find? Tian fired a series of questions at the king. Do you know, your majesty? Do you know what the Duke did and the truth my brother, Gruenhat, tried to? His eyes were cold as ice, capable of piercing through the soul. Tian lost his patience. How much do you know? They hesitated, not knowing where to start. In the end, your efforts have come to. He replied, I know everything. Upon hearing this, Tian became furious. The veins on his face bulged, making his expression look fierce. Tian lowered the hand covering his eyes. The Eye of Truth saw the reaction. He screamed, blaming him for hiding the truth. Then you should have told me. No, at least you should have given me a hint. He remembered that moment. If only you had at least refused my request back then. Tian wished that if he hadn't made that proposal, things wouldn't be like the image of him kneeling and begging the king. Please let me bring down my people were receiving honors from the 8-year. If the emperor had chosen not to remain silent then, Tian would not have picked up a knife and slaughtered his own family. He wouldn't be carrying a deep, hidden grudge. Of them would have survived. Eduardo thought he was still too naive. It seems you are still just a child. Tian was, he continued, everything was done by your own will. I simply followed your request. But if you still insist on knowing why, then yes. He crossed his arms and stated his motive directly. It was because of my greed to keep a talent like you by my... Dian clenched his fists, dried blood still staining his palms. You say, his face darkened. A dark, resentful aura swirled around him. I am not as talented as you think, your mad. In his heart, his self-pity had turned into streams of tears. It turned out the Duke and the Emperor had been using him from the start. He was just living a life controlled by other strings. Snowstorm painted the entire sky white. The distant mansion slowly appeared in his line of silent footsteps trod on the white snow. Dian, wearing a cloak, dragged his weary body along, step by step, struggling through the... His nose was red from the stinging cold. His body was about to give out, tilting. Suddenly a hand... Dian looked up to see it was Remember. He asked about his condition. Are you all right? I was with ragged breath and overflowing tears. His words were choked. I did it. To my family. Before he could finish, he offered, let me help you. It's very cold. Let's go in. Remember supported Dian carefully. A conspiracy slowly began to brew in his heart. Good. Tears flowed, soaking his face. It was both pain and a determination for revenge. Let's kill everyone together. At least, it is my absolute will for revenge against those who used me. Shifted to his brother Kruin sitting at his desk with countless documents piled up, the moonlight from the window casting a silhouette on the floor. Since the Duke suspected me once already, I should prepare for... Carefully examined every piece of information. Because he was worried for him, he was trying to arrange everything perfectly. Everyone is aiming for Dian. If Dian can be even slightly safer. First, I need to separate Dian's enemies. The Duke and the Revolutionary. The reason the Revolutionary Army was created was that its leader wanted to make his mother's dream come. He found out his mother was... Clearly, he would rush to find the Duke would oppose him and eventually convince the Revolutionary that the Duke didn't want a revolution. Need to time it so the Revolutionary leader hears the news about his sick mother. That way, they won't have time to focus on Dian due to internal conflict. Kruin had always done his best for his brother's safety. Even if his brother's chance of survival increased only slightly, he would be content. Until final moments at death's door, he only cared about Dian. Perhaps this was all I could do before. But you have always been a smart child. So you will surely do. Bright red blood had stained the white snow. Even if it was his last breath in this world, he would give it all to him. My younger brother. Now, please allow me to leave the stage. Snowflakes fell on his eyelids as if to cover his despairing eyes. Kruin remembered the times he patted Dian's head. He always looked at him with those gentle eyes. I support all your decisions, so go ahead and do whatever you... Dian was by his side, so radiant, innocent, without a worry in the... I can't protect you anymore. We will always look at the Duchy of Starby-Ulaster. The Duke's mansion was slowly being incinerated, crumbling in the roaring flames. It seemed nothing could stop that fire from burning. The deadly war was happening all around the mansion. Sounds of chaotic shouting were everywhere. Find that Duke. We won't let any of the Duke's dogs. Anyone who colluded with the Revolutionary Army. Don't hope to survive. Sound of clashing swords rang out continually. A member of the Revolutionary Army cornered the Duke. I found you, Duke Yule. Now he was backed into a corner. Damn it, there are too many of them. If this keeps up, we'll lose before we can even do it. Blood spurted from the revolutionary's neck, splashing onto Yule. His guards came to assist. Duke, are you? He informed him, we will hold them back. Quickly retreat to... Before he could finish his sentence, another revolutionary discovered them. The Duke is here. Kill Yule. Luster was confused, not knowing what to do as enemies approached from all sides. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He was resentful. It's all because of you, Daniel Yule. Luster thought he was in control while Daniel was talking to him through the communication stone. Do you really not want the revolution to happen, Duke Yule? Luster replied insidiously, no, you're even slower to understand than I thought. At that moment, Daniel realized he had been betrayed. The communication stone in the hands of Luster's soldier emitted a voice. You and the Revolutionary Army are just tools to collapse the Emperor's support. To change the political system so that everyone is equal. Do you intend to throw this whole world into chaos? Now Daniel was completely surrounded with no way back. His voice was still defiant. The Revolutionary Army is a pack of villains trying to drown the world in chaos. Those dangerous ideologies will be wiped out along with your... He stood stunned, his clothes already soaked in bright red blood. A bit of blood still clung to the corner of his... Daniel burst out laughing. Ah! Luster was confused. Why was he laughing in this situation? He laughed in contempt because he had calculated and stayed one step ahead of him. I knew you would betray us. Did you think I would just stand by and watch without preparing? Daniel's blue eyes seemed to see through everything. He held him in the palm of his hand. You want to destroy the Revolutionary Army? No. With a successor, the Revolutionary Army will never... He even emphasized to him, furthermore, it was you who helped us root out the cancer within the Revolutionary Army. His face darkened. He didn't expect the chessboard to turn against him now. From a manipulator of the moves, he had now become a sacrificial pawn clearing the way. He choked, unable to swallow this anger. Did you deliberately lead those bastards? Daniel taunted him, that's right. They are the ones who blackmailed and embezzled. The ones who would be of no help to the future of the Revolutionary Army. To show my gratitude, allow me to present you with another... Yahello was about to respond when suddenly a servant rushed in to report. Duke, we're under a... Looking at the sea of fire before him, he could only remain stabbing each other, screaming. The actions overlapped one another. Looking down from his room's balcony, everything was in complete disarray. Thick smoke and dust filled the air. He couldn't believe his eyes. He'd been tricked by Daniel. Did you scatter your forces? Daniel smiled with delight. It seems they've arrived. All the plans he had nurtured for so long were unfolding exactly as intended. By the way, the place where you're standing is our final attack point. For the sake of the future, we need to reduce your military strength by half. What do you think? Yahello's soldiers realized the situation was getting increasingly serious and ordered, kill him. Kill him immediately. Daniel didn't hesitate to charge in, while simultaneously pronouncing a death sentence for him. Then go to hell and tell me the result. At the duchy's mansion at this time, Yahello was fumbling along a stone. He was escaping through the duchy's secret passage. Behind him were guards escorting him. Yahello hurriedly fled from there. They have a successor. I need to be quick. Now that I've cut off communication with the Revolutionary Army, I need to round them up before they completely slip out of my hands. Expect a fool like him to turn against him. Daniel, you are smarter and more dangerous than I. Though losing soldiers was painful. Although losing troops pained him, killing him could be considered a consolation. Bao heard the news and rushed. He stood frozen, looking at the scene before. Bao sat beside Daniel's cold body, hugging him and screaming in pain. The rhythmic knocking on the door by a soldier from the knightly order urged Yen. Captain, open the door. You should eat some. Liner and the young cavalrymen were also helpless because they received no response. He felt worried for Dien. Good grief, he's locked himself in his room for days. At this rate, hell destroy everything. Liner was dejected. He's still the same as all. John came over and was immediately called by her. Cavalrymen put him in a headlock and blamed him. You bastard, the captain is in danger. Where have you been all this time? John answered vaguely to brush it off. There was something I had asked back. Something you had. John had returned to that old village and burned the entire place down that very. He looked at the roaring fire, thinking back on himself. His fate as a supporter of the great calamity was exposed. It was that old woman who had branded him with that evil label. You are the bastard who will serve the great calamity. The sounds of the villagers driving him away echoed in his ears. Get out of our village now. I only just escaped death. Fragments of beautiful memories of this village appeared sporadic. Nevertheless, now they had all turned their backs on him. But she said he is a supporter of the great calamity. What if we stay together and get caught up in that? Firebrand in John's hand was like an end to this village. I came here to boast that I am fulfilling the fate you all praised. But now I am just burning an abandoned village. I never craved to be understood. To John, oh don't worry. I'm not saying I'll go find and kill them. I just need that hag over there to see me fulfill my destiny with her own eyes. She think this person she once cared for would turn out like this. Lang brushed past John and hoped she would pass a message to that hag. I hope she lives in torment for the rest of her life. Tell her that I am the sin she created. She also warned John. Tell Dien to be careful with his... He didn't understand what she meant by that. John ended the conversation with a reminder. I hope he doesn't commit too many sins. She disappeared from sight. John still stood there, confused, remembering every word she said. John was still very curious. Had she already seen his future? Then he just opened the door to Dien's room, much to the surprise of Liner and the other cavalrymen. Huh? Wasn't the door locked? How did you open it? John replied indifferently. Isn't picking locks a basic skill? The cavalryman was confused. How could that be a basic? Even so, he still worriedly advised John not to go in just yet. Going in right now might be dangerous, John. I think. He took the plate of food and reassured them it's fine. Let me take this to him. I have something to say. John gently opened the door and brought the food. In the vast room, Dien sat curled up on the bed, looking truly lonely. John asked Dien for permission, sir. At that moment, Dien turned to pay attention to him. John asked, are you still hurting yourself? I never expected the one they call the Great Calamity to end up like. John placed the food plate next to the nightstand. Everyone is very. He advised Dien go out for a bit. Dien lazily looked toward. Suddenly Dien asked, to you? What am I? The plate of food in John's hand was about to be set down but his deep red eyes looked at John as if they could pierce through him. Dien continued, I've always been curious but never received a proper answer. After all, what am I to you that you keep following me?
Yangs,
Thank you watching for vid. He replied, the person who ruined my life. You are my calamity. At the same time, you are my goal. So I beg of you, please allow me to continue following you like. John's clever answer made Dien very pleased. Ah, he was certain in his heart. That's right. He doesn't belong to the Emperor, nor the demon. He looked at John, his loyal guard. He is my. Dien was very willing to have John accompany him. Your calamity? I like that. It's great. Let's go together, Lon. I will never let anyone control me. At the demon realm, 3 moons stacked on top of each other, looking truly bizarre, emitting faint rays of light onto the castle. Dien told John he'll be back soon. So wait. John obediently waited for his master at the door. I understand. Demon soldiers whispered among themselves. Is that the person Lord Dien brought back himself? Lord Dien is a special case, but someone else is.
Ririno Grumli Ayan.
Are you the human Dien personally brought back? As a leader of the Order of Dien, I won't forgive you.
Zeker respected heart.
Heart? Remarkable will. I'm surprised you can stand still in an atmosphere like this. The two kept questioning him. So you're the human the Zero Corps commander brought back. John helplessly called out to Dien in vain. Please come out soon. The Demon King was somewhat confused by his explanation of that person. You mean according to your fate you need that human? Dien replied yes. He continued to confirm, and that's not a possible future but destiny? Something that cannot be changed at any cost? She must have been a talented. The Demon King rested his hand on his chin, accepting John. Fine. I will allow him to stay in the demon. He wanted to ask what Dien's true purpose was. So you came here just to make that first request? Just that? After deciding on revenge, I kept thinking, what is the most effective revenge against the Duke and the Emperor? Those who deceived my. Dien said in a low voice, please destroy the Empire completely. The Demon King asked back in surprise. He emphasized, lead it to total collapse. Trample upon it, and make it so they can never rise again. I will destroy the empire you cherished so much. Honest, this is my true request. Demon King burst into a delighted laugh. Ah! He knew he had successfully manipulated Dien's heart. Foolish thing. To rush in like a moth to a flame without even knowing the truth. I have deceived and used you 1,000 times more than the Emperor. And yet, knowing nothing, you choose evil. Dien stated firmly, I sincerely follow. The Demon King flashed a cunning smile. Finally, after a long time, the toy has fallen into my. Would Dien once again become a puppet for him to control easily like. In the vast but somewhat gloomy and dark palace, Dien and Daniel walked past the minions. They spoke with respect, greetings, Lord. His expression carried a bit of coldness and was hard to. Those standing nearby felt it too. The blonde demon spoke to the person next to him. Lord Dien's aura has changed a bit. The pink-haired one agreed, yeah. He was always scary, but now it feels like he's a bit more unapproachable. In a room, the Demon King placed his hand on his shoulder. He entrusted him. Then I leave the management of the army to you. Dien whispered to himself, I have gained the power to destroy the empire. If I want to use this power correctly, then I cannot be careful. Imagining the demons striving to slaughter, capable of killing even giant monsters, he became more certain. The moment the demons realize I am weak, I will lose my life, lose the power I just gained, and the chance for revenge. Demons still knew little about him. They were bewildered. As for him, until now, that was just an unintentional misunderstanding. Dien plotted in his heart, his face becoming even more guarded. But now I need to explain. He walked in front of the demon minions. They placed their hands on their chests and bowed at a perfect 45-degree. Finally, Dien thought, for now I'll keep my distance from everyone. Changing my attitude so they feel more pressure is also a good idea. He walked toward a large door where a blonde demon with blue eyes was standing guard. It was Ed. Seeing him, he immediately paid attention and greeted him with a perfect gesture. Lord Dien, you're back. He just brushed past without saying a word. He sensed the strangeness. He cried out silently in his head, "Lord." At this time, Dien thought about words he had heard before and lamented in his heart. Yes, just as Stigma Primero said, just a small change in posture can improve many. His eyes flashed with red. He was determined. Create an image that makes them unable to approach. After going inside, still not seeing Daniel's next move, he could only speak up to remind him, "Come in, Lon." Hearing his name called, he was startled and then immediately regained his composure and stepped inside, saying, "Yes, sir." Beside him, Ad was about to speak but was cut off. "If you need help, I will." The large door was closed. It startled him. Clearly, it gave him no chance to communicate with them. Ad lamented in his heart. He didn't understand. Lord Daniel seemed to want to empathize with Ad. He glanced out the door where the silhouette of the blonde demon stood by. He turned to Dien and said, "That was too cold, sir." I think he was hurt. His movement of unbuttoning his shirt suddenly froze. Then he seriously reminded him, "Ad is a demon. There's no need to be close to it." Outside the door, the dejected figure of the young man was trudging aimlessly. In this gloomy castle, he bear it. He turned to look at the door, a pink cloud appearing on his. As for him, sitting by the windowsill, he still believed that would only create unnecessary. Dien glanced at the night sky outside. He silently reminded himself, "I think I'm more comfortable when in." Winter passed in the blink of an eye. The snow on the roofs had mostly melted thanks to the flickering sunlight that was slowly warming up. If the past were just a joke, the Demon King's army enthusiastically marched toward the human realm. The heroic army approached. Paving the way were sturdy-looking men wearing iron. The royal soldiers, holding shiny swords, also became timid before their opponents. A blonde one shouted, "Those are demons! Demons! The demons have crossed the border." The brown-haired one beside him gritted his teeth and replied, but then was startled to discover, "Contact them immediately. Prepare for wait." The demon in the approaching demons was a young man with dazzling white hair. Though masked, it wasn't hard to recognize his red eyes. He stood there as if commanding the demon. Looking closer, those soldiers realized in horror, "Isn't that Dien?" City at this time was like a disturbed beehive. News about Dien Hart, the missing hero who was now siding with the Demon King, and the death of Kruin Hat spread like wildfire. The headline read, "The Death of Kruin Hat, the Fourth." Newspaper deliverymen were also broadcasting the news everywhere. Special news. News about the heroes who disappeared is here. People who saw this newspaper gradually changed their expression. It was clearly news about him, but there was an image of Kruin with him. Blood splattered on his white hair. But sounds of resentment echoed through the streets. I knew this would happen. In the end, he killed his last relative. How cruel. Beyond cruel. Not only is he unfilial, but has he lost his humanity? In the king's palace, he was staring at a map, discussing with his subordinates. With Dien Hart leading, another peripheral fortress has fallen. Reorganize and send more reinforcements so they can't advance to the nearby village anymore. Map were red pins and marks to indicate locations, planning for the upcoming big. Nemesius stood beside him and wondered, "Your Majesty, why did you let Dien Hart leave so easily that day?" Eduardo was silent for a. Nemesius continued, "At that time, it was clear that Dien Hart had turned his back." Flashing back to the previous time, Dien stood before the king and said seriously, "I am not the kind of talent you think I am, Your Majesty." He added a bit of resentment, "You surely knew that there would be a day when you'd regret." Eduardo spoke and then was suddenly interrupted by him. "I know. As emperor, I made a stupid decision." Nemesius shouted in frustration. "Then why?" Closed his eyes and thought. "Why?" Suddenly he remembered the image of Kruin kneeling, hand on his chest where his emblem was glowing. "For me, that is enough." He thought to himself, perhaps it's because of a bit of respect for the deceased. A person who from beginning to end always did everything for. Then he remembered that Duke again. Or perhaps because I know what the Duke has been doing all this time. But I couldn't stop. Finally, he concluded, "No matter what you say, in the end it was just a moment of Eduardo laughed and said, "What's done is done. What can we do now? Whether intentionally or not?" His words made the two people beside him break into a cold sweat. Then he spoke with an air of righteousness. "I have no intention of regretting what I've done. So we need to put that aside to deal with the current situation." Another place, in a dark room lit only by a blazing torch, a figure stood by a cabinet, fumbling with a stack of papers. Daniel was dead. All of it was to break all ties with the. On the letter it was written, "I leave the rest to you, Bao. Don't forget your anger at injustice." With the revolutionary army including him as bait, he stabbed the Duke in the back, the one who tried to use us. Bao, faint smile. He thought to himself, that is exactly the way he. Then he walked out of that room, thinking, I need to try to be worthy of the trust he placed. A moment of hesitation was clear in his eyes. And The torch that was in his hand just now lay on the floor. The wooden floor quickly caught fire, the entire house bursting into flames. In a corner of the room earlier, the figure of a middle-aged woman lay neatly on the bed, motionless. There was a strange mark on her mouth. Bao vowed to himself, if anything happens to you, I will use this poison to follow in your footsteps. Because I couldn't protect her. She had swallowed the poison from a small bottle worn around her neck, ending her own. Holding a wooden box in his hands, he stepped out of that place and ran into a girl. Asked, Bao, are you alright? It was a high-ranking commander of the Revolutionary Army and Daniel's close friend. He just smiled. What if him not? Iram noticed his strangeness. She placed her hands on his shoulders and shook him a few times. Wake up, he continued to ask when he thrust the wooden chest into her hands, forcing her to take it. Daniel declared, you are the one, huh? What is? Bao still acted as if nothing were wrong. I know. You don't need to be so worried. That's Daniel's stuff. Please take good care of it. I will do my best to be worthy of his trust. But before that, I need to go see. Iram was stunned to hear that. Are you going to see that child again? He denied it but replied, yes, I need to find her. Daniel was the one who taught me how to love. That was Sia, his only relative. Just endure a bit longer. I'm coming to protect you. In her corner, a pink-haired woman was sitting next to her, showing her a paper as if introducing something. The girl asked the order. The woman smirked and explained, yes. If you're interested, go to the location written here. Unlike the Church of Salvation, no one can destroy this paradise. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up. She whispered, paradise. Return to the gloomy castle. In a room with a long table, the Demon King sat in the main chair, listening to his subordinates report. The Ligjua Empire and the Shan Empire. With the exception of Espiranas, the major human kingdoms have formed an alliance. Finally, it's a bit surprising considering the current empire's act. Then he asked again in a cold voice, so the empire hasn't suffered any losses yet? Ashley was startled when he heard the question. He stammered, about. Yen seemed to be in his own world, spinning a Rubik's Cube in his hand. Nevertheless, in his heart he thought, according to the plan, we should have taken one of the empire's castles by now. Why are we advancing so slowly? The demon heard his concern and laughed. Ah, don't be impatient. You know that we demons are limited in power in the human realm. There's no other way, we're forced to advance slower than expected. Demons, the species hated by the entire world, have to suffer a penalty when stepping into the human realm. If they sign a contract with a human, they can use their full power, but if not, they can only use. Continued, in addition, many castles in the human realm have magic suppression arrays. Therefore, it's hard for us demons to show our full power. Those arrays placed at the castles made it difficult for them to approach. A demon also clutched his head and groaned. This is driving me crazy. Tien realized he was right. I didn't consider the characteristics of demons. At this point, I need to change the strategy. Suddenly he spoke up, then I also need to ensure the humans can't give their full effort either. The Demon King heard this and asked, do you have a plan? While solving the complex Rubik's Cube in his hands, he replied seamlessly, I need to disable their alliance with Ligjua, a place rich in. He remembered another land and stated the plan for it. Near the border, there's a small country called Tihan. They merged with Ligjua before the war. That means if we attack that place, Ligjua will have no choice but to split their army and send reinforcements. Zika added, therefore weakening their forces. Do you intend to attack Ligjua even before the At this point, he had finished solving the Rubik's Cube. Placing it on the table, he explained, I will use them as an example. It will send a message that our target is the Empire, but we will remove anything or anyone that stands in. Those feet stopped in front of the door to the Emperor's office. The guards recognized who it was. Dien Hart. He opened the door and strode in boldly. I wish to pay my respects, especially Kruin Het. Nemesius turned toward the source of the sound. Dien Hart. The guard's attempts to stop him. Marquis, this is going to be trouble. Are you planning? He drew his sword to punish this insolent man. How dare you enter here with that attitude? The king was relieved to see he was still unharmed. So you're safe, Marquis Dien. But as for Kruin Het, seeing his body hadn't healed but he had still sought him out, he asked, with your body covered in injuries like that, why did you come to? Yen fired a series of questions at the king. Do you know, your majesty? Do you know what the duke did and the truth my brother Kruin Het tried to? His eyes were cold as ice, enough to pierce through one's soul. Yen lost his patience. How much do you know? Hesitated, not knowing where to start. In the end, his efforts had been in. The Demon King turned his head. Seeing Tian He, the Demon King exclaimed, Ah, you've arrived. The Demon King spread his arms wide as if calling Tian He to come forward. Beside the Demon King, two female demons placed their hands on their chests to greet Tian He, and Jean was also looking around the room. Tian He asked, Jean, what is the meaning? The Demon King walked over and draped an arm over Tianhe's shoulder, showing off with a boastful tone. How is it? Not bad, right? The Demon King didn't know Tianhe was inwardly complaining. Isn't this a bit too flamboyant? Tianhe said you didn't need to go this far. But the Demon King disagreed. The Demon King pushed Tianhe into a chair, asserting that this was only natural. Today is the first day you appear before the public. The Demon King also thought to himself more accurately, today you will perform the mission to divide the two worlds, and you will appear as a traitor to the human. Then the Demon King instructed Tianhe, whenever you want to begin, place your hand on the mana. Tianhe cursed inwardly. Oh, so this is how humans are treated in the demon realm. This is all just a staged act. That bad. Tianhe placed his hand on the mana stone and resolved himself. Fine. Let's make history. Tianhe sat upright, clasping his hands together with an expressionless face. At that moment, in the human realm, Tianhe's image appeared on screens as he began to speak. Everyone must be wondering what is happening. Below, the citizens were in an uproar. Red eyes? White hair. Isn't that the hero who went? And Tianhe introduced himself clearly to everyone's surprise. My name is Tianhe. I am the third hero of the Empire and a Legion commander of the Demon. The noise grew louder. A human as a Legion commander? And a hero of the Empire at that? Tianhe continued, listen closely, humanity. Our target is the Empire. More specific than Tianhe curled his lips into a smile, making no effort to hide his scheming expression. We want to take the Emperor's. Their goal was to make the king face death and destroy Eduardo's throne. Tianhe spoke again, you all know. Because of the Demon King's declaration of war, your Emperor has postponed the expeditions. Thanks to that, many of you can live in a corner. Yahello looked at the screen, resting his chin on his hand and Yahello pondered seriously. He knew the whole country hated Tianhe. Yet Tianhe only targeted the Emperor. If the commoners turned their backs on the Emperor, the nobility would benefit. Thus, the Empire would lose its unity. Perhaps that was exactly what Tianhe wanted. If internal strife occurred and the demon realm sent troops to war, it would be. Having discovered Tianhe's true purpose, Yahello was furious. He punched the wall to vent his rage. He regretted it. I should have killed him back then, along with that man Kruin. Tianhe did not stop. He was creating a beautiful facade for the demon realm. The human realm misunderstands the demon realm. You all think the demon realm is untrustworthy. But based on what evidence? The Demon King still accepted a human like me as a subordinate. That day, he was not only generous to me but also granted me a high-ranking position. If the demon realm were truly evil, how could what I just said? King stared intensely at the screen in front of him and praised Tianhe. He is truly skilled at sowing seeds of discord among the enemies. Afterward, the king let out a sigh. We can't even make him shut his mouth. The woman standing next to him, likely a servant, heard his complaints and immediately bowed her head to explain. Please forgive me, your majesty. This barrier is far beyond the previous one, so I could not do it. Suddenly, another screen appeared with a man's presence. He spoke, if you truly only want to kill the Emperor, you should have joined the revolutionary. That was Bao speaking. The moment you sided with the demon realm, you became a traitor to the Empire. A royal henchman immediately reported, Your Majesty, someone is Eduardo guessed it immediately. It's the revolutionary army. Then Eduardo pondered. This outfit. He is a high-level. Bao kept an expressionless face, waiting for Tianhe's.
Bao felt lucky.
If we had waited a bit longer, the demon realm would have achieved their goal. The Emperor's side probably couldn't break the barrier, which is why there's no reaction. Luckily, I found a talented mage. Although that mage was full of complaints and dissatisfaction, thinking, why do I have to work for that Emperor? Bao sighed inwardly, noting that it took a lot of talking to get the mage to. Bao continued to ask when Tianhe didn't reply, ahem. You say the Demon King accepted you? Possibly. Red eyes, white hair, pale skin. Your appearance is already different from others. You even have a reputation for being cruel. At this time, Tianhe was evaluating his opponent. Who is he? I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Tianhe suddenly remembered. Ah, that's right. He's the one I met in the basement where I was treated by that unknown old doctor. Back then, after Tianhe woke up, he was asked to wear a cloak and a blind. Out of curiosity, Tianhe had lifted the blindfold to steal a glance. Where is this place? Why is my eye? Then, seeing Bao approaching, Tianhe panicked and pulled the blindfold down. Ah, someone's. Bao was still questioning Tianhe. With things like that, it's only right that the demon realm accept. Tianhe replied, if the demon realm were evil and racist, they would never have accepted me. But in his heart, he was thinking he's taller than back then, but there's no mistaking him. Is that building the base for his army? This is going to be trouble. Suddenly, what Bao said next made Tianhe freeze. Killing your own brother was also such a cruel act. Isn't that right? Tian-he cried out in his mind. The malice in Bao's words continued to increase. You killed your family. Who would still consider you a human? Tian-he stood up abruptly, thinking he had misheard. Who did he say I? The image of his older brother appeared before Tian-he's eyes. He absolutely could not believe what he had just heard. I killed. Seeing Tian-he's face gradually lose color, the Demon King reminded him. Daniel, standing nearby, also called out inwardly. Tian-he's whole body shook, and he gasped for air. Turns out everyone thinks I killed him. It makes sense. To form an alliance, they had to create a common thought gloomily. Why is he silent? Could it be that I hit his weak? After considering everything, Bao realized this only benefited him. Fine, let's continue. Thinking this, Bao spoke loudly again. How can we believe the words of a cruel person like you? You aren't even as trustworthy as the demon. He interrupted Bao. I don't have time to correct those slanders. His heart was full of anger. How dare you use my brother's death? Tian-he spoke again. I am a human. Out of love for my kind, I did this. I didn't come here to joke around. Tian-he had to tell himself, I must stay calm. I can't let my emotions take over. I must keep the conversation under control. Tian-he clenched his fists, his body still shaking uncontrollably. He spoke up, to a habitual liar who calls himself a representative of humanity like you. I have nothing more. Tian-he suppressed his emotions. I repeat, we only want Emperor Eduardo's life. Ririnel and Adelia looked at Tian-he with concern. Daniel also could not hide his face, which was becoming under the Demon King's gaze. Tian-he raised his voice in warning. Anyone who gets in the way will be eliminated. Tian-he curled his lips into a smile and placed a hand on his chest as if to add credibility. The gates of the demon realm are always open to anyone who wants to form an association. So you all should consider care. Bao became shocked. Damn it. I thought he wouldn't be able to say anything more. If this continues, people will change their view of the demon realm. Thus, Bao shouted, but Tian-he didn't care. The screens vanished, leaving only one sentence before the bewildered eyes of the people. I will stop here. You all should choose your own. The citizens were silently thinking about the truth of this. The demon realm doesn't hate humans. Finally, the conversation ended. Tian-he thought, done. The human realm is going to be in chaos. But, Tian-he turned, targeting Devalania's neck, reaching out to grab her and pinning her against. Tian-he's action made it hard for her to breathe. She called out, Master Tian-he. Tian-he's voice came through. I told you to report news to me. How dare you hide the rumors about Grawl? You almost ruined everything. Devalania began to tremble. Forgive me. Tian-he's eyes flashed with a red light as he questioned her. What? You thought I would get agitated? Or thought I would go? Tian-he believed that from this moment on, nothing could make him lose his composure, and returning to his room, Tian-he turned his back, looking towards the window. He asked, so he was beheaded? Hearing that, Devalania reported, yes. By the time I arrived, everything had already happened. Tian-he continued to ask, and the body? She replied, after taking the head, they took the body away. Forgive me for not fulfilling my... Holding a cigarette in his hand didn't make him calm down. His whole body shook uncontrollably. He gave a cold laugh. Ah, Tian-he thought they were truly bold. They dared to take my brother's head as proof. Thinking this, Tian-he ordered, find a way to get the body back for me. He didn't stop complaining. When I heard this news, I tried to hold it in, but really, how dare... Tian-he approached Devalania, placing his hand on her neck. He asked, you probably thought I was weak, which is why you hid it from me, right? She replied while trembling. No, I was just worried for you. Tian-he shouted, I don't need your... A voice echoed in Tian-he's head, reminding him, hey, there are many other ways to vent your anger. Shouting only makes your throat sore and ruins your image. Tian-he gradually regained his composure. Releasing her neck, Tian-he said, enough. He told himself, right? I must not get agitated. Tian-he turned to leave, leaving only a reminder, don't repeat this mistake again. Devalania collapsed, coughing several times. Fear welled up inside her. She thought this killing intent. He used to be quite calm. But after that severe illness, his personality changed. Tian-he turned away, his expression becoming even more somber and unpredictable. Tian-he closed his eyes and frowned, thinking, it's hard to... Near the border of Tihan, a battle took place. Flames rose fiercely as if wanting to burn everything. There was a command from the Demon King. The 5th Legion must attack Tihan and destroy as much of their military force as possible. With thud, an arrow flew and aimed straight for the chest of a brown-haired man, burying itself deep. Blood sprayed everywhere. The owner of that arrow was a blonde girl, her body also covered in blood. That was the commander of the 5th Legion. Following her was a white-haired man, the vice commander of the 5th Legion, Durnal asked, "This is the order from Master Tian-he. Is this enough killing?" Ivan replied, "They keep sending reinforcements, but they're all just flies." Ohel said, as expected of his prediction, "Did he give any other instructions?" Ivan answered, "He said the Second Legion will finish cleaning up soon, so we should act moderately." Ohel turned and wondered, "Then can we go into the village to find treasure?" Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, catching their. That sound came from a house hidden behind some tree branch. Ohel pulled off her glasses to look in that direction, while Ivan remained silent. Suddenly, as if discovering something, Ivan cried out, "Master Ohel!" Under Ohel's expectant gaze, Ivan spoke his thought. "That is the sound of a human child crying, isn't it?" Ohel's face became joyful. She replied, "Let's go there quickly." Lohi was a land with many resources. During the war with the demon realm, that land provided many supplies. And now, it would be the first to suffer the consequences of opposing the demon. Devilania looked serious, throwing a decisive punch at the person in front. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, but it did not make her flinch. She only thought, as Master Tian-he predicted, the bulk of their forces have arrived. Defeating them is easier than I. Lowering her blood-stained hands, Devilania looked around at the scattered corpses. She silently assessed the situation. Both the Empire and the San Empire are stuck at the front, so they can't support right now. Lohi is forced to defend while waiting for reinforcements. This will end. Suddenly, the door behind her burst open. A figure rushed in, shouting, "Cruel demon!" That's. Devilania immediately turned to look in that direction. Then she suddenly remembered what Tian-he had once said. "I heard the king of Lohi has a younger brother. Their relationship is very close. The brother is a general. When the brother has to participate in combat because the Second Legion is too strong, after throwing the door open, the man immediately used all his strength to enter a combat. Seeing her as his target, he rushed forward without hesitation. This moment, Tian-he's target was also Devilania's target. He finally appeared. My sacrificial wills and cries of grief echoed throughout the castle. The king of Lohi held his younger brother, who was wrapped in a white cloth soaked in blood. The king wailed, "No, please, this isn't my brother." The soldiers holding spears could not help but tremble at the general's. King still could not believe the truth before him, trying hard to deny it. The body is headless, so there must be a mistake, right? No. Before him, a woman knelt on one knee, placing her hand over her. That was the former knight commander, a member of the Imperial Knights, Lien Renner. Her face was grim and the king continued to shed tears. "A miracle will happen. Wake up, brother. I'm here." When the city gates were attacked, the brother was in the city At that time, when he heard his brother say, the king had tried hard to stop him. "Going out now is very dangerous. Wait for reinforcements to arrive." His brother had convinced him, saying, "But the soldiers can't hold out anymore. I am a general. I must fulfill my duty." The king could only sigh helplessly and give instructions with worry. "Reinforcements are almost here. Just go out to buy time. Don't get..." That young general was full of confidence. "Who do you think I am?" But now the king only felt regret. I should have stopped him. Although reinforcements arrived immediately, their strength and skill level were not high, so they were all killed. Lohi had tried very hard to help the alliance, but when they needed help, they only received. Holding his motionless brother who had no breath of life left, the king felt remorse. "Forgive me. I'm sorry." Then he resolved to take revenge. "I cannot overlook this. Those bastards deserve to..." Lien Renner could only plead, "I am sorry, your majesty. Although I commanded the reinforcements, I could not help at all. From the bottom of my heart, I am truly..." The response she got was only his cold voice. "Can the apology of someone who lived save my..." The king's resentment grew. "My brother is gone. But why are the knights of the empire still alive?" Hearing that, Lien Renner immediately used both hands to offer her. Lien Renner spoke, "If you want my life, I offer you this." In her heart, she felt no less self-reproach. "I could not complete the mission His Majesty gave. I even harmed my man. Even if I trade my life, I cannot wash away this." The king took the sword and raised it, his face still drenched in tears. He screamed, "If you had only sent reinforcements properly." As if resolving himself, he used force and aimed the sword at her. Lien Renner squeezed her eyes shut, leaving her life in the hands of the man before. Just as the sword touched the skin of her neck, the king suddenly... Afterward, he threw the sword to the ground, no longer caring. "Forget it. What good does killing..." Finally, he decisively ended the relationship that only brought injustice between the empires. "Deliver a message to your emperor. The alliance between Lohi and the empires is officially dissolved." The scene shifted to the empire. After receiving the news, Eduardo only replied, "All right. It's hard to blame them. You all return to the Standing by the window, Eduardo pondered. When the reinforcements left, I foresaw this. Due to a shortage of soldiers, we had no other choice. It's true that this time we were in the wrong with. Behind him, a voice suddenly asked a caring question, catching his attention. Your Majesty seems Looking back, Eduardo saw a man with long hair. Eduardo spoke his name as a greeting. Duke Eulaster expressed his apology. I did not mean to eavesdrop. It seems the alliance has dissolved. It wasn't long after Paris fell to the demon race that they decided to leave the alliance. Eulaster's face became even more cunning, with a touch of glee as if he were calculating something. Even though we are at war, there are still foolish people among the nobility who cause trouble for your Majesty just to score points with me. You have worked hard, your Majesty. Recalling the image of the people in an uproar, Eulaster asked, Do you know him, the Legion commander? Your Majesty. Eulaster only secretly complained, if you hadn't intentionally tried to annex the human realm from the start, the demon realm wouldn't have had an excuse to cause trouble. Then Eulaster spoke again, it's still not too late. What does your Majesty think about giving the throne? Eduardo gave a cold, contemptuous laugh. Are you that hungry for power? Is the leader of those foolish nobles actually worried about? Eulaster smiled, his voice soft but heavy with weight. You are the reason Tion he went mad. Now is the time for us to unite against the enemy. So you will stay quiet, won't you? Eduardo spoke as the scene of fleeing citizens came back, showing soldiers who only knew how to panic and did. People scattered in a panic, reminiscent of the soldiers who only knew how to panic and couldn't do it. Their leader, Eulaster, just stood by and watched, gritting his. Eduardo used that to mock him. Your arrogance made you commit a mistake. That's why your territory was attacked while you just stood by and watched. Hearing that, Eulaster gritted his teeth, his brows furrowing in irritation. Having said that, Eduardo reminded him again, if you know how to consider things, you should stay in your place. Do you think you're in a strong position? Suddenly, the voice of a blonde attendant interrupted their conversation. Your Majesty, there is new news about the Night Order. In my opinion, your Majesty should go and see for yourself. Hearing that, Eduardo prepared to leave. I'm going. Go back to the palace and rest. After all, you have nowhere else. After they left, only Eulaster remained standing. Eulaster smoothed his hair and let out a few huffs. He reminds me of the first prince. Those brothers are really good at annoying. 10 years ago, the first prince had tried to keep his position as crown prince firm to protect his loved ones. But before he could take the throne, he was poisoned and fell ill and died. The first prince had asked Eulaster, please protect my son and daughter, along with Eduardo, for 10 years. Eulaster was silent for a moment and then asked, why should I do? First prince's next words made Eulaster freeze. I know you are the one trying to poison. Indeed, Eulaster was the one who had poisoned the first prince. The first prince was a lunatic who wanted to use everything to protect his family. A smart person like him couldn't be emperor. Eulaster had to find someone easier to manipulate. He intended to let him die slowly. But since things had come to this, Eulaster had to kill him before the truth came. Just as Eulaster was about to strike, the first prince spoke again. I have no intention of telling anyone that you poisoned me. By the time I found out it was too. First prince held a teacup and calmly continued. I have no evidence to confirm you poisoned me. Even if I had the antidote and took the throne, I would not be strong enough to oppose your Eulaster's eyes sharpened, looking a bit strange. Then the first prince made a request, or rather, a plea. So I want to negotiate. Eulaster crossed his legs, placed both hands on his knees, and replied with a smile. Negotiate? You have nothing left to negotiate. Having finished speaking, the great emperor pushed a book with a red cover in front of Eulaster. Do you know this book? Eulaster was surprised, exclaiming in shock. The first prince smiled and continued. This is the forbidden book you have always been looking for. Inside, there are records of how to contact the Demon King. I will leave it to you. The first prince became a bit somber. Furthermore, my life also belongs to you. You know well what kind of person I am. Eulaster remained silent and slightly gloomy. Besides, my life belongs to you. You know well what kind of person I am. Eulaster fell into silence. The great emperor seemed to understand clearly. I only want my children to be safe. Before him was the innocent, laughing image of the children he had poured his heart and soul into. On the contrary, Eulaster was cunning. Every move seemed very careful, just like a game of chess. The first prince spoke, and you want power. Both sides benefit. Is that accept? Staring intensely at the book placed on the table, Eulaster carefully thought about this negotiation. Eulaster lifted his eyebrows slightly and asked arrogantly, do you think this is the only way I can get? Unexpectedly, that smart great emperor had already laid out a meticulous plan. Before coming here, I already made arrangements. If anything happens to me, you will be the culprit. Did you think I couldn't forge evidence? Before Eulaster's bewildered gaze, the first prince continued to talk as if it were a joke. Whether it's an assassination or an ambush on the road, everyone will think you are the culprit. Even if you accuse me of possessing a forbidden book, I only need to burn it and it's— Yulaster felt angry because he was trapped. You are threatening me. Yet your face remains so calm? The first prince did not think so and immediately denied it. This is not a threat, but a proposal. Thinking about it, the first prince spoke again. Let me increase the benefits of the deal. If you don't want to be suspected by others, I will arrange for people to suspect Duke Grades as the culprit. What do you think? That emperor was willing to help Yulaster pin the blame on someone. This made Yulaster surprised, and he decided to reconsider. The great emperor spoke his thoughts. An empire with 2 dukes owning territory is also a cause for concern. Yulaster curled his lips in a sinister smile. He thought the first prince was pathetic, only thinking about his family, but he didn't expect him to be so terrible. Finally, this negotiation was established. The 2 of them pressed their fingerprints on the page. Done. The deal is— Next, a mage appeared using magic to seal this negotiation. Yulaster thought to himself, he even brought a mage along? Such thorough arrangements. The great emperor gave a warning. I want to protect my children mentally and physically. You cannot lock them up and say that's protection. It seemed Yulaster's scheme had been seen through. Yulaster sighed inwardly. Such sharp intuition. Yulaster promised, I will protect them for 10 years. The great emperor agreed to that. 10 years is enough for them to grow up, and also for you to form a bond. It was as if Yulaster's plot had been seen through by him. He lamented inwardly, such keen intuition. He promised, I will protect them for 10 years. The great emperor also agreed with that. 10 years is enough for them to grow up, and also for you to become attached to them. 10 years. Yulaster clasped his hands together, feeling a bit confused. Huh? Forming a bond? That— The first prince narrowed his eyes and smiled brightly. I'm sure you will like them, because they are lovely. Indeed, childhood is an endearing age. With their inherited appearance and golden hair, it was not hard for others to be unable to resist love, and so the 10-year agreement passed. In a private corner, Yulaster rested his chin on his hand and looked out the window. He thought to himself, bonding? Nonsense. The reason I let them live is just because the time hasn't come. Yulaster's teeth clenched. The scheme was still being nurtured. Once the empire is stable and the opportunity— The scene shifted to Tianhe's side. At this time, Tianhe looked at the stack of documents in his hand and burst into laughter. Daniel, standing beside Tianhe, was momentarily stunned by his actions. Couldn't be helped because Tianhe finally discovered the truth. To think this is what happened. Tianhe couldn't help but exclaim, so that's why the Duke— Tianhe curled his lips into a smile. Thinking about why Stark Yulaster had protected the royal family for the past 10 years? The more he thought, the more Tianhe couldn't help but burst out laughing. Here it is. I found the thing that can make him feel what I've experienced. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Here it is. I found something that can make him feel the same way. Tianhe spoke up to remind his comrades. Everyone listen. If you see a comrade using stimulants, you must stop them, even if you have to use force. The soldiers all turned to look at Tianhe. They hesitated and replied, but if we do that, they will die. Tianhe spoke seriously. Everyone must hesitantly replied, but if we do that, they'll die. He spoke seriously. Everyone must While wiping a sharp knife in his hand, Tianhe explained to them, everyone has a place to return to. You must return and continue living. You are not allowed to be They also reminded Tianhe, Captain must also remember your own words. Feeling a bit confused by what they said, Tianhe let out one of them explained, you also have a place to return. Back at the castle in the demon realm, Jean opened the door and called out, Master, the meeting is about to start. Jean was a bit surprised to see Tianhe already sitting on the edge of the bed. Jean asked, you're all slightly surprised to see him sitting on the edge of the bed. He asked, are you? And Jean approached, wondering, you went to bed late, yet you're up early. Did you finish designing the game? Tianhe gently replied that. Tianhe walked to another spot, revealing something lying on a round table. I was bored, so I thought of it. Unexpectedly, it didn't take much. Jean swallowed hard, thinking, he designed such a complex game just because he was. On that table was a strangely divided wooden board with pieces on it. There were army pieces with crowns, some holding shields, or symbols of 2 crossed swords. It was a tactical game inspired by chess. Jean felt interested seeing the object before him. Although he had only heard about it, it seemed extremely meticulous. Using this for war games would be perfect. But when he designed it, his mind must have been a bit abnormal. Tianhe talked incessantly about the gameplay he had created, without stopping like a machine. The only difference was his tired face. If chess pieces are divided by function, here they are divided by units. Archers, spearmen, swordsmen, shield-bearers. There are also horses and supplies. If they aren't supplied for 3 turns, the number of troops will decrease by 1/3. That means if you have 9 units, only 6 units can receive orders. Jean interrupted, expressing his concern. Wait, Master. Seems you're about to lose it. Please rest. Ad appeared out of nowhere. Hearing Jean say that, Ad spoke up in indignation. How dare you say he's about to lose it? That's just the personality of a human. In his heart, Ad admired Tian-He. He became famous because he's extremely good in several fields. He's truly talented. Tian-He went to the window. While having a cigarette, he heard Jean's concerned voice. It seems you didn't have nightmares today. Your complexion looks quite... Tian-He smiled so much his eyes narrowed. He answered, that's right. I had a funny... While Jean helped Tian-He put on his cloak, Tian-He asked, how is the thing I requested coming along? Jean immediately replied, about the expansion of the Merchant Guild? We're facing some difficulties. After your warning to the human realm, the sanctions have become stricter. Not only that, but the Merchant Guild is also being closely monitored. Tian-He spoke sarcastically, who told you to use my name when applying for the travel permit? You were very happy to use my name back then, but now look at you. Jean had once been very excited and confident, looking prestigious when saying, if I say I am serving the prestigious Count He, everything will be easier. But things didn't go as planned. Jean could only complain, Master. When you hadn't openly betrayed the human realm, everything was very... Then Jean turned around, informing Tian-He of the situation. Even so, my merchant guild is relatively large. Many places depend on us. We won't be easily eliminated. Jean said again, we also found a high-level mage who uses talismans. We'll soon have what we want. Tian-He praised him, you found one sooner than I expected. We also found a skilled mage using charms. We'll soon have what we want. Tian spoke up in praise, you found it sooner than I expected. Hearing this, Jean was excited. Thanks to Butler. Thinking about the face of that white-haired man, Tian-He couldn't help but be curious. Why does he know everything? Who is he? In another room where everyone was gathering to discuss the upcoming plan, Tian-He rested his hands on the table and stated his thoughts. To quickly capture the Emperor, the demon army will take the shortest. Hearing that, Adelia asked, aren't we attacking Duke Eulaster's territory first? Because according to their original plan, after going from Paris to Mantium, it would be easy to head towards Eulaster and then to the... Tian-He explained, that's right. I intended to do that to restrain the Duke. However, we don't need to anymore. In the war with the Revolutionary Army, he lost almost all his forces. In fact, Tian-He knew well that was only a secondary... Tian-He was about to continue, but he still has a trump card. Suddenly, Ririnio slammed the table and interrupted. If it's the Church of the Savior, you don't need to... Ririnio added, because Tian-He's side in the human realm has already weakened the churches. Hearing that, the Demon King spoke up. Although his face was smiling, he emitted a dark aura that made Ririnio panic. Oh, I didn't know what you were doing. Turns out you've done better than I imagined. Ririnio could only awkwardly reply, well, I also thought I was being useful to the Demon. The Demon King acted normally and said, I'm not blaming you. Behind him, Tian-He was deep in thought. Good. The Duke's power is diminished. The Emperor is the source of everything. Eulaster can only feel resentment but can't do anything because his power is being... Therefore, the first part of the revenge is to kill the Emperor. I will let you feel the sensation of losing the person you cherish, letting you know the feeling of losing someone you cherish. Tian-He flashed a sinister smile. No need to drag it out then. Adelia replied with a smile. I understand your plan. As expected of Master Tian-He. I didn't think you'd plan this quickly. One Demon King folded his arms in satisfaction. With a commander like you here, I can sit back and relax. Tian-He thought, the Demon King knows my intentions but still lets me do whatever I want. His smile is so annoying. Then the Demon King asked, what's next? The Empire and the San Empire are still allied. Will it be okay for... Tian-He answered with absolute certainty. That alliance will soon dissolve. The Demon King seemed surprised. Oh, why are you so calm? Tian-He slowly explained. Lohi is no longer there as the center of reconciliation. Those two leaders are both stubborn. If there's a conflict and no one yields, it's bound to dissolve. Asian was amazed and let out an ah. He probably understood. Afterward, Asian spoke up, Master Tian-He, according to the marching direction above, we will pass through Mantium. Tian-He answered him, that's right. Mantium Castle is the residence of the Empire's second hero, Stigma Primiso. A hero with long blue... Tian-He proposed another plan. He's a tough one to face. We should change the march towards Baron Miller's territory. In his heart, Tian-He also thought, and I don't want to fight him yet. This meant that instead of marching to Mantium, they would go around to the adjacent territory before heading to the... Delia wondered, that territory is near Stigma Primiso. What if he sends reinforcements? At this moment, Tian-He stated his plan. It's possible. Therefore, I will personally go to meet. The scene shifted to Mantium. Stigma sat in a chair, resting his chin as he appeared from behind a curtain, reaching out to pull the hood of his cloak down. He spoke a greeting, "Long time no see, senior." Stigma spoke in a somewhat teasing tone, "You have the guts to come here. You've become an enemy of humanity, yet you still show up at a hero's residence." He replied, "But you gave orders to your subordinates not to take reckless action." Stigma seemed to understand everything. "When John from the Black Merchant Guild requested a secret meeting, I knew immediately it was you. After all, you were the one who established that guild." Stigma gave a small laugh. "Regarding the supply, a bit. Regarding the matter of daily necessities." Stigma observed Tian-He and then said, "Compared to the last time we met, you've changed quite a bit. From your attitude to the look in your eyes." Stigma was momentarily stunned by Tian-He's next words. "It's all thanks to your guidance. Do you not like the—" Stigma burst out laughing. "Haha, you're my junior. How could I hate you? Why have you come?" Hearing that question, Tian-He gave a cold. Tian-He spoke to express his thoughts. "The demon realm intends to advance to the capital through Baron Miller's territory." Facing each other, Tian-He continued, "That territory is nearby, so surely you would send reinforcements. But I don't want to fight you." Stigma looked straight into Tian-He's eyes and agreed. "Neither do." He quickly asked. But Stigma immediately crushed Tian-He's hope. "If the Emperor gives the order, I am forced to send troops. I must also protect my honor." Tian-He thought to himself, "I knew it, but I didn't think it would happen. They'll have to find another." His intention failed. Tian-He put his hood back on and turned to leave. "Then I'm going." Suddenly Stigma asked, "Wait, have you heard about those bastards?" No, about the Pride Knights?" Tian-He was confused. "Why mention?" Stigma rubbed his chin and answered, "After you disappeared, I was in charge of them for a while. A few days ago, I sent them to Baron Miller's territory, but they disappeared during the march." Tian-He was bewildered and exclaimed. Elsewhere, in a dark forest, someone shouted, "Where have those bastards run off to?" They were a group of soldiers searching hard for someone. If it's desertion, they must be severely punished. Otherwise, we'll have to face a court-martial. Find them quickly. Behind a bush, a group of people were covered their own mouths, trying to keep their presence as low as possible to avoid detection. Stigma said, "They probably deserted to find their master. But it seems they failed. You are very lucky to find such loyal subordinates. Not everyone gets." After leaving Mantium, while riding his horse through the night, Tian-He couldn't stop thinking about them. "The Pride Knights are working for the Empire, so I don't want to contact them. These bastards are truly..." Recalling his brothers, Tian-He couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect them to throw away their lives and desert like that. First, holding a blue crystal for communication, Tian-He spoke a message. "Jean, find the survivors of the Barbary tribe for me." A voice came from the crystal in response. "Pardon?" The reason Tian-He made this decision was that he thought, when the battle begins, Stigma Primiso will surely receive orders to reinforce Miller. I have to give him a reason why he can't send troops. After the attack on Stigma Primiso's territory, the Barbary tribe was almost entirely wiped. Tian-He gave instructions, "I will provoke them." Those people in wolf hoods would act, not hesitating to set fires, and Tian-He thought, even though they are staying quiet, they surely still want revenge. If I provoke them, they will surely take revenge on the Baron. When his own territory is at war, Stigma cannot support. As he neared the Demon King's castle, Jean's voice came from the crystal again. "Master, please come back." On Jean's side, there seemed to be chaos. Cries rang out, "Let us meet him, we..." Jean said again, "Please come back to the Demon King's castle." Tian-He found it strange. Why was it so Right outside the castle, the knights had arrived. They held swords in their hands and shouted loudly, "Bring the captain out." The demons also roared, "You're all making such a mess. Do you want to die?" The knights weren't at all afraid and replied, "We have a hostage." Jean reported to Tian-He in worry, "The Pride Knights are..." That news shocked Tian-He. He pulled the horse's reins in disbelief, exclaiming in his heart. One of the knights made a request for negotiation. "We know the captain is here. If you want to keep the hostage safe, then..." He suddenly stopped, noticing movement behind. As soon as he saw Tian-He, he shouted, "Captain!" The scene before him made Tian-He panic. He wanted to curse in his heart. What? A knight at the... Was the sound of stealthy footsteps. The Pride Knights were peeking around, looking They whispered to each other, "Great, there's no one." Everyone. One of them gave an excited thumbs up. "Now that we know where the captain is, we don't need to stay here anymore." Recalling when they saw the screen showing Tian-He's announcement to the human realm, they had been so excited. "Damn, the captain is so cool. Our captain is #1 in the demon." Everyone was of the same mind, saying in unison, "Let's..." Suddenly a voice rang out like a bucket of cold water, dousing their excitement. "Run!" It wasn't hard to recognize the owner of that voice. They timidly greeted him. Stigma stood nearby, exuding killing intent. How dare you discuss running away on my territory? If you weren't my junior's Dogsnow Knights, I would have killed you 100 times. They were annoyed and started to speak, but he cut them off. You just called us dog. Stigma paid them no mind and continued. I said I took you in to train you for my... Saying this, Stigma cursed inwardly with extreme dissatisfaction. Since he had taken those bastards in, they hadn't stopped causing trouble with others, constantly provoking them. Come at me. Come. Were also destructive. They would casually chat, who brought the bomb? Who knows? But it burns pretty. They broke walls and destroyed houses without remorse, only laughing and joking. Bro, another one broke. He made it fly.
Yeah.
Stigma's eyes bulged with rage. Their endless accidents. What is this? Resistance? A challenge to my power? The more he thought, the angrier he... Getting angrier, Stigma placed his hand on his sword and raised his voice in warning, causing them to fall silent instantly. Which ear of yours doesn't understand human speech? Anyone who moves will lose their head immediately. Stay still. And Stigma's voice was full of helplessness. From the time I was young until now, I've never had subordinates as frustrating as you all. They could only scratch their heads and reply, we are sorry. Stigma continued, although I personally want you to disappear as far from my sight as possible. I've been ordered to look after you. Complaints rang out. You are so devoted. Hearing that, Stigma questioned them, but if my soldiers run away, what will happen to my... They stammered an explanation, but... We have to go to the... Stigma crossed his arms and smiled, but his murderous intent did not diminish. Then wait. If you weren't under my care, I wouldn't care if you disappeared or died. Finishing that story, the arrogant knights even proudly boasted, and that's how he pushed us onto someone else. And while moving, we escaped. Tian was speechless, not knowing what to say. Did they really provoke Stigma to that extent? They are truly talented. Looking around, Tian suddenly realized something and asked, Isn't Lady Lien coming? Brown-haired man scratched his head and explained, We couldn't mention that and ask her to come along. So we left a letter saying we were leaving. She's probably seen it by... Back at the Empire, Lien was currently holding the note they had left, but on it were only the words, Sorry, Commander, causing her to complain and exclaim, Those damn bastards. Perhaps understanding the reason they did so, Tian waved his hand. It's fine. Well done. He thought to himself, even if Lien had come with them, I would have sent her back anyway. She's too upright. She wouldn't be accepted in the demon. Tian's attention shifted to the blonde female demon behind him, and he asked, Anyway, what are you doing here, Commander of the 7th Legion? Weren't you supposed to be at the border? You are the commander of the 7th Legion, Silua. Seeing that Tian had finally noticed her, she exclaimed, Oh, you finally noticed me. Then she explained, On my way back to report to the Demon King, I ran into these. Then, Silua acted as if she had done a good deed. Since they interested me and said they were your subordinates, I let myself be captured. Although I considered killing them, I realized their fighting style was similar to yours. Tian remained silent, not knowing what to say. Feeling so helpless he could almost see a crow flying overhead with that effect. On the contrary, the knights were very surprised by the girl they had planned to take hostage. They gathered around her, showering her with praise. Commander of a legion? No wonder you're so strong. Hearing the compliments, the girl puffed out her nose and tilted her face to the sky. Let me tell you, in the one who let you... Not long after, Tian's voice rang out, making her jump. Silua, do what needs to be done immediately. She could only obey. Meanwhile, knights were also led away by Tian. The rest of you follow me. They could only groan, Ugh, he's angry. However, they still spoke up boldly, Captain. Let's talk this out. Seeing that Tian still didn't look back, they thought their fate was sealed and began to shout. Please, stay. Tian pulled out 2 small daggers, looking terrifying as he joked. Yeah, right. I should probably use these instead. These 2 daggers happened to be named Conversation and Calm. Thus, those 2 daggers were somehow called Ms. Conversation and Mr. Calm. They screamed even louder. The appearance of the knights caused a commotion in the Demon Realm Castle, which was usually quiet. That in another room under Tian's supervision, they had to sit in a squat with both hands raised as punishment. A few bumps had grown on their heads, and it was clear who the creator was. While wiping his daggers, Tian scolded them. How dare you recklessly start a fight with a legion commander? Do you want to die that? The purple-haired man said indignantly. But we needed to see you, Captain. How could you leave us behind? Hearing that, the others also started to excitedly agree. Yeah. We only exist because of you, Captain. We fed you, clothed you, gave you a place to sleep, and raised you. You belong to us, Captain. Tian could only curse. Then, with an embarrassed look, Tian crossed his arms and spoke cheesy words. I don't belong to you. You belong. Couldn't suppress their sudden emotions and rushed forward, exclaiming touchingly. I didn't think the day would come when the captain would say that. That's why people say raising children is worth the effort. Tian didn't expect their imagination to be so rich. Damn it, when did I ever say that? In reality, Tian just coldly exhaled and said flatly, you belong. The blue-haired man hadn't stopped shouting until a piece of paper thrown at his face interrupted him. My son is finally. Tian acted angry and ordered them, stop talking nonsense and attach these talismans to your shoulder pads. Holding the stack of talismans he had thrown, the man wondered, what are these talismans? Tian slowly explained, it's an item that gives you combat conditions similar to demons. But don't tell anyone. Feeling amazed, the man asked further, oh, where did you? Tian pointed toward the person standing behind him and replied, Jian worked hard. Jian nodded a few times and then spoke up, yes, I obtained these talismans thanks to a lot of hard. Afterward, Jian stated the uses of the talismans. The first talisman is only used for suppressing demon magic. It's very Jian continued, the next one is to suppress all demon abilities. It's effective within a 3-meter radius of all those who possess the talisman. That is, when carrying this talisman, they will seemingly have a protective circle within the allowed range against the demons. This wasn't the first time this talisman had been used. Jian told them about its origin. In the past, a warrior and his comrades used them to kill the demon king. And although they weren't very useful for the warrior, they were very helpful for ordinary people. This means, it will be useful for everyone. Before Jian could finish his sentence, a hand was placed on his shoulder in surprise. They pounced on him, some rubbing his head, some messing up his hair, and some threatening him. Ah, Jian, you bastard. You found some pretty good stuff. The captain must have really worked you hard. Huh? You traitor. Who allowed you to come here on your... Jian stammered a reply but was interrupted again. I'm sure they shouted. You think saying sorry is enough? Witnessing that scene, Tian let out a slight... Tian thought to himself, I knew I would give it to them one day, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Their noisy chatter hadn't stopped. Did you forget our sword training? You should have invited us to come along. How dare you enjoy this alone? The volume kept increasing instead of decreasing, making Tian... Finally, Tian turned around and gave them a piece of his mind. You noisy bastards. If you're done. Sitting alone in the quiet, Tian reached out to touch a small flower in his room. Feeling confused, he thought strange. Remembering this was a gift that Hien had given him. She had said, I hope you'll feel better when you see a flower from the human realm. Tian thought to himself. She said it was a flower that bloomed near the border of the demon realm and the human. Tian's eyes gradually became dreamy. I'm not very interested in flowers. But for some reason I keep being drawn to it. Is it because it's a flower from the human? There was a scream as if it wanted to tear the sky apart, making him wake up with his eyes wide open. Why did you do? The scene in front of him was completely unfamiliar. A dark, gloomy red expanse. But figures rose from the ground and moved toward him. Tian was panicked. This is... Then, as if accustomed to this, he sighed. It's just a dream. Here it is again. The countless lives I've... Those people, with their pitch-black eyes, continued to scream, why did you kill us? Why? Tian thought to himself, whatever the reason, I clearly understand that I am a sinner. They became more numerous by the day, and their resentment grew heavier. Why do you dare to sleep well after killing us? You should have died too, die. Unable to control his emotions, Tian questioned them. How foolish. After everything that happened, do you think I would suffer from... That voice kept repeating, you should have died too, die. They wanted Tian to die to atone for his mistakes. Suddenly, someone called his name, making him... A familiar figure appeared in his line of sight, calling out to him. Kruin. He reached out his hand toward Tian and called out, my dear little brother. Tian was overjoyed. Finally. They've realized what has the strongest impact. Tian called out, Gruin. The joy of meeting his brother again made tears well up in his eyes. Please, say that you... Tian reached out his hand, wanting to touch that familiar... Wanted to throw himself into Gruin's arms. Just as he was about to touch him, Tian woke up, his eyelashes wet with tears. Looking at the space around him, Tian was full of regret. Was I kicked out of the dream? He thought, what bad luck. If I had dreamed longer, maybe I could have heard him say he hates me. If he told me to die, I would gladly... Tian jumped up and told himself, I don't have time for this. He knew well that this wasn't his purpose. I must get my revenge. If I don't move forward... Stepping outside, Tian ran into Ad again. Ad looked at him in surprise, then shifted to panic and shouted, Sir Tian, you're drenched in sweat. Tian's face was covered in a layer of mist, He was sweating profusely, and he was breathing with difficulty. Seeing Tian continue to walk, Ad followed worriedly and asked, "Where are you going?"
Tian suddenly interrupted Ad.
His back looked cold as he instructed, "You stay here and report to me as soon as there's new news. I will personally go to the human realm and take command." His head, a voice told itself, "Everything. Destroy everything." A sudden attack was launched. Blood splattered everywhere. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. In an instant, the sound of a sharp collision rang out. The surrounding space was dyed a deep, choking sound was heard. Blood began to flow from the gray-haired man's back, dripping onto the cold ground. Stigma, with a cold, murderous gaze, tightened his grip on the opponent, not giving him any chance to escape. The air was thick. A line of text appeared. The Babai tribe has launched an attack. The gray-haired man was stabbed until his mind became hazy. He collapsed onto the cold ground, his chest heaving heavily. Each breath was long and painful. Stigma stood there, his voice cold. "Until now, you lived in hiding like a pack of dead rats. Why the sudden action? Do you have a backer? Or did you get your hands on some protective art?" Hearing that, he looked up, his breathing heavy, his face smeared with blood. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked a question. Why? Did that person want to help? He gradually remembered. A person had come to meet him. That person wore a black cloak, revealing only red hair and half of his face. He told the gray-haired Zen caravan leader, "We also have a deep-seated hatred for Stigma. He wants revenge." Having said that, he placed a sword in front of the gray-haired man and continued, "Our Zen caravan will fully support you. Let Stigma see the price for crossing us." The gray-haired man sat motionless, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, and a few drops of sweat beaded on his forehead. His entire face showed clear wariness but also an air of calm. The gray man tightened his grip on the sword. The cold blade reflected a dim light. Although his face maintained its usual toughness, his eyes narrowed slightly in suspicion. He was doubting what he had just felt. A brief hesitation flashed for an instant, then was quickly hidden behind a cold exterior. Snapping out of his thoughts, his eyes widened. His pupils contracted, reflecting a light that pierced his eyes, making his whole body freeze. A surge of panic rose. His breath was held. It seemed as if the whole world around him was being stifled by what had just appeared. The gray-haired man lay on the ground, his body covered in red liquid, exhausted from blood loss. His voice was somewhat choked in his throat, but he still tried to grunt out each word. "Stigma primero. Cough. Even if we have to die, we want your life." That Stigma stood there saying nothing, but his face was calm and full of arrogance. His sharp, cold eyes looked at the person lying at his feet. He held the hilt of his sword but was in no hurry to defend, as if everything in front of him was not worth his concern. Waiting for the gray-haired man to finish his sentence, Stigma asked him in a cold voice, "So, has anyone from the Zen caravan come to help?" The gray-haired man was stunned by that question. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his temple, and his eyes flashed with. Seeing the panic in the depths of his eyes, Stigma continued, his mouth gradually curling up. "In short, it's because of Humidum." The scene shifted to the black-clad man with red hair bowing before. "Junior used you to vent his anger and then dragged me here." Tian appeared, his entire body covered by a cloak. Half of his face was hidden by a black cloth, revealing only his glowing red eyes, carrying an indescribable sinister look. The purge of the Babai tribe was not yet over because the war with the demon realm suddenly broke out. Junior knew that, for the sake of honor, he was forced to commit him. Stigma seemed to fly into a rage. He swung his sword, killing the man lying on the ground in one stroke. He laughed arrogantly, his lips curling into a mocking smile, his tone full of contempt. "Using these bugs to hold me." Stigma tilted his head. He slightly moved his lips, carrying his characteristic arrogance. His eyes narrowed, and his voice rose indifferently. "Junior's memory is quite..." With the lower part of his face exposed, Tian's lips slightly curled. He spoke slowly, just like that. "The chance for Stigma Primero to save Amiibo will be..." Tian led the army forward. He held his head high, revealing his sinister red eyes. He said, "And now let's..." City walls were solidly built as a protective shield. The voice of a commander rang out, "Countess Amiibo, we have deployed guerrilla forces in the forest according to your instructions." Titter Amiibo was the commander of the Miller territory in the human realm. The commander continued, "We will use the forest terrain to stop the demons." Amiibo, with a face showing a hint of worry, replied, "I see. Everyone, please hold on a little longer." Suddenly, an arrow was fired from nowhere, but fortunately, it was cut in half by a sword. The blue demon shouted angrily, "Damn it, how annoying. Where do these people keep appearing from?" A pink demon beside him added, "These damn humans. They don't even have the guts to face us direct. In a hidden corner, the army commanded by Amiibo was hiding nearby. A soldier spoke up. They might not lose strength, but their minds are being worn down. At this rate, even if the demons reach the wall, they won't be in any condition to fight. Another soldier, upon hearing that, took it as a signal. Understood. Send the royal soldiers into the field to buy as much time as possible. The eyes of the entire team turned toward Tion. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, as if they were waiting for an order. Sweat rolled down his face, and Tion wiped it away. He thought to himself, I thought our army would break through the encirclement quickly, but these guys are really putting in the effort. He glanced toward the forest where Amiibo's army was lying in ambush. I never expected to have to get involved in the defense, since it's like. Tion called out to a pink-haired goblin. Hi-en. At the same time, he thought, even if the enemy calls him Tion the Swindler, it won't be effective anymore. The goblin, Hi-en, upon hearing him call, rushed over from somewhere and replied, I'm here, Master Tion. Tion asked her, Are the preparations not finished? Hi-en quickly replied, No, they're done. Her face was joyful as she patted her chest and continued, As long as you give the order, we can take action immediately. Inside the forest, Amiibo's army saw the demons retreating. They seemed to think they had scared those demons away. They were happy with each other, completely unaware that a hideous monster had appeared from behind. One of them spoke in a sarcastic tone. Haha, in the end, the demons aren't that strong, are they? Look at them running away with their tails between their legs. Another added, Well done, just keep holding on like. Before he could finish his sentence, the man was immediately attacked by the monster from behind. Blood splattered in that hideous thing let out terrifying growls, leaving the remaining man stunned. His face pale and speak. The grotesque creature with jagged, sharp teeth roared in a frenzy. Without hesitation, it began its rampage. The entire army was nearly wiped out. One of the survivors hurriedly shouted, Run! The rest fled for their life. There was still one man who hadn't escaped. Witnessing the monster's attack, sweat poured out like a stream. His face was completely drained of blood. He seemingly couldn't believe his eyes, stammering each word. How could monsters like this? Before he could finish, a scream rang out. He was also finished off by the monster. It turned out that the demons hadn't retreated out of fear, but this was a plan arranged by. Holding a cigarette, Tion spoke words of praise. Well done. Hi-en was praised and exclaimed happily, I am glad to be able to help you in some way, Master. Tion threw the cigarette on the ground and stepped on it. He said, Now, the enemy can't hide in the forest. The demon army was gradually advancing. Tion proposed, Launch a total attack on the wall from this position. This time, the guarding army began to panic. A commander shouted, Hold the defensive line. The soldiers began to pour out, running and shouting. Stop! Silua rushed in like a gust of wind, swinging her sword and cutting down each soldier. She shouted. Tion also jumped out from nowhere, raising his sword. One fatal stroke after another, one soldier after another slowly fell under his. Red blood splattered onto Tion's cheek. His glowing red eyes, with bodies lying scattered, Tion gently reached out to wipe the bloodstain from his face. He spoke slowly in a dreamy voice. I was expecting a siege, but it ended up being a melee. Darkness. A smile faintly appeared. A voice spoke with a hint of arrogance. They plan to buy time at any cost? I won't let them have their. After feeling a bit smug, Tender's facial muscles immediately tightened as he realized something was wrong. Wait, the demons are a bit suspicious. He spoke hesitantly, the movement of the cap. Tender's pupils suddenly contracted. As if realizing everything was spiraling out of control, Tender shouted, All wings, retreat into the fortress immediately. They are using the hammer and anvil tactic. The hammer and anvil tactic is where the infantry stands to block the front while the cavalry surrounds and smashes the enemy from behind. At that very moment, the army was completely surrounded by the demons. There was no way out. Damn it, we've been surrounded from behind. One of those being surrounded said. A self-thought rang out in his mind, we must win to enter the empire. We can't be held back. Tion stood looking down with a calm demeanor. He said, his glowing red eyes peered through his white hair. A low voice rang out like a command. Kill them all. Now, Tender's face no longer had its confident, winning look. Instead, it was distorted with anger as if it were about to explode. Damn it, Tender growled. The moon silently drifted across the dark sky, quietly witnessing the massacre that had just occurred. Black crows also swooped down from nowhere. The scene gradually became eerily. At the forward base of the Demon King's army, a figure sat in a chair, eyes fixed on the chessboard in front of him. Thoughts appeared in his head. TCH. More humans escaped than I thought. As expected, one battle isn't enough to finish them off. Every siege is a headache, but there are some long, Slender fingers gently tapped on the table. If we keep letting them come in groups, the situation will be very dangerous. The stream of thoughts showed no sign of stopping. We must quickly deplete their forces before future Imbek. The voice suddenly rang out, breaking the atmosphere of contemplation. It was Jian. Perhaps he had just completed his mission and before Jian could sit down, Tian asked, "How did it go?" With a dissatisfied look, Jian said, "When I return, you should at least ask how I..." Tian turned around and replied with a straight face, "Well, you're still in one piece." Jian seemed to be choked up after hearing that. Tian continued, "I'm asking if you finished what I instructed." Jian didn't beat around the bush anymore. He was serious. "I successfully reached an agreement with the king of the kingdom of..." Hearing that, Tian was slightly surprised. From the Taihan border, a crimson offensive line on the map rushed straight toward the Lofio territory. Jian continued, "As long as we don't provoke them, they will let us cross the border of the vassal state of Taihan." He also promised to ignore our entry into the Thought flashed in Tian's mind. His mouth gradually curled up. If we're allowed to cross the border, we can send groups of soldiers straight from the demon realm. Going from the south of the empire to Lofio will be closer than from here. From somewhere a request rang out. "Let me see ad." Blonde demon holding a stone with blue light respectfully replied, "Yes, master." The determined gaze and slightly furrowed brows, Tian said, "I will head straight to Lofio right." Information that the demons would move to the Lofio territory quickly reached the ears of the count of this region. He angrily slammed the table. "What? Demons? Our territory doesn't even have a border, so how are they coming?" The subordinate beside him was scared by that anger and stammered, "However, their numbers are very small and they don't seem ready to attack, so please don't worry." The count went crazy and cursed. The count's face gradually became distorted and pale. Sweat poured out. He spoke with a trembling voice, "Demons, the demons have come to my land. The demon generals. No, even the demon king might come. First of all, the soldiers. I must call the soldiers." The subordinate kept trying to reassure him, "But by order, our soldiers are all under the command of the king. Please wait a little longer. We will also ask for help from the young master. It will be soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a guard rushed in from outside, calling out loudly to the count, holding a letter in his. The guard gave the letter to the count and said, "There is a letter from Master Stigma." The count felt like he had found a ray of hope and said hurriedly, "That's right. My son, the hero Stigma, will help us." As he spoke, he took the letter and opened it. Let's see, his voice was. Just as he held the letter to read, the count's whole body shook, as if he had just read something shocking. The subordinate beside him asked impatiently, "Count, when did the young master say he would?" The count threw the letter on the table and held his forehead. "It's all over," he said, devastated. The subordinate was also scared by this and hurriedly ran over, stammering. The count's pupils gradually contracted. His eyes were soulless, and his fingers gripped his head tightly, trying to maintain a bit of sanity. After the shock from the letter, a shattered voice rang out, "My land is doomed." The content letter appeared. "I have received the letter you sent. It's quite interesting. The disgrace, the stain, the obstacle of the lawful family. A filthy bastard. Why would you ask such a person for help?" An image of Stigma appeared. His lips slightly curled as he held a teacup to his. "I hope that the next news from Lawful I hear will be its collapse." At the end of the letter was his name, Stigma Primero. After knowing that the letter had been delivered to the count, Stigma sat gracefully in his chair, leisurely enjoying his cup. Memories began to flood back. A lonely backup, turning toward three people who were fading away. Perhaps they were Stigma's father, mother, and brother. The words appeared like a mockery. "You threw me onto the battlefield hoping I would die a tragic death. And now when you meet danger, you seek me out for being of the same blood? How pathetic." Stigma also had another name, Stigma Lawful, a name that would never appear ever. Stigma sat alone in the room, his eyes showing a hint of curiosity. This is definitely Junior's scheme. Very interesting. But how did he make this happen? Also, if things continue like this, the king is in big trouble. Grand Palace, Nemesius stood before the king, his face arrogant and calm. He spoke up, sending a few groups of soldiers but not attacking. "It's definitely a lure to spread fear and disrupt our..." Eduardo sat in his chair, his fingers gripping his forehead. He spoke, "You're right. But until we find out how the demons got to the border, we'll have to send the troops back to the nobles in each." Then Eduardo narrowed his eyes with a calculative look and continued, "Otherwise, those panicked nobles will cause internal conflict." His voice was firm. "We must stop it at all costs." Then a voice echoed, carrying caution and a bit of interest, "Tian, I'm really looking forward to it. But with him as the enemy, it's truly a difficult problem." Not the kind of genius the king is thinking of. Tion's image appeared, his white hair hanging down to his. Another voice rang out, no. Tion's eyes opened slightly, looking toward this way, his mouth tightly shut. That voice continued, you are exactly that kind of genius. A full moon illuminated a night's. In that high fortress, a soldier was observing every action of the people below. He wondered, don't they get tired? He turned to call the blonde soldier who was still fast asleep. Hey, wake up! They're back. The blonde soldier was still hazy with sleep, making a soft sound. Sleep. The blonde soldier stood up dreamily. He spoke in a reproachful voice. You kept chewing, making it impossible for me to. He also walked to the edge of the wall and looked down. But something caught his eye that made him surprised and stunned. He involuntarily. A few seconds later, the blonde soldier regained his senses. He suddenly shouted. Wait, look. The purple-haired soldier beside him was startled by the shout. What? It's Rihan. The blonde soldier's voice sounded like he couldn't keep his composure. The purple-haired soldier also looked down, his voice rising in surprise. What? The person named below perhaps also heard the noise above. Rihan looked up slightly, his eyebrows. The blonde soldier kept shouting as if he had found something precious. That's not all. Look at their faces. Those aren't demons. Those are the comrades who went missing in our battle. All the people below, upon hearing those shouts, had faces that turned pale as if they didn't dare to recognize their old acquaintances. Another soldier urgently said, report to the superiors quickly. 2 pieces of. Tender was so angry he slammed the table, his face frowning unpleasantly. His voice exploded. That bastard. He dares to use my soldiers as. Anonymous person stood somewhere, having already drawn his bow, just waiting for the order to. The light from the sharp arrows kept flashing in the deep forest. Those 2 soldiers seemed to have seen it, whispering to each other. They must be watching from afar and forcing them to. Tender was present at the top of the wall. He leaned his hands on it and looked down. One of the soldiers spoke up, sir. The rate of change is getting faster. At this rate, they'll climb over the wall. We have to make a plan. Another person also spoke up, we have to save our comrades. Please let us go out and fight. No, Tender said, his voice going out right now is very dangerous. Tender's whole body shook. He said, we will continue to protect this. Even so, we cannot let them change. His eyes became sharp and determined. Sweat also poured out due to the tension. He ordered, everyone draw your bow. Soldiers were surprised by this command. Words rang out full of confusion. But Tender growled, if we lose, tens of thousands of people will. Comrades, children, and all those precious to you will all be trampled and tortured by those people. His voice still rang out. Hesitation was clearly shown on each person's. Tender concluded with a question. Do you want that to happen? Each person's hand holding a bow shook. They were still hesitating. Tender's words, everyone seemed to feel that it made sense. He shouted loudly, if you understand, draw your bows and shoot them. All the people cleared away the hesitation that had just been on their faces. They all raised their bows.
Dont hésitate, hurry up.
Tender's fiery voice still rang out fiercely. Arrows were about to rain down. A familiar voice rang out. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that. Tender looked down to the side. It was a communication stone. Are you abandoning your subordinates? Those who were devoted to you? Don't you think that's too much? That voice still rang out, carrying that familiar voice was Tion's. He was sitting calmly in his chair, speaking into the communication stone. You show tolerance to the savage tribes but are cruel to your own subordinates. His inner thoughts echoed. Impressive. Even in a situation like this, he can still keep his cool and continue to. Tion's face gradually became terrifying, and a dangerous smile appeared on his lips. He asked Tender in a somewhat provocative voice, didn't you used to treat them fairly and care about your subordinates, Count? Tion's thoughts appeared. Then he'll aim for something. Although Tion said that Tender really was a good person. No matter how much he pretended to be calm, it would be very difficult for him to stay calm while attacking his own soldiers. Tender heard those words, and his whole body shook. He replied, the name traitor to humanity, but what do you know to talk? His voice was now slightly sad. The moment they started to climb that hill, they were no longer my soldiers. Tion's stream of thoughts kept passing through. If I continue to bother him at this. A second later, Tender seemed to lose his mind, standing on the city wall and shouting down, traitor to humanity. Those words were uttered, and all the people present there were simultaneously surprised. Tion, who was witnessing through the communication stone, gradually let a smile bloom on his lips as if he had known beforehand. He will destroy him. Each bow was gradually lowered. Each fist was slightly clenched. The people's firm belief in him had collapsed. Tender's face froze for a moment. His pupils shook slightly. His lips were tightly shut. Sweat rolled down his temples in drops. Just a slip of the tongue in a moment of anger and haste, and everything would completely fall. Tion's voice rang out again familiarly. Ha! Even I find it too much. When they were taken prisoner, what choice did they have? Tender realized his soldiers were gradually lowering their bows. He spoke loudly. Wait, what are you doing? Panic gradually appeared. His voice was urgent. Draw your... If he had thought more carefully, he should have let them die with honor. Tion's voice continued, you don't just want to kill your comrades, but you also insult them by considering them traitors? Tender seemed unable to think of anything else. He repeatedly ordered, fight. All soldiers, raise your weapons and I don't intend to give him time. The thought disappeared. Tender fell. Blood began to drip. Jen had killed him. He stood there, looking coldly at the body lying on the ground. He spoke softly, I really don't admire you, Count Amiibo. You fought better than I thought, even when your will was... Jen cast a sharp glance. His words continued, but it's only a matter of time. Because the Empire's reinforcements won't pass through. You won't be able to hold out for... Not just Miller, other places were also having difficulties. They would have to split up and send soldiers to other places being invaded by demons. In other words, all the Empire's forces had been split up exactly as I planned. It's a good thing I sent a demon to Lofio. In the forest, each sword stroke from the blonde brown-haired demon came down without mercy and then was withdrawn decisively. Blood splattered across the ground. It was a somewhat frightening... Another demon stood there, sharp eyes looking down, arms crossed in front of his chest. His clothes were also stained with...
Tian les Lily à cigare.
His eyes idly looked toward the fort. No one can stop me from reaching the capital. Tion slowly walked deep into the fortress, each step passing over the corpses lying around. The bloodstains were still wet and mottled. Magnificent castle, everyone was sitting around the dining table. King Edwarder asked, has the Baron of Miller broken the Yes, your majesty. Count Amiibo died on the battlefield along with the demons. A voice answered. Hearing that, Elpidius and Enlothia were stunned. Stunned. He covered his mouth with his hand, making a faint sound. His other hand was clenched into a fist, as if he couldn't believe it was. Cold sweat poured out in drops on his... Elpidius saw the king's appearance and hurriedly stood up. Your majesty, you're hallucinating. His voice was urgent. The king waved his hand in a signal that it was fine. He said, don't make a scene. I just don't have an appetite because I keep smelling. Elpidius looked at the king said in a firm voice, I will ensure the meat is cooked thoroughly. Elpidius made a gesture with his hand, asking the servants to go out. I have something to discuss with His Majesty. Everyone, please leave. Everyone replied. The door closed gently. They sat back, his eyes closed. So, you sent everyone away to grumble to me about what? His voice was a bit helpless and soft. Elpidius immediately spoke up. I want to hear clearly about your health, sir. His voice was full of worry. But you'll only say you're fine and won't call a physician. And you want to... And Lothia only waited for Elpidius to finish speaking, and she also quickly said, so please allow me to ask you another matter. Her frightened. You've evacuated all the people living on the road from Miller leading to the capital, and also the soldiers and nobles. Her voice carried a hint of worry. If this continues, Tion he will reach the capital. At this time, Tion was on horseback, slowly advancing. He thought as he went, there's no one in the city either. The thought carried a bit of curiosity. Did he really clear the way for me? His Majesty finally couldn't stand. Why did you do that? A voice rang out, sounding angry. The king sat there and didn't say a... Because that's not important, the king spoke after a moment of silence. When they arrive at the capital will also be... And Lothia heard that, and confusion appeared on her face. Pardon, what do you mean, sir? The king replied, I will soon leave the capital. Elpidius was surprised by those words and calmly asked again. Leave the capital? Your Majesty, are you serious? The king's eyes were half closed, showing clear determination. Yes, I've been preparing for a long time. Finally, the time has... On the map, 2 arrows appeared, pointing straight at each location. The red arrow was toward the new capital. The yellow arrow was the direction of Tion's armies. The king continued, it might not be Espiranas, but this is still a strong fortress. His voice was slow. All the food has been transported there. Agriculture is also possible there. In the worst-case scenario, even if we are surrounded, we can still survive. The corner of Elpidius' mouth slightly twitched. Since when did you start preparing, sir? His voice was... The king let out a mysterious smile. Since Tion he turned his back on me. His voice carried an indescribable strangeness. No, it must be since the time Tion he went... Tion narrowed his eyes full of mystery. He said, on the way here I didn't even see an ant. Then he growled, who... In front of him was a fat man who was tied up. His face showed embarrassment. Why was the bastard who was supposed to run away first still here? Tian asked in an interrogating Count he. There was a man with white hair wearing royal attire who had come to see the fat man. The fat man's face also became dark with knelt before Tian, his voice trembling as he spoke. This is the territory of the He family. I only have this left. What's the point of escaping? His whole body shook incessantly. His face flashed with panic. Now I've said everything. How did you get in? Before that, Tian had rushed straight in and kicked open the door, making the fat man jump. His entire face was pale. I'm sure I locked everything tight. His voice kept I have remembered all the secret passages in the He territory. The fat man stared as if he couldn't believe those words. His pupils contracted. What? The secret passages that only the direct lineage of the He family knows? His voice was filled with shock. But unless you're a descendant of the family, how could He smiled slightly. He replied, indeed, in a calm. Memories flooded back. A door stood ajar. A small head peeked. Inside, two people were discussing something. A questioning thought arose. Why didn't father and Gruin hard chase the second son, who was eavesdropping? When the father realized Tian he was there, he spoke up. You make Tian he entered. He stood before his father and brother. The flashback continued. At the time, I thought they let me in because I was too weak. They didn't even think I was worth being wary of. But it turns out they trust. Tian he approached his brother. His father and brother didn't hesitate to push a book to. Thanks to that, I was able to learn. The train of thought vanished. Returning to the present, Tian he lit another cigarette. Seeing this, the subordinate spoke up, sir. At the same time, he thought to himself, is he pressing a lit cigarette against his body? Tian he turned away. Fine. I'm in a good mood. So, I'll let you live. His voice was indifferent. The fat man felt like he had caught a lucky break. He stammered. Really? The subordinate was also surprised. Tian he sank back into his thoughts. Even if he is a scoundrel, I don't want to kill anyone from the He. Tian he and his subordinate left. The fat man spoke up, thank you. He also harbored a doubt. But isn't Tian he supposed to be cold? Tian he's face showed a hint of contemplation. I'm near the capital now. They'll soon get what I want. Two silhouettes flashed through his, one of Tian he, one of his subordinate. They were gradually moving forward, toward the castle looming behind the trees. Since the Duke said so, I will trust and Yahello smiled politely. Thank you for trusting me. Suddenly, a cold voice came from nearby. What are your intentions? Yahello looked over and discovered it was the king. He immediately bowed in salute. Glory to the Empire. I, Stabi Yahello, pay my respects to your Majesty. Eduardo's eyes flashed with a sharp coldness. Aren't the people who just returned those who were dissatisfied with the recent situation? I didn't expect you to persuade them yourself. Yahello thought to himself, I haven't left anywhere without permission. And I withdrew all troops along the route to the capital. Damn it. I didn't even leave a single soldier on the road they take to the capital. If he says I put the Empire in danger, I have nothing to say. He looked up, wearing a proper smile. I did it for the Eduardo watched him silently. He didn't know what he was Then, Eduardo sighed softly. He turned to leave. Thank you for helping me solve the trouble. But the Duke spoke up, making him stop. However, do not forget, your Majesty, one wrong decision and many people will try to overthrow. Hearing him speak, Eduardo only replied with an indifferent and cold expression.
Don't worry.
I don't intend to show my clumsy. After those words, Eduardo immediately left. He told himself, the moment I realize I can no longer maintain my sanity, I will end my own. Blaster sighed in frustration. Those must be his words. If he were to fall, the Empire would collapse into chaos immediately. That's why we must act before that happens. Using the suppression of the nobility's resistance or the Church of Atonement. It's not enough. That's why The magic stone emitted dim light. A deep voice suddenly rang out. I will refuse your request. Yahello was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? The Demon King's voice continued steadily. Whether it's ordering the Demon King's army to withdraw or asking me to stop for a moment, I have no intention of following your. He was a bit flustered. What about another bet? But the Demon King didn't let him finish, interrupting directly. He laughed with amusement, staring at the white-haired youth in the picture. Something interesting is happening before my eyes. Why should we? He reached out and gently stroked the screen. He said softly, I've been having a lot of fun. In contrast to that person, Yahello was extremely angry. His face darkened. The blue veins on his forehead bulged. His hands clenched as if he wanted to crush the. Suddenly he flashed a smile. An incredibly sinister smile. I didn't want to use this method, but I suppose there's no other. That moment, a stranger suddenly rushed towards Tian He. He held out a pink-purple stone to him, which surprised him a little. He sat on his horse, looking down at the man warily. What are you trying to do? Who sent this contact? No, this communication The stranger trembled. He stammered in reply to keep he was startled. He immediately grabbed the stone from the man's. The soldiers, seeing his strange behavior, were curious. Lord Tian-he, after a moment of silence, he made a decision. We will rest. Tian-he chose a secluded spot. John was nearby. Holding the stone in his hand, he said calmly, I've already withdrawn the troops nearby. Now get to the main point. Yahello was very amused. He joked casually, haha. What a sharp reaction. But Tian-he didn't seem to want to waste time. He replied flatly, we aren't close enough to chat and joke at the same time, are we? Get to the point. The Duke was a bit speechless. You really are impatient. I just wanted to lighten the mood before we talk seriously. He seemed to lose patience. To me, it looks like you're trying to stall for time. Zul, I'm hanging up. Only then did Yahello speak. How much of the truth do you know now? Tian-he paused, suspicious. What do you mean? The Duke remained nonchalant. Based on your attitude, you know I killed Gruin hard. But instead of taking revenge on me, you continue toward the capital. That's why I'm confused. Tian-he gave a cold laugh. Ah, the truth? You mean that I participated in the 8-year war because his red eyes flashed with cruelty? Or are you talking about another truth that you're trying to? The truth is that Yahello knows how to use dark magic. His heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. With every sentence he spoke, that hand tightened. His voice continued steadily. Humans are only allowed to use light magic. Dark magic can only be used by demons. However, strangely enough, I found traces of dark magic when I went to the Church of Fragmented pieces began to appear and fit together. Although it was supposed to be light magic, thanks to a talented witch, I was able to detect it. In fact, it was dark magic. Yahello was being overwhelmed by fear. His voice couldn't hide the trembling. But he still insisted, that's the evidence you're using to infer that I used dark Tian-he interrupted him. When I reported to the Demon King that dark magic was found in the human realm, how do you think the Demon King reacted? It's another issue. But dark magic was found in the human. Memories of the Demon King returned. At that time he only offered a smile, reassuring him. I will investigate that. You should rest. Tian-he continued. His words were very vague that day, even though it's infuriating to know someone dared use dark magic in the human. Tian-he was very clever. As a result, he connected the clues. In other words, the person using dark magic in the human realm must be directly or indirectly related to the demon. And he reached a conclusion. This person must also be someone who can freely use dark magic in the human realm without being punished by the demon. The pieces had formed a complete picture. Yahello's face appeared. This was the Demon King's contract. His voice rang out steadily. Can only be one person. And that person is you, Yahello. He listened silently as he finished speaking, then gave an appreciative smile. You really are good at After my brother died, I investigated and gathered information like crazy. Naturally, you were no exception. That's how I obtained a lot of information about your actions. Strangely enough, I don't understand why you did. It was as if someone had intentionally erased information halfway through. The image of the white-haired young man, helpless amidst a pile of messy documents, appeared. His hands trembled. The feeling of being very close to the truth, yet having an invisible wall separating him as if suffocating. The only person who could manipulate information in the demon realm. The mastermind behind the Church of Atonement. The Duke. And the dark magic used there. The Demon King's hesitant attitude even though he knew every reason behind the actions of the Duke and the Demon King. The one who wanted to hide it. The reason related to the Demon King. The only reason two entities with nothing in common could still communicate through was a contract relation. The Duke constantly craved power and a higher position, while the Demon King was bored and wanted to find him. Between those two it was John. He remained calm. I must have been the test subject for that contract. John, standing nearby, couldn't hide his surprise. But Tian-he was as nonchalant as if the character being mentioned wasn't himself but some stranger. Because I have a special appearance and a weak body, I was the perfect person to spark your curiosity. Yahello seemed very amused. He laughed while clapping his hands loudly. I must say, you're right. You were unlucky to catch my attention. There was no reason at all. It was a joke and you were the test subject for the bet. That John's face turned pale with horror. They used a 4-year-old child's life for a bet? How could they be so in complete contrast to John? After hearing him speak, Tian-he only smirked. Well, thank you for your explanation. His face was now cold and cruel to the extreme. But I am not shocked or trembling. If you think he'll run to the Demon King and redirect the army to the Yahello territory after hearing the truth, your priority is very clear. The first thing on my list is to destroy the After I take revenge on you, it will be the Demon King's turn. Someone suddenly entered Eulaster's office, carrying a rather large box. Known your weakness from the information I've gathered until now, so I will never underestimate the Eulaster terror. But Eulaster didn't show any fear. He looked at the box and smiled. What if Tion he didn't know about the box yet, still nonchalant. Now, if you have nothing left to say, I must. Eulaster interrupted his sentence. In that case, I'll assume you don't want your brother's head back. And Tion he was stunned, unable to believe he hesitantly asked again. Eulaster gently placed his hand on the box. You know, I keep Gruin hard his head. The sound of horse hooves thundered, shaking a troop of knights dashed like arrows through the forest. Some couldn't hide their confusion. What suddenly happened? Why are we turning back to Miller? The leader changed the objective to the Eulaster territory. He must want to deal with the Duke. The blonde youth still didn't seem to understand. We're almost at the capital. I don't know why we're turning back to Eulaster. Who knows? Regardless, we must follow the commander's orders. If you still have the strength to talk, then John rode his horse closer to Tion he. His breath was ragged. Master, I know you're angry, but aren't you? Sweat trickled down his face. He remained silent, not answering John's question. He told himself, I have to. Oh, and I'll let you know as well that since I used dark magic, his head hasn't rotted yet. Tion he tightly covered his mouth. His body trembled with every word the Duke. He gritted his teeth and endured it, swallowing back the nausea. I can't breathe anymore. I can't let the Duke know him. John worriedly helped him. Tion he was like a man possessed. Tears fell uncontrollably. Eulaster gently delivered the final blow. Come to the Eulaster territory. You can bring your forces, but you must come in. He spurred his horse to run faster, so much so that Daniel behind him had to shout, Master, wait. Tion he could no longer hear anything. Only Eulaster's voice echoed in his head. If you're late, you'll never see your brother's head again. You wouldn't plan to abandon the one who protected you until the end. Guilt overwhelmed his mind.
I'm sorry, Grunhardt.
Even though you died for me, you still can't rest in. Eulaster sat alone in the room, his hand on the box. The surrounding air was strangely quiet. But he knew this was just the calm before the storm. Tion he had left the capital and redirected here to retrieve his brother. Eulaster looked down at the box and smirked. Using the mana I've accumulated all this time to perform preservation magic was well worth it. How does it feel? You're about to see your younger brother. He recalled Gruenhard's face and wondered why there were so many people in the world filled with what is so important about family that they would trade their lives for it. He whispered to the box, or rather to Gruenhard. Well, don't feel too mistreated. When you were alive, you caused me no small amount of trouble. Wouldn't it be fairer if you helped me once you're dead? Eulaster territory. Tion he's army arrived at the mansion. Tion he looked up at the massive building before him. Sweat soaked his heart beat so hard it felt like it wanted to jump out of his chest. He was losing his composure. John hesitated slightly. Master, do you really intend to walk? The gates are wide open, yet there's not a single soldier in sight. It's definitely a Tion he no longer cared about such things. He said firmly, but I still have to go. Yang. Remember the old woman in the village who said something strange? She had grabbed him and screamed. You are not allowed to hate anything. Those words weren't wrong. Fate is trying to make me hate this whole. John looked at his master's back in silence, feeling worried. He looks completely exhausted. Just knowing what he's been through, anyone would understand. He instinctively clenched his fist. I have to admit, even though you are the calamity that brought misfortune to me, even though I resent and hate you, Tion he, I also feel pity and empathy for you. Suddenly he spoke up. If that's the case, why don't you show a hatred that even the world couldn't imagine? Them a great hatred that no one expects. Show them a great hatred that goes far beyond fate. Show them a great hatred that covers this entire world. He thought to himself, I don't want to see Tion he in this. Tion he was slightly taken aback, staring at his subordinate. John continued, isn't that also a way to destroy this world? John wondered, since when did I become so attached? Tion he burst out laughing, but there was no joy in it. Fine, I'll keep that in mind. Those words, he immediately turned and continued in. He sighed. I understand why Master always tries to keep his distance from demons. Like it or not, if you meet every day, people will gradually become close. I must also be careful. I can't allow myself to get any closer to him. He ran to catch up with Tion he, because I can't let myself completely like and feel comfortable being around. With a thud, the door burst. The room was empty. The furniture covered in white cloth indicated that the owner of the mansion was no longer here. He wondered, is this the last time? He thought there was nothing here, but something caught his eye, immediately interrupting his train of. At that moment, John also entered the room. He was a bit confused. Master, no matter how carefully I searched, I couldn't even find a mouse. let alone that. I'm sure this is a TR before John could finish his sentence. Tion he slammed the door. John jumped and cried out. Turned out Tion he had found the box. Its golden color stood out in the gloomy space around them. It was sitting on Eulaster's desk. He screamed inwardly. He softly called out, Gruin hard. Even though he knew no one would answer. Tion he pressed his lips to. Slender hands gently touched looked at it in silence. The smell of blood. This box emitted a metallic scent of fear gradually submerged him. He didn't have enough courage to open it. In the quiet space, there was only the sound of his heart thumping, as if about to. Piercing scream caught John's attention. He was startled and extremely worried about the person inside. He pounded on the door and called out loudly, Master, what's happening? Are you all right? Tion he, at this moment, was unexpectedly calm.
I'm fine.
Don't come in.
Lines of tears rolled down his cheeks. His eyes were filled with hatred and despair. He reached for the box like a man who had lost his soul. The person inside here is really Gruin. Didn't just die for me, but he also ended up in this. Why did he go and save someone like Tion? He hugged the box to his chest, using the stone to contact Eulaster. Duke, where is the rest of his? Eulaster didn't care about his attitude. His tone was playful. Hoo-hoo, seems you've found him. He was on a carriage, leisurely talking to Tion he. What a pity. I only have the head. The rest of his body has disappeared. Tion he continued to interrogate him. This castle is completely empty. Where are you now? Eulaster remained nonchalant. His voice tinged with a bit of irony. Have you forgotten how to respect others, Tion he? You know I have no reason to reveal that to you. The last gift I have for you is his head. Honestly, once he died it was useless, so see you later, Tion he. Just as he finished speaking, a time bomb immediately appeared before Tion he's eyes. About to everything happened too fast. He only had time to hug the box tightly to his chest. Damn it, now it's too late to avoid it. The entire room exploded, lighting up the sky. A loud noise shook attracting the attention of the soldiers. One person shouted, What's that?
En explosion?
It's so big. Everyone was bewildered. Why did it suddenly explode? Why? Blue-haired youth looked anxiously at the sight of the explosion. Is Lord Tion he in there? We have to go and check immediately. Suddenly, someone behind them shouted loud. They turned around, looking in surprise at a group of people who had appeared out of nowhere. Someone recognized them. The Duke's soldiers. So they've been following us from the start. Inside of the mansion, John was knocked back by the pressure of the explosion. He was slowly crawling up. Everything was now engulfed in a sea of fire. Thick dust and smoke obstructed his vision.
En explosion.
It really was John looked inside anxiously, trying to find a familiar figure but failed. He screamed in despair. Tion he seemed to have lost consciousness. Like a slow-motion film, lines of memories appeared. When did everything turn out like? Where did the mistake begin? The Emperor just stood by and watched? Or, the Duke, the one who started everything and used Gruinhard's head to No, the biggest culprit is the Demon King. The one who keeps treating me like a toy and mock. Memories of the time he spent with him suddenly flooded back. He treated me like he wanted to tear my heart out. But that only showed what an attractive toy I was in his. Must have been very amused while playing. If he had refused to sign the contract with the Duke from the beginning, everything wouldn't have come. Floated in mid-air, struggling to move. He hugged the box to his chest, letting hatred consume him. Because of me, a child thrown away for those bastards to torture, has committed a grave sin, so it doesn't matter if I die. You people, Demon King, I will never forget. In this world, there exists a warrior and a demon. The warrior is the hero who protects the human empire, and the Demon King is the lord of the demon realm, also the strongest creature at present. One that no warrior has ever defeated. Why can a warrior never defeat the Demon King? Is the number of times the Demon King defeats the warrior always more than the number of times the warrior destroys the demon? That's right. It's surely because the will of those who want to destroy him is too weak. Just because they were forced to become war, people kept pushing them into war with him. That wasn't an. Human emotions are a factor that increases power, right? Especially love and hate. Scapegoat in the bet between the Demon King and his contract candidate was a human thrown into this cruel world. That child was perfect. He was their hope. He was not allowed to. That's why I left a curse to prevent death from occurring. So that weak body could endure the strength of a warrior. We have gradually transformed him into an ideal vessel. Now there is only one thing left. The motivation to take revenge on the demon. His face was gradually covered by darkness. Hatred consumed his mind. Tears flowed endlessly. He told himself, I cannot be lenient with you, Demon King. At last, all preparations are complete. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared from somewhere. splitting the night sky, and the people were bewildered. What is that light? Wait. Isn't that the light that appears when a warrior is inside the palace? And his sister also saw this scene. She exclaimed joyfully, "A warrior has just been born. I can't believe it." They appeared exactly at the critical moment when the Demon King's legion is pushing the empire to the brink. I don't know who the warrior is, but they are truly extraordinary. On the contrary, the king didn't seem too joyful. A look of doubt appeared on his face. A warrior. Demon King also knew about it. His hands holding the documents stopped in mid. The warrior has been. At the same time, the tracking sign on Tian he disappeared. What is this? Demon King suddenly laughed loudly, because he realized that normal magic would not exist on a warrior's. He laughed, his amber eyes flashing with amusement. Ah, why do you keep making everything so interesting? At last, you have become a warrior. A staggering figure stepped out from the smoke, and the young man had strange white hair, fair skin, and deep red eyes. He was Tian. In the pitch-black space, he slowly opened his eyes. For words appeared in his head. Where is this? Then he sat up, thinking to himself, I was definitely caught in the explosion. While he was thinking, a voice interrupted. Long time no see. A pair of leather boots approached behind him. Hearing someone call him, he turned back. Behind him was a person with brown hair, wearing a black cloak, smiling gently. He asked suspiciously, who? In his mind, 3 words appeared. The warrior. Now the brown-haired person began to explain. Perhaps because the desire to save you that day was so intense, a part of my consciousness remained in his mind. The image of the brown-haired person appeared. While almost exhausted, he still struggled to say, this world. Are you watching? This is my last wish. Please save this man. From within the brown-haired person, a great blinding light emitted. Still staring intently, the brown-haired person explained further. Yes, this is the world within your mind, Thanks to you losing consciousness after the explosion, I finally have the chance to talk to you. I have been watching you from here all this. The brown-haired person further explained, it wasn't intentional. But after witnessing your life, I realized that even my wish for you to live may have become a burden. Tianhe's eyes couldn't hide his avoid. Only now did he speak up. That was my selfishness. There is no more happiness for me in this life. So why should I continue to live? While he was speaking, the brown-haired person sat down, placed a hand on Tianhe, and interrupted. But there are still people who desperately want you to continue. The brown-haired person gently comforted him. You are loved more than you. He looked at the person before him with a firm gaze and retorted, if you had truly seen my life, you wouldn't say that. The brown person placed a hand on his shoulder and rejected his negative thoughts. No, I have met them. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him that surprised him. Looking closer, he trembled and softly cried out. Ah! Tears rolled down his chin uncontrolled. The man in brown spoke kindly. The people who don't want you to be bound by anything. The people who only want you to live freely. No matter how it is. The image of his parents standing behind the brown-haired person appeared more clear. The brown-haired person asked softly, can you guess who they are? His parents looked at him with affectionate eyes. In his heart he couldn't help calling out, Father, Mother. Then he asked tremblingly, he asked while crying incessantly, why is it me? Someone like me doesn't deserve to live. The brown-haired person replied softly, even if not for our wishes, you would still survive. On this side, John asked hesitantly, what is? A massive beam of light struck directly in front of him, making him stunned. Side Tian he suddenly collapsed. The brown-haired person quickly caught him and explained, your body in the real world must be starting to recover. You might not like it, but it's the will of the... A purple magic circle appeared behind him, filled with intricate patterns. The brown-haired person spoke again. Because the world has chosen you as the warrior. Hearing this, his tear-filled face looked up and asked. The brown-haired person was surprised and then said, ah, it seems time is up. Suddenly, the brown-haired person's hand gradually faded. Before leaving, the brown-haired person didn't forget to give a gentle smile and comfort him. This will be my final farewell. Now you have a loyal knight by your side.
Don't worry.
The brown person smiled brightly before his body completely vanished, then spoke again. A man who will protect you, even if it means trading his own life. On the side, after the smoke cleared, John walked over and hesitantly called. He looked into the white smoke and saw a figure slowly approaching. In his mind he wondered if he stepped out from the ruins. An announcement rang out. He has officially become the golden magic circle appeared behind him. Light radiated from the back of the character's head like a deity's halo, creating a sense of sacredness, and on this side, the sounds of fighting echoed throughout the white. Inside, everyone was fighting and killing each other. At that moment, Sela was panting, her body covered in blood, holding a knife and stabbing it into another man. The pink girl asked loudly, what the hell is going on? A column of light from the sky? Hey, do you know what's happening? A blonde man shouted. Is now the time to ask those questions? Before the commander of the Zero Legion arrives, while he was speaking, Tianhe arrived with the golden box. His eyes looked like they wanted to swallow everyone present. Blonde man spoke loudly. Ben, the Legion commander, seeing him arrive, called out loudly, Lord Tian. Then he rushed over. She directly pushed away those who dared to block. Then he flew like a bird, shouting, I'm here. Then to him and asked, are you okay? Then thought to himself, I finally found him. Even though it's really tiring because he keeps moving and changing direction. John, standing behind, wondered, is this guy really a... Ben hastily held up the necklace and asked. This necklace kept ringing. So I came to find you. Wait a minute. Just now. The gemstone was fluctuating. Watching him say nothing, he looked up. Surprised by his perfect, hesitantly called Lord Tianhe. Then he thought to himself, what happened to his face? He was handsome before, but now... Ben screamed inwardly. His beauty and aura far exceed any normal aesthetic standard. He asked immediately, that pillar of light just now in this aura. You've awakened as a warrior, haven't you? While he was asking, his eyes noticed something rushing toward them. To himself, I didn't expect the commander of the Zero Legion of the Demon King's army to be chosen as a warrior. He immediately praised him, as expected of Lord Zero. Suddenly, Tianhe pushed the box into his hands and ordered, protect this with your life. Then he vanished behind Ben. It happened so fast that he held the box in confusion. By now, Tianhe had rushed straight at the man who intended to sneak attack Ben from behind. He thought to himself, I feel power surging. My vision is clear. After stabbing the man, blood splattered on his face. But those sharp eyes didn't waver in the slightest. From the wound he caused, blood splattered. He thought in his head, my breathing is also more... At that moment, 2 more men decided to take the opportunity to jump up and kill him. In his head, he thought, my body always had to use full strength just to... He agilely jumped into the... A thought cut across his mind. Now, with just a thought, my body reacts easily. Effortlessly. Flipped up so fast that the 2 men below didn't realize it. They just stood there in surprise, looking at the body of the man who had just been... By the time one man looked up, he realized and only managed to scream. He dove straight down, crushing the man's body. Blood splattered relentlessly. The ground shattered into fragments. After stabbing him once more until his body stopped moving, Tianhe started to... His perfectly beautiful face and clothes were splattered with blood, as if about to be soaked. The others were too terrified and screamed. He thought to himself, I didn't expect I could even feel the presence of my sworn enemy, the Demon King. I really have become a warrior. In his mind, the image of his sworn enemy. He decided not to spare the others and immediately gave chase. They were cut down one by one without mercy. He slashed so fast they couldn't react. They didn't even see his silhouette. After dealing with the crowd in the way, he gently landed on the ground. He stood. Thank you watching for vid. Behind him was a pile of corpses lying mangled on the ground. The pink-haired girl and the blonde man watched the performance just now with pale faces and thought. So the pink-haired girl marveled in her head. Even though he was strong and fast before, now as a warrior, he has reached another level. His strength is truly over. Tianhe frowned and shouted at the 2 people staring at him in awe. I can't believe you were so clumsy. You couldn't even take down one? Do you want to die? He thought to himself. How disgusting. It's like I've become a chess piece controlled by the whole... Ben, holding the box, ran quickly to him and asked, Lord Tianhe, are you... He held the box. He remembered what the brown-haired person had said to him earlier. Now you have a loyal knight by your side.
Donc,
The brown-haired person's voice echoed in his head. A man who will protect you, even if it means trading his own... Holding the box, he remembered someone and thought, Gruinhard, are you still protecting me? The image of Gruinhard smiling brightly appeared in his head. Thinking of Gruinhard, he thought, you want me to be happy, to live freely, without being bound. He mounted his horse and handed the box to John. Then he ordered, John, you must take this to the demon realm before me. He continued thinking, I'm sorry. I can't do that, because I can't stop my revenge. He was about to give further instructions, and that box, John said firmly, don't worry. I will protect it with my life. He looked at John with surprise and disbelief, gave a faint smile and praised softly. Very thoughts kept interrupting. I am just an ordinary person. In the end, I still have to act according to the will of the world. A voice rang in his head. So why don't you show a hatred that even the world wouldn't expect? John's firm voice echoed in his head. Show them a great hatred. One no one expects. Show them a great hatred that surpasses fate. Show them a great hatred that envelopes this world. The image of John's determined face appeared in his head. Then he made a decision. I will not be a... In his heart, he was determined. I will... His inner soul was struggling to regain freedom, breaking free from the strings that bound. In his mind, the fire of revenge and a great intention flared up. I will become a terrible disaster that even the world will fear. His gaze looked as if he wanted to kill everything in the world. Blaster slammed his hand down in annoyance. His face was full of bulging veins as he asked, Tion, he is still alive and moving toward the capital? He was truly worried about this. That bastard who lives as long as a... Calling the moment Tion he was galloping on his horse, he wondered, I clearly heard the explosion through the communication device. How on earth did he survive? Yulaster rubbed his forehead and sighed. Tion he reaching the capital is only a matter of... He comforted himself. I heard the Revolutionary Army is trying to prevent him from getting close to the capital. The soldiers outside were constantly trying to block the path of the demon army. But they will be pierced through. He stood up and walked out to look, telling himself, it's fine. I've stalled enough time thanks to Gruenhard's head. The mercenaries sent out will soon arrive at the capital. Below his gaze were soldiers waiting for... A name appeared in his mind. Espiranas. It was a territory marked with the name EP. Despite countless kingdoms rising and falling, the oldest kingdom among them still maintained its... He knew those people well. Their distinguishing feature was silver hair and silver eyes. This was a kingdom of mercenaries where even children had violent tendencies. The leader of this place was indeed very disciplined. However, this was an absolutely neutral nation that had never officially accepted a request for reinforcements from any other. Yulaster feared. Now I need excellent mercenaries to protect my empire. He knelt and pleaded with the person before him. Please accept my command. His eyes looked straight ahead with determination. I need to protect. Member rested his chin on his hand, mocking him. I didn't expect you to kneel before an old man like me, Duke. This will be very difficult, because I am your enemy and the butler of Tion. Under the old man's pensive gaze, Yulaster replied, that's no longer the case. He continued solemnly, now, I need you as a mediator for Espiranas. He remained kneeling, not even daring to raise his head. Since you hold a high position, you can accept my commission, even if only as a mediator. He persuaded him, if you help me, I will give you all of the Duke's assets. I also guarantee this will not cause any harm to the survival of the Espiranas. After Yulaster finished speaking, he glanced up to probe. Remember only then spoke, smiling slightly as he looked at him. You've moved. Hearing those words made him smile faintly with joy, just as I thought. Instead of explaining at length, appealing to emotions is still more effective. Yulaster mocked himself. The person I want to protect? Sounds so fake. All my actions are strategic. I will never bow to any. Remember reached out to pull him up. You're making this old man feel awkward. Please stand up. I will go make some tea for you. Yulaster followed along, slowly standing up. He thought to himself, even if I have to lie, if it helps protect the empire, I won't hesitate to throw everything. Recalling that scene, he reached for his coat. He said he would send about 70 people ahead, followed by a fairly large additional. He told himself, I must quickly go to the palace. Suddenly, someone interrupted his thoughts. Duchess Celine stood outside and said to him seriously, do you really need to go in? She looked at him with concern. I'm sorry, but this time I really have a bad feeling. Yulaster gently took her hand, interrupting her. He smiled and looked into her eyes, his voice gentle. Evacuate quickly. I am grateful for your concern, but I have something. I kissed her hand lightly. You'll understand, won't you? She became embarrassed and bit her lip. He's too much. How can I stop him if he acts like... Celine squeezed her eyes shut, her eyebrows furrowed. He's taking full advantage of my feelings. She looked down from above. By this time, Yulaster had already walked a long distance. Celine wondered to herself, if the Emperor were the one giving orders instead of me, would he... In her line of sight, his silhouette was still walking away. She wondered in her heart, I wonder, would a person who always uses others without caring for their feelings like that know that they are being led by their own emotions? Are they being bound by chains? But she doubted it. I doubt he would ever admit. At palace, a clear voice announced, I, Eduardo Dizzer, officially announced the termination of our alliance with the San Emperor. The Emperor looked at the jade piece in his hand and said, from this moment on, as long as I live, do not concern yourselves with the actions of the Empire anymore. A startled voice rang out from the jade. What? What do you mean by that? Wait. Eduardo looked at the jade fragment inside. A probing voice rang out. Is it really okay to break the alliance with the San Empire at a time like this? Hearing that, he glanced, saw Enlethea and Elpidius sitting in a corner and asked, what? Are you two still here? Elpidius replied quickly, those nobles have all left. Enlethea spoke up, Your Majesty is still here, so how could we dare to run away first? Doing that would be considered disloyal. Elpidius sighed helplessly. I told her to stand up and that her behavior wasn't proper at all. He was interrupted by the king's words. I've had enough of your stubbornness. Go to the new capital immediately. Hearing this, he wanted to object. Your Majesty, this isn't stubbornness. The king ignored him and called someone else. Nemesius approached upon being called. Did you call for me, Your Majesty? Seeing him appear, Elpidius was startled. Wait, please listen. Without listening to the explanation, Eduardo ordered, leave the palace. Take the crown prince and the princess with you. Both of them shouted in shock. The king crossed his legs and replied coldly, that is an order. The old empire will remain here, so you must protect the current and future empire. Nemesius obediently complied. I will escort them and return as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Eduardo glared, his voice low and firm. No, do not. Enlethea was indignant. General, are you really going to follow that order? Elpidius also spoke toward the king. Uncle, this was your original plan. Why are you making this decision? Eduardo drew his sword and stabbed it forcefully into the ground, creating a loud noise. He spoke with authority. I must stay here until the very end. Hearing this, Enlethea froze. Eduardo asked again, have you forgotten? I am the current face of the empire. Elpidius shuddered at that display of. He raised his voice, the veins on his face becoming visible. I am the empire. How can I run away? He wondered. Is an emperor merely someone who... Eduardo stood up and approached them. I do not want to be the king of a nation with no people. Nor do I intend for my name to be recorded in history as an incompetent ruler who abandoned his people and fled. He continued, does one not act like a father to his people? The king was resolute. I refuse to be remembered as the last emperor of a collapsed nation, or as someone forgotten in the final pages of history, without a single line written about them. He thought to himself, it's not that I want to argue about such a serious question. Having approached Elpidius and Enlethea, he reaffirmed, that is why I will stay here. Both were uncle. Enlethea lowered her head, covering her face in confusion. I know. But without you, I know we. She had always harbored a question. What is an emperor? Though she still hadn't found the answer to that. Her eyes widened as if she realized something. Perhaps smart children like my brother will find the answer. Suddenly, the king placed the crown on Elpidia's head and gently draped a cloak over Enlethea, leaving her confused. Uncle, what is the meaning of... He smiled. Consider the survival of the empire as proof that I am still alive. You will allow me to live on, so always keep your head held high. Eduardo realized, it is time for me to step down. This is the natural order. There is nothing to be sad or strange. Enlethea's eyes began to tear up. Elpidius made a firm resolution. Yes, as long as the empire is, the crown, along with the heroic pages of history, made him even more determined. Emperor Eduardo would be recorded on the first line of the royal genealogy and live forever in. Sitting on the highest throne, he sighed. It's so cool. Seeing someone appear, he asked, why? You haven't left. Eduardo recognized the person before him, Damlian Renner. She was still kneeling on one knee, her voice desperate. I wish to ask one final favor. With sharp gaze, she said, I implore you to allow me to stay here. I have a reason to see Dien. He looked at her, his voice softening slightly. I knew it. Even if I issued a royal decree, you would still go looking for him yourself. Then do as you... Meanwhile, at Dienhardt's castle, sunset had fallen. A voice rang out, wait, it's almost... Outside the palace, Dien was having his attire adjusted by Ben. He was in a hurry. Anything is fine to wear. Ben was annoyed. You are about to meet the emperor. How can I let you go like this? He didn't seem to care and looked away. Anyway, ITLL just get ruined after the fight. Hearing this, Ben grumbled. You're perfect and look good in anything. But there were long scars on Dien's neck and many wounds on his arms. Ben was concerned. Your wounds have increased. I'm certain I told you not to let them. Hearing that, Dien brushed his hand away. By the time I became a warrior, they had all healed. Ben replied worriedly. But the scars from before you became a warrior are still... He wanted to stop. He wasn't very comfortable. He ignored everything. I have too many already. A few more won't matter. You're worrying for nothing. Ben said gently, scars are... Ben wanted it to stop. Stop it. The doctor's concern was clear on his face. Wounds from memories and negative thoughts should only exist in the mind. Please don't let your body take any more scars. Hearing that, he rubbed his neck and thought to himself, stop bothering. Suddenly someone called to him. Hearing the voice made Dien's whole body jump. At the gate, Damlian was walking down the... He was astonished. Damlian, she said firmly, as a knight in your service, I have come to prevent you from going down the wrong path. He thought to himself, all the noble knights have already quietly gone to the demon. Ben, hearing this, spoke up indignantly, you are quite bold. Do you know who you are speaking to? Dien held up a hand to stop him. All of you withdraw. Do not come out until I give the... His train of thought continued. They had quietly left, so she had to stay in the human realm alone to face everything. He asked her, you must hate me a lot by now. Why do you still call me master? Hearing that, Damlian retorted, a knight does not hate their master. As if remembering the Holy Covenant, she said, if you return right now, I will continue not to hate you. He looked at her. Even though she didn't blame him, her integrity still shone. He felt sad. That's why I didn't want to face Damlian. Yen spoke. Can't you just step aside? He was sincere. I've become a warrior. You don't have to beat me. Just act like you never saw. Hearing this, she drew her sword. If you want to pass through this door, I will stop you at all costs, commander of the Zero Legion. Even if it costs me my... Yen approached Damlian, his heart heavy. Now she calls me commander of the Zero Legion. He remembered his previous oath. I will always be sincere to my master, the Count. He mocked himself. It's true that I betrayed that. Back then, he had told her, I will do my best to be worthy of your loyalty. He thought, Damlian's perspective on this matter is very firm. He tried to soothe her, but it was just an insult to that determined. The words he just spoke made her freeze. I used to love the knightly spirit, Yen told himself. All she needs to do is close her. Drew his dagger. But now I hate it. He realized, right now, her integrity doesn't allow her to act cowardly. Even if the circumstances would let others allow. Yen's entire being became incredibly cold as he challenged her. What are you standing there for? Come. Yen was now in combat with Dan. He slashed her hand, causing it to. Yen also grazed her face with a. Swung his blade toward. The powerful blow sent Damlian flying. He also slid back from the moment. Ben watched the intense battle from afar. His face. He thought there's no need to be confused. She is completely struggling against Yen. Of course, that human cannot compare to Lord Yen. The difference in power is clear. Lord Yen is much stronger than her. But then he realized with shock. But why does Lord Yen look so exhausted? Yen cursed under his breath. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, his eyes looking into the distance. It's too easy. Far too easy, right? Life is inherently unfair. But can I really just trample over someone else's efforts so easily just because I'm a warrior? Damlian rushed forward to strike Yen. He dodged her. He pushed off his toes to gain momentum. Yen rushed forward with all his strength. In any case, if I don't do my best, it's no different from insulting her, because Damlian has prepared for this. I cannot trample on that effort by holding back. Yen swung his dagger at Damlian. I must also be ready. Damlian raised her sword to block Yen's. Just as she blocked it, her hand was suddenly slashed, causing blood to splatter. Damlian collapsed to her knees. Her sword fell to the ground. Yen stood looking down at her as she knelt at his feet. She gasped for air, bowing her head as if accepting the reality. Thought to himself, does being a warrior always feel this? Damlian looked up, smiling as she spoke. You really are. Yen raised his dagger. You shouldn't have met someone like me, As he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, she spoke up. I don't agree. I don't regret serving you as my master. He paused. She continued, Dianimine, master, please do not regret. Yen's eyes were full of reluctance, sweat dripping down his, pursed his lips. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yen finished Damlian. Don't regret it anymore. You've carried enough burden. After striking her down, he now stood before a large door. He told himself it's too late. Opening the door, Yen stepped inside. Cannot stop. There was someone sitting on the Yen spoke first. It's been a long time, Your Majesty. Eduardo sat on the throne, chin in hand, looking at him with an enigmatic. He stood up. Yes. You have changed a lot since the last time. He offered a compliment. You've become a warrior. Yen replied with confidence. Do you regret? Eduardo drew his sword. Looked toward Yen. Regret? He growled. What should I have to regret? Memories flashed through his head. Not advising the crown. The image of him sitting and hugging two children always haunted him. Or the intense battle where he killed all his brothers over a misunderstanding and then ascended to the throne, launching a war of conquest under the pressure of restoring the... Even Yen didn't escape it. He aided Yen Hart in killing his entire family to turn him into a... And there was no reason to defend himself when he discovered the king had been corrupted. The responsibility of sitting on the throne for a lifetime was like a rope tightening around his neck. I turned myself and others into different people. Into links for the restoration of the empire. Eduardo rested his sword on his shoulder and said with a smile, no matter what you're talking about, these are all choices I've made. I don't need to regret. He continued, that is why things have led to this. His voice was cold. Even though you've become a warrior, you still haven't controlled that power correctly, have you? Yen's face turned serious. What does that have to do with Eduardo rushed in front of him. Then the last act of my life will be teaching you swords. Yen was surprised by his quickly. Dian raised his dagger to block his. Although he blocked it, he was sent flying a distance. He stared at the standing king. Even though I'm a warrior, my arm feels like it's about to break after that blow. It must be because he's the strongest hero in him. He rushed toward him at high speed. Eduardo quickly applied magic to his. He jumped into the air, preparing to attack. When Dian landed and struck at Eduardo, he quickly raised his sword to block Dian's blow. The vibration from the attack caused the ground around them to. The king struggled to defend. His strength and speed are absurd. I only just managed to block in time. If his swordsmanship were also improved, I might have lost. He defended with difficulty. You truly are a warrior. But you still haven't abandoned those old habits. Hearing these words, Dian looked. They fought fiercely. You're a warrior, so you don't need to move with the limits of your old body anymore. You need to be clearly aware of your abilities as a warrior. Although it's good, if you interrupt your next movement, that technique will be a mistake. Relax a bit and move more smoothly. Dian was hesitant. He's actually teaching me. As if this isn't a life and death. Eduardo swung his sword. You also need to drop the habit of rushing in reckless. Dian's eyes showed unexpected realism. Continued, your way of attacking is like a moth to a flame. It makes you easier for an opponent to deal. Eduardo's attack cracked a large section of the ground. Dian dodged that. Seeing Dian wipe blood from his face, the king continued lecturing. I didn't expect you to use my own power against me to counter and neutralize that move. Utilizing your opponent's strength is a very good method. Dian frowned and replied, I'm only mimicking your movements, your majesty. But really, what do you Eduardo broke into a sweat while fighting him. As I said before, this is just a momentary whim. A warrior's body heals very quickly. Eduardo showed clear astonishment. This is a way to atone Dian's heart, though it may just be an excuse for self-satisfaction. In this short time, he has made so much progress. He learned so quickly. Dian stood there looking at Eduardo. He was still full of admiration. He has absorbed everything I taught and turned it into his own immediately. I'm not sure if it's his talent or ability. He spoke seriously. Then let me show you something as thanks for teaching. Dian focused his strength into his feet, causing the ground beneath him to sink. The way I've survived in this hell until two began to clash. He felt it himself. Because of the constant hallucinations and my poor physical condition, I'm starting to fall behind in terms of skill. Eduardo smugly blocked each blow. He thought it's ridiculous, but my heart feels very. While the two were fighting fiercely above, the people below were terrified because the castle was shaking violently. Everyone looked up at the floor above while Elpidius was protecting Enlethea, coughing heavily. Uncle, the palace is going to collapse. Someone pointed outside. However, we're almost there. We must leave before the palace collapses. Everyone quickly ran out. A corner of the castle exploded due to the battle between Elpidius and Enlethea. Looked up worriedly at the exploding corner of the Uncle. Elpidius was surprised to hear a voice say, You're turning around. Suddenly he saw a familiar face, Eulaster. He spoke, We came through the back way because the Demon King's army is in the front. Turns out you are here. Perfect timing. We will lead the way from. Nemesius stepped forward to stand in front of the two. Step back. Why are you leading them? Eulaster spoke to reassure him, Don't worry. I have no intention of harming them. I brought guards as Elpidius stepped out from behind Nemesius. Guards? What are you talking about? He explained to him, They are here to take you to safety. A person from among the soldiers stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello. We are the Espiranas mercenaries. We have received orders to protect you until we reach the new Eulaster used sorcery to make everyone believe him. I also don't want this empire to collapse like this. In politics, there are no permanent enemies or allies. This time, I have come to help your. Everyone looked at his hand. Magic? No, it must be sorcery. Humans cannot use magic. But why does the Duke have that? He asked, Where is his majesty? Why are only the two of you here? Hearing this, Elpidius was worried. Though I don't know if I can trust him, he probably isn't on Dienhart's side. That power might make him the only one who can help Uncle. He decided to tell him. Uncle decided to stay in the palace. Eulaster showed a hint of surprise. You say his majesty is inside the collapsing palace alone? He was annoyed. Foolish emperor. In the end, you are still the. Stepped inside the palace. I will go to his majesty. Your highnesses, please leave with the mercenary. He called out to Eulaster, causing him to turn his. Elpidius gave him a map. This is a map of the secret tunnels. You will go faster if you use. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Eulaster took the map and walked into the castle. The battle was incredibly and dashed with lightning speed, his silhouette continuously flickering around. Once again, he suddenly swung his arm back, gathering strength for the next. The king gritted his teeth, swinging his sword to block, his eyes full of vigilance. Dian stared at him, his voice. Then let me show you something as thanks for what you've taught Methway. I've survived in this hell until. He started to sweat, thinking to himself he's getting faster and faster. Then he asked, I've always wondered how you could kill those stronger than you with that frail. Just as the words were spoken, both immediately rushed at each other. The sound of their rapid attacks echoed like thunder. The king was now slightly intimidated. His speed is far beyond what my eyes can keep up. Dian smirked provocatively. It will only get harder for you to face me. Every time I use this move, my whole body becomes so battered that I can't even. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly asked, but is it okay to use it now? You are a warrior now. After saying that, Dian's cold blade pointed directly. Violent collision between the two sides created a huge explosion. On the ground was a pool of. Dian stood there, his eyes glowing coldly, staring at the king who had collapsed with a body covered in. The king groaned softly, blood on his lips, his voice faint. Cough. Impressive. I cannot defeat. He tried to speak. You asked me if I regretted what I did. Now I will answer properly. I think I just didn't have the courage to look back. Because I started to regret, I wouldn't be able to stop. Perhaps you're not the only one who has ignored the pen. Stepped forward. He continued. At this moment he was exhausted, his head hanging low. The emperor. No, I do not regret it. As he finished his words, a peaceful smile appeared on his lips before he took his last. Yulaster, with his eyes wide and mouth agape, shouted, You're mad. His eyes narrowed as if he had just realized something serious. Yen remained silent, only giving him a meaningful glance. The king's body fell heavily. At that moment a hand reached. Yulaster embraced him, bewildered as he witnessed this scene. His face stiffened as he fell into deep. Previous images of the king appeared one by one. The emperor is someone I am forced to protect because of the agreement with the first prince. Because I am fundamentally more of a catastrophe than a disaster. Back then, he was extremely confident.
Don't worry.
I don't intend to show my pathetic side. It's just a tiring and annoying Laying him down, he slowly draped his cloak over him. That was all he could. Yulaster reproached him coldly. Couldn't you have held on a little longer? I told you to hand over those useless responsibilities and the imperial throne. He laughed recklessly. If I knew this would happen, I would have ignored your will and taken it by force. In the end, you died without even handing the empire over to me. How troublesome. Dian crossed his arms. He teased. Is that your reaction after losing your most precious thing? He smirked triumphantly. You're even weaker than I thought. Should I cut off his head and put it in a box like? He spoke calmly. Provoking me is useless, Dian Hart. He paused. He spoke softly. I have only just sent my final farewell to the emperor of the empire. The only thing I truly cherish is this empire. His body began to erupt with a fierce burst of. He cursed in shock. This bastard. Hasn't he realized yet that he cherished the emperor? At that moment he took the opportunity to attack. Yulaster smirked triumphantly. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think you understand me? I used to wonder how he survived the explosion. Turns out he became a war. Fierce power erupted from his palm. He frowned and reproached. If you had died 8 years ago, then I, the emperor, the Hart family, and even Gruin would be very happy now. You damn piece of trash. Damn Dian. He shouted as he struck, his voice full of resentment. If it weren't for you, the human realm would not have been devastated by the demon realm. Dian nimbly leaped to avoid. Frantically dumped all the responsibility onto him. And no innocent people would have died. At that moment, Dian was gritting his teeth, dragging his knife on the ground. He kept his balance as his body gradually lost strength. He swung his arm, manifesting spiritual power, his voice hissing in anger. I hate you. All this misfortune is because of you. As the words fell, a sharp slash grazed him. A spray of blood splattered before his eyes, leaving him. Yulaster screamed in pain, clutching his bleeding. Before he could recover, another slash landed directly on his shoulder. Blood poured out. Did you think those shallow provocations would still? Yen's eyes were cold, his lips curling into a savage smile. Thanks to someone, my spirit is no longer so easily trampled. Frowned and questioned. Why did you do that to me? Before you die, at least be a little honest. He cornered him and asked, why did you have to sign a covenant with the demon? Yulaster remained silent for a long. Then he bared his teeth and laughed. A raspy laugh rang out, full of mockery. He still maintained his smug expression. Why do you ask that? Do you expect a special reason or a tragic story behind what He said firmly, no matter how many times you ask, the answer will not change. No, there's nothing at all. You just got unlucky and caught my eye. The covenant with the Demon King was simply an opportunity for me to gain more power, a ladder for me to climb higher. After that covenant, it wasn't even that useful. After speaking, he was immediately served by Dian with a powerful kick to the. He was sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of fresh. Dian stepped forward, looking directly at him as he writhed in confrontation. The day I was dragged onto the battlefield was exactly 1 month before my birthday. My brother, Gruin, also died exactly 1 month before my birthday. Eulaster's whole body trembled in fear. You really are a ruthless bastard. He still maintained his reckless attitude and laughed loudly. Yen stared in horror. You're laughing? He spoke. Ruthless? Are you just realizing that now? The image of him with his older brother appeared. His brother worriedly used his hand to cover his eyes. Despite his injured face and the blood continuously flowing out, his brother still cared for him. Dien, my younger Eulaster gave a faint, mocking smile. The two of you are exactly the same. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold slash from Dien struck down, cutting his words. His eyes went wide, his gaze filled with shock, and Dien raised his knife again, his voice as cold as ice. I hope you will regret it. Regret it to the marrow of your bones. Over and over. Blood poured out of Eulaster's mouth. Dien did not stop. He frantically carved dozens of knife wounds into his body. Who knows how much time had passed. Dien's entire body was covered in blood. He sat collapsed next to Eulaster's shirt was stained deep red. He tried to shake him away. A few drops of sweat rolled down his face. He smiled defiantly. Haha, I don't regret anything. Live your whole life with the uncomfortable feeling that I died without a single regret. After saying that, a stream of purple mana was activated. He controlled it to turn into a curse that wrapped around him. You will not have a peaceful. Purple mana quickly merged with his. Dien was not afraid. His voice became contemptuous. Even in death, you leave a curse on me with your remaining mana? I want to have a peaceful. He grinned savagely, then swung one last slash to end his life.
That's fine.
Please subscribe.